Good morning and welcome to the November meeting of the California Fish and Game Commission Marine Resources Committee meeting. I want to start out by turning it over to Melissa first to talk about how people can communicate with us.
Yes. Thank you. He just said we're about to start, so I'm going to give some technical notes. Thank you very much. We are echoing, so if folks have their computers or their phones on and connected to the meeting, please make sure that you're muted, both in Zoom and on your device, which is the first bullet point. If you are participating in the Zoom webinar and calling in by phone, please make sure that your phone number and your Zoom webinar are linked. If you logged into Zoom first and used the call me option, the linkage happened automatically. If you are joining by phone only and wish to contribute to the discussion, staff will identify you by the last 3 digits of your phone number. If you are having any technical difficulties with the meeting, please contact FGC at fgc.ca.gov. That's the preferred method again, FGC at fgc.ca.gov. Many of you are already familiar with that. That's our general public comment email address as well. If you need to use a phone, you can also call 916-902-9291. Zoom's chat feature is disabled other than to communicate with the host. Thank you so much, Commissioner Squire.
Yeah, thank you, Melissa. I do want to mention that Commissioner Murray, who co-chairs this committee, is not here today, but will be here tomorrow. With that, I'd like to turn over to Susan to introduce everybody else who's here today.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Eric. So, hello, everyone, and thank you for those that made this journey to be here today. We know that's a lot of effort and we appreciate it. And thank you. Welcome to those on Zoom. I'd like to introduce commission and staff and department leadership participating today. From the commission, Melissa Miller-Henson is the executive director. Sam Blacklock, the commission's marine advisor, excuse me, tribal advisor, me, tribal. Swapping hats. Tribal advisor today. Kelsey Laird, analyst, and she's supporting the room. Kimmy Rogers, the commission's environmental scientist, and Devin Rossi, the commission's Sea Grant State Fellow. And then via Zoom, David Haug, regulatory analyst, is also providing support. The department staff joining in person are Director Chuck Bonham, and thank you very much for joining us today. Marine Region Regional Manager, Dr. Craig Schumann, Law Enforcement Division Assistant Chief for Marine District, Eric Cord, and I believe I believe that Marine District Captain Dr. Danny Lenning is here. Oh, there you are. No, I see. Hiding. Thank you. Marine Region Habitat Conservation Program Manager, Claire Wagoner. Wagoner. And just want to welcome her. She's the Becky Oda's replacement. So welcome to this room, and environmental scientist Sarah Warden. Also welcome to Ocean Protection Council colleague Stacy Lewis, who's the OPC's MPA program manager. And with that, I'd like to read a meeting overview. And I want to welcome you all to this meeting of the Marine Resources Committee on day 1. The committee is comprised of up to 2 commissioners who chair each meeting. Members are assigned by the commission annually. Our goal today is informed discussion to guide future decision-making by the commission. And we need your cooperation to ensure a lively and comprehensive dialogue. We are operating under the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. However, it is important to note that the committee does not take action independent of the full commission. Instead, the committee makes recommendations to the commission at regularly scheduled meetings. These proceedings are being recorded and will be posted to the commission website or YouTube page for reference and archival purposes. Items may be heard in any order pursuant to the determination of the committee chair or co-chairs. Committee meetings are intended to operate informally and provide an opportunity for everyone to contribute to the discussion about agenda items. So if you wish to contribute to an agenda item or portions of the agenda topics, please follow the guidelines of raising your hand, wait to be recognized by the chair, Please share your name and your affiliation if you have one. Time is limited, so please be concise to give others time to speak. If several speakers have the same concerns or ideas to express, please feel free to either appoint a group spokesperson or just restate that you agree with their points. Generally, participants in the room in person are called first, followed by participants joining by Zoom or phone. As the discussion of the topic evolves, we encourage participants to continue contributing to the dialogue. If speaking during the general, just to note that we, the general public comment agenda item is scheduled for tomorrow. And that is the extent of the general public comment opportunity for the meeting outside of marine protected area discussion. And so want to flag that. Please note that the way you came in is one of the best emergency exits, but there is also a stairwell. For those joining us in the meeting room, restrooms are located out through the door here, and you will need our staff member, Cynthia McKeith, who is to let you back into the area. And thank you to Cynthia for that. I also just want to start by recognizing we're meeting in the midst of a really challenging time. The elections yesterday, there's a lot of emotional passion in our nation, a lot of different feelings and emotions. We're probably all tired. I want to also acknowledge that we're entering into this conversation with also a lot of passions and strong feelings. And so I just encourage all of us to be patient with each other and to be gentle and recognize that we have some limits on us. So let's just be extra kind today. And with that, I just thank you and turn it back over to Coach Ursula.
Great, thank you, Susan. Thank you for those words. Yeah, I think that's terrific and a great way to look at this today. I'm calling the meeting to order. And before we start the first agenda item, I'd like to ask any elected officials and or tribal representatives or council members to raise their hand on Zoom or come to the table. Just introduce yourself if you would. Susan, will you send me the link to the Zoom? I don't I can't seem to access that. But David, do we have anybody raising their hand on Zoom?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay. And nobody in the room? Okay, again, if anybody's a elected official or a member of a tribal council or the representative, do please raise your hand. Okay, not seeing anybody. The first item is to approve the order of agenda and items. Since I'm the only chair today, I do so with three notes that we're moving item 5, recreational barge sand bass fishery to earlier, immediately after item 3 tomorrow. We're continuing with item 9, which is Red Abalone Recovery Plan, to a future meeting. And we're moving item 12, general public comment, to be the first item tomorrow, November 7th. And so that will be our agenda for the next 2 days, which leads us to the only item today, which is the Marine Protected Area Regulation Change Petition Evaluation Process. And I would ask Susan to lead us off on that.
Thank you. Thank you. So today's discussion has 3 parts, and just to help us all get oriented to how the flow is going to work today, we have a slide to pull up if it's available. And so this is the suggested flow today to help support the discussion. So for part A, Part A is receiving and discussing the department's evaluation and recommendations for MPA petitions that were identified as bin 1, meaning petitions ready to be evaluated in the near term, and develop a potential committee recommendation. And so for part A here, the department's going to give a presentation, and then we're going to pull up the recommendations tables, but we've organized it a little differently. We've sorted it by action type to help us have focused discussions on each of those. So we will have that up on the screen, organized by that topic, and starting with the non-regulatory actions, and then have the discussion. Then we'll move to the allowable uses and have that discussion, classification or take changes or classification / take, and then any boundaries. So hopefully that will help. And then after that, we'll have a broader discussion. I'm sure some of you have some additional reflections, and then lead to a committee recommendation on those individual petitioned actions and the recommendations. From there, we will move to part B, which is discussing the next steps in sorting and evaluaing the petitions and their actions inside into the longer term evaluation. So the department will give a recap of a brief presentation. We do want to touch today on the petition amendment process. There's a copy in the meeting materials of the proposed process, and part of that will be deciding on the deadline that's going to work in this according to what the goals are in there. And then Ocean Protection Council will give a brief presentation explaining the tools that they've been investing in updating data-wise and to clarify their purpose, their utility in this effort, and the timing. Of course, following all of that orientation, broader public discussion about those next steps and what the evaluations, input on the evaluation process, what it's going to look like. And then any MRC direction and guidance as necessary. So there's that. And then, so if you have input if we're hoping that we can get through all of that and that there will still be time to give comments that you have or thoughts about individual petitions that are outside of bin 1, or, broader perspectives about MPAs, MPA network, function, utility and function and such of MPAs. I know that that's many of you have things that you want to share on that, so we want to encourage you to keep it for that part, and we'll do our best to get through the other parts as effectively as possible to have that time. And also, if you want to note that we have a time and
yeah, we're going to hard stop around 3 o'clock today. But also want to add that as we're, again, really emphasize what Susan said is if you want to talk generally about MPAs, please do save it for C. And additionally, as we go through each of these recommendations, it's most helpful to hear what your issues are with it, not why you support it. Just because got a lot of people, there's a lot of items to cover. Saying very quickly, yes, I support this is fine, but let's really focus on anything that you think is where you differ with the recommendations that are before us. Because what's got to happen by the end of finishing up A today is I've got to decide what I'm going to recommend to the full commission for next meeting, and I want to be able to do that clearly and be able to hear what you have to say about each individual one where you think there's something we need to do differently. Because I'm hoping there's some in here where if people are okay with the recommendation and we just pass those along. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And there's also a lot of comments that came in after the comment deadline for the binder materials, but the commissioners, the co-chairs have all of those materials. The staff summarized and pulled together all of those as a supplemental comment packet for them. And so they have those as well. So those are not lost. And now we'll turn it over to Dr. Sheehan for presentation. And yeah, thank you. And then we'll just pull back up for a quick recap if we ever need it, that part A again.
All right, well, thank you, Commissioner Sklar, and welcome everybody. It's nice to see everyone here today on this beautiful morning. I'm just looking, we've got about 80 participants online and a full house here. So 100+ people interested in this topic. So pretty excited to be here. If we could get the slides, please. So again, I'm Craig Schumann. I'm Marine Region Manager with the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and I'm going to be looking to my team here. I'm going to be phoning friends along the way. So thank you in advance to Eric, Sarah, and Claire for their support as we go through this. Next slide, please. So a brief roadmap for the discussion. I'm going to briefly walk us through how we got to where we are, how we got here, where we are today, go through the bin 1 petitions, and then where we're going to go moving forward. Many of these next couple of slides will be repetitive. Some of us have seen these. We feel it's important to continue to highlight these. We continue to hear that there's confusion about the process, lack of transparency. So we want to make sure we're all starting from the same place. Next slide, please. Briefly, just want to highlight the story map. It's up to date. Hopefully people are using it. So the bin 1 recommendations were posted on the story map. I continue to use this tool, fortunately or unfortunately, daily as I look at the petitions and remind myself where we're going. So just a reminder, this is a great tool and a great resource. Next slide, please. So again, a slide we've all seen before. Just highlighting where we've come from. We started in January 2023 with the release of the decadal management review. This started the process, takes us through to today. Next slide, please. Focusing specifically on the petitions, this goes back to February. Looking at the history of this, the commission, between the commission and the MRC, this is our 9th discussion with the commissioner MRC on all things decadal management review. Again, we continue to hear there's lack of transparency and confusion about what's going on. And I was really thinking about how is this different? We've talked about this 9 times in public settings. And I think what's different is, unlike the MLPA initiative, we're not having 30 meetings in between each commission meeting. And so that's one of the differences. And we've talked about not wanting to have MLPA initiative 2.0. And so that's going to be the trade-off as we think about these things moving forward. So we're here today at the November MRC. The department put out recommendations as requested by the commission on the bin 1 petitions. Next slide, please. As a reminder, the petition evaluation framework, again, we've had some questions about, I want to move my petition to bin 1. How come I'm not in bin 1? This was the 3-phase evaluation framework that was approved by the commission many months ago. Phase 1, bin petitions. Phase 2, separate petitions into individual actions. Phase 3, go through adaptive management recommendations. So phase 2 is complete. We are in the process for bin 1. We are in the process of phase 3 for bin 1, and we are now starting to move into the phase 2 for bin 2 petitions, although we'll talk about the petition amendment process and how that's throwing a bit of a monkey wrench into the phase 2 and phase 3 for bin 2. And we'll try to keep these numbers straight. Next slide, please. Again, as a reminder, how we got into bin 1, these were considerations discussed, vetted, approved by the commission, policy direction not needed within commission authority, immediate evaluation possible, limited clarification needed from the petitioner, limited anticipated controversy. That's what designated a petition into bin 1 for all of those actions. Everything else goes into bin 2. Next slide, please. So into the meat and potatoes of today. Bin 1 petition summary. So these are the 5 petitions that are into bin 1. Before we dive into a discussion on the individual petitions and the recommendations on the actions, it's important to I want to remind the commission, remind everyone in the room that really the department's approach for broader petition evaluation process. So this includes both MPA petitions and any petitions we get, because that really helps with the context of how we landed on our recommendations. So when we receive a petition for regulatory change that's referred to the department, we really ask ourselves 3 specific questions in a sequential order. The first question is, what is the problem that's identified in the petition? What is that problem? What is the problem we're trying to solve? Do we all understand that problem? Second question, what evidence is there to justify or support the identified problem? So petitioner says there's a problem. Can we confirm that there is indeed a problem or an issue that needs fixing? And then question 3 is the proposed regulatory change the best tool in the toolbox to solve the identified problem? So is the proposed solution the best solution after we get through all of those additional questions? In addition, when we consider the MPA petitions, we look at department use guidance from the master plan for marine protected areas, feasibility guidelines, science advisory team guidelines, and recommendations and intent expressed through the MLPA regional planning process. As we looked at these, we went back to the planning documents and tried to determine, were these recommendations already considered by the commission, by the stakeholders, by the Blue Ribbon Task Force? Many of these were specific decision points that the commission made. And so we gave a lot of deference to those previous decisions and also look back to see, well, what may have changed between then and now? Let's see here, I'm going to skip through this. So why don't we just move right into the updated table? So as Susan mentioned, thank you to commission staff for binning or for sorting the petitions. So to help streamline the discussion today, we're gonna walk through the table, and these are based on action type instead of going through each individual petition where there may be some duplication. This will allow for a structured discussion, and so the different types are non-regulatory, allowable uses, boundary and classification changes, and changes in take regulations. So if we could have the new table, please. So as we go through this, Commissioner Sklar, be looking to you, do we want to do each type individually and then have discussion?
Yeah,
Probably start,
yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
so-
I think that's best we do.
So if we could start with the, ooh, that's gonna be small.
Might have to do some zooming in and.
So the first is non-regulatory action. So for those that can't see that, there were a number,
Yeah, we're gonna need to seriously zoom in.
I can talk you through it. I
Scroll
got you
back
covered.
and
I
forth.
get you covered.
Forget it.
The first one, there were a number of requests for non-regulatory change to change the color of no-take SMCA's from purple to red on our outreach maps. As you see, the department's recommendation for all of these is support with alternative pathway. We did receive a number of questions about what's the difference between grant and support. So in discussions with commission staff, we decided that the language that the commission uses for regulatory pathways through the Administrative Procedures Act process is grant or deny. So anything that's a regulatory change is a grant or deny. If it's a non-regulatory request, that's where it's support as opposed to grant. So it's a subtle change. We saw some concerns in the comments about that. The alternative pathway that we reference is going back to the sequential questions of problems is we understand what the problem is. We agree that the problem may need fixing, but we may not agree with the best tool, that the recommended tool is the best tool in the toolbox to address that problem. So when we see these concerns about changing the color from purple to red, there's a couple of tools we can use in the toolbox to do that. One is to use the new authority that the commission adopted last year for the existing uses. So remember, the no-take SMCA's were purple because there was generally some type of existing use in there. There was a pier, there was a pipeline, there was a beach nourishment activity. Something was going on that was incompatible with the no-take State Marine Reserve designation. We now have the authority to allow some of those uses to occur. So in some of those MPAs, we can, through the regulatory process, turn those no-take SMCA's into State Marine Reserves, turn them red on the map with the existing color scheme. There are a number of other no-take SMCA's that we will not be able to do that. And for example, those that have beach nourishment activities, those will not be an allowed use in a State Marine Reserve. So those would need to retain their status as a no-take State Marine Conservation Area. And then what we're proposing to do is to work with the statewide leadership team, work with the partners on the ground, work with tribes to figure out how to update our outreach materials and turn those purple areas red, and how to do that most efficiently and effectively. I'm going to digress for a moment. I was watching a movie with my 9-year-old daughter over the weekend. It was called Harold and the Purple Crayon. And all I could think about while watching that is I wish I had a magic red crayon and I could wave it in the air and turn all those purple areas red.
I'm starting to regret, I actually went on AI and created a purple red crayon that said
show it.
it's still. But I didn't know if anybody would take offense.
So I don't have a magic.
It's still not, it's still no take. And I did we found the Mr. Harold on his little purple crayon on a boat, drawing a line on the ocean. So, yeah, anyway.
So Craig does not have a magic red crayon, unfortunately. But we can work and try to figure out how to do this. This is going to take time. We've got a lot of outreach materials that are out there. We've talked to enforcement about confusion with purple to red, and we haven't seen a lot of that at our level. But it sounds like there's some confusion on the ground, and this is something that we can work together to try to implement over time as we develop new outreach materials. So maybe I will pause there and see if there's any questions from the chair or staff or participants.
No, I don't have any questions, but anybody on either the department or commission staff have any additional comments they want to make before we start diving into the first group?
Comments, just a question about the beach nourishment. Why is that the one activity that the commission has authority to regulate any human activity within an SMR? And why beach nourishment is not included?
That was not included in the allowable uses regulatory update. So what was for pipelines, maintenance of existing structures regulations.
Oh, I see.
So maintenance of existing structures, that's not maintenance of
So
an
the
existing
existing
structure.
FTA's rulemaking,
Yes,
we did not list.
we did not miss beach nourishment as a compatible activity in an SMR.
Okay. Thank you.
I will just add that there is one action in a bin 2 petition that is proposing the same thing at Campus Point, no take SMCA, so just wanted to flag that, but that's.
Oh,
going out there in
that's a
bin 2
great
petition.
point. There are a number of petitions in bin 2 or actions in bin 2 that may impact what happens to those no-take SMCA's.
Mhm.
When we get
So
there. If
we've
that-
gotta wait to see how those shake out
Yeah, that's
before we hit go on them.
Yeah, that's fine. Right. Yep. Okay, so would love to invite people in the room first to come up, feel free to come to the table and let's address these non-regulatory items. And again, if you have an issue with anything that's been recommended, that's what I recommend you talk about. Anyone?
And could we also, for those, before we start, for those who are online, if you would like to if you would like to join the conversation about agenda item 2A, marine protected areas. This is for folks who are online. If you want to continue the dialogue, you're on Zoom, please use your raise hand button to raise your hand. It's the Zoom feature. If you're participating on your computer, the raise hand button is located at the bottom of the window and also at the bottom of the participant list. On the mobile app, raise hand is located at the bottom of the screen. When your name is called, you may need to unmute your microphone. If you are on the phone only, press *9 on your phone once to raise your hand and alert us that you would like to participate in the conversation. If you press *9 on your phone a second time, you will take yourself out of the queue. So only press it once. And you may need to unmute yourself by pressing *6 on your phone when you're called upon. Thank you for that, Eric.
Really, thank you for good. Please, I would ask you state your name and affiliation if you like.
Yeah, of course. Commissioner Sklar, thank you so much, staff and commission and department. Katie O'Donnell from Wild Coast. So speaking on for this non-regulatory action for color change. Really appreciate the support for this recommendation for the color change from purple to red with our beautiful wishing there was a magic red crayon for us. So really appreciate.
We needed that today, Susan.
Yeah. It's great. So just wanted to say, we really encourage and would love to get clarification on from both CDFW and Fish and Game to establish clear timelines and guidance for this alternative pathway and for these non-regulatory processes like these color changes. And really looking forward to continuing these conversations. I know we've had some conversations about this, but yeah, we'd love to get clarification on that.
Great question. So as we talked about, some of this is going to be contingent on bin 2. Some of this could be part of a regulatory chain. We need to talk about what a regulatory pathway looks like. So that's probably going to be later this afternoon. Because if we do a regulatory change, then we're triggering CEQA. Do we do bin 1 regulations? Do we wait until we have bin 2 done? So, and then it's a matter of priorities and workload. Where do we want to focus our energy? Where we continue to hear that we want everything now. And I'm not going to mince words. We have spent a tremendous amount of time on the petition evaluation process, right? Like there is so many other things that are happening in the MPA management world that we're trying to focus on. And this is what we are focusing on, all of these petitions. And so I don't have a good answer on the timeline. I think that'll come out when we talk later today about what does implementation look like. And it's a great question that we've been asking ourselves as well.
Thank you.
Money.
She kind of stole my question. Yeah, I mean, also, sorry, Cal Allison, I'm the Director of Marine Protected Area Collaborative Network. Do want to thank you for supporting this with via an alternative pathway. This kind of came out in all of our collaboratives that have the no-take SMCAs, especially the organizations that were doing a lot of education and outreach and answering questions from the public about what that color meant. I guess if it is a management, if it is a management decision, is this, I'm just thinking timeline, because if the collaboratives are working on education outreach materials and we get funding to print, we would like to print what is actually gonna be kind of the long term, and we prefer to print these in red if we could with our magic pen, pencil,
Crayon.
marker, crayon, thank you. Whatever it is that something, if it's gonna be a management decision, we can start doing, or do we have to wait for the official?
So I would recommend, so we're gonna bring this to the statewide leadership team, and I don't know when the next leadership team meeting is.
November
What's that?
19th.
November 19th. So we can talk about it there, see if we can get some buy-in from the leadership team, and maybe that's a way to do it. You know, the regulatory change, that's gonna take longer.
Right.
But potentially after that leadership team meeting, we could have some agreement from the implementation partners about just making this administrative change on outreach materials. And so perhaps after that, then we could provide guidance that, yes.
Excellent, great, so fairly soon, potentially.
Yeah, and we of course want to get enforcement
And
involved. in-
I'm not saying that, Fish and Wildlife has to reprint and change all of theirs. I'm speaking just from, the collaborative perspective from a lot of the materials that collaboratives have produced.
And I think that would be part of the discussion, right? That we don't want to go back and deliberately print new materials for the color change, but moving forward, kind of like our name thing. So like my office in Santa Barbara still has Fish and Game in front because we haven't replaced the sign yet. And when we replace the sign, it'll say Fish and Wildlife.
That's gonna change next week, apparently.
Yeah,
We're not allowed to update the signs until we.
no, absolutely, just for print, moving forward with new materials and if we're gonna
Right.
reprint them.
No, that's a great point, because it's constantly churning.
Thank you for.
We might want to be thoughtful about other changes that could also happen. And think about the timing of printing materials based on some other things that might move forward within the petition as well. Because we don't want to spend time and money on printing and then printing again.
Right.
So some of that will depend on the timing.
Well, like Craig said, we'll figure it out before the day's over ideally, and it shouldn't be that long a process. Yes, there's steps we've got to go through by code, but that doesn't take terribly long. We don't have to do a 3-meeting schedule.
No, not for an administrative change, just to change the color on a map.
Yeah, so we'll do it pretty quickly, and it'd be good to do it so that everybody can change around at the same time. Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Please come on up. Yep, don't wait for somebody else, but if you want to speak, come on up.
Non-regulatory, right? Like
Just for non-regulatory. Yep. No problem.
I just have a very, very brief question. I probably need to come all the way up here. So I know that for this process of changing the MPAs from purple to red, there are a few marine protected areas that are no-take SMCAs that did not have a petition that's requesting this kind of change. And so is should this apply to all of them? Should this be?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is the alternative
That
pathway.
is, that's perfect. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that that is the case.
So
If
we
had an
we're
MPA
looking,
that
yeah.
isn't,
We want to
We
get.
did.
No, we're looking holistically, so when we see a
Okay.
petition that applies to one area, and you'll see that when we talk about the tide pool language in the next one.
yes,
We're looking, hey, this is maybe a good idea, let's apply it everywhere across the whole network.
love that. Okay, great, perfect, thank you.
Perfect. Anyone else in the room? Anyone on Zoom? Nobody on Zoom? Pick the right group to go first with.
Right.
It was not unintentional. Okay, so just want to reflect back what I'm hearing, which is that, A, we want to make sure we understand a timetable and we all agree that we want to move this relatively quickly. But that we've got to go through the process to do it, and then we would like to, and everybody, there's no disagreement that we'd like to do it holistically, rather than have kind of, piecemeal and have it consistent throughout the network. Right? Okay, good. That was easy.
All right, we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Nice.
All right, so,
Allow-
next
allowable uses
slide,
next?
please. Now is where I'm getting out of
Make sure I
order.
have the same
There's
numbers.
no more funny pictures, by the way. Just the,
I'll do my
the
best to come up
light
with something on the fly.
Allowable uses next, or what's your next?
Yep,
step?
we're into allowable uses, so that's, a number of allowable uses requests here, so let's. Allowable uses. So there were, the ones at the top, the first four, are regarding tide pools and then adding on living geologic or cultural. So in general, I guess in principle, what we like to do with our regulatory structure is if there's language in the general provisions section of either code or regulation, we like to only have it there because, what's that?
We don't want to repeat it.
We
every
we
single
don't want to
time.
repeat it, because what we find, and this is highlighted here, that if we repeat it throughout the code, we inevitably miss something, we misstate it. When we update something, it doesn't get updated, so you only need it once for it to be enforceable by LED. So whether it's in code or regulation, you put it once and then it carries through, so we don't need to repeat it at every section. So the first one is to add non-living geologic or cultural to marine resource tide pools for the Crystal Cove SMCA. So the department's recommendation is to deny that. And when we say with alternative pathway, is that it's already in the general provision language of 632 A1C for the definition of state marine conservation area. So it's already there. We don't need to repeat it through a regulatory process to have that enforceable on the ground. It can still be in the outreach materials, so we can achieve that without going through the regulatory process.
And Craig, if I could just add, the other reason why we don't want to do that is because if we followed that same pattern with all of our regulations, a set of regulations that's already several hundred pages long would easily be double that. So with the rule that generally is followed in state government when you're promulgating regulations is you don't want to repeat what's already in a code section. For us, that would be California Fish and Game Code or California Government Code, et cetera. That takes precedence. Code is primary. We don't need to repeat it. What we want to share and what we want to include in regulation is the specifics. What are we making more specific to that general authority that's in statute? So we don't want to repeat other regulations. We don't want to repeat other code sections because it just makes it really lengthy. And as Craig said, it's really easy then when we're updating a section to miss it somewhere else if we repeated it.
can I add? Yeah, thanks. I think, you've identified a concern and I think, you're having some challenges with enforcement and understanding down there. And so maybe one of the follow-ups through the collaboratives or et cetera is how can you pull in and make visible the general provisions that apply to all marine protected areas? So in the regulations, that's 632A, B is all of the individual MPAs. The other one, it applies to everything. How can you work to update your outreach guides, information to have those targeted pieces visible on your signs, your educational materials?
So then moving on, I think let's take the first 6 here, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll take the first 5 and then we'll pause because the Catalina ones are a little bit different. So the next bundle them is to Crystal Cove and Dana Point SMCA to modify allowed uses to change the description of tide pools to include the definition of rocky intertidal. So we agree that this could benefit from some additional clarity, but rather than including it within each SMCA, we propose putting it to adding a general provision, adding a new section under 632A16, a new general provision with this definition that will then cover it for all MPAs. The last one, let me pause if there's any questions there.
That's okay, thank you.
Okay, and then the last one is all Orange County MPAs, add amendment for scientific research monitoring and restoration for the Orange County SMCAs except for Upper Newport Bay. Again, this is redundant. So there was a legislative change 2 years ago that added this language to Public Resources Code. The definition of state marine conservation area is there. What we could do under a regulatory change is we could add the same language under the general provision language in 632, the definition of state marine conservation areas. So it matches public resources code, and that way it would cover all state marine conservation areas in the state, and we don't need to replicate it for each SMCA.
Super. Susan, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I think that latter part is a good part for our record, and we can add that to the recommendation. For that follow-up within 632 updates.
Right. And this is one of those circumstances where we can even consider, do we need to redefine these marine protected areas in Title 14, Section 632, if they're already defined in Public Resources Code?
It's not just public resources code, it's also
In Fish and Game
It's
Code.
already in 2 places.
Right, so do we even
We
need to
need a third
redefine them
place.
again? But then that's a whole rewrite of 632 and
Yeah.
could get chilly. This may be a more technical fix, but as Melissa pointed out, we try not to duplicate things throughout our code structure because it just gets confusing and complicated, and we inevitably will miss something.
Right, and listen, for the petitioners to, not know every line of every part of the code is totally understandable. And it's really helpful that, the department has gone through this so carefully to look at doing this most efficiently while granting effectively what the petitioners are looking for across the board. So thank you for that, need to work in. And I hope people understand that that's really important. The code is already enormously complex, and I think we will all appreciate the effort to keep it, not make it more complex unnecessarily. And I'm going to ask, will you keep notes as we go about, because it's going to be a lot for me to keep track of what we're going to have to address. But yeah, please, Wayne.
Yeah, Wayne Phillips, CC account. I just have a question.
Hey, Wayne, can you stand up so your voice carries all the way up here?
So, Wayne Phillips, CC California. I have a question. You're talking about changing the regs for the intertidal area of global basin. What is that process? And who does that? Is that gonna come from the department? Or is that gonna come from one of us putting in a petition to do that, to start that process? How do you want to do that?
So that would come from direction from the commission to the department to do that as part of the adaptive management framework recommendations under bin 1.
So they're gonna give you the direction to execute that.
Yeah,
And
so
then
I guess we're recommending they ask us to do that.
And then you have to bring it back to us for approval.
You gotta bring them, then they vote on it.
And then we'll go back through the standard regulatory process, the 3 meeting process with the initial statement of
Yeah.
reasons. And this goes back to my preamble about it's hard to change regulations. And so we have a very high bar for regulatory change, and the Administrative Procedures Act intentionally sets a very high bar for regulatory change because they don't want all of these agencies running amok, creating a bunch of wacky regulations.
And there's a public process that's important to go through as well when we're doing regulatory, because often it's something significant and not just cleanup or adjustments, but we'll go through that process. But again, we'll try to, if there's not a lot of opposition, and I don't expect on these 5, there will be, we'll try to move it relatively quickly.
Are you guys gonna try to consolidate all these in a summary document to do all the regs at the same
You
time?
took the words out of my mouth. Yeah, we'll try to do that as much as possible.
And that was Craig's point earlier, is at what point, right? Because we're
Right.
gonna have a multi-year process here, more and more complicated petitions that we're evaluating. At what point do we say, okay, we have enough now for rulemaking, let's move this forward, and then we might have a separate rulemaking later, that sort of thing.
Is that clear, Wayne? Okay.
I just wanted to say I got a comment from friends that are watching. We gotta have people go up to the front and talk because they can't hear the questions. as I do
Thank
it.
you. Including you. Including you. Including
People are
that.
asking relevant questions, let's have them talk so people online.
So that comment was that people need to come in front of the room so they can hear it.
Yes.
The back of the.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
And by the
We
way, for
appreciate
those,
that.
for those who are online, just want to take a second to reorient those who may not understand where we are in the discussion. We are on discussion item 2A, which is the Department Evaluation of Recommendations for MPA petitions in bin 1. We're now on item 2, which is allowable uses and discussion. So if you are online and you would like to contribute to the conversation, please use the Zoom function, the raise hand Zoom function to raise your hand. If you're on your computer, that button is at the bottom of the window and also at the bottom of the participant list. If you're on the mobile app, the raise hand is located on the bottom of the screen. And when your name is called, you may need to unmute your microphone. If you're on the phone only, press *9 once, and you may have to press *6 to unmute yourself once you're called upon.
Okay, and then based on that last comment. I just want to just reiterate what the question was, that yes, staff will put together a summary document that summarizes all of the change recommendations that are going to be shared with the commission, and then anything that the commission chooses to go forward with.
Please.
Paula Allison again. Okay, so just to clarify, if we're going to have a specific definition for tide pools that now incorporates the intertidal, but we'd be adding it perhaps as number 16 to Title 14, 632. And then so the Crystal Cove and Dana Point SMCA's would still say tide pools are protected, but you could reference number 16 that would define what that meant, what tide pools meant. Is that the pathway? I'm just clarifying the pathway. I'm one of those weird people that actually does look at ugly lines. So I'm being real specific here.
I think tide pools are already protected,
Yes, exactly, but what,
so I don't know
What
if we
this-
need to specify, because if the MPA goes up to the mean high tide line, then the tide pools are encompassed in there. So the general provision language would specify what
what
that
that
is.
meant. Perfect.
So,
That's-
so we
yes.
don't need to add it again in the individual definition of
Correct.
each MPA.
We keep what it says in the definition now, because that's what it says. Tide pools are protected in both those SMCA's.
We're recommending striking that because they're the only two SMCA's that specifically call that out. So if we wanted to actually clean up the regs and make it consistent across the network, we would have to add that language to every single MPA that protects intertidal, or strike it from those two MPA's, and then the general provisions would apply to all of those MPA's, including Crystal Cove and
But
Dana Point.
there is allowed take in intertidal, right? And general fish and game code. So, I mean, you can take mussels, you can take,
Well, it depends.
Yeah,
Depends
so
on the
depends-
MPA.
Yeah, so what's the definition? So let me pull up, we
so that's,
can do this in real time if we want.
I think that's a concern from these MPA's, is losing that explicit protection for the tide pools, because that's really why they were
Well, the goal is to have
made
protection for
MPA's.
them all, so
Mhm.
Yeah.
not to, but to.
Well, we'll definitely double check that.
The intention is clear.
Okay,
So the question is how we clean it up best, and
Yeah.
we can do a little bit of editing.
Yeah, let's
kind of on-
take a
on the
quick
fly.
look
Yeah.
on, you're looking at the, yeah, you got it.
I got 632 pulled up too.
So. 136, Dana Point State Marine Conservation Area, bounded by the mean high tide line.
Can you speak louder?
Speak loudly.
Just reading over the Dana Point State Marine Conservation Area section, it's bounded by the mean high tide line and straight lines connecting the following points in order. That defines the area, right?
The box.
The box. And the mean high tide line will include the rocky intertidal area. Adding the definition under 632 general definitions is just gonna give us another meaning or definition of what that rocky intertidal area is, and it will apply to all MPAs.
Okay.
And then what are the prohibitions in the SMC? I think that's
Yeah,
what we're getting at.
that's
What,
the
what,
question.
what is not allowed and what is allowed?
For this particular one,
It's recreational take of fin fish by hook and line or by spear fishing and spiny lobster and sea urchin. So the concern there was people coming in and taking lobster and urchin from the tide pools.
And that
Right.
place was explicitly
Correct.
designed to protect that intertidal.
Correct. So that was the concern, is that if it wasn't explicitly called out, people would come take lobster and urchin from the tide pools, right, when you're doing an education program there. So
So
that's
how do you know
why.
if you're diving at high tide, whether you're taking a lobster from a
Mhm.
tide pool?
Cause that'll be a concern from other MPA's as well, so.
If I'm diving in a foot of water at high tide,
Well, this is why we had that explicit definition of tide pools. This conversation happened during the designation process.
so no take when the tide is low.
Well, this is why we have the
Right,
explicit
so-
definition of the intertidal that Jay put in there. So, you know, the long-term researchers that have been working in the intertidal, they wanted to clarify what that was, which is why they have that suggested language.
so are you saying you want to ban spiny lobster and sea urchin take from the intertidal area?
That's always how it was.
That
been.
was
That
the intent originally.
Yeah.
Whether or not that's how it's been interpreted, that was the intent.
Yes. And that's pretty much, there's compliance with that. I mean, I think everybody tries to follow those regulations. I want to be clear that that intent isn't lost
Right.
by mistake. Yeah.
It's not necessary to be applied to all of them, but if you take it out of specific, then it will. I mean, it might be an overkill, but it's fine, I think.
So it sounds like from the recommendation standpoint, you're agreeing with the moving into general provisions, but also for these specifically, we need to retain the specific tide pool language that references the general provision to protect those species in the tide pool consistent with existing law and intent.
Yeah,
Okay.
especially if there's other places that, people want to take urchin and lobster from typing.
Right.
That where it's allowed.
Of course, that, but that's.
I have one more.
Go ahead.
Okay. The other concern, just to have it covered, with the adding the non-living geological or cultural, I was just looking at the general definitions and I know this is pulling from a state marine parks, but the concern there is covering rocks. It's just a lot of people just taking rocks and saying like, that's fine, and not realizing that there's living things on the rock. So I don't know if there's a way to put in living and or non-living. People are missing something in the geological. So I don't know what the pathway is, but I'm just flagging, that's where that discussion came from. Is just, things going in people's pockets and not realizing until it dies and it smells in the pocket. And then it dies. So I think that's the concern there. And looking at it, only state marine parks have living and non-living verbiage. The rest, the SMRs and SMCAs say, living, geological, or cultural.
So this is where I think we got to go back to public resources code and look at the definitions there as the first place to see what it references there. And
Well, I
then,
will also just acknowledge that when we wrote the public resources code language, as we all learned recently, we missed a couple of things.
Right.
Which got fixed by the legislature gratefully, and this may be one of those
Exactly.
instances where the non-living at the
Right.
last minute, Park said, whoa, wait a minute, forgot the non-living, and then we didn't add it.
We didn't
the
add
other
it
two.
to
The other ones, yeah.
Okay.
so it could be a regulatory change if we could, I don't know,
By defining geological.
right?
Oh, that would be amazing, actually. Yeah.
Because people
Don't get it.
shells
They
and
don't.
things, yeah.
Exactly.
Correct. They don't get that far.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so
Good.
flag,
But
so
the general
flag
public
that as
doesn't know
a,
what
Yeah,
that means.
so we'll address
Yeah.
that.
and again, this is where we can work with the leadership team, with the collaboratives, with enforcement,
Over the
to
next-
make
yeah.
sure we get that.
We'll
language.
dial in real, before the commission meeting in December, yeah. So we'll have some general recommendations, to address those and fix those things.
Okay.
So that we just get it done by December.
I'm Matt, excuse me, Matt Bond with All Waters, and wasn't thinking I was gonna comment on this, but it's just an interesting challenge, I think. Coming up with the idea that we're gonna exclude lobster and urchin take just in an intertidal area with what you brought up, diving in one foot of water at high tide is a lot of what I do. Free diving for spiny lobster, and that area we're talking about is a large area. It might be more complicated than a bin one decision if that's the path you're going down. And then I look at Keith with, can you walk out? No, there he is. With maybe urchin calling efforts and things like that we're looking at. And if you're doing it from a piece of code that's more magnanimous is gonna spread across, we might be on a problematic pathway if you're looking at that, particularly for enforcement. I don't know how you're gonna enforce.
Well, and that's existing law currently says that.
So currently people should not be free diving in that area. at high tide.
Right, in the
Just in the
tide
intertide, in the
pool?
tide
Well,
pools.
Well, that's just for that.
Those two SMCA's, so,
That's
okay,
just-
you said there's general compliance with that, how do you, when you see people diving in there for lobster,
Like what's the
how do you
gap?
know
Where's
how
it? Yeah.
far offshore they are?
So maybe
Or
make a
compliance
specific distance offshore in your,
That creates another challenge,
Yeah.
but
Remember, if you're gonna speak,
Sorry.
you've gotta come forward.
Just stay up there, Cal.
Yeah, I think that's why we originally, it was defined as, tide pools of water, so then, the people weren't, it was. See, it was a whole big issue, with people then going and just diving in the pools, in the tide pools. But that's exactly, I think, why we wanted that clarification, so there wouldn't be this confusion about what the intertidal was, and this is not for all intertidal.
It's
It's
that one
just
zone.
those two MPAs that are specifically, the intent was to protect the intertidal zone.
Gotcha.
So I just didn't want the confusion to be that we're applying it everywhere.
That's my way. And
Do you are you clear?
I think we're gonna have to do a little more.
Okay, so,
Digging
okay.
on
Yeah, we're gonna have to do some
Again, so-
digging on this
Okay,
one.
okay, so I'm gonna, for this, I'm gonna give, when it comes time, I'll give just a general direction to address this with stakeholders to clarify it, or to solve for the problem without.
For these two specific,
these
we got the
specific-
universal fix and then these
the
two
specific one.
specific.
Right,
SMC.
And
we're not, I want to cut us off, we're not gonna do it at the table today, but you guys will have that opportunity to have that discussion. We see the problem and we'll get it addressed,
We just
okay?
keep the language.
And then
Yeah.
sitting here, there was another one that came up on the geological. And if the concern is like limpets or something stuck to the rock, those limpets are stuck to shells as well. And one of the biggest concerns with people who are even pro complete no take is, can I still pick up seashells? So I think if the concern is that just needs to be addressed, because it's not just rocks. Anything that you're driftwood, anything you're taking has little tiny animals on it. So you gotta get real specific on that. Is my two concerns. Thanks.
Yeah, and Matt, just to follow up, so you're aware, I mean, that language was very specific. I mean, when we wrote that, it was even including things like sand. Or there's a cove on the Central Coast where people like to take pieces of jade.
Yeah,
That was, again, those were the sorts of things that team, when we were writing that language, we were thinking about.
yeah,
That's all habitat.
yeah.
And so if you have an area that you want to truly protect, nothing can
Yeah.
be taken, including shells, including sand, et cetera.
So just listening to a lot of this, and I was thinking about Kala, it seems like a lot of this is communication stuff, like we're talking about. Like, looking at what Craig and his team has done, it's like, it's already here, let's just look at it. I think, I see what you're saying, and just having a better way to express that to the public more succinctly.
And I think that once we clean it up regulatorily,
Yeah,
it'll be easier to do that.
push it out. So thank you all.
Travis Bond, commercial lobster fisherman, and I'm particularly concerned about the Dana Point SMCA. And so this language right now defines that the tide pools are actually part of the MPA, but we're able to fish lobsters outside of the tide pools. So anytime we have a trap wash in, when there's a swell, we're risking having a ticket potentially if it's not pulled up onto the beach by a lifeguard, or how does that work for us?
That's a great question.
Well,
As much as we like to
And Eric's
enforce
like,
it.
So your
that's-
scenario is your trap washes up on the beach and it's got lobsters in it, and you're gonna go down there and get your trap and harvest the lobster from
Or
it?
maybe one of your wardens walks down, sees our trap with our tag on it in the tidal zone. And,
Yeah,
it's,
would have been inadvertently.
I mean-
Up into the title zone.
And it's a pretty shallow area. I mean, if it's up in the rocks, it looks like it's washed in. We're gonna try to call you guys to get your trap.
Salt Creek, all that beach right through there, that tidal zone,
I think Travis, I think the point is it's obvious when it's washed up and you're not gonna get penalized. for it. It's not.
I know we haven't ticketed for that.
yeah.
I think officer discretion comes into a lot of play there. Obviously, if you could somehow have a shallow enough boat to where you get in there and actively setting, then obviously there would be a citation.
So this
But
doesn't actually change any boundaries
Mhm.
for
No,
take
not-
of
And if you
lobster
look
or
at the
urchin or-
definition, I think they were actually pretty clear, or we were.
Somebody was.
For purposes of this section, tide pools are defined as the area encompassing the rocky pools that are filled with seawater due to retracting tides between the mean higher high tide line and mean lower low tide line.
Perfect.
So it talks about those pools when the
That's
water's
existing.
out.
Travis, I mean, I think law enforcement is not looking to go after folks when that happens. And so, it's situational, but it's very, and if you have a complaint about it, because of a situation like that, we'll all be all ears. That's why I wouldn't worry too
perhaps-
much about it.
I know, Eric, you've been great about talking with folks, so maybe on a break or something, there could be a conversation, better understand the situation, and that gives Eric an opportunity to take information back to his team.
Yeah, it's a particularly unique MPA because we're allowed to fish lobsters in it, and various other things, and there's some things that aren't allowed, like sheephead and stuff, so it's kind of a confusing gray area, but thank you.
No, thank you for bringing that to our attention.
And now I'm going full circle on this one because I'm looking at the petition, and the petition is to modify the definition that I just read. Is a good definition.
It's just more
At the
specifically.
table.
Kelly?
More specifically defining intertidal rather than just pools of water, because people were interpreting it just what's in the water and not what's on the rocks of the intertidal. So that is why
There
there
you go.
was a cleanup to the language.
And again, this is exactly the kind of competition you guys can have offline to kind of get this, okay? We're not gonna edit today, please. Ashley.
Yeah, I just want to speak briefly on this. Ashley Gill-Gibbs, the Executive Director of the Environmental Action Committee, West Marin. So this isn't really specific to the allowable uses, but thinking about potential impacts of a general change to language for other rocky intertidal. I just think it's important to have specific regulations for each location, even if it references another section, because I think people don't tend to look very much to the general sections. And I'm really thinking about Duxbury Reef, and it's another intertidal MPA, which I know is in bin 2. But I guess I just wanted to raise that pole fishing does take place in the rocky intertidal currently. So I'm just thinking about, how this might have impacts to other, if there's a general rule change to intertidal, how that would impact other intertidal MPAs.
I'm not sure I can clearly understand the question. So yeah, if it's in the general provisions.
Right.
Then it's not the general provisions covers the MPA. It doesn't have to be repeated specifically in the specific definition for the MPA.
It
But
could be,
what
it
would
could
we
be,
think
it could be in
about,
the communication materials we have to
Right.
help people understand it, but in terms of regulations.
Right, I mean, it
we
still
don't
would
wanna-
apply.
We don't want to repeat. 'cause
Right, I
that's-
guess what you were saying is like, it's already in 2 of them specifically. I guess that's.
We're not going to apply any new take rules
Mhm.
to other rocky intertidal zones unless they're specifically called out like they are in Dana Point and Crystal Cove. So I think we're just planning for the definition part
Mhm.
of rocky intertidal to apply to all MPAs and adding that to the general provisions.
Mhm.
And we need to have more discussions about the nuances of the tide pool language in Dana Point and Crystal Cove currently.
Okay, but not to the general language, because there's not necessarily gonna be changes to the general language.
Not on take regulations in tide pools.
Okay, just on the definition of what intertidal.
What it
Okay,
means.
well, I guess I'd be like to be included in those discussions as well, but that's probably enough said. Okay, thank you.
Yes, Keith Rutzart with the Giant Kelp Restoration Project. The 5th item there, the Orange County MPAs, that's from my mentor, Nancy Caruso, down in Southern California. And what her concern with that, and in talking with her about it, is that the language for the scientific research, monitoring and restoration isn't included in the language. And it is, like you say, it's in that superseding general condition, but I guess what she's trying to do, and I share that same concern, is to be able to use that language to do restoration and scientific permits inside the marine protected areas, where right now there's kind of nothing regarding, that's the R word, the restoration word, is allowed in these areas. So just to flag that, and I think we need to perhaps better define what is restoration. Is it kelp restoration, or is it like something that happens after an oil spill? What exactly is that? And in my mind, restoration is kind of broad, and it's restoring it back to the way it was. And I think that's defined elsewhere in the code, but that is the concern, and that's what's kind of stopping a lot of stuff from happening.
I just want to, or, that's, it's interesting. So you're bringing up, I think what's kind of emerging through this is some topics that are really have policy relevance. So for example, the department issues scientific collecting permits and has a decision tree for whether to approve requests within marine protected areas. And so I think you're cross-referencing that as well as the broader state exploration that has relevance to whether individual projects might be approved or not.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room?
And Craig, I believe that the department is eventually planning to review those, the decision tree for scientific collecting and MPAs.
Yes, that was on the,
List.
one
That's one of the lists.
one of the other 27.5 recommendations. Trying to
Exactly.
work on.
And a half, yeah, exactly.
Anybody online? Okay, so, just to summarize and reflect back what I'm hearing is we're gonna, the stakeholders are gonna work with the department and the staff, commission staff on fine tuning the regulations in an attempt to clarify, not have things repeated multiple places, but have the references correct and protecting the current situation in the two specific MPA areas, while having the general language be more accurate and useful. Is that-
Do I just want to point out that doing that prior to the commission December meeting would be nearly impossible. We've got 3 holidays this month, which means we have a whole lot less time to do the work we normally do, and would really like to have a robust discussion with our colleagues at the department and our stakeholders. So I'm wondering if, and we have proposed actually that the commission not adopt or approve any changes until February anyway.
Anyway,
So maybe in early January, we
Well,
could have a conversation, set up a time
Hear you.
via Teams where we could all,
I hear you. So, well,
Have a dialogue.
what's your thought on, Greg, on getting it done?
By
And
the second.
directors.
So I think what we're getting at is there's general agreement that we add the general provision language,
Mhm.
right? That's a yes.
So take it off the table.
So that's,
Track your progress.
There you go. That's what, yeah, thank you.
and then it's
Exactly.
this tide pool piece for these 2 specific MPAs that we need to work on, because as I'm envisioning this in my mind, we've now got a red strip within a blue SMCA. Is kind of what
Like
that
you have your
is.
grant.
Oh.
So we can follow up and we'll try to, and I guess this is also just a good example of even the simple ones get really complicated really quickly, but yes.
Okay, so we're gonna divide and conquer is what you're saying. Okay, so, Melissa, that work for you?
Okay.
Okay, good. All right,
Team, Sarah,
Yep.
Claire, you guys. on it?
okay. Perfect. And we'll look forward to the stakeholder input on that. We appreciate you bringing it to our attention.
Okay,
Modify?
we're still at 2 more allowed
Okay.
uses.
I'm sorry, you're right.
2 more allowed
Yeah.
uses, so we had recommendations coming out of Catalina to remove allowance for fish feeding. We did try to contact the petitioner on this one and did not hear back. We did contact one of the outfits that does feed fish in the area. They were aware of the petition, but not aware of the meeting today. Is that correct? And I believe they may be online to pay attention. So that just highlights that this word isn't getting out to everyone that is potentially impacted by this. We went back to the historical documents on this one. This was a deliberate decision by the Blue Ribbon Task Force and ultimately the commission to allow fish feeding in both of these marine protected areas. They're both small, neither of them are backbone network MPAs. They recognize the longstanding historic practice of this in the area. When we looked at this, we considered that both of these MPAs are in very close proximity to one of the most densely populated places on the planet, right? We got like 12 million people-ish in the greater Los Angeles area. They come out to Catalina, they feed fish, they see fish. There's some good educational opportunities out there. And so based on that and the deliberate decision of the task force and the commission to allow fish feeding and the lack of new information to warrant a different outcome, we're recommending deny. We also did a little bit of digging to try to see if there were we could verify the reports of aggressive fish behavior. And we have not been able to confirm any of that through enforcement or local lifeguards that we talked to.
Great. Okay, any comments on the final, the last 2 of the allowable uses? That's your seat for the rest of the day.
Exercise. Yeah, I guess my only comment on that, I appreciate you reaching out to the petitioner. I think he ended up moving to Nevada, so he's not on island. But yeah, just on those that, you know, had kind of that full consensus from the collaborative, if it's possible to reach out to the collaborative to get just more information on the discussion. We've had multiple meetings on this. Totally went over the pros and cons and went back and forth, and there was just, it was a lot of really interesting conversation that I realized you guys aren't privy to. You know, things have changed a little bit. Now they have food torpedoes that go out from the submarines. It's a little bit different than when fish feeding was first started in 50s. I don't know. So you're right. It's been long term. And it was from, you know, people working on island and the collaborative members that were reporting the aggressive fish just as a potential concern. And there was a lot of discussion about like, well, it is great for tourism, but if these increase in rate, these incidences, is that ultimately going to be bad for tourism? So anyways, all that discussion happened in the collaborative, and I would just, encourage some outreach to those groups if possible, because there's a bunch of different perspectives represented in one area. So it's just a good way to get a lot of different input from stakeholders.
Thanks for that. And I think that the resource that you provided previously from the collaboratives was a summary table that has what topics were discussed, whether you kind of landed on regulatory, non-regulatory issues, and whether there was consensus or not within the collaborative. We recognize that it probably hinged on who was there at the time when a decision of vote was made. So there may have been people missing. And so that broader context probably does have relevance. But so that's what I'm hearing is the request, maybe to pull that table back up and request the department.
Yeah.
As part of their review.
And yeah, with the reach out too, is you're exactly right. I mean, has been effort with that collaborative to like meet with the businesses and get more input.
Yeah, I'm inclined not to have that be part of the recommended official process. At some point when there's time to do that, we've got so much in the department, it's so overwhelmed with what we've got. I think at least for now, I'm inclined to recommend the denial on these, and if there can be a discussion at some point, great. But it just it's a lot on one relatively small topic.
Yeah, I think the bigger point I kind of want to make though is that we're bringing together community members. It's been encouraged to get stakeholder involvement, to have these discussions locally. We've heard it in so many meetings. And then if that's kind of just being dismissed or there isn't follow-up from those discussions, it makes the people that are having them feel less empowered and like, why are we getting together and having
I would
these
say two
discussions?
things about that. One is you're bringing it here, so we
Yeah.
are hearing about it.
Okay, cool.
Number one, so it's not being ignored. But just because the discussion happened on a specific topic doesn't mean that that's going to alter that specific decision, right? It may other ones. So I hear what you're saying. We don't want people to have people feel like they're having all the discussion and being ignored. They're not. We're hearing about it, right? And hopefully whoever's coordinating those discussions and facilitating is bringing that back to us, and it does impact them. I'm just talking about this specific one where, you know, I think that we could spend an enormous amount of time on it, and not have much of a different outcome in the short run. So I think that that's a discussion that could go on, you know, outside of what I recommend for the next meeting.
Yeah, I could add, I believe we did also reach out to the Catalina Island Conservancy, and they said they did not have a position on the proposal. So we did try to do.
One member.
One
member of the
Sorry,
collaborative.
We did also
So
do outreach.
this is a bigger question we've got 80 different actions across the state. How much engagement do we need? You know, how do we do this?
And when we decided it was going to be, you know, we were going to ask for that to happen organically and offline, and then to hear about it. And that's what I think is happening. That's what I just heard.
So I think what I'm hearing is that we're not, unlike the other two MPAs, there's going to be an additional discussion. I think what I'm hearing is that these two recommendations, if you're supportive of them, you want to move forward with them. And I'm hearing a broader request from the collaborative that for bin 2, if it's specifically coming from or seems to be attributable to a collaborative, to check in with I don't know, Cal, how you want to do that, but maybe you can
That's
talk
not,
to
that's
the
not what I'm,
department
that's
about
not
it.
what I'm saying here. I'm saying that there could, this can be an ongoing discussion, but it's not, but
Not for today.
not, well, no, that I'm recommending.
Right, not for these
Uh,
two
these-
MPAs.
And
Yeah.
but not even really part of bin two, but just if people want to continue to discuss and over a longer run, we can look at it, but I'm not inclined to spend a lot of. Hi,
My
how are
name
you?
is Zoe. I'm doing good, thank you. My name is Zoe. I work for Gila Bay. I'm the new Marine Protected Area Program Coordinator. Gila Bay signed onto a letter in collaboration with several other NGOs that voiced some concern over several aspects of the bin one petition evaluation process that we'd like to expand upon a little bit. We assumed that the metrics used to draft the recommendations for bin one will extend to bin two and network changes beyond that. So we appreciate the forum to provide feedback. In particular, we're really concerned by the process thus far, relying on that historical context that you were mentioning and undermining new, more current understandings of marine management and the needs of regional communities. And this petition, I think, is a great example of that, which was recommended denial based off of the original decisions of the MLPA initiative, Blue Ribbon Task Force. And this is a prime example of our concerns for the adaptive management process, as this recommendation negates the disruption of fish behavior in these areas and disregards the consensus of the Catalina MPA Collaborative.
So if I might, and Kala, could you come back up?
Well, can you just
stay in your chair?
Stay in your chair.
Skip, give her a name tag.
Just to whisper to our colleague.
Yeah, you're an official part of the.
I
They really-
don't. I have a couple questions and they're not designed to be confrontational as much as help us help you. So I don't understand what you're asking. So we're in bin one. We've made great progress in that we've resolved just a couple a few moments ago. But now we're stuck trying to get through another part of bin one, which is supposed to be less controversial than bin two. We're only talking about feeding fish in two places. The petitioner appears to have had life changes which are legit and isn't involved. There appears to be a collaborative that has a range of opinions about the very request. Department recommends deny. So to move through this process, what is it you're proposing before action on denial? Department needs to sit with the collaborative and hear the range of opinion, or like,
Well, this was one that there was, full consensus to support in the collaborative. To Susan's point, was every person that lives and works on Catalina at that meeting? No. So, it's just, but what I'm saying is there was robust conversation. We debated all that, and to confirm by calling one organization is not going to represent, all the discussion, all the stakeholder engagement and agreement that happens with the collaboratives. And we're doing all this work to bring as many diverse voices together to have these informal discussions, to come up with solutions and hear what the issues are locally, to see if there's any changes. Are there changes that the community feels like there should be adaptive management? We're having all these meetings. And so I want to make sure that has a forum to be heard, and a way to be confirmed that isn't just calling one agency
so
or.
either the collaborative in full needs to come like today, or a representative needs to come, or department needs to be more deliberate about sitting with the full collaborative.
At least with the follow-up, I think if there's gonna be a follow-up, having Catalina Island or Catalina Island Conservancy, for example, they're gonna be like, we can't take an official stance,
We followed up the co-chairs of the
With
collaborative.
Warren.
Mhm.
So just question on this one in particular, and I think we talked about this when we chatted the other day. If there is that local support, right, Catalina is unique, right, small community. Is there a way for that community to discourage the behavior, take the carrot approach and say, let's not feed fish in these areas, and then come to us in 5 years and say, hey, nobody's doing this anyway. This is obsolete. Let's just take it off the books because it's no longer relevant. Is that another way the collaborative can achieve the same outcome?
Yeah, I mean, we can have that discussion, absolutely, and maybe I should just move this to C or whatever the last agenda is, just not setting a precedent that discourages stakeholder engagement, involvement, adaptive management. So we're in bin one, we're at the beginning, so I'm just making sure we're having this discussion now. Because there's a lot of work and a lot of attendance at the collaborative meetings talking about this.
And look, to be open, that'll be a recurring theme.
Yeah.
There's a lot of opinions, so you try to get to decision. When you get to decision, there'll be a discussion where you're not listening to all the opinions, right? So I imagine the group will struggle with this dynamic throughout the whole, process.
So let's
Can I also get clarity, because I haven't read the petition in detail, is the petition against, is it anti-fish feeding period, or is it the way it has evolved? The fish feeding is no longer just for sprinkling a few things here and there, it's now these bulleted large masses of.
I think there's a little bit of both. But they were trying to make it as clean as possible, and simple, and just kind of, maybe this is an incompatible use in an MPA at this point, and there could be fish feeding in other places. But just maybe not those MPAs, but it could be a discussion about, maybe it's less aggressive than the food torpedoes, or, whatever it is, but.
Okay, thank you. Good, thanks. Anybody else in the room? Anybody online? Anybody online? Yep. Okay, perfect. Thank you. And we will, we don't want to discourage. We asked for that, and so we don't want to discourage it. But at the same time, at some point, we need the input and we have to make a decision. And this is the bin one where it's supposed to be relatively. Thank you. Okay, on to the take items. 3 of them.
All right, so moving to take, so we'll take the first 3. So a petition to modify take regulations specific for Dungeness crab in the Big River Estuary SMCA. Generally, we want to tackle fisheries regulations through fisheries management tools. So that was one of the backgrounds for denial on this. Also, as we dug into this further, we noted that the current regulations for the SMCA prohibit the use of crab traps. So the second action listed there to reduce the number of traps from 10 to 5, that's already been reduced from 10 to 0. So I guess that's a grant in whole, grant in whole plus. The commission has already previously deliberated on the use between flat type A and type B hoop nets. For the lobster fishery years ago, we had that discussion. The commission decided to continue to use the rigid sided hoop nets. We have not had that discussion specific for Dungeness crab. We can certainly do so if the commission wants to, but we'd recommend that be a holistic approach. We would not recommend it at this time. And then the third recommendation to reduce the daily bag limit from 10 to 5. We just don't see any evidence of the need to do that. We can certainly work with the petitioner to try to get some more biological data. Again, from the fisheries management side with the invertebrate team, we did reach out to this petitioner as well and did not hear back either. So we were not able to connect with them and get a better understanding of the rationale behind this request.
Anything to add? Okay. Anybody in the room like to speak to this? Is the petitioner either online or here?
There were some letters of support for this in the public comments that were submitted, but
Support for the petitioner, support to deny.
support for the petition, but consistent, the commission has a long-standing practice. It's been a long-standing standard to not make, take regulations either can or can't happen in an MPA. We don't do that fisheries management at that scale.
Right. Okay. All right, with no other comments on that one, then let's go to the next one, which is the classification /take, right?
Yeah, so we're gonna bundle these together, classification and boundaries, because they're
Okay.
kind of two of one. So
Okay.
this is the request to combine the Estero delimiter SMR with the Drake's Estero SMCA. So again, going back to the historical documentation for this. So this is in the integrated preferred alternative from the Blue Ribbon Task Force in 2008. They state all take is prohibited except shellfish mariculture and recreational clamming. If at any time it becomes feasible to create an SMR at Drake's Estero, this proposal recommends doing so. So the aquaculture activities that were the impetus for the SMCA are no longer occurring. We did a site visit, team went out there last week, did a site visit, met with the petitioner. We've talked to enforcement and our invert team to try to get a sense on what level of recreational clamming currently occurs. There appears to be very low levels of clamming in this specific area, and there are other opportunities nearby. And so that is why we are recommending granting this petition, both of these in full and subsuming the Drake's Estero SMCA with the Estero delimiter SMR. Just to note, at some point in the future, we might want to think about nomenclature of the MPAs, but that's not something we're recommending we address today.
Yep. Ashley.
Yeah, thank you. Ashley Gibbs, the Executive Director of the EAC of West Marin. Thank you, Dr. Schumann, for your presentation. Thank you, Sarah, for meeting with us and for all the hard work that got us here. So yeah, I just want to speak briefly about our petition request. Essentially, we respectfully request your support for the department's recommendation to grant this petition, turning SMCA into a full marine reserve. I think it's really important to make sure that habitat protections are contiguous with the adjacent SMR. And it's an adaptive management change, as Dr. Schumann, as you mentioned. This was supported by the Blue Ribbon Panel's recommendation based on the change conditions. There's a lot of support for this petition, as you can see in the record: National Park Service, local supervisors, scientists, 22 plus NGOs, community-based organizations, local tribal representatives. Also, speaking of Golden Gate Collaborative and collaboratives in general, there was full consensus at the August meeting last year. There is also scientific support for the effectiveness of SMRs generally, as well as specific support for conservation at this location. I just wanted to draw attention to Dr. Sarah Allen's letter about how this change will reduce impacts on harbor seals. And I did recently speak with National Park Service staff who informed me that there has been a major decline in harbor seal populations at this location. They've documented 50% decline during molting season since at least 2021 at this location. So I just wanted to add that additional information, and the access by kayakers for clamming has negative effects on the harbor seal population who use the shoals and the places to rest to dry out. So, compounded by, and these sandbars are now being, this is unrelated, but are being used, there's a lot of coyote predation. That's one of the reasons they think there's this decline. So that just compounds the challenge of having these impacts from kayakers and clammers. Also, of course, has significant eelgrass habitat, which has really been rebounded significantly since the pier was removed in 2024. And the clamming, where they have to dig, several feet down at times, really causes a lot of disturbance to the benthic habitat and the substrate. One more thing is that there's fairly limited enforcement in this area, and with the complex boundary rule, that makes it even more difficult to enforce those regulations. And then also potential for a sea otter restoration at this location. That's not happening yet, but it would be great to have clams as that food source. So I basically respectfully request that you consider granting this petition. Thank you.
Yeah. Great.
I'm just here to reiterate what you said. I know you asked not to do that, but I came up for a reason. That historical approach and going back, the approach you guys are taking. I was one of the people going, oh my God, the sky's falling. It's a black box. I don't know what's going on. And I just want to applaud you guys for applying a very rational, understandable approach to what's going on going forward. And talking to Ashley behind the scenes and understanding what's going on. And I've actually gone and clammed there before, and I understand it a lot. So this is a great example of going back to the master plan for MPAs and the original document. All of us recognizing there are some significant biodiversity challenges, the importance of estuaries, all that. So I just think All Water strongly recommends that you heed their advice.
Okay, thanks, Matt. Anybody else? Anybody online? Okay. There's one
It's gonna take a moment.
I'm sorry, there's one person online.
Yep, Ben. Sorry, Ben Becker.
And then you can take a note.
Almost.
Can you hear me? This is Ben Becker from the National Park Service.
Yeah,
Hi,
go ahead.
Ben.
Hi, everybody. Just really briefly, I want to, I work for the National Park Service with all the national parks in California and quite closely with Point Reyes National Seashore. And just want to reiterate the National Park Service's support for these two petitions or for these two changes. And the department's description from their meeting last week and their descriptions of both the use patterns out there and also the environmental patterns, our Park Service data fully corroborates all that. So I would agree very much with the department's assessment of the use levels and the importance of a change there. So that's it for the Park Service, but just wanted to reiterate our support. Thank you.
Well, I still want to take a moment just to pause and like celebrate this moment. It doesn't happen very often. When we get like all sides agreeing to like restrict take and that sort of thing, and so just commending All Waters and West Marin, EAP of West Marin, EAC of West Marin, working together, finding this area, National Park Service, like this is how it's supposed to work, and it gets messy, but like sometimes we get these moments, so.
It happened in a place that has been one of the most controversial.
Right.
Ever, so.
We'll take the victories wherever we can get them, so thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, thanks. I was gonna say something similar. It's nice when that happens. It's rare, but it's great when it does. And this is these are real good adjustments to that critical biodiverse area and really special location. Okay, last couple of the last two boundary ones, I believe.
All right, last two boundaries.
And again, so for those folks who are online, we're still on 2A and we're on sub item 4 for boundaries discussion. And if you want to contribute to the conversation, just as Ben did, you want to raise your hand using the Zoom function, which is at the bottom of the window or also at the bottom of the participant list. And if you're on a mobile app, the raise hand is located on the bottom of the screen. And then when your name is called, you may have to unmute your microphone. So if you're interested in joining the conversation on these, please let us know.
All right, next slide, please. Okay, so we'll start with the first one. This is the Long Point State Marine Reserve. So when we went through that initial flow chart, initial filter of what is the problem we were trying to solve, so that was where we ran into initial problem with this one. Petition states that there's some enforcement challenges and some uncertainty with the current shape of the SMR. It's a box that comes off the island. I won't speak for enforcement, but we spoke with them and they did not share that they had any concerns with the existing shape or had heard of any concerns with that existing shape from users. We also, going back to the initial feasibility guidelines, like having those square areas that are easy to find. There are a few MPAs where we have that specified distance offshore. Those are generally kept from original MPAs that were there. We try to avoid those wherever we can because it's really hard to tell distance on water. So with that in mind, we are recommending denial of this petition. And I believe actually the consensus from enforcement is that it might actually be more difficult to enforce with the proposed change than existing.
Correct. Anyone want, let's see,
pause on that one.
yeah. Anyone in the room want to speak on that one? Anybody online? Okay.
Okay, and then the last one, so just to note, this petition was has been recently withdrawn by the petitioner. So this part of it.
Yes, it's part of it.
This part.
Right,
so this originally, well, they had the color change.
The color changed earlier, I'm sorry, thank you.
Which we've already. So this originally had a northern and a southern boundary change. Initially they withdrew the northern boundary change, and then they very recently withdrew the southern boundary change. But I think it is illustrative for us to talk about why we came up with this recommendation, just so folks can understand our thought process. Again, this one really goes back to the initial planning, well, one, what is the problem we're trying to solve? We have not heard of enforcement problems with this site, and then going back and looking at the planning process. This was a very deliberate boundary developed by the Blueburn Task Force and the Fish and Game Commission. And so there were 4 options on this one, and this actually deviated from the preferred alternative to move that boundary line to line up with the state parks boundary. So that was a deliberate discussion, decision by the commission. There are no really good natural landmarks in that area, and so that's why that whole line of latitude was selected, and it lined up with the state parks boundary, and so that's, with that in mind, is why we're recommending denial.
Anybody in the room like to speak to this?
That was the petition, was to line it up with the state.
The petition was to line it up.
Yes, so I was trying to do what you're saying.
Right.
Do they look at that? Go ahead.
Yeah, Katie O'Donnell, Wild Coast, thank you again, and thank you for staff and conversations we've had about this and with the communication of the withdrawal for this petition. But I do want to take the opportunity for this conversation about whole minute lines and understanding and appreciate there is the reason for one of that in the feasibility guidelines. And I also want to just share and knowing that, there are guidelines and there are exceptions, and this is what is made, but just want to make sure that I'm just stating in the feasibility guidelines, they state that boundaries should be clear and simple with design consideration given to the needs of the general public and to facilitate effective enforcement. And boundaries should consider multiple user types, including shore-based, motorized, and non-motorized boat users. So we just want to take this opportunity to encourage, to be open to petitioners in the community to come up with recommendations that work for everyone while being representative of both conservation and community goals as well. Recognizing, not applying for this one, but recognizing there's going to be conversations around these guidelines moving forward. And so just want to make sure I'm airing that for equitable considerations. Thank you.
We need to come on.
Yeah, sorry, Cal again, just because I yelled it over there to make sure that I got heard. Yeah, the petition was to move it to the jurisdictional boundary with state parks. State parks was just having an issue feeling like they could protect the tide pools when half of it was in the MPA and half was out. And I know this gets really tricky, especially as the collaborative tries to play the role of passing on information, is that we do get input from the enforcement trainings we host from allied agencies and from our educational groups. But it's hard for an agency to make an official public comment because of like the whole chain of command. So it gets a little tricky because sometimes we do get that input from, state parks law enforcement, but they're like, this one's a little tricky. And we try to gather that information, but it's not always going to be followed up with an official letter, from state parks. Anyways, this was just to align with the boundary and try to make things a little bit simpler for an important on the ground partner. I do also want to say that there was a little excitement, I think, around the justification, just when it references the whole minute line, and to Katie's point too, I think this is important moving forward that we follow CDFW's guidance on this, that it's also identifiable feature. There's other things that can be taken into account, and it's not just the whole minute line, because I think people read that and are like, oh, every boundary has to be on a whole minute line, but that doesn't make sense for a lot of the shore-based outreach and education. So just wanted to point that out, as long as we move forward, it's clear there's other elements to take into account besides the whole minute line. Thanks.
Just to add on to that, in our discussions, we also agreed with some of the concerns regarding the boundary alignment on lat long minute lines that we see in this petition. we think it presents a clear equity concern because it requires advanced GPS systems that are often inaccessible to the public and rarely used by shoreline anglers. And from an enforcement and compliance lens, it puts a clear advantage towards boating users with these GPS systems and leaves the general public in the dark. And then beyond that, the preference disregards community and stakeholder participation and involvement. So I just wanted to agree with what Kala and Katie were saying.
Yeah, I think that yeah, Eric. It's having a ironclad set of guidelines is not practical, sensible. There has to be some flexibility, but the more we can stick to them, the better for everybody. But hear those concerns for sure. Thank you. Okay, do you want to say anything to wrap it up, Craig, or I will kind of. But I mean, I think Susan, you took the notes, but I think it's pretty straightforward that in the first group, the non-regulatory, it's about bundling and trying to get as much of it done in one swoop as we can, over the if the commission agrees in December into early into next year. For that second group, the allowable uses, is about a general cleanup and trying to, but creating consistency as is direct. I think everybody supported that with definitely some comments, and there'll be some work with stakeholders to nail exactly how to best accomplish those principles. My recommendation is the general, the specific can be done between now and then. Supporting the recommendations on allowable uses, which is deny. On the take, also deny on the first three, and the classification boundaries grant on the next two as recommended, and deny on the final boundary ones as recommended.
And so for the allowable uses, specifically Crystal Cove and Dana Point SMC, I think there'll be follow-up conversation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank everybody for that process. And I think it proved out that this process that we recommended, while not perfect, was a good one, because we've got to address those and get those. We'll see if the commission agrees. Full commission agrees with my recommendations. So is this on the next topic, or?
Actually, just to follow up on what you just said, if that's all right.
Okay, sure. And then I'll be finished what I'm saying, which is that let's see where the commission goes on it, and this is kind of a test case too. I think we'll inform how we, as we get into talking about bin 2 next, lessons learned, and we'll learn some more as we get to the commission, see where they are on this process.
Ken Frankie, president of the Sport Fishing Association of California. We represent the commercial passenger carrying vessels in the South Coast. Just an overall comment. Congratulations. This was huge, what you all just accomplished. Everybody in the room should be complimented, because just watching how we all navigated through this, and Dr. Schumann's, with the leadership guiding everybody step by step through it. I was scratching my head at the beginning going, how in the world are they going to do this? But absolutely outstanding work. And we're very supportive of all the efforts of this committee, and in support of the recommendations from the department. So thank you.
Let me follow up on yours, which is say, thank you to everybody who's worked so hard on this, the stakeholders and the department, throughout the department and the commission staff. It has gone exceedingly well and smoothly. And the next bin is going to be more challenging. That's the whole idea of it. But there's a real goal to I know from the department and our commission staff to get through that in 2025, and I think that's doable. We probably should take maybe a 10-minute break, and then come back and go to 2B, I believe, right?
Just a quick question. Are we going to be working through lunch today, or are we taking a lunch break?
Well, what do you prefer? I can go either way.
We do have some staff that have been helping us early this morning, so if we do go through lunch, I just want to know in advance so we can figure logistics.
Let's get, shall we? Right. We don't have our lunch yet, right?
No, we don't have it yet.
Well, should we take an hour late break right now and just incorporate lunch into that, and then come back at 12:30 and finish up with the other items? I think that's actually probably that's what you're rather than get started just a little bit into 2 and then break in 20 minutes. What's your preference?
At your service.
So let's break and come back at 12:30.
Okay.
Unless you have a better suggestion. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, good. Okay, so we're going to break to 12:15. We'll come back on 2C or 2B rather. Thank you. Okay, welcome back to the continuation of the November meeting of the California Fish and Game Commission MRC Committee. We're picking up on item 2B, which is talking about the bin 2. We wrapped up in one earlier, but anyone might have just jumped back on and not been on this morning. And I'm going to turn over to Susan to kick us off with a couple of presentations and discussion before we get into it with everybody.
Thank you. Thanks again. Okay, everybody. So David has pulled up that's just a reminder of how we're, kind of walk through today's presentation and discussion for part B. So the department has a couple of slides to just introduce the topic. And then we can talk whenever at your discretion.
We'll do it then. We'll do it then, that's fine.
Okay, yeah. And then we'll have, OPC will have their slides and then we can have the discussion.
Sounds good.
For committee direction. All right, so Craig Schumann will begin with his presentation.
All right, well, welcome back. Hope everyone had a good lunch. If I could get the slides, please. They're coming. Okay. So this will be pretty quick. So we are working on sorting the bin 2 petitions into their individual actions and starting to score those against the bin 1 criteria. A couple of questions have come up in terms of the amendments to the petitions. We've already started to receive some additional amendments, and some of those may change the sorting of those bins. Also, when we did the bin 1 sorting, it was either bin 1 or bin 2, and as we look into bin 2, it'll be these 4 different categories. Those that are in bin 2 that are more like bin 1, bin 2.1, for lack of a better name.
How about 2A?
2A?
2A.
2.A?
No more 1s and 2s.
2.A, 2A. Those that require additional policy guidance, those that require additional data, and those that require additional resources. So as we go through those, we will try to separate those into those 4 different categories. And we'll be looking for guidance from the MRC and the commission, both on the amendment process and the timeline of bringing that to voting. There's also been a number of questions about the feasibility and science guidelines. So as we shared this morning, we talked about all of the criteria and rationale we use for our recommendations in bin 1. Is that something we want to continue, or do we want to see some changes to that? Next slide, please. And then just looking forward, what is the anticipated timeline? So as we look to the December meeting, I think we had anticipated potential action on bin 1 petitions, but it sounds like that might be pushed to February.
Well, I think that we can act on them generally, and then there's the ones that require regulatory change won't actually, we'll have to go through a process, right?
So your recommendation is to schedule it for action at the December meeting.
Yeah. I think that was always the plan, but and part of that action may be to for the commission to direct the action on things that need to be done through more an additional process. Melissa, does that work for you? Is that what you were thinking?
Yeah, as long as we can turn everything around in a couple weeks.
I know it's fast, but we told that we get back to the mission. I think it's really important to kind of to accomplish that so that we can get on with bin 2.
And I think the table's more or less done. So most of the materials would carry over from today to December.
Right.
I think those that have regulatory action, I think our recommendation will likely be that we put those in a parking lot for the time being, and then look at perhaps those bin 2As. When we get there, there'll be another tranche of regulatory amendments, and perhaps combine those at some point next year, but we can sort that out as we
Yeah,
go.
you can combine them, save doing it twice, that's great. If it seems feasible once you really dig into it.
Yeah, I think so. The petition amendment process, so we'll be looking for some guidance from the commission to stakeholders and tribes on what the process is to amend petitions, and really specifically the timing.
I'm going to give you that right now.
Yeah,
What I'm going to recommend to the full commission is that by the end of the second full week in January, that any written amendments based on new information or changes based on what they've been hearing here be submitted. I'm reluctant to say this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. And that is that, until the full commission votes on a final decision on anything, things can be changed and amended, and these things are inherently an iterative process. However, to all the petitioners, if you see a major change if you want to withdraw, if you want to modify it based on what you've been hearing, we're gonna ask for any formal modifications by a date certain, and my recommendation to the full commission is gonna be early in January. To keep this process moving. I think we've demonstrated that we can move quickly on this, and still get full input, allow modifications, and allow, the process to unearth good changes in what we're doing. And I think the department and the commission have really staffs have both shown a real diligent effort to move things along. I think we all want to do that. So that's gonna be my suggestion.
Great. And
So I
so-
could jump the gun, but there you go.
If you don't mind, I'll call attention to the staff report in the binder, in the meeting materials, that is the staff proposed process for formally doing it. So that's the guidance that we would like to give to, we'll reach out to petitioners that have petitions that are in bin two to share that information and request that they formalize it within their, the form that they submitted, so that we have that much with, to ensure we have clarity and we can communicate with the public what the current changes are. There are a lot of, behind the scenes back end changes that we need to do, like, there's a whole story map that might need to be updated. That's a workload. There's, and then information that, we want to make sure that we bring forward, so everybody's clear on what the current proposal is. So you're saying by mid-January.
With a date in mind also.
Susan, why don't you tell me what date works for
Would the
you?
10th be?
What?
The 10th be an option?
Whatever works for you.
So Friday, the 10th would be the first full week of January. That gives people time to come back after all the holiday season and maybe wrap up. I'm seeing some kind of expressions, so that are kind of ruminating on this.
And I could say if it comes in on the 10th, and I'm looking at the team now, we should be able to get the sorting turned around by March MRC, assuming a couple of assumptions there. One, depends on the nature of the amendments. If they're massive, that could slow things up a little bit. And then also we would be jumping the gun on the commission petition process a bit, because we would start working on those amendments before they're formally received by the commission and referred to the department.
We, we recognize that action is necessary, and so, the proposal is for the commission to receive and refer at the same meeting, so it's the, provided that it's.
But that would still be February, so we would need to start.
Well, we can share, if you're comfortable, we would be able to share that first.
Yeah, I think given that they're modifications of existing petitions, it's a little bit kind of in the gray area there. So yeah, we'll share them with you right away, and you can start, thinking about it and responding a little bit to the commission staff and what your thoughts are between, January 10th and the.
And we could come to February and tell you where we're at if we think we can have that discussion, what that discussion in March MRC will look like.
And we'll make sure that the motion for December includes, that we intend to receive these and immediately refer them to the department.
There you
And
go.
that way, direct staff, as soon as you receive amendments, please share them with the department so that you can start.
Yeah, and it might be helpful today if we hear from folks that have petitions, if they're planning on amending, just to, we've heard from a few.
Right, if it's a handful, that's one thing. If it's all 15,
With 16, with 6 parts each.
different story.
Okay, great. And then just the other piece for December, we will be presenting our annual NPA management update. So staff have been working diligently on that. So that's our annual report we give every December. And that will be a written document and a short presentation talking about everything else that we're doing in the network.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. We have Stacy on.
Great, sure.
We jumped ahead already.
Yeah, Stacy can come up. And so just a reminder, there are a handful of tools that are resources for, to support just this discussion, as well as potential guidance on the bin two sorting evaluations. We haven't yet recapped on the evaluation framework that the commission supported last, when was it? I thought I had it, I can't remember. That the commission supported And so there's information, if you haven't seen the staff summary or staff report, you might want to take a look at it for, you know, looking forward, not for today, but for just looking forward. It has some context. And then the tools for evaluation for design related to design and scientific analysis, and that includes design, feasibility, and science guidelines that are part of the master plan. So, okay, but on to.
Yes, thank you. I think we have some slides. So
Yes.
I'm gonna pull those up. Throughout this year, OPC has been working closely with CDFW and Fish and Game Commission staff to make critical investments.
Stacey, do you want to introduce yourself? to folks?
Sure. Hi, I'm Dr. Stacey Lewis from the Ocean Protection Council. I'm the NPA program manager. Okay, without further ado, I'll continue.
I'm sorry.
No, that's great. Sorry, I just assumed. So we've been working with OPC, has been working with CDFW and Fish and Game Commission staff to make critical investments to support an objective, transparent, and science-based petition evaluation process. And in September, we brought to our council 2 critical investments in tools for petition evaluation. Those 2 tools are C-Sketch mapping tool and updating the connectivity model. And today I'm going to highlight the utility and timeline of both of those tools. Next slide, please. C-Sketch is a next generation online tool used for NPA planning globally, with online projects going on around the world. And this tool is formally called Marine Map and was used to develop and evaluate the NPA proposals in the original design process. The image on the right is a visual representation of the NPAs around and near the Channel Islands. The red, blue, and purple colors designate the different types of NPAs, and the brown and orange colors are habitat layers in the ocean and along the shoreline. So you can use the sketching tool to draw NPAs, and this is a hypothetical NPA. It is not a real petition. And the right table highlights the calculations C-Sketch will generate after you use those sketching tools. The table shows the contribution of this hypothetical NPA to protecting hard and soft substrate, and it also provides sources for the habitat layers. So this project will develop a public platform where people and users can go on to C-Sketch to visualize habitats and other features within California state waters. You can change NPA size and spacing, and you can overlap these new or hypothetical NPAs that you draw with important locations and habitats. So this is a public tool for you all to visualize and play around with the NPA network, but it's also a place where petitioners and interest groups can ask questions and converse with state agencies on the details of individual proposed changes that are being considered by the commission. OPC, CDFW, and Fish and Game Commission staff are working with C-Sketch to refine the tool and ensure that the most updated data are incorporated into the tool. So as much updated data layers are on C-Sketch, that the representation of the proposed changes are in C-Sketch. So as we evolve this process, we will continue to evolve this tool. So we anticipate the release date to be winter, spring 2025. I'll take questions at the end of my presentation, so let's go on to the next and last slide. Okay, updating the connectivity model. So this is the second tool investment OPC made in September. And the reason why we did this connectivity model, this was first used, this was an investment that OPC made to inform and be used in the DMR process. A main goal of the NPA network is connectivity, as connectivity is an important factor in building community resilience and stability. The model assesses 2 types of network connectivity, ecological and environmental. The results of the first NPA connectivity model shows that NPAs are functioning as a network and reveal priority sites, both NPAs and non-NPAs, that are contributing the most to connectivity. So the image at the right here illustrates just one metric used to measure connectivity of fish larvae, patch importance, which considers the reproductive capacity of the fish population. So the blue cells are lower in importance, and yellow, orange, and red are increasing in patch importance, with red as the most important. This image represents patch importance for California sheephead
one of the 5 species focused in the first connectivity model. It shows that the top 10 sites are almost exclusively located along the South Coast mainland. So why do we need an update? Model updates are needed to ensure results are more representative of current and future ocean conditions. Right now, the ROMS model, which is the oceanographic model, one of the 3 legs of this model, is from 1999 to 2012. So we want to incorporate more realistic ocean conditions so that we can project into the future. We also have some white zones, and we're hoping to fill those gaps in the nearshore mapping. Overall, these updates would produce a more accurate assessment of network connectivity and ecological stability. And the first step in this update is modifying that oceanographic model and then to address those habitat gaps. And we're hoping that the first anticipated products can be released in the summer of 2025. Okay. We look forward to our collaboration with our sister agencies in tool developments. And if I may, I would just like to touch really briefly on OPC's work for achieving 30 by 30, as this is a topic that comes up a lot in the MPA petition conversation. While adaptive management is part of OPC's 4-pronged approach to advancing 30 by 30, conserving 30% of California's coastal waters relies on a portfolio approach. That includes strengthening protections within national marine sanctuaries, tribally led conservation, and understanding the extent to which existing spatially managed measures beyond MPAs and national marine sanctuaries are meeting our strong definition of the 30 by 30 conserved areas. We just closed a 120-day public comment period. Over 200 participants attended 3 of those workshops and 4 tribal roundtables. Over 1,000 people contributed to our comments, and OPC staff is actively working through those comments and will provide informational update in December. Thank you for your time and attention, and happy to answer any questions you might have or the audience might have about these tools.
Please, can I ask you to come to the table so that
Okay.
Mike?
I'm Harry LaCornick. I'm commercial fisherman for almost 40 years now, primarily sea urchin and abalone. I had Chris Voss's job about 1995 through beginning of 2000s. During that period of time, we did MLPA, MLMA. I also sat on the Channel Islands Marine Reserve Working Group and the advisory panel. So we went out quite a bit. I guess my first question would be any proposals for an economic model. Channel Islands, we did a lot of modeling. We were able to capture some of the areas up to 80% of the catch in that modeling. And it is an incredible tool, and we need to kind of use that again if we're going to start making boundary changes. It's going to be a very important model to be able to use to minimize impacts and be able to kind of trade around so we can see you're getting your most benefit with your ecological benefits and trying to minimize economic impact. So I guess the question is there any work being done on economics?
Great question. So both of these tools are focused on size and spacing for the sea sketch, and the second one is ecological modeling. I will say that OPC is actively engaging in the space to make investments on human dimensions research, including socioeconomic work. So while that is not part of these 2 tools, it is on our very near-term horizon to think about a broader portfolio of monitoring investments as we move forward.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Harry got one of my questions answered. The question I have, my name is Chris Voss and I'm president of the Commercial Fishermen of Santa Barbara.
And your microphone is right here. That's people on the other side. That's where they're hearing you.
Okay. My question is, can we incorporate the already existing regulatory framework that governs how fisheries are prosecuted between MPAs in a way that makes it clear that Dr. Schumann, Commissioner Sklar, and Director Bonham are actually doing a good job in implementing the MLMA? right? So that we can understand how durable and how extensive the regulatory environment that the fishermen that currently prosecute their fisheries in the spaces in between are operating under. Right, so that the gillnet ban is included, Prop 132, or rock conservation areas, which show up on the sea sketch map as closed areas. And then there are a series of temporal closures that we could include, so that when people are evaluating a given space that they want to preclude activity, fishing or recreational fishing or commercial fishing, there's already an understanding of how extensive that space is already being regulated. And so that's beneficial, right? So that we understand that we're not taking a draconian step of closing fishing area off without understanding how significant the socioeconomic impact is going to be and how aggressively that space is already being regulated.
Thank you for that. One of the dimensions that you can see, or one of the features, I should say, of Sea Sketch, when you go on the map itself and you go on an MPA, you can do a right click and it will tell you the regulations or the no take or the different dimensions of governance kind of overlaying on those particular MPAs. I think we can dive a little deeper into what details we should put on there to your point. We're still in the kind of drafting phase of it, but that's it's a great point and something that we can definitely think about as the profile of each of the MPAs that's on Sea Sketch.
Thank you. Is anybody come on?
You're talking
Just
about
come on.
Yeah.
Can we clarify something?
Okay, go ahead.
I think,
Come on, go ahead and
Sorry,
start. It's okay.
I just want to,
before you.
Just Cal, wait a second, one
Just
second.
want to clarify
Yeah,
something.
let Melissa go.
Yeah, Chris Voss, I think what he was also suggesting, and tell me, Chris, if I'm wrong, Susan, I think what you were saying is not just in the existing MPAs, but also, let's say there was a proposed boundary expansion. If I expand this boundary, say another 1,000 feet, what am I impacting? Is there in fact commercial fishing or recreational fishing taking place there? Or is that space already taken up with, say, a rockfish conservation area?
I think it's more than that. I think it's just trying to be able to say, here's the landscape from the perspective of commercial fisheries, or maybe with also the sport fishing industry, where there are, I remember when Steve Wertz put together a profile of the existing spatial management for fisheries management purposes, or for like the cable area closures or other types of military closure areas. Yeah.
Things that are happening that we can't fish there.
Right, that already preclude your access, so that you have that context when they say, if you just look at this MPA, that might be one thing. If you look at it in the context of the other management restrictions or spatial restrictions impacting fisheries.
And just to speak to how nuanced and varied this is, Elon Musk is shooting off rockets that then preclude us from being in that space during the time that rocket's launched. So on either side of Vandenberg Air Force Base, there is a temporal closure that needs to be kind of calculated into the cumulative effects of all these small scale aquaculture opportunity areas, wave energy initiatives, offshore wind initiatives, all taking fishing grounds and repurposing them for something else. And now this room is talking about taking additional space to repurpose it for some conservation reasons and ecological objectives. I'm just emphasizing that you need to do it with an understanding of what's going on. So place this process in the broader context of what's happening in the marine environment. Don't neglect to think that the offshore wind is projected to take up to 4,500 square miles of marine habitat that's currently being fished.
Thank you for that clarification. And thank you, Chris. I think we can think about what another layer would be on Sea Sketch, not just the MPA network, but looking at kind of all those governance pieces and different uses.
Please.
I was just gonna add, I'm not sure if it would answer all your questions, but we have a pilot project working with Protected Seas with their Navigator app to show management effectiveness actually on a map. So we're gonna have where all the MPA signs are, where there's site-based education, and where there's allied agency enforcement presence. So we're trying to show some of that graphically. So we'll see how that works, but hopefully that will be a tool that can visualize that management effectiveness.
Thank you. Thank you. Laura Deehan, I'm the State Director for Environment California. Just hearing you explain the new Sketch tool and the connectivity modeling, and just how in some cases the data that was in these earlier tools is fairly outdated. Obviously, we know that there's been dramatic changes in our ocean ecosystems, especially in the last decade or more. It just made me wonder if you can share a bit more about how good is the data that is in there now? How old is it? And also, where is the new data coming from? And how do we know if there's gaps, like if there's data gaps? And then also, when you described, Stacey, that this is more of a public-facing tool, like for groups like ours to use, or folks who don't have access to the other tools. And I was curious, and I'm not sure if you're the best person to answer, or if CDFW might be, staff might be better equipped to answer. Just how will this tool compare to the tools that are currently being used to evaluate petitions that are being proposed? And that same question about how new is, or how good is that data that's in those models? If you can add more on that, that'd be great.
Sure, I'll let CDFW talk about current tools that they're using for the evaluation. And I'll say that for Sketch, we are using and we're collaborating with CDFW on the data layers. And we are, those data layers are not just where MPAs exist and where the proposed changes are, but things like critical habitats like kelp. And as you all know, we've been investing a lot in having a better understanding of kelp. And so we're working to leverage the most up-to-date and current data we have and merge that with CDFW data layers. So that's where we think that's where we're gonna have the most up-to-date information. That's the Sketch piece. The connectivity model, this is the same group that produced this output at the DMR. They were confident in the data and the products that they produced, but they see this as an opportunity to update it so that these oceanographic features and anomalies are taken into consideration. And so that's why we think waiting for these products to come out will allow us to have the most recent information, right? Because you can imagine from 2012 to now, we've had marine heat waves and other events that may shift patch importance for fish, for example, or it may heighten certain patches that were medium of importance. And so relying on those outputs might not be the best approach for evaluating petitions now. And so that's why we're investing in these updates, right? So it's really making sure we're using the most accurate and updated information in putting that data in, because bad data in, bad results out. So that's what we're working on right now. And both research groups are actively working with CDFW and OCC.
I'm going to go out on a limb, speak for department and the commission staff. That is, these tools aren't largely going to be ready in time for us to use on the bulk of the work on, even on bid 2. But we're also not talking about major expansions of the network, right? That those would help. But we're talking about a lot of stuff that is actually not, that the tools wouldn't be necessary for anyway. But we'll see, maybe towards the end of the process, they will be available to us to add into the mix. But, Craig has talked about already, and can talk about the tools that they'll be using on the existing petitions. Is that a fair assessment?
Well, I think it's when we get into that bin 2 sorting, I think we're likely to identify some that are going to be on a longer, potentially much longer time frame,
right,
that would benefit from these tools. And I think at that point, we would benefit probably from a broader discussion to look at general adaptive management of the network. Because right now we're looking at petitions that have come in from third parties, let's say. We didn't do like a holistic approach of where are the gaps in the network. We didn't identify anything in the DMR that showed we have major gaps that need filling. Sure, it's not perfect. And so we could use some of these tools to try to do that on a longer time frame and then weigh those pros and cons.
Right. And to a large extent, I think the tools can be incredibly useful as we continue to monitor and do adaptive management over the next decade. It'll be incredibly useful.
And just as a quick follow-up, if I can, I was curious, the tools that you're currently using, are is this completely new, the Sea Sketch, or you already have access to a lot of these types of tools and resources, right? And then, but how is the data, like, how good is the data on that, or are we still looking at like kind of outdated data in some cases there?
For the habitat data statewide, it's the most up-to-date data. I want to say the high resolution scanning of all of our nearshore data, I believe, is up to date as of 2018, and that doesn't change much. When we get into the kelp space, all of that stuff, that's a different story. But we'll be using the exact same data that's going into Sea Sketch through ArcGIS. Basically, the difference is the brain power that the computer has to use to do the calculations. So Sea Sketch will spit out things on the fly for all of you to look at in a very transparent. This is a way for us to give you transparency to the data we're using. When we put it into ArcGIS, we're going to get much more fleshed out and higher resolution results from that. So there may be like decimal point differences in what Sea Sketch is spitting out. But again, that's not because the data we're using is different. That's because of the brain power on the back end of the data going in. So we can start our evaluations with the tools we have while Sea Sketch is getting developed. And then once that comes out, we'll interact with all of you on how we can use that tool together and how we can look at the changes coming out. So data is the same. It's the best available data. Safety mentioned a couple like small gaps in space that we need with the habitat data, but otherwise it's very up to date.
Great, thank you.
Anyone else in the room? Anyone online?
Okay, we have Kent's iPad, actually. So if Kent's iPad is there, feel free to join the conversation.
Thank you. Kent Katikian. I partner with EAC West Marin in creating the docent program in the Duxbury Marine Protected Area. I have suggestions or requests for point of clarification about the amendment process that's been already discussed. I hope this is the right time to make this comment or say this. Can there be, or is there a plan that that any petitioner would have the opportunity to respond to staff concerns about the limitations or perceived problems in a petition in sufficient time before the January 2025 deadline, so that the petitioner could either attempt to change the petition or discuss the perceived problem with a staff member before we got to that deadline. And the second is it possible to have for each petition a staff person who's assigned as the lead person for that petition, like a petitioner, just as you have a petitioner contact on some of the things you put on screen earlier, that you have a staff contact, and that staff person be the person who's responsible for both communications from staff to the petitioner and for receiving communications from the petitioner to the staff to ensure that that the information flows back and forth from basically has that funnel point, so that the information then goes is assured to get to everybody on either side of the equation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Both fair and good questions, and I'll let Dr. Schumann address. Or Director Bond. Come on up.
Yeah, so on the feedback piece, I think this is we've talked about this before, that to do this right, it's an iterative process. And MPA's planning is iterative. The petition process is not. I can just say, we're not going to be able to look at every action and provide feedback to every petitioner in time for them to respond with amendments by the Jan 10 deadline. That's not feasible. I think what petitioners could do, what I would recommend, is look at what we did with bin 1. We've been pretty clear and transparent with how we evaluated the bin 1 petitions. And unless we're asked otherwise by the commission, that's the same framework we're going to use for bin 2. So I think what questions we're asking, what challenges we may have, what concerns we may have. I think that would be my recommendation moving forward.
I also think it would be, I think that there is probably a point of contact for each of the petitions. It's Greg.
Actually,
And I sense already, those of you that are engaged in this know when to reach out, like have a conversation. So that door is open.
I don't think they know, but they will now.
Well, y'all see each other all the time in these spaces, and I think you're talking to each other, but the dynamic for the department is that we're also juggling a couple of things on our end, including across like state government, an important exercise to kind of control our costs, including, you know, managing our positions and some steps state government has to take given the economic climate. And the other thing we're juggling, I don't think is happening here, but is part of the department's experience in front of the commission in other ways. When a process is started, primarily kind of in the petition way, we've seen over the years as the process might get closer to a deadline, parties at the last minute resubmit and restart the process all over again. And what we've seen in other venues is that's just adding significant time to trying to get to final decision. So the art of this in my mind is, how do you empower iteration and welcome amendments on the theory that amendments might achieve more consensus? More consensus might allow easier decision-making, but not have iteration happen so long we never get to like together trying to make final decisions. And I, for one, think you could try to get through Ben 2 in the calendar year 2025. But you've got to kind of be thinking about how to manage for the calendar, embracing iteration and amendments with also some deadlines to kind of have certainty on what we're talking about. That's the struggle I think is playing out right now. But if any one of you petitioners has questions about possible amendments, there's got to be a way you can reach out.
We have the MPA.
Yep, we have the MPA management review email that's available on our website, and we do participate in many of the collaborative meetings and make our work cell phone numbers available. And our here, Kent and I had a conversation last week, so you know, we're here to answer your questions.
Please, Matt.
Matt Bond, excuse me, All Waters. I just wanted to kind of reiterate what Dr. Schumann said. I've spent an inordinate amount of time looking at the master plan for MPAs and the MLPA itself. And I had this just weird thought that it's such an articulate set of documents, but it missed this one spot about how we were going to deal with this process of these petitions and how it would work. And we're stuck with this rigid petition process. And that was a big worry for me. And then going into this process, seeing what the department team had done with laying out how they're looking at everything, I would ask the petitioners, and I'm asking from the standpoint of there's significant challenges to biodiversity in our oceans right now, and a lot of things we need to take care of, and a lot of political tumult, and who knows what's going to happen with financing. And so time is of the essence with some of these things. The more that the petitioners can do to look at those documents and understand that the department has said this is what we're using, and self-select and modify the best they can before January 10th, that allows efficiency in the process and allows us to move on to other impactful things that came out of that decadal management review. So I would just ask as a constituent in this room, people that care about the ocean, let's try to be as efficient as possible. And I think some people are limited in what they can say by their role. And I'll just say that it's been put out. Here's what we're looking at. Let's look at that stuff and modify the petitions based on those documents.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, and Ken raised some, interesting points about how the iterative process, but I think we're on a good path here. I think this bin one showed that there there's plenty of time for discussion and there's plenty of time for input. And again, the idea of this deadline is now having seen the bin one process, seeing the department thinking on a number of petitions, looking at your own petition, saying, okay, maybe there's something here that could make it more likely to, accomplish the goal necessary, maybe get there faster, and so on. Because I think anybody whose petition wants their petition to be in that earlier group of petitions that get dealt with earlier in the year than the ones that may, as Chuck and Craig have both said, could take quite a while. So that's what that's about. It doesn't mean that if in the process and when the department comes back with a recommendation, petitioners are perfectly allowed to and encouraged to say, hey, we have a problem with that for whatever reasons, and therefore what we heard what the department said, and we'd like to modify in this way or suggest a compromise. That's going to be part of the process all along. We're not trying to short circuit that. Anyone else in the room? Anybody online?
Well, are we good?
Yeah, please. Go ahead. Thank you.
Got a little lost at the moment where we are on the agenda. I know we got the OPC gal up here and we started wading into the process. So I can hold off on my thoughts on process.
No, that's what I would. Let me just say, so I have to make a recommendation to the full commission for December on this process, and so.
I went through an extremely short process with Channel Islands. It was only 2 years. And that was, just to get, I see the box. To me, the problem is we've gone into a petition process without any realistic public process and regional stakeholder groups to work.
Yeah.
I know much of this stuff that's moving forward right now is technical changes. Those I think a lot of us could live with, but as far as the mapping stuff, some serious heartache.
Okay, so let me suggest that those are the ones that are probably gonna end up in the latter group. They're gonna take longer and involve more public input. But this isn't MPA 2.0. It's not, we're not working. I know the process last time was a different one. And a much more community-based one. Because again, what we're doing is we're doing adaptive management here as opposed to creating the system. And I think I can probably speak for my fellow commissioners generally in saying that the overall goal is how do we make sure the system is working? How do we make it work better? And therefore what changes need to be done to make the existing system work better?
I couldn't agree more. At the end of that 2 years, our working groups were disbanded. I've had to sit back for the last 20 years, even though I haven't been wanting to be that involved, but no input at all, no formal input on how these things are working, what design changes we should maybe have made or would make now that we have lived with them, 10, almost 20 years in Channel Islands case. So, I mean, I know from what our process, that robust process smooths things out a lot more when we get to this end of it. So that's what I would ask for again. I know it's a little late at this point, but if you look at spatial management at the beginning of this, I asked staff for some material on some stuff at San Miguel. It's been in place since the 70s. I mean, we've been dealing with spatial management one way or another for, long before I started fishing. So if we look at these and treat them as we would our management plans, because they do have to integrate with our management plans, all of them. And when we did Channel Islands, somebody made the comment, is there any space that's not getting used? And when you get all the stakeholders in a room, there's very little area that's not getting used, but when you're all together working on making these changes, you get a much better design. And hopefully a suite of designs or changes that's already been hashed out, so we're not sure where you're gonna go with this, Craig, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Chris?
So, Harry does such a fantastic.
Again, we're focused on, what on the process and not so much on the OPC part is a much longer ongoing process, but what on bid 2 process do we need to hear from you on today?
So here's my recommendation in order to simplify how we move forward. We create a bin 3. for the 4 petitions that are either dramatically expanding existing MPAs or are creating all new MPAs. Okay, and then we treat that bin 3 in some collaborative way with the OPC's process, right? And then, you know, Harry brings up, and that's being sensitive to the department's work challenges and financial obligation, right? So, you know, just acknowledging the monetary constraints that we're working under. Let's not embrace 2 separate approaches to closing area for different rationales. How do we integrate 3030 with the existing MPA network in this mishmash of a petition process that's designed to not consider 3030, but yet you just presented on how what we're going to use as a tool to inform the petition process is coming from 3030, right? So let's get smart about this, pull this apart, and put a bin 3 on the shelf while we figure out what we're doing here in a more comprehensive way, while the fishing communities are dealing with this array of additional attacks on our grounds, repurposing the space that we work in. I think that's a reasonable thing to do.
I take exception with attack on your grounds, it can quite, that's not what this is.
Not this. I'm suggesting that all of the other things that are happening are essentially that.
I understand that. Well, I'll give some feedback on what Kyle has to say. Come on, just grab a chair and stay, please. Yeah.
So sorry that you keep having to hear from me. Just a clarification question, because we're going off of bin 1, where it really was kind of grant or deny. There's been a lot of conversation, hearing from petitioners about compromises and middle ground. Is there going to be an opportunity with Fish and Wildlife suggest potential compromises that could be suggested, or if they're not brought up by the petitioner, they're not going to be considered at all? Does that make sense? Or is that convoluted?
I mean, isn't that the alternative pathway?
They're gonna get back to that, but they'll get back to you.
Okay.
Anybody else in the room?
So if we'd start with the giant kelp restoration project. In that bin 1, there was like 4 different things. There was like allowable take and different things. But one of the things that I have on this tag on a lot of my sub petitions is that it's not in the commission's jurisdiction. Right. And so that's kind of a question for me is there another process for those things that are just getting thrown out because it's not in your jurisdiction? Or is it that you go find the agencies or you go work it up the food chain? Because from my point of view, it's like, you're the government, right? I don't have another line to send something different to. So I kind of have that expectation that you're going to, whatever you do, you're going to try to solve those things and not just disregard them because they're not in your jurisdiction. Is that a fair question?
Well, because, you know, again, as I said earlier, through the petition process, we look at what is the problem, what is the evidence to support the problem, and is the proposed solution the best solution to the problem? These petitions that we're talking about today are MPA regulations as part of the Decadal Management Review Adaptive Management process. So we're reviewing the petitions in that lens. If they're outside of that scope, so let's take the Big River Estuary one that we talked about earlier today, the Dungeness crab. We talked about how if the petitioner still has interest in that, let's talk to our invertebrate team about the Dungeness crab population in that estuary. Do we need to get some abundance estimates and figure out, do we need to make additional fisheries management changes in that area, which would be outside the scope of the MPA petition evaluation process?
So if it had to be something that has to be a change in the law, you have to go to legislature or something. Is that something that
if it's
it could be done, or is it something
if
that
it's a legislative change, then that's something that you would need to do through the legislature.
Okay, so then I have to get into a different line to do that.
Well, so I could just speak to the commission's process, right? The petitions are part of the commission's normal petitioning process. And when the commission receives a petition that it doesn't have, like, let's say someone contacted the commission, filled out a petition and said, we would like you to establish some very basic TMDLs for this river because the State Water Board hasn't done it.
What's the TMDL?
Sorry. They're water quality standards. Okay, want you to establish a water quality standard here. And the commission doesn't have authority to do that. Right, and as you well know, because you've been part of the commission's process for a long time, the commission has a lot of responsibilities that we struggle to keep up with all of the tasks that we're supposed to be pursuing. And so the thought that we would then go and somehow do the work of getting another agency to do something that someone wants, our commission's normal response is, you really should be talking to the agency that has that authority and has that jurisdiction.
Anyone else? Please.
Hi, my name is Donna Kalas, and I'm from Dana Orr Sport Fishing and Well Watching in Dana Point. I just had a follow-up question. It's Sea Sketch. Okay, so is the department using Sea Sketch to evaluate the petitions in bin 2? Is that what you were trying to say?
The Sea Sketch tool is a tool for the public to use.
For the public to
Yes,
use, okay.
yes.
And the
As
public
Sarah
is
was saying,
supposed to use it to evaluate.
to play around with the
play
tools,
around.
to see the proposed changes. It's a visual tool for those of us who don't have
To see the
ArcGIS
proposed, like,
expertise.
petition.
Right, so we will have all the proposed changes that have to do with size and spacing and tape, for example, available for you to click on and click off. It's a visual tool for the public to use. CDFW doesn't need that tool.
Right, they have
They
their
have more
own-
robust
they have their
ArcGIS, like Sarah was saying, more higher granularity in some of the data, right? So this is a public facing tool
Okay.
that people can use. You don't need ArcGIS training to use, which is great.
Is it out now or it'll be?
It'll be out in winter or spring. We're working really hard to get it out as quickly as
Okay,
we
but it
can.
didn't have anything to do with petition 2, because we're talking about 2, so I just want to make sure.
It will, bin 2 petitions will be part, the proposed changes from bin 2
Right.
will be a data layer in Sea Sketch. So you can play around with it. You can click a button and turn one of them on and one of them off. And then you can, draw, do your sketching tool and see what habitats would be covered in certain protections.
Okay.
Yeah, so, and it's also, just to clarify too, it's also an opportunity and a forum for people to talk with state agencies about these different petitions. So will be an individual little side chat box where you can ask questions.
To the department.
To
or
the department.
OPC.
Well, we're in lockstep when it comes to this tool.
Yeah, and I do just want to clarify, Sea Sketch is just is a tool that utilizes the kind of more robust tools that we're using through ArcGIS. I don't want to get too technical. So it's not different. It's a way to give the public access to the data that we'll be using without having to have an immense amount of technical expertise. So while we're doing our set of questions through our analysis on bin 2 petitions with our GIS tools, you may have other questions that you think of that you can go on Sea Sketch and say, hey, I'm curious about wondering about habitats in this specific set of MPAs. Have you thought about this yet, CDFW? And it's a place for us to kind of interact in that space as well. So we're not doing anything different or using any sort of different data on the back end. It's just a place that's public facing where we can interact and you have access to the data that we have access to.
So the public can evaluate.
I'm gonna check that.
Yeah.
Yeah, every time I talk, Wayne starts to record this. Hey, so, everyone has heard us say you could use Story Map, right?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Have you used Story Map?
Yes. Yeah.
You're kind of like having that to fiddle around with?
I mean, it shows, shows the proposed.
Like
closure
helpful, you
areas,
can
yeah.
see same thing.
That's why.
Except you have a drawing tool.
Yeah.
And
It's gonna be like a more,
Yeah.
a cooler version of that at some future days.
More
It's for y'all to help see stuff.
Yeah, think about like Google Maps offshore and
It's
you
not
can turn things on
nefarious,
and off.
But it's not ready yet, it's not done yet.
I wish, but we're getting there. Yes.
Thank you.
Winter, spring.
Here, there's nobody online. Is there anybody else in the room who'd like to talk? Okay, so I guess what Susan, what would be helpful to me is what do you need from me in terms of recommendation to the commission on this. One thing that comes to mind right up.
Can you
Come-
come
come- yeah,
forward?
Can you
yeah,
come forward?
You're on.
Yeah, stop, come up, sit down and then start again. So they're like, they gotta be able to pick you up, okay?
I guess I'm confused because
Oh.
we
Not
responded to
OPC. No,
OPC, we're,
I actually realized that was a
Okay.
big mistake having OPC in the middle of this, because that's not what we're doing now. It's useful information, really helpful. It's always good having Stacy here, but that's not what we're talking about.
okay.
What
So
we're here
I
to talk
can
about
comment
is-
on.
Let me tell you what you're talking about, so it's all clear for everybody. We're here to, so that I can give recommendations to the full commission on what they should, what I recommend they approve as a process for dealing with bin two. That's what we're looking for input on.
Okay, great. I have things to say.
Then say it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
I
you for letting me
appreciate
explain.
getting lost in all the weeds.
Yep.
Anupa Asokan, for those of you that don't know me, I am the director of Fish On, which is an organization representing anglers and spearfishers across the country. And I remain concerned about the word controversy being thrown out as a way to, like a metric for evaluation. I feel like that incentivizes misinformation to create this idea that things are more controversial than they are. And we've heard from a lot of people early on in this process that were left out, and I think that continues to marginalize people. And I worry that we don't get the good scope of public input by creating safe spaces for people to be able to share. So we had talked about early on in this process, taking adaptive management in a way that, we show public support. I think that's a better way to frame it, because then it empowers people to kind of come with their opinions rather than coming into a place of conflict.
So,
if that
yeah,
makes sense.
I totally get that, and it may be a terrible word choice. But I think what we're really talking about is which items, which parts of petitions are going to require a much greater degree of public conversation to get the conclusion. That's really what it means. And you're right, it's a bad choice of words. So I don't want to cut you off because I want you to continue, but I will recommend that we remove that word and simply say, let's look at, we'll come up with something, a better way to describe it, which really is which items are going to take a much longer period of time with much more kind of iterative public input to get to a solution, and which ones aren't. That's all it was getting at. So we could sort them, so we could pick the low hanging fruit. But I can see why that word is
There are a
problematic.
lot of people that want to engage, but I think that it feels like a barrier.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I get it. It was really helpful for you to say that, because I don't think any of us saw that. We were just, it's from our, you can see from our perspective, how much time is this gonna take? How much time do we have to devote to public effort and conversation? How much do we have to engage stakeholders? And sometimes it's our job to get stakeholders who, for one reason or another, don't feel comfortable coming forward. It's our job to go out and seek them out and try to get their input. And you're right, if using that word and that description of a criteria actually cuts that off, that's against the interest that we have in the first place.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I appreciate there's a lot of opinions and voices, and it's a lot to wade through. And I think the other thing that would be helpful for transparency, and maybe you can't even give this definition, but I think like the scope of adaptive management seems to be the crux of a lot of the discussion here. And it would be helpful to have because at the end of the day, I think the expansions or additions are like less than 2%. It's not very much, but then people have come into this process with the expectation that adaptive management might be referring back to Blue Ribbon Task Force things and the opportunities that were already laid out. But we also started this DMR process by saying climate change has happened. What have we missed? So like that scope is very wide. And so having an understanding of, I don't know, like appetite or like how to approach it from, I don't even know how to.
Yeah, no, it's
articulate
challenging.
what I'm trying to say.
Believe me,
but-
what you're having a challenge articulating is a challenge that we are all having. Partly with the 30-30 process too, overlapping this to the degree that it does. But that's not what, at least for now, that's not what this process, that's not what this process is about. This is about the responding to the decadal management review. And that defined the scope, but we wanted to have a way for the public and stakeholders to say, this is where we think, changes need to be made, and now hence the petition process. It isn't perfect and ideal, but it is definitely a much narrower scope than that overall question of resilience to climate change based on 30-30.
So, I mean, at the end of the day, we're bringing all this information and all this input, and the commission is gonna have to make like a values-based decision on where we go. So I guess I would encourage, right, like, we've had all these changes in the last 10 years that weren't accounted for when we designed these MPAs. So how can we ensure that as climate changes, we still have fish to catch in the places that we love to go? And like, who was left out? We heard so much from those people. They're not here now. Right, there are a lot of voices that we haven't had in this room, and there are very few people of color here who I see on the shoreline all the time and who are going to be impacted. So let's make decisions too that can benefit everyone.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Yep.
Hello again, Laura Dehan, Environment California, and the thing that I wanted to comment on was, as the bin 2 evaluation happens, you know, the second level binning of the actions or organization of the actions and the scientific evaluation of that, I was wondering, is there a way for there to be greater transparency around the criteria and the process, you know, more ideally a more public process around how those are being evaluated? And then I guess the other thing was just making sure that I know that resource capacity has been an issue that has come up, which I totally understand, especially given the budget situation, but then we also do have these other agencies that have resources like Ocean Protection Council, and wanted to ask if there's an opportunity for there to be more input or support beyond just the tools, but actually having those scientists support that you know, a transparent evaluation process for bin 2.
You know, I have a problem with the constant use of transparent on this. The department has to take everything they get in and go away and figure it out, a bunch of items, and make the recommendation. And then we have a public process here, and then we have another public process at the commission. That's the way the process works. I don't think that the only way, I think the transparency that people are asking for is like all the stakeholders like to be at every meeting of the staff of the commission, I mean, the department. So they're part of that discussion, but that's not the way it works. And if we did that, we would never get anything done. So I understand.
That's not actually what I was asking. I hear you, Commissioner Sklar. I wouldn't expect to be in every meeting or every analysis review, but I do think that one of the things we were worried about when looking at the recommendations from the bin 1 petitions is that beyond the one sentence explanation of why it wasn't being accepted, or, you know, what are the next steps, there wasn't a clear kind of table. Okay, so based on criteria that we were all asked to meet when we submitted the petitions, here is why it, you know, it was or was not accepted. And then in addition, I do think that there are you know, there's a lot of important science that could be considered, and it would be great to have the agencies at least, you know, working in a transparent way together on that.
Super high, a big challenge getting multiple agencies to work on it, and I think you'll find that the bin 2 by nature are much more, they're more complex. They need more input, and I think the rationales will be more bulky, if you will, and more substantial than the bin 1 ones. That was the whole point, is the bin ones were relatively easy to sort it and give the rationale in just a sentence or two. So I'd love to hear Craig's thought on it, but I would think that should be inherently part of these more complex petition or sections of petitions.
Yeah, so I appreciate the desire for more transparency. I'm also get a bit frustrated by it. So it'd be good to know, what does that mean to you? What does that mean to everyone in the room? What does transparency mean? It's a trade-off. So, you know, we were under a very, very tight timeline to get those bin 1 actions turned around for this meeting at the request of the commission. So we weren't able to do the multi-page detailed explanation that went into every detail of every thought process we had to explain that. So, you know, that's going to be a trade-off for the commission ultimately. Do you want thoroughness, depth of review, or timeliness? Because with the resources we have, we can't do both. And then at the same time, we're also being asked to not only focus on the petition evaluation process, but on the other 27.5 recommendations in the overall adaptive management of the network. So there's gonna have to be some trade-offs as we move forward with this as to what this looks like. The other thing that comes to mind is when we envisioned the petition process, we were really looking at what did the DMR recommend and kind of tweaks to the network, slight tweaks. What did we learn from planning to implementation to where we are now? Slight boundary changes, what's happened on the ground. Those could be those could be reviewed and evaluated pretty quickly. What we got were some pretty robust petitions, whole new MPAs, which we didn't account for in the planning process. And when we were planning new MPAs, has been brought up, right? It's a multi-year, very extensive process that requires that transparency where you sit down, you roll up your sleeves, you lock yourselves in a room, you get big bins of wine like they did, and you hash it out, right? Those are what
Beer too.
Beer too. And Ken and his wine, right? That there were many a late nights through the regional stakeholder group processes that hashed that stuff out. So when the groups came together before the Blue Ribbon Task Force first, and then the commission second, all of those discussions had taken place transparently. So I think that's the trick that we're gonna have to navigate is how do we do that with some of these media petitions?
You're right, especially the MEDS. But on the bulk of them, we've got a process in place that I think we showed on bin one worked. There's plenty of there's lots of opportunity for public input and conversation on it, but we're not doing the original MPA process. That it was right for the creation of the network. That's just not what we're doing. That was decided by the full commission that this process that would get this done ideally by the end of 2025. And if commission wants, if you want to bring that to the commission and ask them to revise it, that's certainly allowable. That's not gonna be my recommendation. I think we're on a good path here. To Chris's point, I don't know if we need a bin 3 per se. I mean, I don't. Maybe like the number 3 or something. There's going to be just like we divided all of the sub questions into groupings. There'll be a grouping of items that are going to take longer, and particularly the ones that are about the creation or change in major changes. So those will be separate. They'll be on a slightly different track. I think we're going to keep the framework we have, but effectively we're doing I think the plan is to do what you've described, which is to spend the time. Now it is not going to be an integrated part of the OPC 3030 process. I think it's more for that to take into account where the MPA network is when we're done, hopefully at the end of 2025, because they're not even they're a ways off. They have, first of all, they have till 30. We don't have till 30. We really want to try to get this done in the next year. So it's also not major changes in areas. There's a few at the petitions on that. Most of it is not on increasing areas. We should take into account all the data that's necessary if we're going to do any increases. But I just wanted to clarify that those really are two separate processes, and it was partly because OPC was assigned to 3030. We're not doing that. We're responding to the decadal management review. So I think, Chris, what I'm saying is effectively we're going to do the first half of what you're asking, which is give the due attention to areas where we might expand, but I don't think it's going to be as integrated. It's more like the OPC process of 3030 gets layered on top of ours when we're done.
I just had a wee follow-up question. I was wondering if there is openness to having the Ocean Protection Council scientists and their resources. I just think of them as another whole bunch of experts that could be helpful in the scientific review process or in the policy review policy. I know that they're the policy lead for the MPA network, so it seems appropriate. And my understanding is they do have more capacity. And so I was wondering if there was openness to having them play a formal role in evaluating the petitions for bin 2 that might be needed since they're complex.
Like, do you want to? I mean, I think the answer is that there's constant communication with OPC.
Yeah. What capacity? They've got a very slim staff, so unless we impanel a science advisory team, what expertise are you? They've got. Stacey, how many people are on your team for MPAs?
One.
I talk to her every day.
Right. They're in.
So I think we are doing that.
Let's, I'm gonna,
Like what could be help, or
I'm
what
gonna-
OPC could help,
I'm-
but,
I'm-
right.
I'm gonna,
Yeah.
hey, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We've got one person online, John Hoadley. Yes.
Wayne,
Oh,
Wayne,
after
Wayne, come up
Wayne.
and then we'll do John. Anybody else after Wayne?
Come on, start filming.
Yeah, I was gonna come on.
Anybody else in the room besides Wayne? We go to the.
So Wayne Cotto, CCA California, the two things that came up between the two of you, and as we go through this bin two selection process, is the missing data and the missing science. And I think we're gonna find is that we're finding that there's things that we didn't know. And we need to start those processes of evaluation and the science projects to fill in the gaps. And I think as you go through the bin two, you're gonna find data gaps that we all need to know that you're finding, so we can try to help find the answers. We have a lot of resources out in the public, in the science sector, that could help do the research to find those answers that you're gonna need to make the better decisions. And I think for our side, we are all about the science and the data to tell the story of where we need to go. And I think we want to participate in that. So the opportunity is there. We're willing to participate.
Always appreciate that. And as you know, often, or not always, we have to make decisions in the absence of all the data we'd like.
And
we
want to stop that.
Well, no, because you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I
It's
know.
impossible. We certainly appreciate, and always do. I know we do at the commission, and I know the department does, any assistance with data gathering.
Yeah, and we'll talk more about it tomorrow. I don't know, the other RCK.
And one of the criteria for bin two will be 2-data.
Yeah.
Right.
So those will be called out in that action table. And
Exactly.
ideally, we'll be following up on, well, what data do we need? What data do we need to analyze? What data do we need to collect to help us evaluate this action?
And that'll help inform which ones are gonna be on the longer track versus the shorter track. Ashley.
Yeah, thank you. Ashley Gibbs with the EAC of West Marin. Well, thank you so much for the clarifications today on the process, including the amendment process. That's super helpful. I also agree that it must be, I guess I get the benefit of going a little bit later in the talks. I'm kind of recapping some things, but I agree that it must be iterative because having an arbitrary deadline, we will try our best to comply with that and, make changes if needed. I also agree with a number of the things that have been said before, including what Anupa said about controversy, and thank you, Commissioner Sklar, for addressing that. Because I don't think that's the best metric. I just wanted to bring up, I know that speaking of controversy, how 30 by 30 is included in this process, I think has become a bit controversial. So I don't even really want to get into that. A number of other people have already addressed that, but I do think climate change resilience shouldn't be kind of attached to that, because to me, that really does seem like a piece of adaptive management, which I believe was, discussed in the DMR report. So I think that should be considered. And I also, the one other thing I wanted to address procedurally is at the October Fish and Game Commission meeting, there was a bit of discussion around, should we just kind of eliminate this, what we're doing today, this MRC process, and go straight to the commission? I just would like to say that I think it is very valuable that we can have these sort of more informal conversations from stakeholders and and also have the sort of marine focused meeting. So I would like to make sure that is included in the process in some way. And then, yeah, I agree. And of course, inclusion of science. And I think also taking a precautionary approach, given that we know about the environment. So that's all I have to say. And I'm looking forward to moving towards bin two. Thank you.
I'm Zoe with Heal the Bay. I just wanted to come up and say that since we're giving such due diligence to the petitions that seek to expand the NPA network, we want to advocate for giving the same level of focus and intention to those petitions that weaken it, like petitions 14, 15, and 16. We believe these petitions are they are seeking to open, take, and change SMRs into SMCAs, which endangers the effectiveness of the NPA network, and in our view are just as monumental as the petitions to expand them.
Cool things. This is Chris Foss, commercial fisherman, Santa Barbara. Couple things. There's not a certainty as to how 30-30 is going to be implemented.
I think we can all agree upon that.
Pardon?
I said we can all agree upon that.
Yeah. So knowing how in the past there's been mission creep, we all know that the implementation of the MLPA turned into a hugely complicated process that divided the state all, right? So the community's concerned, and I'll say community, because that's also a policy that's a fishing game commission, just fishing community policy that needs to be considered in context of a discussion around what implications.
Yeah, I want to show you my other knife. Hold on.
Get my hat.
Hold on.
You, Jeff, has.
Right.
So, you know, so since you've just implemented that policy, it's important that it be a part of these discussions.
100%.
Got it. And it's important also to recognize that we don't know what the OPC and the state is going to do with respect to the 33. I'm bringing it up.
100%. Anybody else in the room? Everybody speaker online, I believe?
We do. John Hoadley, are you online still? You might need to unmute yourself.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Hey, how's it going? Thank you guys all for being in there today. Really appreciate hearing this Discord going on. It makes me feel a lot better about the process. But I just wanted to comment, you know, quickly about, I heard they're speaking about Sea Watch, some program that we're working on. And I didn't catch the woman's name who mentioned it, but they were saying that they have up-to-date data up to 2018. And those kind of things really raise a red flag for me and probably other people in the room, because 2018 has nothing to do with where we're at right now with data collection. And, you know, that's kind of all I really wanted to touch on is, you know, how is that considered up-to-date data? And what are we going to do moving forward to, you know, get up-to-date data, like as of, you know, yesterday or stuff like that, you know? Personally, over the last few weeks, I've seen massive kelp regrowth in certain areas that just, you know, 6-8 months ago, there was, you know, not too much kelp there. And now it's, you know, explosive kelp growth, which is a common thing that happens out at the islands and really all over the place. So I'm just concerned about, you know, these data metrics, and, you know, other people have touched on it. How are we collecting this data, and how are we going to make sure that it is truly up to date and not something from 7 years ago saying that that's, you know, that's current? That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm happy to clarify.
So,
What? Nothing, I was just gonna say, I'm happy to clarify what that data is if Commissioner Taylor needs it. No? Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, so I turn to Susan. What do you need from me exactly? I think I can say overall, I think I can say overall before I let you answer that, that I think the bin one process really informed us well. And I think it shouldn't, I'll be really curious to see how the full commission reacts to the recommendations we have. But I think the process that Craig's laid out that mirrors that, I think, again, breaking it down into types of, you know, the same kind of way we broke it down was really, really useful to group the groupings that you did. You know, it'll be different for bin two. It's a greater number of petitions, greater applications, but breaking it down to that, and then also to some extent by the degree of difficulty, or therefore the time it's going to take is another way to add to that breakdown. But otherwise, you know, Craig and Susan, tell me what you need from me in terms of guidance on this.
Well, I've heard so far that, you know, it worked really well to be able to focus conversation, and it doesn't have to be every category at the same meeting. It might be very helpful
really good point. Yep.
To keep it more narrow so that we can have the discussions about the more small, you know, the different types of proposals that are addressed. And another thing that Craig did at the beginning of bin one was he laid out, here's the categories we thought about. Maybe there could be a new opportunity to just capture those. What's the problem? Is this the best, you know, what's the problem? What have we found evidence? Is this the best solution? Just in a very simple way. That was really helpful, I think, for everybody to hear, and maybe that's sufficient, but maybe there's a way to do it without overly burdening the department in the documentation process,
But-
which
but
is a very big
But
consideration.
expanding a little bit as was
Yeah, a little
request,
bit.
because these ones are a little more complicated.
And maybe there's the bin 2A that might not need the same level, but
Well,
or
just,
whatever it
just
is.
remember that the first step is just the sorting,
Yep.
Yeah,
right? So we
Right,
gotta
right.
go back to what we did
Yep.
with the first 20 that we
Mhm.
put into 15 and 10, and so that'll be, those actions will get sorted into 2A, which is 2.1, and then the other pieces. We gotta agree that that's what we're gonna work on, and then how we start tackling those.
Yep. And it's okay, so and it's my recommendation that, that we ask for the commission's approval to do that process. And then set you loose on it starting mid-December.
Mhm.
And then, and
Early January when we get the
the
petition.
petition back, well, yeah, the commission will meet in December, set you loose on the process. You'll wait till get the early in January to get the modifications back in case there are any major ones that would change your work. And then can we expect in February at our meeting in February that we'd be able to have the first kind of
We
look
can
at the
give you an
sorting?
update in February, but March would be what best case
At
scenario.
MRC.
Yeah, best case scenario in March, MOC with the first action sort.
Right. I think part of that will come, I raised an issue, which is that I don't want to do this twice at the MRC and at the commission. And so that may be part of our discussion actually in December, whether we wait till, then it may be April, then it may be April commission meeting, depending on what the full commission decides there. I don't expect that they're going to want to.
We could have an MRC where we don't talk about MPAs. That's crazy.
Well, you joke, but what my point was is if we're gonna have to do a whole day on MPAs every time we do an MRC meeting, let's just do an add day to the commission meetings and forget the MRC on MPAs. If we're not, because the commission is, there's a little less consensus in the commission, let's put it that way, than there have been in past years, which is fine. 3-2 votes, there's nothing wrong with a 3-2 vote. If that happens, it happens, but we're seeing that more, and I just don't want us to do the same thing twice. I think that's not fair to the department. It's not fair to the stakeholders. That I expressed it fully. I don't know if my fellow commissioners feel how they'll feel about it after they let it sit for, a month or two, but we'll see in December. Yeah, sure.
And maybe they'll get to watch some of this so that they get a flavor for the value of the dialogue as it's happening here, which is so different from a commission.
That would be great. Encourage them to watch it.
That was my point. I think these are complex issues that I've seen you guys struggling, oh, holy mackerel, how do we consolidate this and get it back and then redo it? But we can't lose this conversation.
No,
And
absolutely
so
not.
is there possible, that's kind of is it possible to have a full committee meeting? Or sorry, full commission meeting and like an extra MPA day and it not follow the format that we do at MRC? Oh, we can't. So you
100%.
could
We
still
can
have.
certainly do that, yeah. We have, there's, both the committee and the commission have certain rules under Bag the King we've got to follow.
Yeah.
All that stuff, but no, we can entirely do a much more informal one. The informal one actually meets the meaning of Bag the King even more because we don't have time limits and stuff, so yeah, we can totally.
I would vote for that because I think it would be a more efficient process. And to that 3-2 thing, I think some of that 3-2 is coming from translation difficulties and not full stories and whatever else happens. And so I think everyone in the same room having more robust conversations, even though it seems like an extra day, I think will get us to the point faster because you have better consensus building among the group.
Make sure you come and say that at the commission meeting
I
in
will.
December, because I think that's where we're gonna
I
have
will
that
for sure.
discussion.
Yeah.
But yeah, and, I think it's, some of it is, yeah, it is much different if you're sitting in the room hearing all of the conversations live and be able to ask questions and have a document. And that's why these committees are so important.
We
right? I
came
think-
at this backwards. How the MLPA worked was you had the smartest scientists there were at the time in the space come up with proposals. And then put those proposals in front of folks, and then it went through public consensus and we asked these questions. This time, we started with really good-natured, big-hearted people that wanted to protect the ocean, that maybe had some scientific background, put these things up, didn't read the whole code, and now we're trying to decide if we should use science. And I just think a lot of this transparency thing that you brought up is because people don't understand really what's going on. And if you could all be in the same room and have the conversations.
Interesting. Yeah, so the question to me is just whether we do it twice or whether we do it once, but either way, we're gonna need MPA days, but with broad discussions like this.
Thank you.
few more people, because I think I think we're past input. and
I
I
know,
already made my
this is a
recommendation,
really,
but
this is a really quick question, and, I think that the outreach, like people were saying that the outreach is not getting better, and I would actually say the outreach is getting better. I would say that all of us, most of us, some of us are part of fishing groups, and we inform people, and we get the email and we send it out. But what I'm saying is when we moved all the meetings up to here, to Sacramento, it might be better, and I've already told some of you guys offline, if you did these meetings live on YouTube, just like a city council does, so that we can watch them back. Like, if somebody's at home right now watching this, yes, you can watch it live, but you can't go take your kid to school and come back and back up. You have to wait 2 weeks for it to be up, and I think that you guys could totally do better, and you would solve a lot of problems.
I hear you.
So-
There's a challenge in the, yeah, but thank you.
Hey there, Michael Quill, Marine Programs Director at Los Angeles Waterkeeper. I just don't want to step on toes. Have we moved on to section C with general comments?
Not yet,
No.
not yet. I'm gonna,
I'll
I'll
put
give you a
the
second.
kibosh on it.
Yes, but stay right there for a second.
Okay.
You'll be first.
I'm trying to keep
That's okay.
track.
That's okay.
I'm all about the clarity.
Appreciate it. So my question to Susan and Craig is there anything more, more you need from me, or do you think you have
Yeah.
the direction you need for going to December, or Melissa?
I might suggest that maybe staff might have. We're thinking about the experience that we've just had of working double time to get materials out for this meeting, and I'm not exaggerating. To do this due diligence with the amount of very detailed, thoughtful comment letters that people provide, it's very challenging to do that. It doesn't happen during a 40-hour week. And it might be, maybe there's trade-offs to explore, but having it be separate conversations. Not banking up against all the other preparation that happens for a meeting. That makes it really hard.
Well, and I think that's what I was sort of alluding to. when I
Sorry, but
talked
it's just like,
earlier.
honestly,
No,
I
it
want to
is.
make sure that we're
It's-
continuing to give this a fair.
So what we had talked about earlier, the possibility of giving folks who were revising their petitions an opportunity to come meet with department staff, commission staff, have that dialogue, make sure we understand what it is that they're proposing, identify if we see any concerns, et cetera. And we had 2 specific MPA petitions that we were gonna go back to here that were identified, that we could also perhaps do that with the revisions process, right? That would be part of the conversation, so that we can give potentially have some of that dialogue that we're receiving in very detailed, very lengthy comment letters just before a meeting, which is not as effective as when we can have these one-on-one or close to it, small group conversations. And so to the extent that we can work on something, making something happen and giving folks that opportunity, I think that would help us the next time.
How do we do that without stretching the process out?
No, I'm saying
Have to
we would
happen
do
in
this,
between.
it would happen in between the MRC meetings.
Good, so that'll be part of the recommendation.
Well,
Assuming.
we need to figure out what that might
Yeah,
look
we'll let
like.
you guys.
Yeah, I'm trying to wrap,
Yeah,
what
why-
exactly are you proposing?
Yeah, so why don't you guys talk about that and then come with a recommendation at the December meeting?
Sure.
Okay,
That sounds good.
good to go, and C, you're on.
Okay.
All right.
Commissioner Sklar, everyone gathered here, Michael Quill, Marine Programs Director at Los Angeles Waterkeeper, and I'm here. People say, why are you here? You don't have a petition, you're not meeting the game, but I'm just here in person to extend Los Angeles Waterkeeper's appreciation for what you all have been through. I mean, this ongoing clarification is being made possible by all your extra effort. I mean, I'm personally astounded. My boss is like spinning his wheels because, I mean, he's in the same mindset of just working too many hours a day. But these possible MPA changes are getting some clarifications. And then these ongoing adjustments and readjustments that are made to personal and organizational workloads. I mean, what you're going through, the involvement of Kyle and the MPA collaborative networks teams and organizations, and all of us involved in contributing our time and efforts to holding community gatherings and making time to share various petitions. And we're really working together in these discussions and making ongoing adjustments to agendas. I know you're doing it right now, scheduling meetings, clarifying approaches to petitions. That has been really, it's been unclear to me, as I've made obvious in previous meetings. and to the actual nuts and bolts, and I did not steal that phrase. You mentioned that, I don't know whether on the same wavelength, but the nuts and bolts of the petition process and the possibilities, including the possibilities of expanding MPAs, which had been mistakenly not considered by many and not considered by me, myself, as I've hit before in previous meetings. But I hope that this evolving clarity will open up more commentary and clarity to the tribes. I've been dancing with my tribal brothers and sisters more regularly lately, and the development of their existing petitions. And the development of those tribal petitions are a needed voice that we need, or that indigenous perspective of the expansions and additions possibly to our MPAs. I'm just saying, but I gotta say, I bow down to the amount of work. I'm really astounded, and I really appreciate the clarity that I'm stumbling into, and I really do. Our hats off to you, Ed Waterkeeper, and personally myself. So thank you.
Thank you for that.
Can we end with that comment?
Anyone else on item C, 2C, which is general comment about? Anybody in the room who wants to make general comments on MPAs?
And again, and this is.
We wore out MPAs today.
For folks who are online who may not, it's a challenge, I know, to keep, excuse me, I have to use my deeper voice, to keep up with where we are on the agenda. So we are on 2C, receiving general input on MPAs and MPA petitions. And so if you would like to contribute to this conversation or share thoughts, please use the Zoom raise hand function. If you're participating on your computer, that raise hand button is located at the bottom of the window and also at the bottom of the participant list on the mobile app. It's at the bottom of the screen. And note also that when we call your name, you may need to unmute your microphone. Thank you.
Thanks for doing that. Yeah, we get a little informal here. We forget to review those instructions regularly. Keith, please.
I have a PowerPoint presentation.
You know, yeah.
Yeah, I just want to go over the petition that I have a little bit. I mean, that's what I'm talking about, and not in any detail, but just kind of generally what I'm talking about with my mega petition of 27 parts. This is the PowerPoint slide. You're going to the next slide, please. So this is, go ahead and go to the next. We already know kelp became.
Next slide, please.
Yeah.
Can you speak up so that you can hear at the other end?
Yeah, so what I'm proposing for my petitions to kind of sort them out a little bit is put them in order of kind of by urgency, which is really not a category for the petitions, is which ones need to be done sooner than later. Like whether you make SMCA the color really doesn't have any urgency to it. But in terms of the environment and restoring kelp, there's an urgency to certain things. And what I've gone through my petition and sorted out by priority A, B, or C with a year between each one of when we'd like to do that. Priority A are the things that are going into these marine protected areas and calling urchins. And that could be done by the rulemaking calendar, like we've done before. Go and go to the next slide. So these are the things that are priority A that are within that petition. The sorting of it by petition number was done a long time ago. So these are your sorting of the 27 parts to petition 2023-23. The priority A things are to go and allow unlimited calling within the 3 state marine conservation areas, Ed Ricketts, Pacific Grove Gardens, and Carmel Bay. And we also have this other petition, which is to, and you could probably delete it if it's okay to call a buoy fishing year. You really don't need to have that line in the petition. We did it at Tankers Reef. We just call our buoys fishing year. That's how that works. Next slide. And the reason why I think it's not really a policy change and why it can be done sooner than later is because of what we were saying earlier, is that restoration is an allowable activity within a state marine conservation area. What is restoration? I think is the bigger question.
I don't think that was the meaning of the restoration in this context, but okay.
Okay, well,
it was mainly of constructing structures, right?
Well, I think this is, restoration as defined.
The broader.
Yeah, that's all. Can be all sorts of shapes, colors, and flavors.
Yeah, I mean, I think when AB 63 came across, it was mostly concerned about all these state marine conservation areas that didn't have any protection from if we had a disaster of an oil spill.
Right.
Or something like that happened down in Orange County. Right. That was the impetus of getting it through the legislature. But that's my take, it's my argument.
I hear you.
Okay, next slide, please. So these are things I would consider to be a priority, which are things that are allowing other activities within state marine conservation, like spore dispersal, pruning and things like that. And this is the same MPAs. Go to the next slide. These are more priority B things, another state marine conservation area, and also state marine reserve, the Point Loma State Marine Reserve, which has really suffered through a lot of kelp loss in that area, and establishing a new state marine conservation area, state marine reserve at Tankers Reef. Next slide. And like I said, state marine reserve also has the restoration built language.
There as well.
It was there first and it didn't have to be added. Next slide, please.
One of the words we forgot.
Right.
Yeah, there's mistakes are made. And this is more things with to do with item B. Some of these things are not about particular MPAs, they're kind of general in nature, like creating a kelp restoration management permit program within the scientific collective. That's one of the big ones there. And allowing for commercial efforts within to participate too. So this could be the, take your time, that can happen next year, right?
Okay, we can get it. So, and we have the copy of this presentation, obviously, right? So I can have
Yeah,
it. Okay.
and I give it as an Excel spreadsheet too,
Yeah,
so it's all in there.
So I think we get the idea. I mean,
Yeah,
I think-
and item C, just
Yeah.
the next slide, and that'll close this out. Good. And no more slides after that.
Next slide. Next slide. You have to speak up.
Next
That's why
slide.
people can't hear you.
Yeah, so this is stuff, everything that has to do with outplanting kelp is a long lead. It's confusing. I don't know what kind of kelp it could be, so that's an item C. Okay, so it's all.
Okay, super.
Great.
And you know, these guys are taking considerations they build out the grid. Oh,
Hello.
again.
So for, general suggestions, there were a lot of really small, tiny little tweaks that were brought up by collaboratives that didn't have a sponsoring petitioner. I'll just throw an example out there. Devil Slide to Egg Rock special closure. No one calls it Egg Rock. They don't know where the Egg Rock even came from. It's just Devil Slide. And they're like, just shorten the name. It just makes it easier for outreach and for everything. Is there going to be some internal or CDFW cleanup for some of those just tiny little things that I feel like a lot of the collaborative members didn't think necessitated a full petition? And we have it all summarized in the document that's been shared with both the commission and the department, but like they're little weird things.
So I guess that's what we had hoped this process was gonna be. Right? And unfortunately, it didn't turn out that way. We certainly want to know that information, and if we do a regulatory cleanup package, I think the challenge is using the devil analogy, devil's in the details. What one person's technical fix is someone else's major change. So I don't know how we want to consider that through the commission process, but you know, when we are likely to do a regulatory package at some point. And I think that would be the point that maybe we do some additional scoping to see what else we might want to.
We do have that summarized, like the Pyramid Point boundary, we know this isn't, it's into Oregon, it's not actually at the California, Oregon, like that kind of weird stuff.
We're expanding.
That's in a petition.
I know, because my lady poor said put it in her
Right, but
petition.
some of like the one she just did, that actually would be a section 100 because legally the commission didn't have authority to establish a boundary outside of California. So it would be helpful to have that list. Let us take a look at it.
Yeah.
You have it, I can
It's in
resend
the
it.
table.
Yeah, just
It's in the
resend it,
table.
because that's really helpful. Yeah.
We have a whole lot of lists.
Because that would,
so
yeah.
Be good
Yeah,
to.
and if
easy
it's
for that
separate
to-
in that table, 'cause I know the table, is it a separate table or is it part of the big table?
I mean, it's a part of the big table, because there's a lot of
Well, so
little changes
Pull out the pieces that are the little changes in the big table.
that aren't represented in
In the
existing
petition.
petition.
Petition,
Okay.
that'd be really
Yeah,
helpful.
we can do that.
That would be
Super.
very helpful.
Thank you.
Yeah, because that's, yeah, it's silly not to.
Yeah, we shouldn't have a regulation for.
We don't want to do this
Oregon.
again.
No, that's what I'm saying, like, while we are.
And it's not
here.
for another 5
Yeah.
years.
Yeah.
10 years, sorry.
Okay.
Revisit every year.
Yeah.
Hi, Travis Vaughn, commercial lobster fisherman, Dana Point, Oceanside, California. My colleagues and I came up here and I don't know if this is really the place to say this at our time, but we just kind of wanted to emphasize the commercial fishing opposition to these MPAs. And, it's a noble act trying to save the ocean, but we're doing so with size limits and seasons already. These areas that are being proposed to expand are already thriving in some cases. And, it seems like more of a problem to a solution than anything. I just wanted to kind of emphasize to everybody that, whether it's a half-day boat going out or a commercial lobster fisherman, these MPAs are going to put people out of business if they're expanded. Some people will still do good, but some people are going to be shut down. So I kind of wanted to say that on behalf of commercial fishermen and sport fishing, recreational sport fishing passenger boats. So take that into your consideration when you think about all this, please.
Thanks, Travis. Anybody else? And anybody online?
Yes, we do. We have several speakers online. Blake Herman, followed by Ray, followed by Art Seavey. Blake?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep. Go ahead.
Hello. My name is Blake Herman. I'm petitioner from Petition 15, which is the pelagic and HMS allowance petition at the Channel Islands. I'm trying to encourage those who can to please take a look at the petition clarification and amendment letter that I sent in. Specifically the sections that look at adaptive management and the MPA master plan goals that support the petition explicitly. This way everyone can stay up to date on amendments and that kind of thing. I know we just submitted a January amendment deadline, but as of now, I don't really have any additional amendments to send in. As a third generation commercial sword fisherman, one major problem that I would like to bring up that has come up through this petition process that I didn't include in the original petition was a problem that I didn't actually think was a problem until after I submitted the petition. I originally thought it was legal, but turns out when we hit swordfish or hook a swordfish on harpoon or buoy gear, the fish can pull the gear into the closure. Normally gear moves maybe 1 to 3 miles, but sometimes they go up to 8 miles. And sometimes that means it ends up in an MPA. There's nothing we could really do to stop that from happening. It's a swordfish, it's gonna go where it wants to go. And because of that, we, not getting too close to an MPA isn't really an option, because then we'd be forced to avoid massive swaths of perfectly legal water. Just because we're worried a fish might swim into a closure, that would give these closures larger footprints than they actually have, which is just unfair. This is really like it applies to buoy gear in regards to, a hooked fish, but it's really a problem on harpoon gear because, once you stick a fish, it's gonna be harvested. The fish it can't break off the harpoon essentially. So it's really a waste to not being able to go in there and at least retrieve the fish. I understand that retrieving a fish is something that's very hard to do enforcement wise, but I really hope that this can be resolved at some point during this process around the Channel Islands MPAs in my petition. We see in the coastal state MPAs that were implemented in 2012 after the islands process in 2002, all up and down the coast areas where you could reasonably fish for pelagic fish or swordfish in that regard have a harpoon allowance. But then you look at the Channel Islands where the closures go an additional 3 miles offshore, overlapping even more with swordfish grounds, and there's no pelagic allowance or harpoon allowance there. And in my opinion, that's a genuine problem. And if I knew that.
Like, I think we understand the problem. I'm going to suggest that maybe that law enforcement and Dr. Schumann kind of come back to us, talk a little about that specific issue at a future meeting. So there?
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't know if Schumann was going to say anything. I sent in that letter.
Like, I'm not gonna have to address it today, but we will look at it, okay? Because there's not an easy, quick answer for that, but it's something we got to consider, because I understand what you're saying, and it's a real problem.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. No, thank you for bringing it to our attention. Next speaker, please. All right. Next speaker.
Ray. Oh, it's Ray. Ray followed by Art Seavey and then Bradley.
Hi, this is Ray Hilborn. I'm a professor at the University of Washington, and I was a member of the MLPA Science Advisory Team for 2 of the 4 regions. Several stakeholders submitted an op-ed I'd written on the 10-year review to the meeting documents. My key point was the 10-year review and the papers by the review team made it clear that there were actually very few, if any, ecological benefits from the existing network, so that the science of the impacts of changes to the network is very much under debate. At the time of the MLPA planning, several of us on the science advisory team advocated using spatial population dynamics models to evaluate the consequences of the proposed networks, but that was not accepted at the time. And I would strongly urge that that kind of modeling be used to evaluate any proposed changes. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Ray. Next speaker.
Yeah, Art Seavey followed by Brad and then Bradley and then Casper. Art, are you still with us?
May need to unmute.
Yeah, you may need to unmute yourself.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name's Art Seavey. I'm with Monterey Abalone Company. We're an abalone farm that's been in existence here in Monterey since about 1990. And I have a strong concern about the 2023-23 MPA, Keith's proposal, and because it would wrap the whole Monterey Peninsula in state marine reserves. And I just am very concerned that if that happens, we're going to be out of business because we would not have access to kelp here. And furthermore, there's another proposal at Pleasure Point that would create an MPA there. And in general, for kelp harvesting, the more you can spread out your harvesting, some winters the storms are northwest, some winters they're southwest, and so if you can go to different areas with different geography, it's very helpful. And so I'm very concerned about this. Keith tells me that his plan is that these state marine reserves would then be somehow allowed to, that commercial kelp harvesting could be part of the restoration efforts. And while we would love to contribute to restoration efforts, to the extent that becomes a reality, it's very concerning to us, to my partners and me and our employees. And so I would I just don't see the sense in, I don't know. If there's a way that Keith can do his research without changing the structure of the whole peninsula's marine protected areas, that would seem to be less fraught than going through his proposal. That's of course up to you guys.
Thanks, I would encourage you and everybody else who's speaking on this side. This is effectively public comment on MPAs in general. We're not dealing with any today. All we're dealing with on those other petitions is the process. So I'm not going to address. What?
Let's see with one when they were advised.
Right. So that, but so my point is that you need to stay on this because right now, the today really was focused on process for those items. You're going to want to stay on, these issues as we move through the substance of it down the road a few months.
Yeah, absolutely. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate your, the opportunity to comment. And I would just in closing say that, there's no sense. I've seen as a point of rationale for many of these proposals is that we want to protect the kelp. Kelp needs protecting, but my point is that urchins don't recognize marine protected areas, and putting these areas in state marine reserves is going to make it more difficult to protect them from urchins than it is if they're not in a reserve. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Do we have Bradley?
Can you hear me okay?
Yep, go ahead, Bradley.
Okay. My name is Bradley Pierman. I'm with Santa Barbara Freedivers. And I wanted to just state from our standpoint, the science really isn't settled around MPAs and kelp. One of our members is a conservation scientist. His name is Dr. Jason Johns. And he's done a pretty thorough examination of some of the research that's out there and how some of the petitions in bin 2 don't do a good job of recognizing this current research and several contradictions, especially in petition 33, but as it relates to all of the petitions that are concerned with conserving kelp by disallowing fishing and SMRs. So I would encourage everyone to take a look at the paper. There's a downloadable version on our website at sbfreedivers.com/kelp. Please take a look at it. Jason's done a really good job of going through the research. So, as a side note, thank you everybody for your dedication to this and for working so hard to sort out all of these petitions and just thanks for all your efforts.
Last speaker.
Thanks for that. We have Casper and Joel. Casper, you want to go ahead?
Hey, yeah. All right. So yeah, here, Casper Kazazian with California Surf Fishing, hoping to represent the historically underrepresented surf fishing community. Live in Los Angeles, have made the last few meetings, but was unable to get up to Sacramento this time. So this is going to be the extent of my contribution. I'd like to thank the MRC for bringing clarity into how into 30 by 30 goals and how they won't be directly affecting this process, but it'll be as kind of a separate down the line thing. And process-wise, as bin 2 individual petition action items are evaluated, we plan on being part of the discussion to represent recreational surf fishermen. Shore fishing allows recreational fishing access to a wide range of communities that would not otherwise have such fishing access. Shore fishing is in alignment with MLPA goals for recreation, along with DRMR recommendations for improved access. So we want to make sure that the shore fisherman doesn't get lost in the shuffle. We support appropriate protections for marine protected areas and have seen their benefits, but we also want to caution against expansions that would limit recreational shore fishing, which is the most accessible form of fishing to a wide range of communities. So yeah, we support the MPAs and potential expansions, but we also want to make sure that the surf fishermen, their perspective is noticed. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Casper. All right, Joel?
Hey there, everyone. Can you hear me all right? Yep. Wonderful. Thank you.
Now we can. Are you there still?
Can you hear me all right?
Now we can hear you. Go ahead.
My apologies. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Joel Weltzine. I am speaking on behalf of the California chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, which is a North American grassroots nonprofit with chapters and members in 49 states, Washington, D.C., 2 Canadian provinces, and 1 Canadian territory. We have a membership that is politically diverse and tremendously engaged, and our chapters consistently advance policies and projects to ensure our North American heritage of hunting, fishing in a natural setting through education and work on behalf of wild public lands, waters, and wildlife. I wanted to speak today. We have already submitted our detailed thoughts on all of the petitions previously, and today I largely wanted to mainly voice our support for CDFW's recommendations. It seems clear that the agency is starting to prioritize science-based management, and like many of the organizations that have already spoken representing California's anglers, come to the conclusion that certain petitions calls for actions are better addressed through alternative forum and with more adaptive policy instruments than an MPA particularly. So we want to applaud the agency's recommendations and appreciate the interest of anglers being heard by that department. Secondly, I'd like to say that as the department and commission work through additional petitions, we encourage continued consideration of the many conservation tools and management actions that can advance biodiversity goals while simultaneously balancing fishing access and abundant fish populations. Wilderness, water quality protections, sanctuary-specific conservation measures, special closures, seasons, and specific restrictions can all work in concert to achieve the goals of 30 by 30, including the tenet of access for all. And lastly, I just like to say that I'm tremendously impressed with all of you and your resilience and your commitment to public process. I want to applaud you all for your time and commitment to these efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joel.
Ella will be the last speaker today.
Thank you. I just wanted to just quickly address, because it was brought up in response to some of the bin one petitions, that some of the issues could be addressed through education and outreach and some localized programming. So just want to put a plug in there if there's a way for the commission or OPC and the department to support either through another round of small grants or just because that does take quite a bit to do some of those local projects, to do education programs and do robust outreach to hit the other 27.5 DMR management recommendations. And we're trying to do as much as we can to help locally and to integrate perspectives from fishers and cross sectors and everybody. But if there's a way to support that action, then I think it'll be more palatable to be like, okay, we can take this on through local management versus regulatory change. So just putting that plug in, there's a possibility. Thank you.
We have one more speaker. Go ahead.
And ironically, we have from the California Marine Sanctuary Foundation, Ricky Erickson next.
You can only get if he promises grants to Cal.
Ricky, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm Dr. Ricky Erickson. I'm the chief scientist for the California Marine Sanctuary Foundation, and really pleased to hear all of the interest and concerns about protecting our ocean resources. I did want to talk about some of the issues related around climate change that are relevant to the discussion for a lot of the kelp forest marine protected areas, and stress the importance of relying on some of the global scientific literature around the world that does show that marine protected areas work and can work for promoting resilience. I do understand the paper that was produced, not a peer-reviewed paper by Jason Johns, that does bring up some of the confounding issues that are certainly very important for us as California scientists to consider and evaluate. We do know that climate change is upon us. We do know that we are probably unlikely to predict what the complexities of those impacts will be on our marine protected areas. And while there are the one paper that was referenced that shows that there were not benefits to resistance and resilience in California MPAs, we do have to recall that our MPAs are relatively young, and that we are seeing abundances and diversity and positive changes occur in our marine protected areas that we are all anticipating and looking forward to. So I just urge us to draw on the body of scientific literature that is out there and to really take a hard look at how we can apply that information to our California MPAs. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Any other hands come up in the last minute? Anybody else in the room? We wrap up MPAs for no, man. Yeah, I just want to thank everybody for participating today. I think we made some real progress both on the bin one items, but also getting set up for bin two. It is an imperfect process. If there's not a lot of people frustrated with it, I'll be surprised because it's just difficult and there's going to be conflicting ideas. To some of the last couple of comments about science, we did a decadal management review, which was a scientific review with lots of input saying that our MPA system is creating greater resilience. So that's what I'm basing my opinions on in terms of the values of applying to it on that science. And so, you're going to see me be consistent, which is that ways in which we can make the MPA network stronger and more resilient, I'm going to support. Ways that weaken it, I'm going to be disinclined to do. But this is not a process of creating a new MPA network. It's not massive expansion. There will be some changes to where the lines are drawn probably over as we go into bin two, and there may be some new areas, but that this is not a creation of a new network, but a strengthening of the existing one, which I think the science has well proved has been a success so far. And it is young. But the idea is to the commercial fishermen in the room, particularly the commercial fishers, This is so that our kids and grandkids have fisheries to fish in as much as it is anything else, from my perspective. So with that note, just giving my personal perspective on it as one vote. I look forward to seeing y'all as we go through this process, and I'm sure we'll see a bunch of you tomorrow when we're going to recess until tomorrow at 8:30 to go over the normal agenda. Thank you.
Welcome to day 2 of the November 6th to 7th, 2024 meeting of the California Fish and Game Commission Marine Resources Committee. Callers and those joining via Zoom have been placed on mute. When it's time for members of the public to engage in the conversation about an agenda item, you'll receive instructions on how to indicate you'd like to join the conversation. Please keep your microphone on mute unless you've been called on. I guess I can't really welcome you, Co-Chair Sklar, because you were here first yesterday, but I'll just say it's nice to be here with you today.
Welcome to you.
Yeah. Melissa, if you could provide, Melissa is our executive director, and she's going to provide some technical notes followed by introductions and the meeting overview by Susan.
Great. Thank you, Co-Chair Murray. I'm trying to use my deeper voice today. For those here in the meeting room, please mute your computers and especially Zoom or if you are connected to the webinar. If you are participating in the Zoom webinar and calling in by phone, please make sure that your phone number and your Zoom webinar are linked. If you logged into Zoom first and use the call me option, the linkage happened automatically. If you are joining by phone and only wish to speak to an agenda item, and if you wish to speak to an agenda item, staff will identify you by the last 3 digits of your phone number. If you're having technical difficulties with the meeting, please contact fgc@fgc.ca.gov. Again, that's fgc@fgc.ca.gov. Or if you need to, you can call 916-902-9291. Zoom's chat feature is disabled other than for the host to communicate with participants.
Wonderful. Thank you. Next, I'll just say good morning to everyone in the room. Welcome. And with that, we will call the meeting to order. And I'll hand it over to Susan, our Marine Advisor, to give us some introductions to those folks who are up here at the tables and to give us a meeting overview. Welcome, Susan.
Great. Thank you very much. And welcome to everybody. It's great to see you. I'd like to do some introductions to commission and departments, commission staff and department leadership participating today. To my right is Melissa Miller-Henson, Executive Director. Sam Blacklock is the Tribal Advisor to the Commission. Kelsey Laird is an analyst with the Commission and will be supporting us in the room. Over at the staff table is Kimmy Rogers, the Environmental Scientist for the Commission, and Devin Rossi, our Sea Grant State Fellow. And joining us from Zoom and supporting us there is David Haug, Regulatory Analyst. The department staff joining today in person from the Marine Region is Dr. Craig Schumann, Marine Regional Manager, Law Enforcement Division's Assistant Chief of Marine Division, Eric Cord, and Marine Division Captain Danny Lenning. And I'll introduce individual staff members from the department as they come up to give their presentations, but also want to welcome Katie Sierri from the Ocean Protection Council, our colleague who's the Sustainable Fisheries and Aquaculture Program Manager. So with that, I want to provide an overview and welcome you to this meeting of the Marine Resources Committee, Day 2. The committee is comprised of up to 2 commissioners who chair each meeting. Members are assigned by the commission annually. Our goal today is informed discussion to guide future decision-making. So we need your cooperation to ensure a lively and comprehensive dialogue. We're operating under the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, but it's important to note that the committee cannot take action independent of the full commission. Instead, the committee makes recommendations to the commission at regularly scheduled meetings. These proceedings are being recorded. They will be posted to the commission's website or to the commission's YouTube page for reference and archival purposes. Items may be heard in any order pursuant to the determination of the committee chairs. Committee meetings are really intended to operate informally, to provide an opportunity for everyone to contribute to the discussion about agenda items. So if you wish to contribute to an agenda item, please follow these guidelines. Please raise your hand and wait to be recognized by the chair or co-chairs. Time is limited, so please be concise to give others time to speak. If several speakers have the same concern or ideas to express, please appoint a group spokesperson, or you can just share that you concur with some comments already given. Generally, participants in the room are going to be called first, and then that'll be followed by participants joining by Zoom or phone. And note that as topics discussions evolve, we encourage participants to continue contributing to the dialogue. If speaking during the general public agenda item, the subject matter you present should not be related to any item on the agenda. Public comments on those agenda items will be taken at the time the committee discusses them. Please note that the nearest emergency exit is to the left, but there's also a stairwell in case that one's blocked. And the restrooms are outside the door, outside the locked door, and you'll have to have the staff person give you access again to this meeting area. And I also just briefly acknowledge that we've all traveled a long way to be here. Thank you. We're coming on the heels of a very challenging election with a lot of strong emotions. And I know many of you have strong, strong perspectives about the topics that we're going to talk about today. So I just ask everyone to be gentle with each other and extra patient, because we are all a little bit keyed up and we want to be able to hear each other today. So thank you.
Well, and just to acknowledge, for those of you who were here yesterday, you saw how the meeting went, and it was really beautiful. It was great because lots of people, lots of opinions, different perspectives, and yet we were able to have really great conversation. So thank you.
That's great. Thank you, Susan, and thank you for that. That's really important, and I appreciate you saying that. All right, before we start our first agenda item, I am going to ask that any elected officials and tribal council members or their representatives raise your hand using the Zoom raise hand feature, or if you're on the phone, press *9. If you're in the room, you can just come on up to the table here. Do we have anyone, David, who has raised their hand?
We had one hand raised, but that hand appears to have been lowered.
Okay, and again, this is just for elected officials, tribal council members, or their representatives. If that's you, please raise your hand and introduce yourself and tell us which agenda item you'd like to speak on. I don't see anyone here in the room. I don't see anyone online. So we are then going to move to our agenda topics. And I want to highlight that yesterday under agenda item 1, which is to approve the agenda and order of items, co-chair Sklar approved 3 changes to the order of items for today. The first is item 5, recreational barred sand bass fishery was moved earlier in the day to immediately after item 3. Item 9, red abalone recovery plan, risk tolerance for harvest has been continued to a future meeting. So comments on this item may be made under general public comment, which is agenda item number 12. And the third change is that agenda item number 12, which is general public comment for items not on the agenda, was moved to be the first item of the day today. So with that, we will go to agenda item number 12, which is general public comment for items not on the agenda. These are for comments regarding topics within the commission's authority that are not included on today's agenda. As a reminder, we cannot take action or discuss any matter raised during agenda item number 12, except to consider whether to recommend that the matter be added to the agenda for a future meeting. Susan, would you like to give us some guidance on public comments?
Yes, so by way of reminder for members that are participating remotely, for a comment on any item not on the agenda, please use the raise hand button to raise your hand. If you are participating on your computer, the raise hand button is located at the bottom of the window and also at the bottom of the participant list. On the mobile app, raise hand is located at the bottom of the screen. And when your name is called, you may need to unmute your microphone. If you're on a phone only, please press *9 on your phone once to raise your hand and alert us that you'd like to make a comment. If you press *9 on your phone a second time, it'll take you out of the queue. So please just press it once, and Kelsey or Melissa will manage the queue of speakers. Well, okay, Melissa will. And again, you may need to unmute yourself, but for phones, it's *6. *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute. Thank you.
Thanks, Susan. I did just notice we have a software update box on our screen up there. I'm not sure who's operating that screen. Yeah, no problem. Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you. The software always wants to be updating, right?
Yeah, it already got an update this morning.
Oh, perfect. No problem.
Needs an addition.
All right, so if there's anyone here in the room who wants to come up and speak on a topic that's not on our agenda, now's the time to do that. Hi, Wayne.
Morning.
Good morning. Anyone else who wants to come up, don't be shy, just come up and take a seat right next to Wayne too.
Missed you yesterday.
Yeah.
Fun discussions. So Wayne Cutto, CCA California, representing the recreational angling community. Two topics that I'd like to bring up. One is we started this conversation yesterday about science and data. As we move forward, we know that we have a lot of limitations on staff, on resources, on this data that's out there. We need to do a better job forecasting forward, especially as we're looking at potential federal species coming over to the state. If we're going to use forecasting tools that have been bought and are being looked at right now, there's a lot of holes in the gaps, and there's going to be a lot of assumptions that are going to have to be made, educated or not. But those assumptions really change the model output. And we need to do a better job tightening those models up so that we all are on the same page and we all agree with the data output so we can make informed decisions. And that's very important. We recognize it on the federal side, working with NIMS, trying to get better data collection. We're going to need to do the same thing here. Plus, we need your help with the department to get better, more budgeting, obviously, to get more people, the staff, the right people, the modelers. There's only 2 for the state right now. They're working on all the projects, federal and state, and they need help. We can't keep adding more work to a load that they can't already handle. And so what do we do? How do we help you to help us? That's a common theme that's been there from the beginning. And this is more important now than ever. We're the lobbyists, we're the constituents that go to the legislature, to go to places to get help. But we need the guidance because we don't always know what's missing. So working with the department on our committees and stuff, we're trying to figure out what the data gaps are so we can start projects now because we know that they're time-based. We know those data gaps exist. We need to start working on those now. But we need help because we don't have all the answers. We don't know all the gaps and we don't know where best always to go get the resources. But we're willing to put our resources behind it and set projects up. So that's one of the biggest issues right now. 2 is that modeling. We want to make sure that we are all proactively participating in the modeling because the expertise of the fishermen, the anglers on the water, the history will help to tighten up the uncertainty within those models because we have knowledge and data in our heads or based on 50 years of time on the water that are going to help tighten up that model to get a better forecast forward. So that's pretty much my comment. Thank you.
Thanks, Wayne. Hey, I had a quick question. When you say federal species coming over to the state, what do you mean by that?
Craig can answer that.
Okay.
He knows what's coming or potentially.
So at the council, they're looking at what they're calling phase 2 stock definitions. And so potentially moving authority of some of those species that reside largely in state waters to state management. So those are discussions that are taking place at the council currently for the next several months here. So we're tracking that very
We'll
closely.
be talking about it next week, starting PFMC in Costa Mesa. Yeah, ongoing. But that's again, it's a question because we already know that we're under so much constraining, resources. So want to stay ahead of it.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Yeah.
I think Wayne forgot to mention something.
Well,
this is probably Wayne's last meeting, is my understanding, as executive director.
Yeah, as executive director for CCA Cal, I'm retiring at the end of the year. As executive director.
Good for you.
Yes,
Congratulations.
good for Wayne.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Yeah, I would say congratulations, but also just want to express my gratitude for your years of service to the whole community and to this commission. Even though, we're Chris, I feel like you're a part of the team who's really always provided great information, great insight, and done it with grace and thoughtfulness and wisdom. And so we've benefited, and the state has benefited enormously from your participation in these processes over many, many, many years. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I would just echo all of that, and having you as just sort of a reliably constant presence, and who brings a lot of institutional knowledge. It's been really helpful. Also, the snacks. What about the snacks? Yeah, but really, thanks a lot for all your work, and we'll miss you. And but I'm really excited.
I suspect we'll still see
Yeah.
him on occasion. He just won't be executive director.
Yeah, I'm just not executive director.
Okay.
I know Chuck appreciates your videography skills too.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Donna Kalos from DNR Sport Fishing. I'm also a CCA board member, as well as SAC board member, but today I'm a board member for Fish for Life, and I'm here to just express gratitude, my sincere gratitude to the support from the department for Fish for Life. We just are 15 years of having Fish for Life trips. We do 4 to 5 trips a year in Dana Point, San Diego, and now this year, Santa Barbara. This is the first year that I believe, since we've been doing the program for 15 years, that we had a fishing game representative on every single trip, sometimes 2. The fishing passport program is invaluable to teaching kids about fishing. And it's just been wonderful to have Dr. Schumann's support and make sure that we have somebody on every single trip. So besides having 30 special needs children out fishing, we have their parents, we have volunteers, we have just a full boat of people that are dedicated to this program. Also, this year, on 3 of our trips out of Dana Point, we had the wardens come out, and I just want to express gratitude to Chief Eric, because they've been wonderful. And the wardens, especially Marty Matthews, he's just been wonderful. And I really think that you should all go see the photos, and I will come to the meeting in December to show a lot of those photos. They come on the boat, they meet us at sea, they get on the boat, they board the boat. The kids are not intimidated at all. They're just really into the program. And for special needs children to have that experience, it's just one trip look. So I just want to thank everyone. And also Jim Holden, the founder, wanted to call out Amanda Van Diggelen. I think that's correct. She's been awesome. She has really gone overboard to schedule everyone on these trips. It's a lot, and I know you guys are really busy, but she has just been a shining star. So I wanted to mention her and thank you from Jim Holden and Fish for Life.
Thanks, Donna.
Good morning, Commissioner Sklar and Marine staff. I'm Merritt McRae. I just want to follow up on what Wayne had presented earlier, or just, 2 speakers ago. I'm the science coordinator for the Sport Fishing Association of California. My professional experience spans both charter boat operations and marine science, as well as policy. I've served on the Channel Islands National Marine Sanctuaries Marine Reserve Working Group, the Marine Life Protection Act Initiative's Southern California Regional Stakeholder Group, as well as currently on the Pacific Fisheries Management Council's Groundfish Advisory Subpanel. I coordinate the association's science and data projects alongside National Marine Fisheries staff. We have a tuna project. Our tuna project collects length and weight information on our recreational tuna catch in order to gross up the total weight of our catch, given the numbers that come off of our fleet and are normally collected by agencies. Our groundfish program collects specimens and data to support stock assessments of the many rockfish species stock assessment scientists currently lack basic life history information for. Since 2022, we've sampled 7,836 rockfish of 43 species along the California coast, from the Oregon to the Mexican border.
with robust representation from all 6 of the state's groundfish management regions aboard 31 different vessels. This cooperative science effort is supported by the National Marine Fisheries Service and the California Ocean Protection Council, and is in collaboration with Cal Poly Humboldt, the Bodega Marine Labs, Moss Landing Marine Labs, Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, UC Santa Barbara, Scripps Institution of Oceanography, and National Marine Fisheries Service Southwest Fisheries Science Center. I'm also, as a GAP member, Groundfish Advisory Subpanel member, I'm deeply involved in that Stock Desk 2 project that's currently going forward. And most importantly, I would like to ask you, to ask your fellow commissioners to take a good look at the Magnuson-Stevens Act National Standard 1, 600-310, I think. And then there's another section at 600-305 that talks about the delegation of management of fisheries that occur within the EEZ, the federal portion of the waters, by the state. A particular note, the state is not required to take over that management, but has the ability to do so if the state can show the ability to do it to the standards of the MSA. This is going to be an important topic, and it will probably take some study. Thank you.
Hi, Dan.
Oh, well, I wanted to talk on a similar matter. It would be about a quillback in particular. And so, one of the fishermen up in the area, I'm Dan Yoakum from Fort Bragg area, by the way. But one of the fishermen up there is digging into the data, the numbers, you know, so that you get all the numbers and then, you know, things happen. You go through all these things. So, the data we have so far that we've got suggested that in the sport fishing in the area between Cape Mendocino and Guala, so a particular area that we know about, had some 5,000 fish in a number of quillbacks were affected on one line of it. And then when it gets extrapolated over to the last line that gets acted upon, grew to 30,000 quillbacks. Nobody, anybody that we've talked to thinks that number is even remotely even close. It seems to be, by the figures that we go by, taking talking to party boat owners and then taking the number of party boats and multiplying it, that number comes to about 30% of the catch of the number of fish that the sport people would be catching. Now, I didn't bring that paper with me today. We had it, and we're going to go further through it, and we want to try to find the formulas, how they even come up with this. But so far, that's what we see. 30,000 quillbacks is just, everybody even mention it to goes, you got to be kidding. 30,000 quillbacks. That's what it says, number of fish. So it isn't number of pounds, it's number of fish, and that's what it states. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention because we want to find out how all the numbers are come about. How is this extrapolation? Is extrapolation just running things wild and making everybody do things that you don't even need to do? In general, the fishermen that are fishing it don't see any problem with the quillbacks. Didn't never see that it was overfished. One way of assessing it with a long line would be Lou Ferrero that fished almost in the same set on the Cleon Reef because he was forced to be outside of a mile and inside of 40 fathoms. So it was just like setting on this same line. for year after year, and none of the quillback catch didn't change at all in percentage. In general, quillback catch is probably somewhere in the 2 and 5%. So it has to be looked at more. We got to make sure that these numbers are just what they are, and that's what everybody's going by, or are we missing something? We just don't know how they come up with this, but it still says 30,000. Quillback. Be aware of that. Friend of mine, James Wells, he'll be looking at it deeper, being advocate, and trying to find the way you get to the formula of that. Extrapolation formula was an issue in National Marine Fisheries Service with Bill James, I think, was digging into it. He died, and he had saw it as a big problem.
Yeah, and something worth raising with the council as well. If you
Yeah.
haven't, with the PFM.
Yeah, so when, there may be alarm flags coming up that should have just never popped on. So be going on with it.
Thanks, Dan.
Yeah.
Hi, Jeff.
Good morning. For the record, I'm Jeff Shester representing Oceana. Good to see you all and be here. I wanted to just say a few remarks, just kind of setting some background context on just the latest on the whale entanglement situation in California. We've all been working hard around the table. CDFW Marine Region, LED, has been working hard, doing some, I think, a ton of surveys and putting in stronger regulations, protections. The Ocean Protection Council spent a lot of money on this issue as well, and has some really great projects that are happening now. The fishermen have taken a lot of sacrifices to close areas, and there's been an impressive amount of work, and you heard about that at the from Director Bonham, and I think it was the August meeting provided an update on that. I think, unfortunately, to all of our negative surprise, we've got kind of a gut punch again this year, as we've had another slew over the last several months of a very large number of whale entanglements in California fisheries. Far too many in the Dungeness crab fishery, a lot of unknown entanglements where we still can't identify what fishery it is. And this is presenting some really severe challenges for fisheries, and it's also, these number of entanglements are unsustainable levels for the endangered population of humpback whales that breeds in Central America, and protected under federal law based on that stock assessment. So we're looking at a situation where more needs to be done. The conservation community is asking CDFW to strengthen its proposed ramp regulations that are upcoming for Dungeness crab. There's also a federal take reduction team that's forming, that's going to be looking at all 3 states' Dungeness crab fisheries and the California spot prawn fishery and the federal sablefish fishery. That's going to be coming up next year, and that will be putting in potentially new federal regulations on top of state. I think this also really illustrates the importance of innovation and finding some solutions to keep fishermen on the water, not just thinking about getting fishermen off the water as the solution, particularly the use of pop-up gear and ropeless gear. Fishermen and manufacturers are really kind of, there's a subset of them that are really taking, I think, big risks right now to really try to innovate and find those solutions under a myriad of challenges and obstacles to doing so. So, the commission has really been, I think, a key player in enabling some of the EFPs and helping with some of that. And that has been, I think, an extremely positive thing that the commission has done in terms of its role in helping find solutions to this. And so, prioritizing efforts to really encourage as much participation in these as possible and try to move around those barriers is something that we're really hoping to see in terms of making sure that really is a top priority to find a solution to keep fishermen on the water. I think there's a few things in the pike that, I think the department has been thinking about, and we're really, hoping to work with the department on this, particularly the kind of question of marking some of these other fisheries outside of Dungeness crab, so that we don't have all these entanglements, so that we can kind of think in a systematic way about how we mark the gear, so that they can be identified, and thinking about potential packages for some of these other commission managed fisheries to think about preventing entanglements and kind of getting that conversation going. We know the department's kind of starting to work on that already. So I'm really encouraged to hear the department being proactive and kind of thinking about those as well. So just wanted to bring those to your attention, and thank you for all your work on this issue, because I think we all share a goal of having sustainable fisheries and, safe passage for whales in our waters. Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Anyone else in the room who wants to speak on agenda item number 12? Keith? He's gonna be Michael. Hi, Keith.
Good morning. Welcome to the MRC meeting. I'm Keith Rootsard. I'm with the giant kelp restoration project in Monterey, and what many of you probably don't know is I'm also on the Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary Advisory Council. And I'm not here in that capacity today, but one of the things that we did at sanctuaries, where we now have, it's been established, is the Chumash National Marine Sanctuary down in our area. And it was put through in record time. That normally would take 10 years to make, and now it's been made now. And it was made now because of the prospect of what happened just a couple of days ago. This recrudescence of the federal government is just kind of a real setback. And for me personally, as a conservationist, like I was telling Kelsey yesterday, it's really kind of a challenge to be in this area when global warming is now a hoax, right? So I just kind of want to say that, and that I think there's a certain urgency to what I'm trying to do. I look at yesterday there's a lot of petitions that were discussed, and there's not whether there's a purple area or a red area, it's not an urgent thing. What I'm talking about is the ecosystem itself of the environment, of the ocean, and trying to restore that, right? And there's an urgency to that. And we found yesterday that there was a couple of petitioners that dropped out, right? They couldn't reach that. And it is a challenge, it's a burden, as this process goes on longer and longer, as a petitioner, we really didn't expect to have organized opposition and all these things that come with it, and going around California and following you to make sure that the case is heard. So I just wanted to kind of make you aware of that, and that, we believe in you. We're sticking with you. We are not backing down from this fight. We are going to stay on it. And I just wanted to let you know that, please hurry while we can, and let's get this through under the best circumstances. Thank you.
Thanks, Keith. Oh,
Yeah,
go ahead.
please, no, I think
Go ahead.
you imagine, but go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, in terms of time, talking about time, things that take time. I think the Chumash National Marine Sanctuary was first nominated in 2015. And before that, that was when Fred Collins nominated it. And before that, there was lots and lots of work even leading up to that. So I just wanted to maybe calibrate that a little bit, because, you mentioned it was done really quickly. And I guess if we're looking at deep time, yes, it was done quickly. But, to do important, impactful, transformative things that are impactful, like, it does take time, to do it well and to do it thoughtfully. It can take time.
Yeah, and I would just add that, administrations change. Now's not the place to get into, making comments on the specific one that we're going to have coming up. But the reality is, California has a shared set of values that may be, different than other parts of the country. And I think under the leadership of both Governor Brown and Governor Newsom, steadily throughout changes in federal administrations and policies and kind of preferences, we pursued what this state believes is in its best interest and the best interest of our, economy, ecology, and people. And so I don't think that's going to change. And I think that this commission will not change the way we operate. Sometimes the tactics have to change. But, and I think that having Samantha point out the time frame, many of the things we do take a long time and span multiple administrations. And so, while we'll have to change some of our tactics, the overall process here will.
Absolutely. Excellent. Thank you.
Next week.
Hello, Michael Quill, Marine Programs Director at Los Angeles Waterkeeper. Mr. Murray, Mr. Star, everyone else, thank you. I had a great day yesterday, very positive, feeling really good. Was reviewing what we got done from 2016 to 2020. So trying to take the fight out of my dialogue and talk about building bridges of dialogue and cooperation, and actually working with getting to work with Wayne on some aquaculture events here. It's been really interesting to step into other waters, I'll put it that way. So just to build dialogue, agree to disagree. It's been mentioned we want to have a safe place to talk. Well, we can argue in a safe place. So but fighting, I think, we can remove. Well, my comment really will be more directed to some MPA things I just didn't get to mention yesterday. So I apologize if I'm breaking protocol here. But the closure of Abalone Cove, SMCA in Los Angeles County is of much concern to me. I've been watching it change, like watching the science fiction movie. The whole substrate has risen up. There's going to have to be done new surveys. The park is closed and will be closed for a couple of years. They're going to tear down the houses there, make it a no-build zone. So the Abalone Cove MPA will not have public access to the ocean for possibly 2 years. So there won't be any fishing opportunities in that SMCA for the public at all. Yet it's not likely open for 2 years. The RPA ranger staff there has been cut back. Iffy power and sewage efforts there may just close the whole thing down. So I don't know how that'll fit into the plans. I hate to bring it to the table, Craig. I know, brother, you got a lot going on, but it's just something to think about because that substrate, it is surreal. And I know there are plans to survey that area, but it's continuously being polluted now by the pumping out of artesian water, which includes sewage into the ocean. So that is of concern, but it's an emergency pump out, but it's really a stay away zone. So how this might change shifts in the SMCA no take in the cases where we're changing the SMCAs to SMRs, making them red. I don't know how that would play. In the back of my mind, I had a flash last night to protect the public and the habitat, to shut the whole daggone thing down. I know that's not popular. Make it all an SMR. I'm just saying. On the other hand, well, I understand the statewide change from the SMCA no takes to SMRs, making it all red. It's a lot easier. The adjacent SMCA no take at Point Vicente is now the blue color. It's purple, the blue and the red together. But for me, working with our systemically bypassed communities, our indigenous brothers and sisters, new to the area, new to what's going on into the system, it's a great teaching point to say this is an SMCA no take. Why? Because we have to take core samples, substrate samples on a continuous basis for the massive amount of DDT right off the shore here. So to remove that, I think I get it. Let's make it, I believe it should be closed down, but if we can actually relay that message to the public that we got a ton of DDT, and other of my colleagues and I, we were at USCC grant for a report there. It's devastating how much other pollutants are there. So I think it should be shut down, but I don't want to lose that ability to message and educate the public that have been systemically distanced from the ocean and from nature. It's just a great building point for education for me there. I'm good. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. All right, I don't see anyone else in the room approaching the table. David, who do we have online?
We have Richard James online, if he's still there. Richard, are you still available?
I am still available. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. Well, thank you. I apologize for you not being able to see me should you so want to. My Wi-Fi connection is such that if I turn on the camera, everything goes sideways. So you get the voice. Thank you for this opportunity. And thank you. I'd like to point out that I really appreciate that you've moved item 12 at the end of the meeting up front. And it really, to me, it sends a message to the public that you value the public's time and inputs to put our comments first, so we don't have to, for those that don't want to wait around all day. So just want to point that out. Thank you very much for putting this item up front. Today, I'd like to bring to your attention, the commission, as well as an applicant who may be present for an upcoming item, the existence of a different way to grow oysters that does not use so much plastic. I am aware of 2 growers out in the state of Maine, the North Haven Oyster Company and the Deer Isle Oyster Company, that are both making great efforts to try and grow oysters not using so much plastic. Instead of putting seed stock in plastic containers, they're building wood containers in the same fashion that one of them in particular was a many-year lobster fisherman, and lobster traps traditionally were made of wood. And so he's trying to replicate those efforts in the shellfish growing area. And he's been doing it for he's been growing oysters for 25 years. He's been using wood for a shorter period of time. And so I want you and your oyster growers that you lease public trust tidelands to be aware that there is a way to grow oysters without using so much toxic plastics. We know that plastic in the environment is a problem. It's a problem for the residents of the ocean. It's a problem for humans. And yet the existing leaseholders out in Tomales Bay, Humboldt Bay, Morro Bay, all use plastic, thousands and thousands of containers of plastic that degrade and go lost in whole, and they break down into tiny, tiny pieces. The amount of plastic that I'm still finding on the shores of Tomales Bay is troubling to me. After all that we've been doing since I first presented proposed best management practices to the commission back in April, I believe it was, of 2015. By the way, we still don't have any best management practices. I come back to the wooden, wooden containers that I hope that the growers here in California will make themselves, work on researching that. And reflecting on a comment that was made earlier about the lack of staff and the lack of people working on various tasks that you guys are assigned to enforce, i.e. you don't have enough wardens, you don't have enough staff to manage the science to make proper decisions regarding, for example, salmon. The ridiculously low lease fees and privilege taxes that you charge to rent out these public trust tidelands, they don't even cover the cost of reasonable administration. We're about to possibly invite someone else to the party to become a member of that elite club of shellfish growers. Please consider setting lease fees and privilege taxes that reflect the value and the scarcity of the resources that are being harmed during the growing of this luxury food. And that's all I have to say during public comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard. All right, I don't see any other hands raised, and we don't have anyone else coming up to the table to speak in the room. So with that, we will move on to agenda item number 3, which is application for new aquaculture lease. And I'm going to hand it over to Susan to give us guidance on public comment, and then we'll hand it over to Kimmy Rogers.
Okay, great. As a reminder, if you would like to contribute to the conversation about application for new aquaculture lease and you are on Zoom, please use the raise hand button to raise your hand. If you are participating on your computer, as a reminder, the raise hand button is located at the bottom of the window and also at the bottom of the list of participants. You may have to hover your pointer over the Zoom window for the row of options to appear. On the mobile app, the raise hand button is located at the bottom of the screen. When your name is called, you may need to unmute your microphone. If you're on the phone only, press *9 on your phone once to raise your hand and alert us that you'd like to contribute to the conversation. Pressing it twice will take you out of the queue. Melissa will manage the queue of speakers, and you will need to unmute yourself by pressing *6 on your phone. And the lead for this item is Kimmy Rogers.
Thanks, Susan. Welcome, Kimmy.
Hi. Thank you and good morning, co-chairs. My name is Kimmy Rogers. I'm the Commission's environmental scientist and aquaculture lead. I'm here today to introduce a new or somewhat new state water bottom lease applicant, San Andreas Shellfish Company, and to report on a milestone for implementing the commission's enhanced leasing process. After my presentation, I will turn it over to Adam Wagshaw, who is online, and Bob Brodsky who is here in person, and Adam will provide an overview of San Andreas's application, and Bob is here to help provide answers to questions. During this presentation, I will introduce San Andreas Shellfish Company's application. I'll take us through an overview of the commission's enhanced leasing process, after which I'll share how we've integrated the applicant into the new process, which will take us into our shared goals at today's meeting and next steps for San Andreas. So a brief introduction. San Andreas initially applied for a state water bottom lease back in February 2017 at the commission's February meeting. The application was revised in 2019 and 2021 to address various agencies' feedback, and some public concerns were raised during that time about the proposed lease potential impacts on eelgrass, seal habitats, and recreational access. In March 2022, the Marine Resources Committee directed staff to develop standardized criteria for evaluating whether a lease application is in the public interest. These criteria were finalized in August 2023 and are included in your materials. In addition to the criteria, the commission also approved an enhanced leasing process that now puts the public interest determination decision to a later stage. So let's take a look at the enhanced leasing process as a whole before getting into details. If you're interested in diving more into this diagram, it's available in our meeting materials, and you can click on the link and look at it. The enhanced leasing process is composed of 4 parts. Phase 0 is the enhanced pre-application agency coordination and project design phase. Phase 1 is the initial vetting and scoping of concerns phase. Phase 3 is the in-depth analysis and applying considerations criteria. Sorry, phase 2. Phase 2, that was phase 2. Now it's phase 3, is the commission's decision on whether or not to grant a lease. If a lease application is approved, it then would continue onward with permitting processes. So I want to highlight that the commission decision is informed by a couple of key tools in this process. One is the robust CEQA review that happens in phase 2. And the second is the public interest evaluation criteria that the commission approved in August of 2023. So these criteria are divided into 2 categories and are reviewed during different stages of the enhanced leasing process. The requirements criterion answers whether a proposed project is legal under existing laws and regulations related to aquaculture. The answers to these inquiries associated with the requirements criterion are black and white. The considerations criteria, it will require more extensive review, as it includes environmental, social, economic, and cultural factors that may be reasonably anticipated for consideration during planning, evaluation, and decision-making processes. Both of these criteria are evaluated at different times during the process. So back to this fun picture. The requirements are evaluated in phase 1, and the considerations criteria are evaluated in phase 2, which is when CEQA review also occurs. Okay, so that was the overview of our enhanced leasing process. So let's dig into how we've integrated San Andreas's application into it by beginning with phase 0, the enhanced pre-application agency coordination and project design phase. So back in June, commission and department staffs facilitated an interagency meeting with agencies of jurisdiction and San Andreas Shellfish Company. The goals of this meeting was to help guide the applicant through the beginnings of a challenging and complicated process and to provide them with adequate tools and resources enhance our agency partnerships by improving the flow of communication regarding lease applications. And we also had the goal of ensuring adequate CEQA analysis for use by our partner agencies as needed. As a note, we found this meeting with agency representatives and the applicant all together in one space to be really beneficial for both the agencies that were present and for the applicant. And we really appreciated being all there in one space to help answer any questions. So phase 0 is complete, and then we've entered phase 1 or re-entered phase 1 since their application was already submitted. But after incorporating feedback from the interagency meeting, San Andreas resubmitted their project and commission and department staffs initiated their requirements review. The requirements criterion has 7 associated inquiries to confirm whether or not an application meets the legality under existing laws, regulation, or entitlements related to aquaculture. And you can find more information about that review in Exhibit 3 of the meeting materials. And how San Andreas met all of those requirement inquiries. Following the requirements confirmation, we notified tribes in the area about the proposed project to invite them to either engage directly with staff and the applicant or to attend our committee meetings. So far, we have not heard back, but plan to follow up, especially as the application proceeds into the CEQA process. In addition to tribal notification, the application will be vetted at today's meeting and at December's tribal committee meeting. So that brings us to today. And today is an opportunity for San Andreas to present their project, including how it's been modified over time and to help answer any questions that the public might have. It's not a decision-making meeting today. It is just for public vetting. And it also provides an opportunity for the co-chairs and the public to share any concerns they may have with the project or any potential benefits they see with the project, including any public interest considerations criteria to emphasize during CEQA review. All right, so I want to emphasize that we're still in phase 1 of the enhanced leasing process. So while today marks a milestone, there is still significant review left to do for this application, and there are also still opportunities for public vetting. Following today's meeting, San Andreas will also present at the Commission's Tribal Committee meeting in December. From there, we'll report out to the full Commission also in December. Then we can begin initiating phase 2, which is the CEQA initial study and subsequent CEQA and public interest analyses. Lastly, I want to share a heartfelt thank you to Bob Brodsky and Adam Wagshaw for the amount of patience they've had throughout this process in quite a long time. And I appreciate them being willing to be the first to be integrated into our new enhanced leasing process. I also want to express thanks to the department staff, including Randy Lovell, who's here today, Jessica Gerardo, Kirsten Ramey, and Sarah Briley, because we rely on them to help us review applications, and we are grateful for the partnership. And with that, I'm happy to turn it over to Adam Wagshaw to share their presentation. And welcome Bob Brodsky to the table.
All right, do we have Adam on the line?
Yes. Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Welcome, Adam.
Thank you. And can you see my presentation?
We see it. We see you and your presentation.
Well, that worked smoother than I expected. Thank you. And thank you, Kimmy. And I do appreciate being able to participate in the enhanced leasing process. I've found it very beneficial. Kimmy, the proactive approach that's being taken is allowing for efficiency, I believe, with other agencies. And I think it's a really worthwhile process. So thank you for that. I'm going to just give a brief presentation on the project components, and then I also have some discussion about sort of preliminary thoughts on the relationship of the project to the public interest criteria. The proposed farm is near the entrance of Tomales Bay. Tomales Bay is about 40 miles north of the entrance to San Francisco Bay. This image is showing a couple things. The purplish pink hash mark polygons, those are the originally proposed lease boundaries.
Adam,
Adam, I think we do have an issue with your slides advancing as you think that they are.
You need to say next slide.
Oh,
The next slide, please.
I need to say, oh, are you sharing yours? I was sharing mine. Oh,
No,
Oh,
we
okay.
on file here.
okay. I got you then. Advanced slide, please. Sorry. I shared mine. I thought, anyway, yeah. Okay. Backing up. So this picture is showing in the purple and pink hash mark polygons where it says intertidal area 1 and subtidal areas 1 and 2. Those are the originally proposed lease boundaries. Following the proposal of those lease boundaries, there was engagement with agencies and stakeholders, and through that engagement, a number of things were identified, including this high-use recreational clam fishery area, an area where there's seal haulouts, and then also eelgrass mapping was brought into the discussions. And then there was recent eelgrass mapping done too this last year, which shows basically the same distribution as was previously shown. It seems to be a pretty consistent footprint of eelgrass. So following that coordination with agencies and stakeholders, the western lease area was removed. It was conflicting with these high use clam fishery areas, the harbor seal out and overlapping with eelgrass. So that was removed in order to avoid those conflicts. Also, by removing that proposed lease area, it will allow for better boating navigation in that channel. So the leases now avoid what's the primary navigation channel for recreational and commercial, other oyster farmers and fishermen and so forth, boaters. Next slide. And so this is what is now proposed. There's an intertidal area that's about 34 acres and a 5-acre subtidal area. Next slide. And the species proposed for culture are clams, some different oyster species, scallops, mussels, and then native algae species. Next slide. I'm going to talk quickly about the different types of methods that are being proposed for culture. There's 3 intertidal methods proposed and 4 subtidal methods. And then in terms of algae culture, that would consist of harvesting algae species that's naturally starts growing on the culture equipment and can be harvested for commercial value. Next slide. So all of the methods have something in common in that they're enclosing the shellfish within either baskets or bags. And so then the different types of methods mainly have to do with how those baskets or bags that hold the shellfish in them are put into the water, into the bay. This first method is called intertidal suspended longline. And so as you can see, obviously it's in intertidal areas and it's suspending the baskets or bags on a line that's attached to posts that are put into the ground. Next slide. Similarly, the bags would be put directly on the ground. Next slide. Or suspended off the bottom on racks. So again, you can see that there's rebar racks which support the bags off the bottom. Next slide. They're in subtidal areas, similar to the intertidal long lines. The bags or baskets can be supported on the lines that are hanging the baskets into subtidal waters, areas that are continuously inundated with water. Next slide. The bags and baskets may also be floated in subtidal areas. Next slide. And another part of the proposed operations is the use of rafts. So these would be aluminum or timber framed rafts, maximum size of 20 feet by 12 feet. And again, the baskets, bags, or trays potentially in this scenario are suspended below the rafts in subtidal areas, of course. Next slide. And then finally, the last proposed method here is the use of what's called floating upwelling systems or FLUPSIs. These are rafts similar to what I just proposed, with the addition that they'll use a paddle wheel or a propeller to actively push water through the shellfish. And this adds movement in the shellfish, which helps with growing them in a way that's more marketable, more valuable. It also is supplying freshly oxygenated water to the shellfish. Again, enhancing growing with the use of FLUPSIs. Next slide. And as I mentioned, you know, for algae, there's no specific method for that. It's a matter of seeing it growing incidentally on the culture equipment and harvesting it. Next slide. Now, switching to the public interest criteria that Kimmy talked about previously. I'm not going to touch much on this one. Kimmy already talked about it, but there is this requirements criterion, which has to do with establishing legality under existing laws, regulations, entitlements. It sounds like staff at Fish and Game Commission has already looked at this. My one note here was that in addition, I guess I'll just point out, you know, in addition to whatever evaluation has already been done, of course, this criteria will also be satisfied by the project going through the permitting process under the various local, state, and federal environmental laws. The project simply can't occur unless it gets approved under those laws and policies. Next slide. And then there's the considerations criteria, which there's 6 of, and I'll touch on briefly. And the guidelines do a very good job of pointing out, and as Kimmy did, how this will be evaluated. We don't know the answer to all this yet. And I guess I'll just read this from the guidelines. The evaluation cannot be completed prior to CEQA. However, the criteria are expected to serve as a guide for pre-application lease design and siting, and during the application process to inform public discussion and CEQA review. And so that's where we're at now, hoping to start the CEQA process now, where we will, through that process, be digging more into these criteria. But there is some things we can say about them now. And as I've noted, they've been considered in terms of lease siting, locations of the leases. So I'll touch on them each quickly. Next slide. Here's the 6 criteria, and I'll go through each of them. Next slide. So the first criteria for these considerations criteria is to establish compatibility with state aquaculture policy standards. And for this one, at least in my mind, this is really similar to the requirements criteria. To establish consistency with the policy, all these state policies, we're going to move through the permitting process and the CEQA process. Certification from the State Department of Health, coastal development permit from Coastal Commission, of course, a lease from your Fish and Game Commission, certification under the Clean Water Act with the Water Board, and then, of course, CEQA documentation. And through CEQA documentation, there'll be comments from the public, other agencies, trustee and responsible agencies, NIMFs, National Marine Fisheries Service typically involved, right? And so by going through that process, we intend to establish that the project is consistent with all state policy standards. Next slide. Next criteria has to do with social, cultural, and/or economic impeding of access for public uses or other interests or tribal uses. So far, as I noted, I think on the second slide, we've cited the projects such that it minimizes impacts to public access and other uses, including boating, clamming, fishing, and hunting. As I noted, you know, the lease areas on the west side were removed from the proposed project to accomplish that. And as noted, we're gonna go through further public process, CEQA. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought someone was coming, or CEQA and tribal engagement, and that could result in further changes to the boundaries of the leases or further best management practices to avoid potential conflicts and so forth. Next slide, please. The next criteria: degree of threat to environmental protection, ecosystem sustainability goals, and public trust values. Again, by citing the lease boundaries to avoid marine haulouts and eelgrass particularly, and by so far just proposed, right, best management practices that could be modified as we go through CEQA and permitting, and avoidance and minimization measures that will be identified in the CEQA process. We're minimizing our threat to environmental protection, sustainability goals, and public trust values. And on the next slide, I will discuss some of the best management practices we're currently proposing that are detailed in the project description made available to the public and commission at this point. Next slide. So those best management practices include measures for pollution control, habitat protection, marine debris reduction and management, wildlife disturbance avoidance, designs for water intake system design that allow for minimization and avoidance of impacts to aquatic species by water intakes, related to material discharges, and hazardous spill prevention planning. We've based a lot of these best management practices around a lot of the good work that's been done by other shellfish practitioners, but also through extensive engagement with fish, Department of Fish and Wildlife, National Marine Fisheries Service, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and so forth, based on projects in Humboldt Bay and Morro Bay. And just, I keep reiterating, but right, this is our draft list of types of BMPs. We're ready to go through this process and further roll up our sleeves to get this project to something that really makes sense for the agencies and public and tribes that'll be looking at this. Next slide, please. Next criteria has to do with potential environmental benefits. A few notes here. Shellfish seaweed culture is a sustainable form of food production with a low carbon footprint. There's no additives such as feed, fertilizers, or pesticides or otherwise. Culture structures themselves are documented to provide habitat for numerous aquatic species. Different species react in different ways. Some might be more abundant, some less, but there's documented benefits to aquatic species. Culture is also documented to have water quality benefits and provide for shoreline protection in the face of sea level rise. And then also, of course, the program being proposed involves debris cleanup, not just at project site, but around the bay too. So that's another benefit of the proposed project, is through those proactive measures that would be taken. Next slide. And then this might be the last slide, I think, but the last criteria is related to potential social, cultural, or economic benefits. And of course, with implementation of this project, there'd be new jobs created, a new small business created, increased tax base, and as I previously noted, a new form of sustainable food production with a low carbon footprint. Unless I'm wrong, that's the last slide and the end of my presentation. And Bob might have notes to add or things to clarify on what I said. And I know we're both, of course, happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much, Adam. Bob, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I'd like to add some stuff. I'd like to thank Fish and Wildlife, everyone in this room, even those, I think everyone's here with good intentions, even Richard James, his comments, I appreciate those. I have emails going back from 2015 with different agencies. So I've been at this for probably, almost a decade now. And, anything about this project is not ad hoc by this point. It's been hacked down many times. In the project description currently, it still says we, even though I'm sole owner that,
there's no lease, but I had a partner previously who couldn't continue. And this is kind of, you know, it relates to kind of actually Richard Jane's comments, you know, I'd like to take everyone in consideration here. My wife and my kids are part of this too. They've been with me the whole time with it. If I get a lease, they're gonna be carrying it on. We go out there several times a year and pick up trash on the beach with other kids in the neighborhood. And as far as being part of an elite club of shellfish growers, I'm a carpenter. My kids love oysters. They haven't had one, I don't think, for 2.5 years because they're too expensive. Like it was at a school function, you know, donated by Hog Island. So if the only thing out of this comes nutrition to my family and others, I'm okay with this. I'm not looking to get rich. We used to be able to catch salmon. Can't do that anymore. So they don't get that either. But yeah, I appreciate it. Appreciate everything everyone's doing. It's been a long.
Thanks for being here. Eric, any questions from Adam or Bob before we go on and hear from the public?
No, just, you know, appreciate how long and difficult this process has been. I think that you're not the only one who's frustrated with, you know, what it's taking to get to a point where we can start processing applications like yours. But we are committed to moving the process forward. Hope you have the patience to continue to work with us in the department and stakeholders to get there. But I think your application is thorough and thoughtful. You know, I personally think aquaculture is a critical part of the future of human beings on this planet. The ocean is going to be a critical source of protein, but we've got to do it in a way that you know, is compatible with sustainability. Because as you said, it's about kids and grandkids, ours as well, as much as anything. So I just want to thank you for that. We appreciate your patience.
Yeah, and I realize it's nobody's fault that it takes so long. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thanks for saying that.
Doing this.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Is there anyone in the room who'd like to come up and speak on this issue? Please don't be shy. Come on up.
And Bob, you're welcome to stay if you want, if there's questions for you.
Yeah, you have any questions for me?
Hi, good morning, Commissioner Sklar and Murray. My name is Ashley Will Gibbs, and I'm the Executive Director at the Environmental Action Committee of West Marin. First, thank you, Ms. Rogers, and Mr. Wagshaw online, and Bob for the presentations and being available for questions. I very much, in reviewing the materials, I very much appreciated the use of the mapping and the images in the application. It made it a lot easier to understand, and also the department's analysis of the requirements review. I know it's the first time going through it, so that's really helpful and nice to see. I did see Mr. Wagshaw kind of explain the reduction of spatial conflicts, which is really great to see that. Thank you for that. But I do think that continuing to properly analyze and mitigate there are still conflicting uses. So I think that'll be a really important piece. Just a little bit of background about us. So our mission is to protect and sustain unique lands, waters, and biodiversity of West Marin. And as part of that work, we do closely monitor Smalls Bay. We also lead a statewide NGO aquaculture coalition, which includes many groups that collectively review impacts on different aquaculture projects. So we were also closely involved with the public process to develop the public interest criteria and the regulatory review framework. So it's really, really exciting to see that moving forward with the implementation. While that takes place, I think it's important to take precautionary approach to any new applications. And we have been closely tracking the project since 2017. And then, you know, as Richard James mentioned, we were early involved with the best management process development, which kind of fell off, but it's still very important and good to see the BMPs in this application. So I will just say that we tremendously appreciate, Bob, your efforts to work with the agencies to revise the application. I know that takes a lot of time and effort, including reducing the footprint and the conflicts. But we do raise some continued concerns, and I think that's, you know, this is a great time to be able to raise those so they can be properly analyzed through the CEQA process to truly determine whether, you know, the lease is in the public interest. So we have conferred with some local agency and NGO partners that share some of these concerns. We'll just dive into them. So one question I have is, how will eelgrass shading impacts be controlled for related to the grow out rafts? In other words, will the platforms allow for any sunlight to pass through? And, you know, will that be an adequate amount? In terms of shorebird impacts, Smalls Bay, as many of you probably know, has experienced a significant shorebird decline, unfortunately. 66% from 89 to 2018, with an even more significant decline seen in the Dunlin species. So what I want to see is, how the proposed lease will be able to avoid impacts to that intertidal bird habitat and shorebirds. For instance, I know that the mudflats of the Brazil Beach area are really important bird habitat, and that includes several species like surf scoters, dunlin, sandpipers, brant. So the proposed 34 acres in the intertidal habitat appears to potentially conflict with that habitat area. And then looking at the harbor seal impacts, the application lists a 300-foot buffer between harbor seals, which seems great. But I do wonder, I just couldn't quite tell from the application, is the channel actually wide enough to allow for that buffer as well as navigation? And I understand the seals use both the intertidal and subtidal areas that are under lease consideration. I brought this up a little bit yesterday, but there have been declines in harbor seals. So unfortunately, they're kind of being challenged from multiple sides. And then in regard to non-native, some of the species I believe that are being cultivated are non-native. So I would want to know, are they already, I didn't get a chance to review closely, are they already present in Smalls Bay? Are there any negative impacts associated with these non-native species related to larval dispersal, for instance? And then there could be some more detailed analysis, which I imagine will take place through CEQA around wildlife impacts. The benthic impacts come to mind with the bottom bags there on the intertidal mudflats. So I'd like analysis related to that. And then this seems like a small thing, but I saw there was a gas generator to be placed on one of the platforms. I wonder, I don't know if it's possible, would there be use of solar panels or any way to kind of avoid that noise and air pollution from that? There was also a restroom mentioned, and I know it's the early phase of the application, but these are all the things that I'm thinking about that need some more analysis. There's a restroom on one of the platforms, so I just couldn't quite visualize, how that would work. And cumulative impacts, of course, will need to be reviewed for this application as part of the CEQA process. I just have a few more points here. So related to Brazil Beach, there's NOAA Beach Watch data, and I don't know whether that was already reviewed, but this goes to, so there's 30 years of data from NOAA, which indicates that there's 1,599 clam diggers in the Brazil Beach area. And I know the staff report and Ms. Rogers indicated that the department had already consulted on this, and there's avoidance to the west side for the clamming. But the Brazil Beach side is also a clamming area, as I understand it. So I think it's important to, so I just want a little bit more, I know that's in the requirements section, but I'm a little unclear on, I know there was no formal designated areas, but I do know the areas used for clamming. And I understand that some of the clamming areas have been lost already, like Chimney Rock and Hog Island. So this could be kind of further squeezing out that recreational use. Again, another positive, the 30-foot buffers around eelgrass is really positive in the application. It's our position that no operations should be sited in eelgrass habitat because of its critical habitat benefits. But I want to point out that it does sound like current data is being used and even multi-year data with eelgrass, all dying back, and so to really have a thorough analysis. And I would say that there should be surveying before the placement of any gear. Because there could be some time before that it actually gets into the water. So, and I will just say a lot of great things in the BMPs, the vessel routes to avoid eelgrass, staff training, marine debris reduction. I can see that, feedback from the agencies has really been taken to heart. Positive about the avoidance of single-use materials. As Richard James mentioned, there's been challenges with plastic in the bay. Gear marking, the quarterly cleanups, that's all really positive. I would like to understand a little bit better about the carbon sequestration benefits, because with a product that's continually harvested, I think sometimes those can be exaggerated. And then, but also seeing the spacing of gear, the avoidance of any legacy gear, also very positive. So basically, I just look forward to continuing dialogue on this application, and thank you for the opportunity to raise these concerns today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ashley. It's a lot of content.
I know. I didn't get, it was I want to email that. I know, I can email it.
Right, so I was gonna say, but really important questions, it's probably not sitting here and answering them one by one. What is the best way for folks to work together to flesh out some of that stuff? It looks like Adam is queued up to say something.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, so, I mean, and yeah, thank you for all those comments. And those concerns all make a ton of sense to me in terms of things we need to address and things that we will certainly addressed through the CEQA process. I mean, I think in my outlining of the CEQA document itself, a lot of those same topics, if not all of them, most of them are on there. So I mean, I think that's exactly what we're going to get at through the CEQA process. But also, I appreciate meeting you virtually here so we can engage on those topics directly too. So, and yeah, again, we could walk through them one by one. I think that would take a lot of time, and we wouldn't have all the answers yet, right? Because that's part of what the process we're about to go through.
Yeah, but flagging those questions, those concerns early
Yes.
on so that there, there's daylight on them and there can be an open conversation and people can be meeting, even if it is virtually. I'm really pleased to see that. I think that's great. Did you have something you wanted to add, Bob?
I don't know. I mean, if you want to open discussion, we've covered a lot of this. I can just give quick, anyway, so the eelgrass shading, like the rafts are to the north of the eelgrass.
Okay.
Okay, so shading would occur toward the channel away from the eelgrass.
Okay.
Shoreward impacts, we're not going to be racing around chasing birds and seals and stuff.
Yeah.
We appreciate all these concerns, right? And the harp and so that's the seals also, and 300 feet away, we're doing that also. Ideally, we get in there during high tide, so the seals aren't even hauled out. These are all things that have been on the radar for a long time too. All the species are native, as far as like they're non-native, but they've been grown into mollusk beds, so they're on all the other growers lists already. Benthic habitat analysis, we removed, we like Greater Toronto National Marine Sanctuary, one of the first comments was they encourage native shellfish to be grown. So we had native shellfish grown in the original project description. We removed those because there wasn't enough studies on benthic habitat. I'm open to more analysis, sure. We'll have more on that later also. The gas generator on the raft.
Oh, yeah.
It'd be great to have batteries.
Yeah.
It'd be great to have something other than plastic to raise the oysters, and I'm open to wood products. What is it, viable? And so, claiming, you can go out there any claiming day. I live right there. The claiming doesn't occur. We've gone through all the, we've hashed out the claiming areas a long time ago. Come on out in low tide. You'll see where the claims are. They're not in the proposed area. And then, I think it's in the project description. We're going to survey before placing the gear. Carbon sequestration. There's so many benefits. Water quality. It's crazy. You look at these studies that have been performed. So with the current, and this is just one of the benefits, carbon with the current, I think 38 acres annually, it would sequester over 32 school buses of weight, 584,000 kilograms. The oysters are pretty amazing for the environment. They do a lot of great things, really. Could be a win-win all the way around.
Great, appreciate that, sort of quick rundown to some of those questions. Obviously, this is just the beginning, there's a lot more conversation to happen. Certainly, there's also the CEQA analysis. So appreciate these connections and collaborative spirit are just getting underway. It's great. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Caitlin Birch, marine scientist with Oceana. I'll echo and just say to a lot of Ashley Eagle Gibbs's comments, which were very thoughtful and thorough. Also just want to echo gratitude for the enhanced leasing process and all the work and patience that have gone into the public interest criteria. We really feel like it's already showing signs of enhancing this process and making it more streamlined and vetting these projects in the public interest, which is really important. So thank you to everyone. And also thank you to Bob and Adam. It's clear that you guys have done a lot of really thoughtful work on this and have had a lot of patience in this project and continue to take your proposed role as a caretaker for this area very seriously. So in addition to Ashley's comments, I'll just add a couple other things that we would like to flag as to be analyzed in CEQA review. We do know that there's additional data from the National Marine Sanctuary for eelgrass beds that's more recent, and that does show multi-year layers that shows eelgrass shifts over time. So we hope to see that analyzed in the CEQA analysis. There's also more recent updated data for harbor seal haul out, and that does cover a larger area than is shown in the proposal. So that we hope to see that flagged and analyzed as well. And I think that's it. In addition to Ashley's comments, we'll just echo hers. We really appreciate the public interest criteria. We think that, these leases being vetted through the public interest are really important because they're asking for commercial access to public spaces, and particularly in terms of national marine sanctuaries, it's important for these spaces to be considered. And one last thing too, sorry, just flagging as well, the need for the cumulative impacts of the other aquaculture operations in Tamales Bay and in that national marine sanctuary be evaluated through CEQA and be considered before even analyzing whether another aquaculture operation would be suitable for that region. So that's all. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Yeah, that's an important point about the cumulative impacts as well. Thanks, Caitlin. Anyone else in the room hoping to speak about this agenda item, which is agenda item 3, applications for new aquaculture leases?
Yes, hi, Michael Quill, Marine Programs Director at Los Angeles Waterkeeper once again. And this is an area of specific interest not only to me, but LA Waterkeeper. And I'm going to throw my colleague, Executive Director of the California Coastkeeper Alliance, Sean Bothwell, under the bus here. He's on the coalition with Ashley, and I associate with Ashley. You can see why, because I could just like learn a lot in like 5 seconds. But I just want to open up the possibility of working together. I mean, we really are focused on clean water, so I know that's a little out of our jurisdiction, but definitely dealing with the fact that we have so many sewage spills in LA, and we have some aquaculture efforts going on down there. So that's my calling. My new project is following the feces, brother. That's what I'm doing. I'm just trying to figure out where it's coming from and how we can notify our aquaculture efforts when it's coming down the river, so we know what to expect. So I'm going to throw Sean out there and I'll touch base with you, but I want to open up to anyone else who wants to get involved in this dialogue, because just here having this discussion, I think we need to get together like Cala did, more brownie points with Cala, with our MPA collaborative, to have these sub meetings. And then I'd love to come to the area and visit Ashley and do a walk with Sean and talk about what's going down, because as Eric Starr said, aquaculture is coming. Let's work together on this and do it in an environmentally sound way. And that's where we're coming from and where I'm coming from. So I'll talk to you later. And anybody else who wants to get in touch with me, I'll go with this, Sean. He's on maternity leave, so he's open and tender now, so we can get him to thank you.
Thanks, Michael. All right, I don't see anyone else in the room at the moment. David, do we have some folks online? It looks like we have at least 2 hands raised.
So we have Mary Jane Schramm and then Richard James, followed by Paul Hovey.
Hello, good morning. And I'm Mary Jane Schramm for the Marin Audubon Society. And we've identified several potential impacts, primarily wildlife disturbance and habitat degradation. Although we do not currently take a position on it, we raise these points to be addressed during the environmental review process. As you know, Tamales Bay is a Ramsar wetlands of international ecological importance due to its unique characteristics, support for vulnerable species, and role in maintaining biodiversity in the region. The proposed site is less than 1 football field length, less than 300 feet from a harbor seal rookery. Harbor seals are skittish on land and easily flushed. Dependent pups separated from their mothers, if not reunited, won't survive. Repeat disturbances could result in colony abandonment. Gray whales are known to enter Tamales Bay as far south as Marshall. NOAA estimates that recently over 40% of our gray whale population has died off, linked to climate-related reduced prey on their Arctic feeding grounds. So now grays are increasingly entering local bays and inlets to forage, thus are at risk from lethal entanglement with lines or fisheries gear. Regarding the bird life, as you've heard, the bay supports shorebirds, seabirds, and waterfowl year-round. It's an important Pacific flyway stopover and overwintering ground for over 20,000 migratory birds, some endangered or threatened. Disturbance and the loss of eelgrass and mudflat habitat could have significant impacts. And regarding invasive species, We note the plan's lack of specificity in proposing to cultivate red algae for agar production for the pharmaceutical, cosmetics, and food industries. It names the broad genus Gracilaria, which includes highly invasive red algae such as Gracilaria vermiculophila and other non-natives. Vermiculophila has already invaded Tomales Bay. Stress tolerant and adaptable to wide variations in conditions, it's a reliable, highly profitable crop, but it outcompetes and displaces native algae and modifies environments. We request that any algae aquaculture be restricted to true native species, not just species found in the area. These are some concerns, but I'll add in closing, in just the past 10 years, our marine life has suffered devastating effects from 2 marine heat waves, loss of 95% of our kelp forests, species habitat compression, and other radical ecosystem changes. Any decision concerning a new enterprise should be undertaken using the precautionary principle and with consideration of these facts. Thank you. And I might mention, since it's been mentioned several times, I was with Greater Farallones National Marine Sanctuary for 20 years prior to my recent retirement. So I sort of have a vested, heartfelt interest in Tomales Bay.
Thank you, Mary Jane.
And we have Richard James, followed by Paul Hobie.
Hi there. Thank you, Melissa. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you for this opportunity. First, I'd like to extend my empathy to you, Bob, for the duration of this process. Back in August of 2015, at the first of 3 public meetings at the Marconi Conference Center, former executive director Sankey Mastrup pointed out that growing shellfish in West Marin was kind of like the Wild West. That in the past there were a lot of questionable practices that had taken place, and that he was hoping at that time that that it was going to be a little less wild than it had been. I think it has become less wild. I think there is a little bit more accountability. I think there is more room for improvement in that. So again, I think that part of the delay was possibly the department and maybe the commission coming to grips with that Wild West moniker and developing and I won't say perfecting, but improving processes. As you know, this is the first shellfish application to be processed by the department, I think, in over 25 years. So they developed the process that they did because I think in the past there really wasn't much of a process. So I'm glad to see that we're moving forward in that respect. Some specific questions regarding the process, the applicant. I would like to know, where is the on-land work to be done? In leases of past, I haven't looked at the current lease template, but in the lease documents of past, there was always a very specific call out for where on land or onshore work was to be done, and I didn't see that pointed out yet. I will echo the concerns brought by Ashley and Mary Jane that the channel in that area where the harbor seal haul out is, I just looked at Google Earth while people were talking and drew a line. In many places, it's less than 300 feet wide. So if you've got subtidal, growing going on in a channel that's less than 300 feet wide, how do you propose to stay 300 feet away from the harbor seals? Regarding sustainability of this activity, I'd like everyone to keep in mind that current practices use an ungodly amount of toxic petroleum-based plastic to house these animals. The bags and the baskets that Mr. Wagshall talked about are all made of plastic. They all get degraded on a 24-hour basis when they're jostled by the wind and the wave. The oysters in them are like little razors, and they're carving out pieces of plastic every day. In addition, those bags get ripped out by wind and wave. They get ripped out by motorboats cruising through. All manner of activities are harsh on the growing processes. And my final comment is to keep in mind that these millions of animals that are non-native, the Atlantic, the Pacific oysters and the Kumamoto oysters and other non-native species, are all removing phytoplankton from the water column that would otherwise be available to truly native animals. So these animals that are touted to be pumping and filtering 50 gallons of water a day are taking food away from other animals and putting it into this animal that's going to be sold. So those are just the comments I have now. I'd like to thank everybody for going through this process, and I look forward to continued discussions to make this as good as an application and practice as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Paul, are you still there?
Hi, Melissa. Thank you, Paul Hobie, Farallon's Sanctuary. I am covering this aquaculture issue for a colleague, so excuse me for being a little out of my element here, but I did want to thank Adam and Bob for their overview and all their hard work on this project, as well as Kimmy for giving us an overview of MRC and FGC's work creating this criteria. I did hear a commenter mention the data that the sanctuary has on eelgrass, as well as harbor seal haulouts. I'm sure we would be happy to provide this information as part of the process, and just wanted to let you all know that, and that we're interested in this project, tracking it, and participating and giving you the scientific information that we have when the time is right. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. And Melissa, I don't see any other hands raised on this agenda item. Do I have that right? And I don't see anyone else approaching the table. So we don't have a recommendation or direction that we need to provide on this agenda item. So we will wrap up this agenda item. Next, we are going to take agenda item number 5, recreational barred sand bass fishery. But before we do that, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break. So we will see you back here at 10:20. All right, welcome back, everybody. We are picking back up on our agenda with agenda item number 5, recreational barred sand bass fishery. We're going to receive and discuss the department's update on the recreational barred sand bass fishery, the barred sand bass working group outcomes and recommendations for potential regulation changes, and develop a potential committee recommendation. I'm going to hand it over to Susan to get us started on this agenda item.
Thank you. And just to mention for those that are joining online, if you were here for item 4, that has not happened yet. We've switched the order. That will happen after this topic. This agenda item 5, is to receive and discuss a department update on the recreational barred sand bass fishery, update on the barred sand bass working group outcomes, and recommendations for potential regulation changes. And that's for committee recommendation. The department presented its overview and for discussion with the Marine Resources Committee at the July MRC meeting. So there was a discussion there. Today is the update and recommendations, and the proposed rulemaking timetable, should a recommendation go forward today, is noticed in December, which is coming up very shortly, in order to have measures in place in time for the core of the summer fishery next year. So just as a reminder, this was prompted by concerns raised by the department that barred sand bass abundance estimates suggested a severely depressed population in Southern California. There was concerns are attributed to environmental conditions, recruitment, and spawning aggregations that can be easily targeted. And so the department has analyzed data that fishery dependent and independent, and will again present that information for you today. Due to the population concerns, the department began discussing the recreational discussions with the recreational fishing community and academic community about potential changes. And that culminated in the referral by the commission to the MRC for that first discussion in July. During that discussion with public with input and perspectives from fishery participants and the sport fishing associations. The department highlighted additional need for collaboration with sport fishing associations and researchers to explore how to help recover barred sand bass populations while minimizing impacts to recreational fishing, particularly as to gain additional clarity about what the exact the existing stock conditions actually are. So the department committed to forming a work group and to come back with a joint recommendation at today's meeting. So as promised, the commission has, the MRC, excuse me, sorry. As promised, the department did convene that working group. Many of the working group members are here. And the department will give its presentation. There's comments in your meeting materials, as well as a comment in your supplemental materials. And the department representative to give this presentation today is Armin Barilati, environmental scientist with the Marine Region, and he is joining us by Zoom. And so I'll turn it over to him.
Just waiting for that screen to pop up. All right. Good morning, commissioners, commission staff, and the public. My name is Armin Barilati. I'm an environmental scientist with the Marine Region of California Department of Fish and Wildlife. I'm here to talk a bit more about barred sand bass, the fishery, and give an update from the last MRC meeting. Next slide, please. Some of this information is a bit of a review from my last presentation, but I want to make sure everyone present is up to speed. The barred sand bass, Paralabrex nubilifer, are found from southern Baja California, Mexico to central California. They are rare north of Point Conception. They are found in rocky reef, soft bottom, and bay habitats, and have a preference for ecotone habitat where sand meets reef. They can grow up to 67 centimeters or 6 kilograms. They mature by the time they're 27 centimeters or 5 years old, and can live up to 25 years. They prey upon small fish and invertebrates, are predated upon by marine mammals, sharks, and fish. Barred sand bass have a small home range, however, can make large migratory movements to spawning grounds tens of kilometers away from their home reef. This historically happens over soft bottom habitat, though the past couple of years has been observed over hard. Next slide, please. Barred sand bass spawning peaks in the summer months of June through August. From the Cal Coffee larval tow data and Vantuna research group scuba dive data that we see in these two graphs, we see minimal larval recruitment of barred sand bass or barred sand bass less than 20 centimeters counted on an annual basis. However, we do see 4 major recruitment pulses occurring that coincide with increased juvenile fish counted. These are, there are pulses of larvae in the early 80s, early 90s, small peak in the mid 90s, and in the mid 2010s. These pulses of barred sand bass in Southern California occur in warm water years and when there's minimal upwelling in northern Baja California. In contrast, kelp bass have approximately 6 times higher annual baseline recruitment that may be more locally sourced and something we would like to see more for barred sand bass. Next slide, please. The most recent regulation changes occurred in 2013 when the minimum size limit for all of the saltwater basses, so there's a kelp bass, barred sand bass, and spotted sand bass, was increased from 12 to 14 inches. And the bag limit changed to 5 in combination of these species where it had been 10. These changes went into effect in March 2013 and were implemented to help protect and recover these species. A seasonal closure was recommended by the department staff for sand bass, but was not passed by the commission as it was deemed too detrimental to the fishing industry. Next slide, please. So we're getting into the landings here. This graph shows commercial passenger fishing vessel, abbreviated as CPFE, catch per unit effort, abbreviated as CPUE, and landings of sand bass from 1980 through 2023. CPUE is the solid line with the associated values on the left y-axis, and the landings of sand bass is the hashed line with values on the right y-axis. The 2013 regulation changes noted as the vertical red hash line. You can see landings gradually increase from the 1980s through the early 2000s, with peak landings in the late 90s and early 2000s. We then see a precipitous drop in the landings from the mid 2000s, bottoming out in the mid to late 2010s. For the past decade, sand bass landings have been a fraction of what they had been in previous decades, because sand bass did not form large spawning aggregations in known locations during the time, so fishers had to target other species. Additionally, during this time, the offshore tuna really picked up. So there's more focused effort for these species. In 2023, we see our first signs of increased landings in CPUE since 2013. Again, going back to that previous slide, the 2023 increase in landings makes sense since the fish from the mid-2010s larval recruitment pulse had become large enough to enter the fishery. Sorry, it looks like we're not on the slide, so there we go. Go to slide 6. Next slide, please. In the next 4 slides, we'll take a deeper dive into how frequently CPFEs have reached their limit of barred sand bass per season. To do this, we created a metric called BAG, which is the mean number of barred sand bass kept per angler trip. We only use trips where at least one barred sand bass was kept. We then assign each trip to a season based off the date of the logbook entry. So winter W is December through February, spring SP is March through May, summer SU is June through August, and fall F is September through November. For each season in a year, we look at the proportion of trips that fell into these 6 bins. So less than or equal to 1 barred sand bass per person, greater than 1 to 2 per person, greater than 2 to 3 per person, greater than 3 to 4 per person, and greater than 4 but less than 5 per person, and lastly, greater than or equal to 5 barred sand bass per person. To make this more digestible, we broke these figures into decades, starting with the height of the fishery in the 1990s. So looking at this figure, the first thing that pops out to me is that 20% or more of the summertime trips are retaining 5 or more barred sand bass per person. These are the yellow bars. And this is back when the bag limit, you're allowed to take up to 10 in combination. Additionally, most other seasons have about 5% of trips where anglers are retaining 5 or more barred sand bass. It is still evident that the summertime trips are where anglers are most successful at catching barred sand bass, as about 70% of the trips in the other seasons average 1 or fewer barred sand bass per trip. Next slide, please. Here we're looking at the same metric, mean bag per trip, for the years 2000 through 2009. The summertime trips from 2000 to 2004 are even better than the 90s, with about 30% of the trips retaining 5 or more barred sand bass per person. From 2005 through 2009, the summertime trips keeping 5 or more barred sand bass become less frequent. And in 2009, less than 10% of the summertime trips retain 5 or more fish. Additionally, we see each year summertime trips are catching 1 or less barred sand bass per trip increase and approach the same level of non-summertime trips at around 70% of trips. Next slide, please. Between 2010 and 2019 is where we see retention of barred sand bass per angler trip become minimal. It's a little faint to see on here, but between 2013 W and spring is when the regulation change went into effect. From 2014 to 2019, more than 90% of the trips in all seasons are keeping 1 or fewer barred sand bass per trip. Very rarely does any trip, even in the summertime, keep 5 sand bass. We are aware that some of the fleet did switch over to offshore tuna fishing, with bluefin, yellowfin, and dorado becoming more plentiful in offshore waters. However, the short-range trips, so half-day, twilight, and three-quarter day, would have had to continue to target reef fishes like barred sand bass, as they cannot reach these outside waters. Next slide, please. There we go. The trends from the mid to late 2010s continue into 2020s, with 80% of the trips for all seasons keeping 1 or less barred sand bass. We do see the first increase in the ratio of barred sand bass kept per person per trip in the summer, increase in the summer of 2020. As mentioned before, this coincides with the recruitment pulse in the mid-2010s. And we expected to see this in kept bass as they are getting large enough to enter the fishery. Next slide, please. In 2007, the department started scuba surveys in sand reef ecotone habitat to count size barred sand bass and other fishes. Since 2019, we have consistently surveyed 10 sites from San Diego to Santa Monica Bay in each of the months from September through November, as shown on the map. This fall time period is chosen to avoid spawning aggregations and to have more reliable dive survey conditions. The fishery independent data surveys conducted by the department are the only surveys that measure abundance and size distribution of Southern California sand bass population in their preferred habitat. This data can be incorporated by the department in fishery models like management strategy evaluation or a stock assessment. Next slide, please. Here's our size distribution data from 2017 to 2023, and no surveys occurred in 2020 due to COVID restrictions. The y-axis is the proportion of sand bass size for each year, since the number of surveys each year is inconsistent. The sizes are in 5 centimeter bins. The vertical red hash line is the minimum size limit of 14 inches or 35.6 centimeters. N is the annual number of barred sand bass counted, and T is the annual number of transects conducted, and you'll see those in the upper right-hand corner of each graph. In 2017, the top left graph, we see most of the barred sand bass counted were in the 10 to 25 centimeter bins. As we look right to the 2018-19 graphs, we see these fish are getting bigger. We surmise these are the fish from the large recruitment pulse of the sand bass around 2015, when we had elevated water temperatures due to El Nino. On the bottom graphs, 2021 through 23, we continue to see these sand bass get larger into a size where they start to. Again, this pulse of legal size sand bass helps explain the reason why landings have increased this past year. Please look at 2017 and 2023 figures where we have the red circles. What is very concerning to us is that we see no sizable recruitment pulse behind these legal fish in 2023, like we saw in 2017. Next slide, please. Due to our concerns over the sustainability of the barred sand bass population, the department reached out to the fishing industry, specifically Sport Fishing Association of California and Coastal Conservation Association of California. So that's SAC and CCA Cal, and barred sand bass researchers to discuss potential conservation measures. We began discussions in February with an initial proposal to amend the regulations to allow a maximum of 2 barred sand bass to be taken from September 1st through May 30th, and zero retention of barred sand bass to be taken and possessed from June 1st through August 31st. A follow-up meeting with industry was hosted in April in response to questions and concerns raised during the initial presentation. Industry stakeholders expressed concerns that the initial proposed changes would be detrimental to their businesses. As a result, the department established an ad hoc working group of industry and barred sand bass researchers to work collaboratively together to discuss and develop potential conservation measures that would minimally impact the fishing fleet while also protecting the spawning aggregations of barred sand bass. Travel notification letters were sent out to 369 contacts on July 8th, and so far we have not received any responses from the tribes wanting to participate. Next slide, please. We identified several goals for the working group, which was composed of department staff, barred sand bass researchers, and fishing industry representatives. Those goals include improve understanding of the current status of the barred sand bass population and fishery, develop a shared understanding of the current need for a conservation measure, and identify information gaps and strategies to collaborate on future data collection. And I guess lastly, support an open collaborative process now and in the future to share information on the species and the fishery. Next slide, please. Through the discussions with the working group, the department has presented and discussed 3 potential bag limit options to consider as precautionary interim conservation measures for sand bass. These 3 options are potential incremental measures that will reduce the amount of fishing success on the spawning aggregations while allowing for the department and stakeholders to continue to work together towards a long-term management strategy. The 3 options include a year-round limit of 3 barred sand bass, a year-round limit of 4 barred sand bass, or summertime reduction to 3 barred sand bass. Based on the data from the 2023 CPFE logbooks, the department has analyzed the potential number of barred sand bass that would not have been available to the fishery under the 3 different bag limit options, which varies from just over 6,000 fish to just below 2,000 fish. Next slide, please. Through the working group, the department and fishing industry have agreed to support and recommend a year-round bag limit of 4 barred sand bass with a sunset date of 3 years. This has reduced the current bag limit for barred sand bass by 1 fish while still having the option to retain 5 bass in combination. The department is recommending to go to notice by memo with this option in December for an implementation date of June 1st, 2025. The working group will continue to collaborate over the long term to identify high priority research projects to fill information gaps and a sustainable conservation measure based on the best available science to protect barred sand bass spawning aggregations in the future. Next slide, please. Thank you, and I'm available to answer any questions. And if you'd like to learn more about barred sand bass, please see our enhanced status report.
Thanks very much, Armand. Very helpful, comprehensive overview. Any questions for Armand, Eric? Okay. Folks in the room who would like to come up and speak on this, yeah, Ken, please come on up. Anyone else who wants to come on up and speak on this, we welcome you.
And for those who are online, if you are interested in participating in the conversation, now would be a good time to raise your hand to let us know. And we will call on folks online after we finish in the room.
There you go. President Murray, Commissioner Scar, Dr. Schumann, and staff. I'm Ken Franke, President of the Sport Fishing Association of California. Our membership includes the commercial passenger fishing vessel companies throughout the South Coast. While many of our membership were intending to speak to conserve valuable committee time, I'll be commenting on this agenda on their behalf. Let me preface my comments by acknowledging the outstanding work of the CDFW staff and the working group assembled to discuss the issue of sand bass. Within this group, independent scientists, senior captains from the fleet, recreational anglers, and CDFW biologists all worked hard to communicate in a productive manner. Science concerns, current observations, dive surveys, modeling, and recommendations, both near and long-term, were discussed. We had 2 meetings. One was about 8 hours. The other one was 2 hours. Noteworthy was the leadership demonstrated by Kirsten Ramey, Armand Barlatti, Deanna Porzio, Miranda Haggerty, and Heather Gliniak. Their willingness to meet and work with the fishermen and stakeholders was outstanding. The open communication was key to working through to a common understanding of action items and goals. After extensive internal discussion, the Sport Fishing of California is in support of the CDFW recommendation. So that's a pretty statement, but the one I wanted to add, I've had a number of folks over the last week ask the question, well, how did you all come up with 4? Well, what's the idea? And in simple terms, what we see, and I've done a lot of research over the years with the different organizations, NIMS in the department. What the captains were seeing in the ocean wasn't matching necessarily the observations that was being processed by the department. And the dive survey is one data point. We have other surveys or digestions of data, catch per unit of effort, et cetera, another data point. But when I got to talking and when our whole group started talking with all the captains that are actually out there working, you know, and they're showing me a video with several acres of fish up on the surface, or captains talking about, yeah, I couldn't get away from all the shorts. And a very important component of this is that there wasn't evidence of the smaller sand bass potentially coming into the biomass. And it was contrary to what we were hearing from the folks that were working on the boats. So that's when we talked to the department about, hey, can we get together? Can we get the senior captains? And we had captains from Orange County, LA County, Santa Barbara County, and San Diego. And we put them all in one room. Average tenure of captain was about 42 years. These folks know what they're doing. And so they were putting on the table, hey, here's our observations. The department was putting on, well, here's our observations. Here's our dive survey. Here's what we're digesting. Independent scientists were making their comments as well. At the end of the day, there was just, if you could have sat in the room, there was just a huge exchange of information. But what I think a lot of us came to the opinion was we need some more data. But in the meantime, we need to do some kind of conservation measure, ergo dropping it down to 4 fish bag limit. The ideas that were come up with, and I think the one that was really glaring was having the boat crews. I think you heard Mary McCray comment about the tuna sampling and the groundfish sampling. Recommendation from the boat owners was, let's train the crew to actually measure, tag, and release the short sand bass so we can quantify what's coming up in the biomass and not rely on one single data point, but actually start to develop that series of data points so that at the commission, you all can make good decisions with enough information. So the thought was, how do we stabilize things and keep a cap on it? Let's say the fish go off next year and they start catching a bunch of them. That's where we thought having a 4 fish bag limit would keep that cap, keep the conservation effort going. It's an attention getter for our folks. I can tell you honestly, a lot of boat captains are like, there's not a problem from our view, but it depended on where you were. And so we wanted to do, I think, the thoughtful thing and do a constructive solution. But at the same time, if there is down the road science to indicate, hey, we got a problem developing here and it's more serious than we thought. Well, through adaptive management, let's take some action and do in a more conservation move in the other direction. So it was basically an effort to provide a pathway out of the situation, and at the same time, and most importantly, protect the resource, because that's number one. These folks that run these boats, they absolutely want to protect the resource because they know that's their future. So that's my comments. Thank you very much. If there are any questions.
Thanks, Ken.
Your straws for the next speaker. For the record, Greg Helms with Ocean Conservancy. Good morning, folks. Thank you. I've got a letter in the record and been circulating it around. You might recall in July, the next steps were to amend Title 14 to address the spawning aggregations of barred sand bass, and then secondly to have engage a fraction of the stakeholders, and then come back with a supported solution. The solution that the recommendation doesn't conserve the spawning aggregations. It doesn't even address the spawning aggregations. And my request to the MRC is that you advance to the full commission an option among a range perhaps that addresses the spawning aggregations that your staff has told you over and over are the linchpin of recovery, are the source of vulnerability, the reason there's a downturn, and of course they're an attractant to the section of the recreational fishery that we're hearing from. So there's a pension and there's a problem, and I'm aware of that. I get that. Why is the recommendation for a single fish reduction year-round in the bag limit not sufficient? Well, in 2013 we tried much more of that, and it didn't make an appreciable difference. We specifically left out, at the request of the CPFE fleet, addressing the spawning aggregations, instead using the sort of the old bag limit tool, and it didn't give us the conservation we wanted. It's been obvious that the spawning aggregation has been the missing piece. So if while I'm getting to it, I appreciate being able to see the page 6 of the PowerPoint, which is page 16 of the staff report on this item, because this shows you the range of options where I'll be recommending you go with increased conservation. You've got to recognize that your department recommended no bag limit in the crucial spawning times and places for barred sand bass. Now, it's important to say there's great fishing opportunity outside the spawning aggregations, outside the spawning months. You have a letter from a fishing participant, a fishery participant in the record that says that, and I certainly agree. I've personally witnessed that. Is it possible to get the page 6 of the staff report up? That's your range of options. I would also submit to you that you ought to consider closing one of the 5 or 6 known spawning aggregation sites. That would be an area closure. As I look at it, the one that would have the minimal effects, the least effects, they'll all have effects, would be Santa Monica Bay. Just because of the distribution of ports, because of the distribution of catch, the distribution and so on. But the important thing is that it looks like I'm not going to be able to talk to the.
Are you talking about the PowerPoint?
Yeah, it's the presentation.
The presentation, it's entitled Management Options. Yeah. It's nearly the second to last.
I think it's the potential regulation options.
Potential regulation options, yeah. That, in my opinion, for the MRC is where you want to draw your recommendations for an expanded range of options for the full commission. Literally, that graphic can be sent forward. You could direct staff that this is the range of alternatives, which would actually differ from what's recommended in that it would address the spawning aggregations for barred sand bass. While we're waiting on that, okay, so there you go. Nope.
One back.
Yeah, one back.
Yeah.
You can see on this slide that there's conservation projected from different options. The recommended option is right there at 4 year round. It's 3.5%. That does not respond to the downturn that you've seen that Mr. Baralotti twice has told your commission is a deep and persistent depleted fishery condition that needs to be addressed. And 3.5 does not credibly cut it. It does not create the holding pattern or the collaborative space to move forward. It simply doesn't. You'll note that the CDFW originally came forward with the bottom option, which would do significant conservation. I suggest that between the two is where we ought to be targeting the conservation. I would suggest additionally that you close Santa Monica Bay. I would be very open to questions on that. I do want to address quickly the data concerns that have been raised. First of all, captains and fishermen seeing no problem. Your staff has explained three different ways on 2 different occasions why that would be the case. All the barred sand bass that exist go to certain places where they appear to be abundant. That's the thing that the scientists have labeled hyperstability. But what it means is, number one, it's hard to see there's a problem because you're seeing most of the fish that exist. Number two, it presents creepy, misleading observations like your table showing an uptick in landings. Armand said basically that there's targeting that's fishery targeting that's giving the illusion that there's an uptick. I don't believe there's an uptick. I don't think your staff believes there's an uptick. So you have those 2 problems there. You must address the spawning aggregations, something like your 11.2 option or your 76.1 option. That'll give you confidence. And if you go with the recommended option, you're making a huge bet that the barred sand bass spawning aggregations that your staff has told you repeatedly are getting smaller and harder to find will not reach a tipping point while we do something like a stock assessment or a management strategy evaluation, all of which I support. The problem with those, both of those endeavors is they require you to stick to best available science when certain stakeholders are telling you, well, I don't believe your data. I want your science to prove a negative, right? Prove to me that there's not a bunch of spawning biomass hiding underneath a rock in 1,000 feet of water. We know that's not the case, but science will never prove that. We've got a management standard that we have to enforce here of best available science. I urge you to empower your staff to protect the barred sand bass and not sort of be beholden by this offer that we're going to go get a supported or an amenable outcome. That's simply handing a veto to one segment of the recreational fishing community that, hell, if you handed me that veto, I wouldn't have the self-discipline not to use it, and I don't fault them. I'll conclude by saying I have nothing but respect for SAC. The next speaker is someone I've worked with for 25 years or something. But I think your staff has made it abundantly clear you need enhanced conservation. I urge you to submit this range for the full commission so that we can get some kind of interim solution that allows us to do the management strategy evaluation, collaborative dialogue. We tried this in 2013 in spades, and now we're doing one bit of it. It's not going to help any more than it did then. The clock has run out. The verdict is in. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Greg. Anyone else in the room? Yeah, come on up, please.
And there's plenty of space. Up to 3 people up there, so feel free to come up. You don't need to wait.
Just come on up.
Yeah, in fact, it's helpful if you come up because that way we're not waiting for people.
Yeah.
All right. Yes.
Hi, my name is Fred Huber, owner operator of San Diego Sport Fishing. I operate 3 California passenger fishing vessels. Thank you for having me here. I appreciate the chance to be heard. So I quit my paper out when I was 16 years old to work on the boat I currently own. I've operated the last 34 years. I've owned it for the last 20. We operate off of out of San Diego. We're based out of San Diego Bay, and barred sand bass is a fish that I've spent, basically my entire life understanding and sharing with our customers. Sand bass is a recreational fish. It can only be taken by our customers, which are also your customers. And over the years, I've seen lots of changes. I've seen some phenomenal fishing, and I want to thank the commission for what they've done. That law that was just passed in 2013. You might not feel that it's had effect, but I feel that it has. From what I've seen in the years past, I have to go back 30 years to see fishing like we have this year. And I know there's a concern, and I appreciate that. I am as passionate about protecting this resource as anybody can be. We rely on the fish as one of the fish that we target. And the comparing the calico bass and the sand bass is why aren't they coming around the same as the calico bass? I feel it's kind of apples and oranges. The way they appear, where they're at. I feel a lot of times there's not other fish that will help us when we're trying to target them in those areas. I will say this past year, this past spawning season. Now, one of the things I want to address, this idea that the fish is more vulnerable than, yes, but also as recreational fishermen, our customers are tourists. Recreational activities happen in the summertime. So the amount of effort that's put forth it's gonna appear more in the summer times because that's when we're carrying our passengers. These summer months that we fish, my boats make 70% of their money in those 3 months of the year. So over 30% of the year is when we're making 70% of our income. And it is a vital piece to what we do. And this idea of shutting them down during the spawning aggregation, you might as well just take them away from us completely. That would be the effect it would have. And what we saw this past year, you know, congratulations from the decisions you made in 2013. It cut the amount of fish we could take in half. We had a 50% reduction plus a 2-inch size increase, which gives those fish extra years to spawn. And you point at the fact that the calico bass responded better, and you're worried, concerned about the sand bass not responding in the same fashion. Well, it's taken longer. It's taken longer, and you know, I pulled some numbers out, and I don't know if I'm benefiting myself by sharing these or not. Just comparing last year to this year, 2023 versus 2024, and Armand's slides does not show this, but this was an incredible year. Seaforth sport fishing out of Mission Bay, 2023, 781 sand bass. 2024, 3,744. Fisherman's Landing, 2023 numbers, 2,467. This year they reported 5,529. The landing I operate out of Point Loma Sport Fishing, 2023, 2,200 fish. This year, 5,300 fish. And most impressive at all, H&M Landing, 2023 numbers was 1,400 fish. This year they landed 7,600 fish. The fish I saw this year, it was an incredible biomass. I had not seen anything like that in years. And the fact of the matter is, we barely scratched the surface. The amount of fish I saw this year, we took an incredible small percentage. We would get to limits of fish, and we've become very good at conservation. I am a conservationist. I'm an environmentalist. I am not an extremist. And working with my customers to know, how many fish do you people want to take home? And if you get 5 people from Arizona that don't want to take the fish off the boat, we make sure that those fish don't go into bags. We police ourselves because it is a resource that we monitor, and they're important to us. And making sure that our customers don't take more than they can use and handling those fish in a proper way, it's important to my crew, it's important to me, and we're stewards to the environment. We want our customers to understand how important that resource is and to respect it. And I almost feel like by sharing these numbers, in one of our meetings, it was brought up, the term that was used was increased pressure. And when I questioned Kirsten on, well, what do you mean by increased pressure? Are you saying there's more people fishing, or are we more successful at what we're doing? And she acknowledged the fact that, yeah, you were more successful this year, and they deemed that as increased pressure. Well, what if we hadn't caught anything this year? What if the numbers declined? Well, then that works against us too. So my question at some point is like, well, you know, do we help ourselves by catching a lot of fish? Or is that detrimental to what we're trying to do? Because there's times when it seems like it's a no-win situation. Oh, you caught a bunch of fish. Oh, well, you're hurting the resource. You're overtaking it. Well, you didn't catch any. Okay, which do you need? What do you want to see from us? As far as the idea of a lack of recruitment fish, there are spots that I avoid because I don't want to catch a bunch of undersized fish. The customers aren't that interested in it, and they're there and we see them, and we avoid them. So now again, I'm not making a catch on small fish, and now I'm contributing to your database in a negative way. I'm not helping myself. And I feel there are times when by filling out my logbooks, I'm almost hurting myself. I've talked to Armand about his 7-year dive survey, which in the grand scheme of things is a senior boat captain. That is just a snapshot of what's out there. Going to 10 sites and diving them, that is such a small window of what's potentially out there. And I've talked to him about other sites. I would, you know, in the whole idea of working together, I would love to be part of giving more data. The spaghetti tags, I've watched them go and fish. My crew is very, very apt at handling fish, and we would love to be part of this. This resource is important to us, and if we can work together with the department, we would wholeheartedly like to do that. But the data that you're using as it stands, it's such a small picture of what's out there. What I've seen over my 40 plus years of running that boat in that area is so much more than goes into a fishing game logbook. And I appreciate the opportunity to have my voice heard. I appreciate, I've seen what's happened this morning, and you folks you work hard, and I appreciate what you do. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. This is an MRC meeting, and so I'm gonna, if it's okay, take this moment to actually just reflect on some of the things that were said, versus just like one person speaks at a time and then we talk and then things happen. I mean, it's really interesting, right? I can see why you would feel that way about landings data, right? That, you know, if you show that you're fishing a lot and you're catching a lot, then that shows that there is increased pressure. If you're not catching a lot of fish because they're not showing up in the landings data, then perhaps you feel like then the concern is, well, there aren't fish to catch. And so that's, you know, it's a little bit damned if you do, damned if you don't, lose. And I think that's really interesting to think about. I mean, I get that landings data are not always a good indicator of stock health. My understanding is there are also maybe a dozen published studies that rely on more than just landings data. And I also do think, you know, my sense is that, you know, from what I know from my own experience and talking to folks, that in the 21st century, with all of the tech we have, we are exceptionally good at finding even the smallest aggregations. And so when we have zero landings, that really might suggest something, because if we can't find them with all the computers on our boats, then they really, you know, there really might be a problem, because we're just so much better at finding fish than we used to be. So if we're not landing them, that maybe is data. But I wondered if Armand or Craig, or I don't know if Kirsten is around, or if somebody might talk a little bit about the data sources that have gone into all this information. I mean, we know about the landings data and the scuba surveys. I know there is also a body of literature out there as well. So could we just learn a little bit more about the data sources that go into this discussion today? And this issue that Fred has sort of flagged of like, you know, his feeling, I don't want to speak for you, but you're feeling that, you know, either way, it's like setting off alarm bells and.
Yes, absolutely. And, you know, that stretch, one other thing, you know, Armand mentioned the fact that like during 2013 to 2018, we had phenomenal tuna fishing. And during those summer months, my boats were not targeting sand bass, and we're the leaders in catching those fish, and we're offshore tuna fishing. So there's a little glitch right there, and you know, you can't point to a year and say, well, see, the landings were down this year. It's like, well, yeah, we're off fishing tuna. We were all three of my boats were offshore fishing tuna, and you know, little glitches like that, you know, as you're pointing just at numbers, there's a loss of continuity in what you're really seeing. I'm blessed. I have three boys in college. One's getting his master's in chemical engineering. I have one at Cal Maritime working on his third Mates Unlimited license, and I got one at San Diego State doing data analysis. But numbers, you know, is as much as our society gets caught up in numbers, that's not the narrative. The numbers, just the raw numbers, can't be the entire narrative.
Yeah.
And if you rely on numbers to be the entire narrative, you're missing so much.
Right, yeah, so the landings are one piece of the conversation. And I wondered if Armand, you could talk more about what other kinds of numbers and data go into this discussion and
Sure. So just in this presentation, we have the CPFE logbook data, our scuba dive surveys. We also included the larval tow data from Cal Coffee, as then also the Van Tuna Research Group. They do additional scuba surveys up and down the coastline, and they have a site or two that barred sand bass are a little more frequent at, or the habitat's more suitable for them. So we show the juvenile data there. So that's 4 data sources in this presentation. We've also looked at the SURFs data, which again is landings. Those are the samplers going out on the CPFEs or sampling the boats as they return to the dock. There are other groups like PSCO that do sampling up and down the coastline, doing more scuba surveys. However, they just typically don't target the correct habitat for barred sand bass, so they're not as useful for us. In the past, there used to be retainment data from the power plants. However, most of that has been gone for a decade now or more. I don't know the exact end date for those. And then we also have our bass discard study, which is when we have one of our samplers go aboard sport vessels in Southern California, measure all the bass that are kept or released. And so that way we get an idea of ratios of kept versus released, and then we get the size distribution of those. So that's most of the data that we've been using here. Afraid, Kirsten, did I miss anything?
I think you covered it.
That's really helpful, Armando. Thank you for just going through that list of all the data sources that go into this and that have been considered by the department. It's really helpful. Did you say Kirsten is there too?
Turn your just to add quickly, we also have, had conversations with some of the researchers who have studied barred sand bass for their thesis dissertation work. And so their information has definitely been incorporated into our discussions as well.
That's great. Thanks so much, Kirsten. It's just helpful to know that we really are looking at a, you know, multifaceted body of information and not just relying on one source of information, looking for signals. It's really helpful to hear that. Caitlin.
Thank you. Caitlin Birch, marine scientist with Oceana. Thanks to the department biologists, Armand and Kirsten, and for the presentation today and for putting together a recommendation and working through the working group to have those discussions and dialogue. And also for the willingness of sport fishing groups to assist in filling critical data gaps. That's a really important role. We all agree that action is needed to ensure the barred sand bass can continue to provide fishing opportunities and fulfill its role in the ecosystem. In 2013, the commission did not adopt the department biologists' recommended action and instead enacted size limits and reduced bag limits. And we missed the opportunity to implement the required management needed to allow this population to recover. We're seeing the results of that missed opportunity now in the presented data that we're discussing today. The recommendation of a further reduced bag limit will not be enough to ensure this already severely depleted species is able to return to healthy levels. So today we ask that the MRC request a range of alternative recommendations for the commission to consider, centered around the strongest two conservation measures presented by the department today that protect critical spawning aggregations of barred sand bass. Thank you.
Thanks, Caitlin. Hi, Wayne.
Hi, Wayne Cotto, CCA Cal. I too got to participate in the working group, and I think what we learned from that is an excellent template that we need to expand on for all of our management, because the open dialogue, being able to talk with the science team, the modeling team, and the resource managers, to be able to try to work it out. So it's not here that you guys have to arbitrate all these issues. But as we continue, as we have said in the past, and will continue to say, we are about responsible and sustainable outdoor recreation. We gotta stop going with the sky is falling every time we see a trend. The sky isn't falling here. And part of the storyline, and there's data that's missing up on those slides. It's only a very small snapshot of all the things that we've seen. But the piece that's really missing, and we're still trying to figure out, is how do you integrate what we see on the water, what the captains see on the water every day, into this data stream, because it's not necessarily measurable. We're telling them it's there, but they don't have a method to capture it, to then take it and extrapolate that data into the model. What we're seeing, and you're starting to see, is there's upticks on the trend. If you go back in that model and the stats, we don't see that juvenile recruitment necessarily every time there's a huge uptick in stock. And what we are doing is taking data out of context here. We had warm water blobs, we had change in environment, that stock moved around. We're on the border in Southern California. That we believe that biomass is going over the border and coming back. Right now, what we just saw this year is we saw an uptick in aggregation because we believe that the trends of the environment came back to that cyclical cycle that we keep saying is out there. But we haven't been able to trend it, I guess, in a statistical model yet. Now, we talk about missing data, we talk about all the things that are going on. The department came out and said they want to use, you guys agreed to using this open MSC tool. And we're going to go back to that, because that open MSC tool takes away from a stock assessment approach to a forecasting approach based on dependent and independent data and other things like recruitment, age class, and all of that, which in this case, the department has stated this is a data-rich species for the department. In that case, you have the best opportunity to use that model to fill in the blanks, to say, here's the historical trend and where it should end up. What we've said is, great, let's try it. We need to learn to use the tool, to trust the tool to fill in the gaps. And we keep saying, we need to also understand where the data gaps are. Now, here's where we're at. We know that we have as much data as we're ever going to get in the history up to 2013. We know that we made management decisions in 2013 of bag and size. If that is the case, we should have been able to take 2013 and trend it out 10, 20, 30 years and see where the scatter forecast should show. And where we're at right now should be within the mean of that result. but we haven't been able to see that. And that's why I keep going back. We need to tighten up the uncertainties of the data points that are in there that we don't actually have data for, but we're making assumptions for, which is why the experts need to help with the modeling. We all need to get there. We want the tool to work. That way there won't be any of these fights and disagreements. That's where I'm going. Now, it's not easy. That's why this working group is so important, and we need to start going there. While we're doing that, we understand there's going to be some compromise. What we're afraid of is we're seeing an uptrend. There's certain things that I believe were kind of missing in what was presented to you. When we talk about management, you didn't hear what is the harvest specifications needed for conservation? What is the maximum sustainable yield? What is considered overfishing, the OFL? And what is the minimum stock size threshold for acceptable biological catch? These are basic factors that we use to make management decisions on all fisheries. But yet you didn't hear any of those factors because we don't have those factors right now. And that's why we're saying, take a pause. The sky isn't falling. We need to help get you to those factors so that you have the right tools to make the decision, because you don't know what the carrying capacity is. You're seeing a trend, but that's a one-sided conversation of a trend based on stats that are being sent to you, not the whole, not everything that we've shown. Like I said, we've been on the water. Kenny and the team, the SAC team, have provided video and data off of their sounders that show huge biomasses out there, but they are not reflected in any of this data. So how do we work together to get to that? We're not saying that there's not a trend. We're saying we don't know the extent of that trend, and we believe we're actually on the uptick of that trend. And we're going to see it going forward as the climate evolves. So I think we just need to work together more and have these conversations offline and get this group focused on the data needs that the department has recognized so far. SAC has decided to, and helping out with the data collection. We know that there's other things. We will never in those dive surveys see all the juvenile. You just never see those. And they're going to be on the inshore where there's no fishing boats. So we already recognize that. We're trying to figure out how to go collect that, because a lot of that's going to be in the eelgrass and the kelp. I would say a lot of it's going to be in the MPAs, protected areas that we actually don't get into, right? We don't really survey other than CCFRP, but we don't catch those because we're using 3.0 and 5.0 hooks. We're never going to catch the juveniles in those areas. So we need a different methodology to go collect that data that's missing. If we're not going to do stock assessments and open MSC is the tool that we're going to use forward, we all need to figure out how to fix that tool and get it right so that we can use it going forward. That's my big thing. Thank you.
Thanks, Wayne.
Hi, Merritt McRae, Sport Fishing Association of California. As you heard from Ken, we support the department's current recommendation regarding sand bass. As Ken said, we'll provide a cap essentially on the catch should the opportunity and CPUE continue to increase as we've seen in the last couple of years. I want to note that sand bass, as you know, is a rec-only fishery. SAC supports public access to that fishery. It is recreational anglers' fishery to conserve, and that's the primary way that the public interacts with sand bass as a recreational target. It really is our fishery to conserve and to make sure that it persists in the long term, and in the best way that we can figure out how. I want to note that folks like Fred Huber, they have fishery knowledge from over the past 4 decades, and this spans deeply into those times when sand bass were more abundant in the catch. And what I've heard from these people and from my own experience is that it seemed like these fish came up from south, potentially from Mexico, as adults, along with fish like bonito and barracuda. And we would watch them come up and be caught in like one southern area and then hope that they would make it to the next southern area. And some years they wouldn't get all the way up to, say, Ventura, and other years they would. And so that was a dynamic. And so I think it's important to try to understand if that's really the case. That's where additional science would come in. A tagging study that transcends those boundaries would be a wonderful thing to be able to do. And we think at SAC that we have the ability to bring scientists from below the border in Mexico to help us, to assist us in doing that kind of a study. It's a simple study, tagging. In supporting this process, I developed a series of slides which are available as a written public comment, and I would encourage you to take a look at them. One of the things that I discovered was that the hyperstability claim is still relatively anecdotal. There are supposedly 5 aggregating sites, and what we're hearing from people is that these sites are the places where all those sand bass go, and so they're very susceptible. But in looking at tagging studies from the 60s and 90s, Erica Jarvis compiled a couple of figures, one of which shows where those sites are, and that they initially tagged these fish, and there are a number of them, like 15 or 20, including within those 5 purported aggregating sites. And then she went back and looked at where these fish were recaptured. And there was strong recurrence of capturing fish that were tagged in a particular site in a subsequent year during spawning season at that same site. I'll note that it appears there was only data from 2 of the 5 spawning sites that for subsequent years. But what there was plenty of was data demonstrating that those fish during spawning season were everywhere on all local reefs up and down the Southern California Bight. So if you look at management action that focuses on a particular site, not only is it difficult for enforcement, not only does it keep recreational anglers who are accessing fish other than sand bass in that area, but it's unlikely to provide the conservation benefits that we're all looking for and hoping for. So therefore, something that covers the entire Southern California Bight, like the reduction in the bag limit, is probably the better strategy. And so I encourage you to take a look at those slides and see for yourself. With respect to hyperstability, I understand there's a new paper that's coming out that examined that and whether there's strong evidence for it, and it was not able to find that. So that's another thing that I would suggest that you as commissioners do look at. We support identifying other data gaps in sand bass life history and are eager to help facilitate those. In my comment and open public comment, I talked about the types of work that SAC has already been able to help support. And we can do this. We can do those things. We have contacts with the scientific communities south of San Diego and in Mexico. I think we're well equipped to be able to help with the data gathering efforts. I'll note that it appears dive surveys do see some smaller fish, but they're really challenged to find the new recruits, the young of the year fish. However, there are data that are out there through the NPDS mandated scientific sampling that are able to see those, and I think those data can be found. I found some, and it produced a really nice graphic with respect to the size classes that are seen. It's just like what you'd expect from science. So take a look at those, please. And then finally, I think it's important to collect sand bass age structures, otoliths, so that we have the ability to do an actual stock assessment and come up with those benchmarks that Wayne just mentioned: minimum stock size threshold, target, and target biomass, and then what B0 would actually look like. Thank you.
Thanks, Merritt. All right, anyone else in the room want to come up? And then we'll go to our folks online. If anyone else wants to speak on this in the room, please come on up.
You can go ahead. Hi, Anupa Sokin. I am with fish on and represent conservation-minded anglers and spearfishers in California and across the United States. A lot of the shore-based fishing community that I work with, has generally been talking about how they see and are catching a lot less kelp bass, barred sand bass, and spotted sand bass, which is, the topic of what we're talking about here today. And as a shore-based angler, there's a lot less options for being able to target different species, right? On a boat, you can go further out, target tuna, target dorado, as those things are running. But when you're fishing from shore, you have very limited options. And to me, the data are pretty compelling. And it would seem to me that a seasonal closure, right, the benefit of that far outweighs what you would get from just reducing the bag limit. And I think that has direct benefit to the shore-based angling community, and particularly the pier-based angling community, who really has limited options on where they can fish from. I also think that there's not really a normal anymore, and we need to start taking a more precautionary approach, particularly a lot of our coastal species we have very limited data on, and when we have such compelling data that there are spawning aggregations that could be protected, to me, this seems like a really common sense precautionary, like example of a precautionary approach that we can take. Otherwise, I think the environment is going to decide for us and reduce that bag limit to 0 at some point, and I worry about that. And then just kind of a general comment that I'll leave with, the onus, like as a marine scientist and a fisherwoman, the onus is on the scientists to come up with data, and that's a really time-intensive process. It's never on me as an angler to show that I have a limited impact. So I mean, I just say that, and maybe that can better support like a precautionary kind of value-based decision on how we go from here. And I'll also say, like anecdotally, none of the data is surprising to me, based on, being in the water pretty regularly, not for 40 years, but maybe half of that. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. I would just echo everything that Ken said, Zach said, and Fred said. As someone that has owned a sport fishing business and been involved since I was born, the sand bass issue is very, very emotional for me. When in 2013, when the bag limit went from 10 to 5 and it went to 14 inches, that was excruciating for many of us in the room. And I think that I looked at it as the last couple of years as being something that we should champion and the department should be so excited about, because we're seeing so much calico bass and sand bass. And I was coming to the department to ask for a reduction in size to 13 inches. And I quickly, at the same exact time that I was told that sand bass they're worried, just worried about the sand bass. And at that time, SAC worked with the department. We got this working group together and really talked about a lot of things. And we talked to a lot of our anglers that were shocked to even hear that that would be an issue. And we wanted to really show that we are catching so many short sand bass, like we throw back so many fish and nobody measures them. No one talks about it. Even the samplers that come on our boats, they don't measure the short fish because it was nothing that we worried about. So I would agree with Wayne that just because you're concerned about it, we don't have to do drastic measures unless you're sure and there's been more science, and we feel that there are some science, but not enough science. And I would say that immediately we also asked our shore-based anglers, and I can only speak to Dana Point and San Clemente, what they're seeing. And they brought like just customers that come in to buy bait and tackle, and they're seeing so many short sand bass, and they sent us so many pictures, people that go fish on piers. they were excited to be part of the information gathering. And so I think that it was wonderful for us to see, like right away, they're like, no way, look at all these. I just got this yesterday and released it. So there's a lot of information out there, but I know it's anecdotal and you can't use it. And so, but we should try. I would also like to say that, like Fred mentioned, next year, if there's a decrease in sand bass because we're catching tuna and we're catching yellowtail offshore, that does not mean that we don't have sand bass. That just means our effort shifts. Our guys, when they're on the boat, captains have choices. We're not just going out to catch all the sand bass in the ocean. We have choices and we go to those choices. So if we're catching bonita, we're gonna go catch bonita. We're not gonna catch sand bass that day. I know that Fred explained that, but I think that it's definitely overlooked because we see that when our effort shifts, it does not go into the model. And the science does not show that. So thank you so much. And we support 4.
Thanks. All right, Melissa, who do we have online?
So far, no one.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've got some thoughts, but please.
Yeah, I'm still formulating. Go ahead.
Yeah, just want to thank everyone who's been a part of this conversation and who's, been out there, having these discussions, but also, fishing and gathering information, whether it's anecdotal, whether it's not, it's all important. It's all important to feed into this process where we have a lot of data sources. I know Wayne has talked a couple times about models. He might be trying to automate our jobs up here. No, I'm just kidding. But I think it is asking a lot to think that a model is going to tell us exactly what to do in these situations, right? We're still going to need people to QA, QC what the right, a lot of times policy call is to make in a situation like this. I think models can be one more data source, but to a point that we heard from another speaker, the ocean today and in the future is not the same ocean of the 1990s and the 2000s. We do have warm water blobs, like you said, we just don't know what's coming anymore. The ocean is a different place than it ever was before. There isn't really a normal. We know that, maybe they are trends and maybe I understand that some people feel like we shouldn't be overly reactive to trends, but since we put the 2013 regulations in effect, the landings by year are pretty clear and the RecFin landings by month are consistent. And we have, based on what we have before us, it does seem that the true population could be even worse off, since the decrease in population abundance could be masked at least partially by this aggregating behavior. It's notable looking at the charts that we saw today from the department about, what percentage of the recreational fleet is catching 5 fish or more. Even with that recruitment pulse in the mid-2000s, we still didn't see folks catching 5 fish or more in like the 20 to 30% of the fleet range, like we did in the 1990s and the early 2000s, even with a recruitment pulse feeling that. So it does seem like what we've done so far has, failed to rebuild the spawning aggregations and the fishery to date. And the size and bag limits are really only partially effective because, we didn't hear a lot about this today, but we also know that sand bass do incur some post-release mortality due to barotrauma. I think there is an incoming cohort that could provide a strong starting point for rebuilding if we can do something about the spawning seasons in terms of protection, because it just seems like there isn't that recruitment pulse behind the entry fish. So we tried to avoid a seasonal closure in 2013. I know it was the department recommendation. We had a lot of concern then over the recreational fishery. But we also heard that was really painful and excruciating, even as a comment that we heard. I would hate for us to do a half measure now that still isn't successful in achieving the goals we're trying to achieve,
have it be painful and not effective, that's not what I feel like we do want to do. That doesn't feel like it's the balance for me. I know at the July MRC meeting, we said we were going to, one of our goals, as we saw in one of the letters, was to take some step towards protection of barred sand bass during the summer spawning season, and those aggregations. There have been working group meetings. I'm really glad to hear, that they've been happening. They've been 8 hours, lots of discussion. Not everybody was in those working group meetings, though. I'm glad that it was the department and captains and scientists. That's really important. But I think there also were some voices who, it would have been great to have in the room as well. So I'm a little worried that the department recommendation that we're looking at is, that it isn't going to protect the summer spawning aggregations, and that just doing a bag limit by 1 fish, especially when so few participants are taking 5 fish or more at this point. And when they do, it is largely during the summer spawning season. So I don't know, I like the idea of the SAC being, involved in data collection and having the people power. I know that's important to the state, to the department, to get that people power. I love the idea of doing some tagging, especially of the shorts. I also hear, the recreational fishing folks saying that, 70% of your income is during the 3 months of the tourist season. That makes sense to me. But I can't help but want to do something around spawning time based on the charts that we see, that, this is when the fish are being taken and this is when they're most vulnerable. And again, I would hate to do a half measure that's painful and ineffective. That feels like the worst of both worlds to me. So I know we have to go to notice on something in December. Otherwise, we miss having something new in place in time for the 2025 spawning season. But I'm really curious, Eric, what kinds of, where you're at in terms of what that looks like.
Yeah, what it looks like is challenging, but I agree with everything you said, that we have to do some protection during spawning. I've certainly heard and understand that, the stress with with any solution that's beyond, even with the reduction of bag limit, but especially with anything beyond it. But I've said it before, and it's stating the obvious, but our job is to make sure not just the current fishers get to fish, but our kids and grandkids too. And this species is under extreme stress. It seems clear. The science, I think there's more science than we get sometimes, not as much as we'd like. Anecdotal and observations are important, and I'm repeating a lot of what Samantha's saying, but I think there's a real issue with fishing during the fishing levels during spawning. We have to address that. What that exactly looks like.
I'm gonna give us some breathing room because I see Jamie actually has her hand up, and I'm certain she wants to speak on this, so I'd love to go to Jamie as well. Hi, Jamie.
Hi, thank you. Jamie Diamond with Stardust Sport Fishing and Santa Barbara Landing. I just was hoping to throw in a few comments, although you're already wrapping up. But I just want to recognize that we, as the Sport Fishing Association and as the industry as a whole, have stepped up every time when it comes to lack of data for different species, whether it be a federally managed or a state managed species, or international in the case of tuna. And we are here, and we have been for quite some time saying we want to help, we want to provide more input, we want to help you obtain the information you need to make best decisions, with not just best available because it's all you have, but because it actually is best science, best information. And I know that Wayne is the king of processes and things like that and streamlining, but his comments about MSE is actually incredibly important. Not that is going to solve everything, but we have the existing information, and if this is a good tool to use, useful tool, I should say, then we should be able to put in the information that existed and get it should show what we have today. if that's the appropriate tool. However, using the information today with today's data that we have, samples, surveys, information, MSE is only as useful as what you put into it. And so if we really don't have good indicators, good strong indicators to put into it, like you would have from a full assessment, then what you get out of it, all it does is show management options. It's not showing stock status. It's not meant for stock status. That's what a stock assessment is for. I just want to put into perspective something that was left out of the discussion today. So last year, it showed we caught as a fleet in Southern California, whether it be, this is from Charter, and this is from Recfin. I totaled it up. A little over 60,000 sand bass were retained. Almost 90,000 were released, which is that's a large number that were released. I've heard Commissioner Murray bring up barotrauma a few different times. I have not seen anything yet. I've asked for information about where this barotrauma information is. I haven't been able to find it, and it hasn't been brought forward in discussions in the working group. And so if that is an issue, we worked very closely with NIMS and the state on descending device discard, depth-dependent discard mortality information. That's something else we would love to help with if that is a concern here. But I'm concerned that we're going to set a precedent as far as the bar for how we take action. What is the bar? And I don't see this as passing that test, that threshold to move forward. This would not pass in other venues. And to take an extreme measure like something other than what is being put forward by staff today, to do any other thing that would be more detrimental to recreational users, I don't believe is the appropriate tool at this time, until we do have a better picture that is properly informed. And I'm struggling because I wish I could be there and I can't. And I wish I could be having the conversations. I can't. I have other things going on that are keeping me home, but there's a lot of things being put around that, it's easy to, sorry, I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated from listening to the conversation. And I mean, we stopped operating the types of trips that catch sand bass years ago, because people were upset that they didn't have nearly as much to take home, because of the reduction in bag. And so we stopped. We have one half-day trip a week that barely gets out. We essentially eliminated all targeting of sand bass from Santa Barbara. So, I mean, it's a struggle because I know our operation isn't the only one that's made this shift. And the amount of fish that has been released just last year alone should be a pretty good indicator that they are not either, it can be an indicator that they are not being targeted because people don't want them, or it's showing that these are juvenile fish. And so I haven't heard that aspect of this considered either, and brought up, the amount of fish that are being released. But then again, I'm concerned of even bringing that up because it brings us back to this notion of barotrauma issues that really has not been explored. And I'm frustrated because it's like it keeps kind of getting thrown out there and then others will jump on that, but there's nothing to back that up, at least not that was shared in the working group or at any other time. So if there is something, please, we would love to see it and understand that and see how that plays into it. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jamie. The barotrauma, that is something I have heard from one person, one scientist, and I agree that it hasn't been discussed a lot. I bring it up because I would also like to learn more about it. I know there are descending devices on the boats, but I don't know if, to the extent that they're always being used, et cetera. Sublethal effects to barred sand bass due to barotrauma, that's something that's been raised to me. And so that's why I say it out loud in public to put some daylight on it. But it's not because I'm claiming to be an expert on it or that I know everything about that topic for barred sand bass. But it is, I feel compelled to say it out loud because people have, it's been raised to me. Yeah, Fred,
I'd love to address it.
let's hear it.
So barred sand bass, when they are migrating, when they are traveling, when they're moving, and they're showing up in these spawning aggregations, it is a different fish than what we catch in December. If we're fishing cold water in December, and that fish is pretty much stuck to the bottom, that's where they stay. But when they have traveled, when they've migrated, it is amazing. This fish this past year, it was eating little rockfish fry, and there was a lot of rockfish fry, and they were doing very good on it. And we'll roll into a spot, we'll meter it on the bottom, the crew will start chumming bait, and you can see it on the sonar come straight up off the bottom to the surface. And fish that was on the bottom, 30 seconds later, it's on the surface. That fish doesn't have a problem with biotrauma when it's warm water, when it's spawning, when it's aggregated. And it is amazing to watch somebody wind a fish up that they caught, over 100 feet of water, and have 15, 20 fish following it. Where are you going? But
That's really helpful. For
yeah,
sure.
it
So
is.
it's not, so then there's question mortality from catch and release, but it sounds like that maybe the barotrauma
Right.
is not.
No,
That's really helpful.
it is.
I think,
It is
okay,
not.
I think we're, if you want to answer.
You have, Armand would like to.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, Armand.
There we go, unmute myself. So with our samplers that specifically target these bass strips, we do see some barotrauma. Most of what we see in the barotrauma is, like Fred was saying, is during the winter months when they are fishing deeper. When they're fishing deeper, they tend to catch more legal fish. We do still see some short fish with barotrauma, but I feel like it may have been something a little more prevalent, a decade or two ago, but in the past decade or so. I don't have the precise numbers here, but from looking at our discard data, our release data, it's roughly about 5% or less of fish experience barotrauma.
Really helpful. Yeah, I mean, that's one small piece of the conversation. I don't think we need to spend lots and lots of time on it. I really appreciate Jamie mentioning it so we could air it out and talk about it openly. I appreciate that a lot. So
I could dig back into the numbers, and if it's something drastically different, I
don't think so. I mean, the greater issue here is, for me, is most people aren't catching more than 5 sand bass. If we reduce the bag limit to 4, what does that do for us in terms of supporting barred sand bass, especially if we're not doing anything during spawning season? That's really the bigger issue for me. Susan?
I think Craig might be saying that too. I think what I heard in the discussions with the working group was that oftentimes what we observe in fisheries is when a year class recruits to the size that enters the fishery, then there's a redirection of focus and targeting, and then that's when we would start to see the 5 bag limit start to be filled.
Absolutely, but I'm looking at these mean barred sand bass bag per trip, numbers for the 2020s, the 2010s. I mean, it's a very small proportion.
Yes, and that's that stock, that's that year class that had not entered this fishery
My understanding is there was a recruitment pulse in the mid 2000s or 2010s that then did add to the stock after that, and we still didn't get that taking 5 or more fish we still didn't get that big pulse like we saw in the 90s and in the 2000s. You know, where if you look at these charts, you see 20 to 30% of the fleet taking 5 or more fish. Even with the recruitment pulse in the 2000s, we still never really saw that again.
But that was because of effort shift.
And part of that also was the size limit change after 2013. So that was.
It's hard to take this data out of context.
So I've got a few thoughts, and I just try to think about how we advance this discussion, knowing that we're on a tight timeline. I think one of the biggest challenges I see just in general is when the science doesn't resonate with the observations on the water. Like that is the hardest situation that we ever come, just we run into when we've got like our academic science, our government science is saying one thing and the fleet's seeing something else. That's what we have here.
Yeah.
And we're seeing an uptick. The last 2 years of sand bass fishing has been pretty good. So that makes it even harder. Like, it's just like, well, you're telling us we've got a worsening problem. We're seeing it's getting better. What we've proposed here, what we see as an opportunity to build trust and work together with the fleet. We went with them, after that last July meeting. The fleet's saying, Dawn was saying she wanted to come to us and do less. We're saying we wanted to do more. What we landed on with our recommendation, I think, is probably a little less than the department would feel comfortable with, and a little more than the fleet would feel comfortable with, which in my mind is a pretty good compromise with where we want to be. What I think the thing that I heard today that is going to resonate with me was Fred's comment of when he fills out his logbook, not knowing if that's going to hurt him or help him. And that is like, well, we've got a problem here. If that's how you feel, we've got to do better to build trust, build relationships, make sure that the fleet knows that if they put accurate information into their logbooks, it's going to be used accurately. It's not going to be used for or against them. It's going to be used based on the science. And so moving forward, regardless of where we end up, I could just make my commitment, department's commitment to work with the fleet, work with stakeholders to get better information so we can hopefully get out of this disjoint of what the science is telling us is not what we see on the water. Want to quickly acknowledge, don't envy the position the two of you are in, but I appreciate your work. I want to thank my team at the department, Armin, and the team for that. Thanks, Zach. Greg, you've been a consistent voice throughout all this. Thank you for that. That is extremely helpful as well. Knowing that we need to go to notice by memo in December, one way to potentially do it is to, we're recommending 4. Another option that you might want to offer up is I think one of the graphs was a 5 and a 3. 5 in the off season, 3 during the summer. So that is something we could potentially go to notice with. And then that allows for further discussion at the December meeting, the February meeting, and ultimately the April adoption meeting.
Yes, though what I was going to say is we could do it as a range to preserve even a bit more flexibility.
Yeah. The only question is whether we also put in the option of closure.
Can you speak up so that we can-
The only question is whether we also would put in the option now of looking at, as she says, suggested, some limits during spawning as an option for the commission.
So area closures, I think, would be more difficult to define, right? We would need to define that right now on the fly and get guidance. We probably need to take a break and get some maps out and talk to enforcement, and if that's going to be harder to do between now and December.
Yeah,
A month.
it's time, not area.
Oh, time.
Yeah.
Oh, just time, full.
Full, yeah. If we're doing it by area, it just seems hugely challenging.
Yeah, that's certainly a tool you could use as well.
And I know that, I know what that, I'm aware of what that does. I'm not saying we should do it. I'm saying we need to consider it. Because, again, one of the last speakers talked about, don't do anything without enough knowledge. That's not feasible for us to operate that. We would be able to do very little. We have to operate under a precautionary principle based on the data we have when we have to make decisions, which, sucks, but it's the reality.
Yeah, and this isn't like a, environmentalist versus fisherman thing, because we have also, we have a letter from All Waters. We heard from another fishing organization today. There are lots of folks weighing in, and it is not this clear cut, one side versus another. We're hearing even from some fishing organizations that that it's something that needs to at least be considered. So
And even when even when it is one versus the other, our job is still,
for sure,
right? Our job, I'm not saying to Steve, but
Yeah.
to everybody else. Our job is to, regardless of what the public comment, how it breaks down, us versus them kind of thing sometimes, ours is still, and that use our best judgment, 5 of us voting at the commission level eventually, to do what we can here. This is one of the harder ones. I think maybe I don't know, when we shut down Abilene was the last time that I had this kind of sad feeling about the possibilities of what we do.
So I think offering a range for the full commission to consider it would be a good idea.
I think inherently that's a good idea, because that leaves
Yeah.
the flexibility to get all 5 of us talking about it.
Yeah, I agree. So what is the range?
I think we make it, you're not gonna like this, it's just a range, it's not a decision, but I think it's 0 to 5. I think you have to give that range, 1 to 5. I think we have to give that range, but again, even saying it doesn't feel like it addresses the problem. The problem seems to be fishing during the problem is much bigger than it. But the only thing that seems like it'll move the needle to me is closure during the temporal closing during spawning. Right, that's right.
Susan, one thing to think about is that the proposal right now is for 3 years, which would have to be then a new consideration would have to come up about 2 years later. If there is any kind of closure in the summer months, that will change the information that sport fishing organizations and partners can provide to help to inform additional information. So it would kind of constrain some of the informational opportunities in the next 2 years.
Yeah, and I know the people power is important, and the collecting more data, especially on shorts and the tagging, that's an important part of that. I wasn't in the working group conversations. I don't have that benefit, but I understand that was a big, it's important, right? It's important to the state. I know it's important to the department, and it's important to us. I do think this is a consideration that it warrants, it's a big deal, and it warrants going to the full commission with a range of options.
So I think we recommend that we go to notice with a bag limit range and the possibility of temporal closure.
Or yes, or the possibility of temporal, there being a temporal element, right? Like it could be something during the full season and a smaller number during the spawning season.
Could be a combination.
That wouldn't have to necessarily be a closure necessarily.
Absolutely. So I guess we say, reduction limit with a range and/or temporal. Doesn't it be any combination of those? Is that?
So I'm just trying to think about how we would do this in a memo. That would be to give sufficient information for public vetting in December. So the summer months that we had highlighted in the slides were June through August.
June through August, yeah.
So perhaps we could say range, whatever the range you would like to be, June through August, and then no?
Is that what?
And then a range for those other months.
Those other months, yeah.
And we
Yes.
could do whatever range you would like us to use for those other months, and then that would give the flexibility
Yeah, it gives a lot of flexibility to the full commission, and there's a couple of reasons for doing that. One is, I want to hear from the other commissioners. I also don't want to make a recommendation that is going to then be rejected by a 3-2 vote, where we then are in a real problem time-wise getting something done.
And then we can't go
Because
to
we
notice in
at
December.
that point, yeah.
Yes.
So I think there's a couple of reasons why having the greatest flexibility in the recommendation is a good idea.
I do have a question to clarify. So, the work group met, was it 16 hours of time and went through data, extensive data, a lot of discussion, that culminated in the department's recommendation as an interim step. Is that information that you want the full breadth of that covered within an eyesore? And so it's going to be really, I'm just anticipating some challenges of having the clear information presented to the full commission so that they can assess what those range of options are.
Well, regardless of whether it was a range or one concrete recommendation, the commission is gonna want, the full commission will want all the information to be able to make an informed choice.
And whether they want it or not, they should have it, and they should take it on, because that's a problem that, that we addressed at our last meeting, that, the committee recommendations they're just that, they're just recommendations, so they need to have the full range of information if they're gonna make an informed decision. I think not only because it's the right thing, I think it's required that they have the full public record before them.
I think we could, I'm looking to Armin on the screen here. I think we could probably run the different scenarios. It's not that many, right? If it's whatever numbers you give us, right? 0 to 5, let's say that's the maximum range.
Yep.
On the different combinations.
Yeah.
It's not that
1 to
many
5.
different scenarios. We
1 to
could.
5, not 0.
Well, I think it actually is 0.
And not 5.
I think you actually use 0 to.
Whatever you're
Whatever
telling
I
us.
think it is actually.
We can run the scenarios and then tell you the projected percent savings based on the historical data like we did in that one
That
slide.
would be wonderful.
Yeah,
The only caveat.
It is 0 to 5, because if we may have closures, then that would be a 0 for that temporal period. So it's not, so we want to use that range, but it's just a range. And I think I'm largely kind of done with discussion. I think we need to decide based on what we've had. So I'm not
I just want
inclined
a
to take
couple
a lot
points
of
of clarification though. The one point is that you asked about or talked about the 2013 changes. But what happened right after that 2015 was the warm water block.
Yes.
So we didn't see the necessary effect of it. We're seeing it now is what we're believing, right? We're past that curve. The other side of it is open MSC, you think of it as only a forecasting tool. It's more than that. It's a modeling tool. It's taking all of these scenarios that you're talking about right here and putting it into the tool to see what the results should be.
I'm not saying we shouldn't use the tool.
No, but this is what the tool's for, why we're trying to get there so fast.
Right.
That's why we said a 3-year stopgap right now, so we can get this tool developed, so
Yeah.
that we can get a better, more informed decision.
I want to be clear, I am fully 100% supportive of all the data sources we can get, and that includes this tool that you're talking about. We are aggressively agreeing with that. I also want that tool. I don't think we can afford to wait to take action until we have that. I mean, I think we need to do something.
Are you putting a time
that's
limit
right.
on that then, the 3-year that we had proposed? The 3-year change temporarily until we can get to that next
Well,
step.
whatever we do could have that 3-year sunset, and that's
Sure.
that timeframe makes sense, but it doesn't affect what we have to decide today and what we know today. Okay. So I mean, I kind of feel like we're there.
Yeah.
I want to make a comment off of what Susan had mentioned. If you go to 0 and you're looking for fisheries dependent data, that's.
We understand.
We understand.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
That works against us. We've already said that.
We're not talking about 0. Just be clear, I'm not talking about 0 year round, but the
No,
0
but it's
range
during that
gives
time
us.
period, we won't be collecting data that is necessary.
Well,
to inform.
we won't getting we're getting logbook data. We have to maybe look at other ways to get data.
Want to charter a boat?
In order to manage fisheries, we need not just logbooks in general. And especially given what you said before, which is kind of disturbing that, maybe we don't keep accurate logbooks, which is against the law, but.
I don't think that.
That's not what he was
That's what
saying, and that's
everybody-
an unfair mischaracterization.
That's what I heard. That's a recap of it.
So
I don't know who that was, but,
just a couple of things.
okay, so I'm ready to. look for
Melissa.
Just 2 things. One, I would ask if Dr. Schumann could provide some reflection on the idea of gathering data in some other way, whether the department would have that capacity or other partners that would have that capacity over the next 2 to 3 years is the first thing. And then secondly, I know that we have concerns about the timing and wanting to be sure that something is in place by June. The commission has multiple times made the choice not to stick with the existing 6 times a year meeting schedule and has in fact set up meetings that are specific to an agenda item.
We can't do that, but it's not.
That's, I just want to remind you that is an option for the commission, because you
So
do
the
only
last
meet every
resort.
other month.
Yeah.
That you could set up a special meeting specifically to add this to the calendar in order to make sure it gets completed by April.
Thank you for saying that. I mean, the commission staff and already is way overwhelmed, and I'm very disinclined to do that. I'm trying to stick on the schedule as best we can. We have to see what happens with the recommendation. But yeah, thank you for that. And it's a possibility. Not a good one.
Craig, you were asked for
Was there a question? I
reflections.
think the question was about data.
Yeah.
So data and capacity. Yeah, so I'd say we are committed to working with the fleet and stakeholders to getting better data and answering some of these data gaps. Because as I highlighted earlier, if we don't agree on the data, like we don't have anything. And I think this gives us an opportunity. This package that we brought today, in my mind, was a way to build that trust, build those relationships, collect the data, and then come back in 2 years and determine if we got it right and all be together. And if we didn't go far enough, the fleet would know, hey, we might have to go further because we didn't go far enough when we had the chance. Or if we went too far, was like, okay, we went too far, we go back.
We hear you. The people power is important, the data is important, the tagging, shorts. What if the range was 1 to 5?
That's fine. I mean, that's fine with me. I mean, yeah.
Okay, so we'll prepare a notice memo for December with a range of 1 to 5, June, July, August, and 1 to 5 for the rest of the year, which gives the full commission maximum flexibility to then authorize notice either at that or something else that they might want to narrow it down. Because I think the more narrow the eyesore, obviously, the easier it is, but
yeah.
we're not, this should be pretty easy
I don't think
to
it's
write,
that,
to
yeah.
draft up.
It's probably
It's sadly, actually very relatively uncomplicated.
So I just looking to Kirsten and Armin, making sure you guys are okay with this. Just a little head nod is. Okay.
Thank you both.
Okay, thank you. All right. What time do you have to leave, Eric?
12:30.
12:30.
So by the end.
Okay, I think if it's okay with staff and everyone in the room, I think we probably should move forward to squid, agenda item number 4, and try to tackle that before lunch while we still have. Eric.
Yeah. I can probably make it maybe 12:45. I don't have a question, but I'll ask her.
Yeah, and just in regard to the squid item, apparently there are a number of fishermen who have been online all morning, who are up all night fishing. They've been waiting.
Okay, so
squid item.
good. So let's do a real quick staff introduction. Let's go online first, maybe to them. There's no reason we can't. So we can get them. Right. And then I have a question for you off the outline.
All right, so Susan, take it away. We are talking about agenda item number 4, market squid fishery management and fishery management plan review.
Great. Just back up one thing here. So the scheduled item today is to further discuss the department's report on the department squid fishery advisory committee review of market squid fishery management and proposed recommendations, and develop a potential committee recommendation for moving forward to the fishery management plan amendment and rulemaking. So the first discussion on this topic was at your July MRC meeting, and and there were 3 topics that the committee requested be followed up on for today's item, and the department has done that follow-up as well as some stakeholder discussions. So you will hear an update on those as well as a recap of the proposed changes. There are comment letters in your meeting materials, both in the packet, in the binder, as well as in supplemental comments, primarily related to Scripps murrelet, seabirds, and there was some additional discussion about seal bombs and information about marine mammal deterrence, as well as small scale access. So for today's presentation, Trung Nguyen is an environmental scientist, and he's assuming the lead role in giving the presentation and leading and contributing to discussion today. So turn it over to Trung.
Yeah, good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Good afternoon, commissioners and staff. My name is Trung Nguyen. I'm an environmental scientist with the Marine Region. Today, I'll be providing a summary of the Squid Fishery Advisory Committee's review of California market squid fishery management and the resulting proposed recommendations with some additional responses to specific questions from the July MRC meeting. Next slide, please. There are 3 objectives for this presentation: to briefly review the SFAC process and resulting department recommendations, to address questions and discussion topics from the July meeting, and to discuss the proposed FMP amendment and rulemaking timeline. The final report, available in the July MRC materials, provides more details about the meetings and process than what's summarized in this presentation. Next slide, please. The SFAC was established in 2022 to evaluate monitoring data and petitions and provide expertise as a comprehensive management review through a public process. The SFAC was formed after a series of interviews and a call for nominations to stakeholders, including Native American tribes. The SFAC was charged with reviewing and advising the department on potential changes to California market squid fishery management, and included members from the fishing, conservation, non-consumptive, and research communities. You can find the roster in the report from the July MRC materials. We kicked off the first meeting in February of 2023 and went through topics in a series of 10 meetings. The meeting summaries, background, and the timeline shown here are available on our Squid Fishery Management webpage. Next slide, please. The SFAC discussions and modeling efforts guided and informed the development of proposed recommendations, including monitoring, specifically modernizing the fishery logbook program, empirical dynamic modeling as a tool to explore past and future fishery dynamics with climate drivers, fishing effort and temporal closures, specifically looking at modifying the weekend closure, small-scale fishery access, focused on options outside of the restricted access policy, nets and squid spawning habitat with regard to the nearshore sandy bottom, and lighting and seabird habitat, primarily focused on the shorelines at the Channel Islands National Park. Next slide, please. The department is recommending the development of an electronic logbook to continue monitoring the fishery. The commercial squid fishery is well positioned to be a pilot for a new electronic logbook that could be scaled and adapted to other fisheries. We're working with outside funders and squid fishing fleet towards starting a pilot study next year. Next slide, please. Because squid live less than 1 year and they die after a single reproductive event, traditional stock assessments are impractical. As part of the Federal Coastal Pelagic Species FMP and Magnuson-Stevens Act requires that a calculation for squid MSY be developed. The Pacific Fishery Management Council determined that egg escapement method could be used as a proxy for MSY, with the target set to 30%. With support from NOAA fishery staff, the department reports egg escapement statewide by fishing season in the enhanced status report. This methodology is useful for reflecting on relative fishing pressure. Next slide, please. We started exploring predictive modeling in 2022, using fishing effort data from logbooks to improve our understanding of climate impacts on the fishery performance and explore ways to build climate resiliency for fishing communities. It is important to note that existing logbook data were informative, and the resulting EDM has strong predictive power, in large part because of the volume and time span of the logbook dataset. The modeling effort informed the department's decision to recommend extending the weekend closure, particularly in the northern region of the fishery. Next slide, please. While the fishery is currently sustainable, the department recommends that we work with research partners to continue forecasts with EDM into the near future. Doing this in conjunction with the development of an E-log would not only help inform the logbook development, more real-time monitoring through E-logs would produce forecasts at a scale relevant to the squid lifespan, on average of 6 months. After that testing period, and once E-log is in place, we could then explore more dynamic management options to support fishing communities and climate resilience. We are recommending a 5-year review for this and other recommended changes. Next slide, please. Based on the SFAC and EDM results, the department recommendation is to extend weekend closures statewide to begin earlier at 7 a.m. Friday instead of noon Friday. This provides additional conservation statewide at little expense to yields and fishery performance, since the bulk of the catches are made in the first half of the week. We also recommend an additional extension in the Monterey Bay area to Sunday at midnight as opposed to noon Sunday. This addresses some of the concerns around fishery performance and competition in the northern region and provides for a softer start at night when considering the way light boats establish spacing. The additional closure was also supported by EDM work, which indicated a difference between northern and southern regions. Next slide, please. The left panel is the proposed closure area, described as the Monterey Bay area or Point Lobos to Pigeon Point. At the final SFAC meeting, we hadn't fully discussed the details of that area and left it as to be defined in the final SFAC report. Alternative A, based on public comment from the July MRC meeting, is Point Lobos to Point Arena, addressing a concern about nearby ports, like Half Moon Bay being impacted by an effort ship. Alternative B includes the area north of Point Conception. This addresses the same concern, but to the south and north of Monterey Bay. Alternative B could be easier to enforce because it's a clear area without the need for new reference lines and is supported by modeling effort, which included the entire area north of Point Conception in the analysis. Next slide, please. Following the discussion at the July MRC meeting, we wanted to clarify the gears currently allowed and used by the restricted access fleet. Each permit type is tied directly to the gear used and allowed. That includes seine or round haul permit, which allows for purse seining, as well as lighting and brailing. Next is the braille permit, which allows both hand or power braille. These permits are also allowed to light for squid. Finally, the light boat permit allows just for lighting and cannot be used to catch and land squid. Next slide, please. Because many of the small scale fishery proposals discussed can be accommodated within the existing restricted access permit framework, the department recommendation is to utilize an EFP to explore new fisheries in areas less commonly used by the restricted access fleet. Interested parties could apply for an EFP through Commission's newly developed EFP program as an opportunity for access to small-scale squid fishing. This is to test out local markets, used for bait in areas outside of the fishing areas, and other truly small-scale endeavors that are not accommodated by the restricted access program. Next slide, please. To further protect squid spawning habitat, the department recommendation is to require a ribline and rope purse line for all purse seine fishing. This change is supported by preliminary evidence that employing a ribline can help reduce the amount of benthic bycatch and squid eggs incidentally caught while fishing on squid aggregations. We also know that at least 50% of the active fleet has already switched to using ribline. The SFAC explained that there are some operational benefits of a ribline, that it flutters across the bottom if the net meets the seafloor, and this can also prevent damage to the net. As for the rope purse line, we know that metal can be more destructive than rope, that metal is heavy and can sink, which can dislodge eggs or other bottom-dwelling species. It is our understanding that very few purse seiners are still using metal, but it's logical to include as a mandatory requirement with the ribline regulation. Our recommendation is to allow a sunrise period in this part of the regulation that allows approximately 3 years for all vessels to comply prior to the regulation taking effect. The department would continue to look at monitoring data and e-logs as tools to improve our understanding of potential impacts to spawning habitat and would reevaluate the ribline and other management measures in the future and review this information in our proposed 5-year review. Next slide, please. For lighting and seabird impacts, we again point to existing lighting regulations in place for the market squid fishery. That includes shielding requirements and wattage limits to keep lights focused on the water and minimize light escapement. The shielding and wattage restrictions were developed during the original FMP process as a specific response to help protect seabirds. We do not have new evidence that would support a change at this time. There was a proposal near the end of the SFAC meetings to close nighttime fishing on 3 of the Channel Islands from spring to fall to provide additional protection for the Scripps Merlet. We discussed this proposal with SFAC. Members noted existing lighting restrictions along with the MPAs around those same islands in areas where seabirds are known to nest. While spring and summer are not typically the most active months for the fishery on the Channel Islands, the majority of fishing is at night, and there can be periods of high revenue for the fleet, as this most recent summer where fishing at those islands is important. Perhaps most importantly, published studies show that even with existing squid fishing, Scripps Merlet population counts increased nearly 150% between 2001 and 2003 to 2014. The number of occupied nests and Kappa increased over 5-fold, 445%, from 11 in 2001 to 60 in 2014. This is largely believed to be driven by the eradication of black rats on the island, which were a key nest predator. but point to the fact that other activities do not appear to hindering nesting success. Next slide, please. To help visualize the nighttime seasonal closure proposal and existing protections, the solid and red blue areas, SMR and SMCA, for these islands prohibit commercial squid fishing. The yellow triangles are documented survey sites for the Scripps Marlet. Literature references are included for each island. For San Miguel Island on the far left, the triangles indicate vocal auditory survey stations with documented bird calls, and spotlight survey transects on the northeast side document that the largest number of Scripps Marlet around Prince Island, which is within the SMR. Because this area is within an MPA where lighting for squid is not allowed, the only lighting happening in the MPA are these spotlight surveys. For Santa Barbara Island, there are two main nest monitoring areas. There were two main nest monitoring areas from 2008 to 2009. The area within the MPA, Cat Canyon, had much lower clutch success, 32%, than the northeastern monitoring areas, 61% in 2009. This could suggest that there are other more key drivers of clutch success than fishing or squid lighting activity. And for Ancapa, where we see much more squid fishing activity than the two other islands, clutch success averaged 30% prior to black rat eradication and 85% thereafter. Nearly half of the monitoring nest sites are with the MPAs already, with full closure of the northern side of the island to squid fishing. Because the population status has improved and lighting regulations were put in place specifically to improve protections for Scripps Marlet, the department does not recommend moving forward with the proposal to close these islands to squid fishing. The economic impacts of the fishery could be substantial, and this could eliminate future fishing opportunities, particularly under climate change and for small-scale broiling operations at these islands. Next slide, please. Given the SFAC discussions and literature and monitoring information to date, the department's recommendation is to employ a fisheries best practices guide. The best practices will be sent via email, to permit holders and interested parties. The included information was supported by the SFAC and others and the scientific literature. The document will be used to reinforce the lighting regulations and other important information as a compliance and outreach tool. It includes directives like inspecting lights for compliance, minimizing deck lights when at anchor or close to inshore overnight, and do not illuminate the shoreline. Additionally, the department recommends moving forward with research collaborations to evaluate potential wildlife interactions using logbook data, which again is a data source with high spatial resolution and hasn't been used in this capacity to date. Next slide, please. Interest was expressed at the July MRC meeting regarding the use of marine mammal deterrents or seal bombs. As you know, marine mammal take, including interactions with fisheries, are managed by the federal government through NOAA Fisheries and the Marine Mammal Protection Act. NOAA allows the use of pyrotechnics to deter marine mammals and had proposed regulations to further restrict their use. Fish and Game Code prohibits the use of explosive in state waters, with an exception for devices allowed by the Commission. Title 14 allows the use of agricultural and wildlife fireworks, under which seal bombs are classified. Given the existing and proposed NOAA regulations regarding these devices, the department does not feel that additional Commission regulation is necessary at this time. Should the Commission choose to modify Title 14, impacts other fisheries that use the devices would need to be considered. One option that would help better identify when, where, and how often such devices are used would be to include this information in the new e-log and revisit data collected during the proposed 5-year review. Next slide, please. In summary, based on the SFAC's deliberations and empirical evidence, the department recommends the following actions for the California market squid fishery as proposed FMP amendments and/or regulatory changes: an electronic logbook, extended weekend closure, a requirement for ribline and rope purse line. In addition, we recommend employing a fisheries best practices to communicate conservation goals and the intent of lighting regulations, small scale opportunities through an experimental fishing permit, continue the development of EDM forecasting, and working with researchers to evaluate potential wildlife interactions using squid fishery log data. Next slide, please. We are proposing that these recommendations be implemented through parallel rulemaking and FMP amendment process. After discussion at the December Commission hearing, if the Commission approves, we would go to notice in April 2025 discuss the proposals in June 2025, adopt regulations and approve FMP amendment in August 2025. Regulations would take effect after that, with delayed implementation of the ribline and rope purse line portion of the regulations. Next slide, please. Thank you, and our team is happy to answer any questions or take any comments. If you'd like to follow up with us, please email us at sfac@wildlife.ca.gov.
Thanks very much. Appreciate that presentation. All right, is there anyone in the room who'd like to come up and speak on? Oh.
I suggest that maybe we go to the.
Oh,
online
that's right,
folks
because
first.
of all the people who've
Yeah,
been waiting.
so
Absolutely. Thank you.
For those folks online who are interested in contributing to the market squid conversation, please raise your hand using the raise hand function in Zoom. If you're participating on your computer, the raise hand button is located at the bottom of the window and also at the bottom of the participant list. On the mobile app, raise hand is located at the bottom of the screen. When your name is called, you also may need to unmute your microphone. If you're on the phone only, press *9 on your phone once to raise your hand and alert us that you would like to contribute to the conversation. If you press *9 a second time, you will take yourself out of the queue. So please only press it once. And then you will need to unmute yourself by pressing *6 on your phone. So again, for folks who are online via Zoom, if you would like to contribute to the conversation about market squid fishing, please raise your hand now.
Hello?
Joe? Can you hear us, Joe Villarreal?
I can.
All right, if you're ready, go for it.
Hey, thanks for the opportunity. I'm one of the guys that's out here that's been up all night, so I might seem a little punchy. But, my name's Joe Villarreal. I was a member of the SFAC. I'm a commercial light boat permit holder and operator. I'd like to, first of all, thank the department and the Concours team for the process that they put together through the SFAC. It went really good, and it had a lot of really deep, informative conversations. I'd like to support the SFAC's recommendation. I think that recommendation that came out of there, or the department's recommendation from the SFAC, I think that recommendation that came out of there wasn't something that's just, shot from the hip. That was the thought behind that, I think, is a very reasonable request. You hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, I thought I heard something else. I'd like to comment on our light containment. Our light, we went through a lot of pains and originally when we developed our shields, and they really work. There's little to no interaction with sea life. I got to reading about the interaction of our lights and the scripts. Fabrication of the black rat from the islands and certain things have showed a rebound, and that speaks volumes to the fact that we're not a problem in that perspective. And that's about all I have to say. I just want to reiterate that SFAC process was a really good process with a lot of conversations, and the recommendations are a really good one. And I'd like to also say that the FMP originally, I don't think it showed any problems. It showed sustainable. This is a review of that, and I'll drop it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Then we have Russell, followed by Scott McCurry.
All right, thank you, Russell Gallipo. I was also on the Squid Fishery Advisory Committee. I want to make a few comments about the seabird issue and then a little bit on seal bombs. First of all, I think the department did a great job looking at resources I helped provide and finding their own resources to show, yes, it is true that the Scripps Merlet has been doing better since the ability of the land manager to incorporate restoration efforts. So, but the land manager can only do what they can do on the land. And as we know, the National Park Service, they went through rat eradication, they eradicated rabbits, they've done habitat restoration on Santa Barbara and Kappa Islands. But what the National Park Service can't do is afford any protection on the water. That's really left up to the Fish and Wildlife Department. And if we were to take a look at this from a different perspective of perhaps if the team was put together to say, what is it we need to do to recover the Scripps' merlet and get it off the state threatened species list, we may ask very different questions and look a little closer at some issues like light. Now, the department did put in place some lighting regulations. They do help. I'm not going to argue that they don't help. But when we're dealing with the nocturnal species, we need to see what we can do to eliminate that impact. The department and the commission, they did that in the Farallon Islands. They eliminated nighttime fishing. So when I went into this looking at all nocturnal birds, I realized it was an uphill battle. We shouldn't look at all nocturnal birds. We should look at ones that seek to have a little bit more protection. And that's why we focused on the Scripps' merlet. And the maps that the department just showed of where the nesting surveys occur, you know, it's clear that when the fishermen say the MPAs have helped in the protecting of the merlet in its habitat, at least its known habitats, I would agree. But when you look at Anacapa Island, you can see that half of the monitoring that goes on is occurring on the south side of the island. And it's one of the most productive islands. It's also the island where you put a lot of the restoration efforts into. And there is no additional protection. And we say that the light shields are working. They are working if they are employed correctly. But the regulation says you only have to extend them down to the filament. You need to extend those light shields down to the bottom of the bulb. The reason you have a bulb and a rounded bottom is to make sure that you can radiate light in all directions. You want to extinguish all horizontal light. And so directing downward is a great way. It's a great start, but it's best to bring those shields below the bulb. And it's also best to bring the light source closer to the water. Now I realize that has some difficulties for the fishermen, but if we could bring the light source down lower, and if we could cover the entire bulb, that would help quite a bit. So, you know, I look at, here's a place where the department, the commission, the National Park Service, the National Marine Sanctuary, they can all work together. The needs of the Scripps merlet, as articulated correctly by the department, it's breeding season, February to October. The primary squid fishing season, October to February. We have an opportunity to have a win-win situation. Even if you only brought it to one island, Anacapa, even maybe if you trimmed a little bit off of February and a little bit off of October for the benefit of the squid fishermen, we have a win-win opportunity here. Last comment I will make is about the seal bombs. And just a reminder to the MRC, a reminder to the department, a reminder to the commission. I realize you may not have the authority to deal with seal bombs, but one of the primary purposes for which Channel Islands National Park was set aside for future generations was to protect pinnipeds. And if we can't put some of these protective measures in place for a threatened species like the Scripps merlet or for pinnipeds, if we can't do this in a national park, where can we do it? Thank you.
Thank you, Ross. Scott McCrary, followed by Porter McHenry.
Thanks very much. I really appreciate being able to briefly address you. I want to say hello to the co-chairs and the SFAC members and the CDFW staff. I'm really here to support the staff and the SFAC. And I want to make 3 comments about why I thought this process worked as well as it did. And they pertain to the beginning, middle, and the end. So at the beginning, we were asked to do a series of interviews with potential SFAC members about their interests and also about the potential ideas they had and their willingness to come to the table in this process. And that was very helpful, I think, in identifying, quote unquote, the right people. There was a comment just made in the prior conversation about getting the right people in the room. And I think these interviews really helped us, along with the background knowledge of the CDFW staff, to accomplish that. In terms of the middle of the process, you know, during the COVID era, it's very hard to coalesce a group meeting only by Zoom. And it was a little tough at the beginning, I would say. I would also say that our first meeting in Santa Cruz, where modeling was put on the table, was a little tough as well. But as we went through the process, people got to know each other a little bit better. They put more of their cards on the table. The convening team, our Concur team, and the staff got better acquainted. And I think one of the real highlights of the middle of the process was the CDFW staff didn't just present technical information and say, here's the way it is. They put information on the table and then they said, what do you think is happening here? What accounts for this pattern? What are you seeing? And I think that was a really good way of not only building trust, but also pooling knowledge and information around the table. And then to the end of the process, this turned out to be a little more complicated perhaps than people first anticipated. So we added a couple of meetings to the process. The last meeting was 2 days long, which I think was very important. And unlike some other regulatory processes where agencies come up with a solution and they decide and they announce and they defend it, in this case, what we did, the convening team and the department, was to say, here is a potential recommendation we might make. What do you think about this? And every single one was discussed in detail around the table. And I think it would not be an exaggeration to say we reached virtually unanimous agreement on every single piece of this. Now, we did this without doing any straw voting. It was just a conversation. But I think it was a very powerful approach. And I really credit the department staff and the SFAC for their way leaning into this. And I think it presents a much better recommendation to the commission. So that concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Scott.
My pleasure.
We have next Porter McHenry and then followed by Rich Ashley.
Hi, good afternoon now, I guess. Porter McHenry. I own a couple seiners and I just had to buy a lipo permit, heavily invested in this fishery. Was on the SFAC, ended up being a great year spent with everybody. Like Scott did a great job and everything was well vetted and discussed. And what came out of that, I got to say the department did a great job and I support their recommendations. I got just a few little comments and little tweaks on a few of the subjects, and I'll get to it. The weekend closure, that was pretty much decided the very last meeting. The area was not decided, and that's okay. We ran out of time. The problem I have with the weekend closure is how this EDM is used as EDM's used to support the extended weekend closure in the northern section. I don't believe an untested model should be used to make policy. Granted, there are other reasons for an extended closure, more egg escapement, other issues, and I'm not really opposed to it, but I just am very cautious about models. I've seen them go haywire, and I would just like my concern that we make sure it's a correct model and done well before we start using it to close parts of our fishery. The area, last meeting I called in, I'm the only guy, me and another seiner based out of Half Moon Bay. If they wanted to extend the closure up to Point Arena, that's fine with me. Pigeon Point, that's fine. We'll make it work either way. We didn't have time to discuss that aspect during the SFAC. That was just no more meetings left. Seabirds. That was discussed often. And I want to thank the department very much for gathering data. And that shows that we're not having any adverse effects on the murrelets population. So often as a fisherman, I feel that I'm proven that I guess I'm shown guilty and I have to prove myself innocent before there's any real data. So the department, stepped up. They did some data and show that the scarlets are improving even with our fishing activity. Russell suggested all our lights be shaded correctly, and I don't disagree with them. There are lights, some lights in the fleet that I would say are probably technically illegal, and enforcement, that's up to them. If they see some guys, filaments sticking down way below, I think that would help, and may even help the merlets. That's it. Overall, the department, ran a great year-long process, and it's moving forward. I just stepped behind the recommendations that they came up with, and yeah, move ahead. Thank you.
Thanks, Porter. Rich Ashley, followed by Corbin.
Hello, Rich Ashley here. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I also own a couple purse seiners and a couple light boats based out of Southern California. Also run a live bait operation in the Port of Long Beach. I too was a SVAC member for the last 2 years. First off, kind of as Porter and Scott mentioned earlier, I've been a part of a lot of processes over quite a few years with the state and the federal process. And this by far was the best process I've been a part of, the best group I've been a part of. It was fair, it was efficient, it was inclusive, and something that Scott brought up that was kind of unique. The department staff did a great job of coming to us and asking us for ideas and potential ideas that we had for going about things instead of trying to jam it down our throats. So I commend them for that. I also want to thank Trung Nguyen and the department for finally showing us some data about the Scripps Merlet. Throughout the SVAC process, there was quite a bit of discussion about closing down more area, the Scripps Merlet, the status of the Scripps Merlet, and we continually asked those that were asking for more protection, please show us data, please give us information, please show us something so that we can make an informed decision along the way here. So thank you for coming with some of that data. The data looks pretty good to me for the species. I was around back in those early 2000 areas when we were fishing without light shades. So for the last 20 plus years, we have been fishing with light shades. And to see that number that the population has increased by 150% in that 13, 14-year time frame, that's great to see. So I also want to support the recommendation by the department. As the guys alluded to earlier, we worked pretty hard on that. There was a lot of discussion and everything. And like Scott said, it was pretty much unanimous consensus on most things. I want to point out about the EDM. We went around and around on EDM, quite a few meetings that we had with the SVAC. It looks like an interesting tool. However, I think that we came to the conclusion that has a long way to go for being a real-time tool that's going to be able to control and manage the fishery. So again, thank you for the time. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Rich. Corbin, followed by John.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Sorry, I'm out on the water here. And I was also a fisherman that's been up all night. So I'm hanging in there though, because I know this is important. So first of all, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. And I also was on the SFAC board and took great honor in representing the fellow fishermen in the fleet for my region and also just the fleet in general. I thought the process, as Scott McCreary pointed out, I agree with all of his comments. It was a very inclusive process. It was a very open dialogue. I felt like it never went too far in one direction. And, you know, as far as like talking about regulatory change in any fishery, that can be a real point of contention for the fishermen when you're, you know, talking about losing some of your access to your resource or capability. And I thought that everybody participated well and was very informative. So the process, I was really impressed by it, and also Fish and Game's presentation that they put forth today was very concise and represented a lot of the outputs that came out of that process. Very responsible the way they tidied everything up in a nice little bow, because that year, well, over a year as it turned out, was a long process for a lot of us, and we did talk about a lot of topics. So I was impressed with the presentation today and proud to be a part of that. With that being said, specifically referring to the Scripps Merlet, we did a substantial, probably the most discussion in that process through the year of all the meetings we did. Was I think we've spent more times talking about these birds and how to protect them. So I don't want that to go unnoticed or unmentioned, that an extraordinary amount of time was put forth addressing this issue. We were open-minded to hearing why we needed to protect them. We wanted data that was never presented to us through the process. We wanted information about why this would be a necessary kind of move to make. And really through the process, all that was put forth to us was it would be really great if you guys just got on the leading edge of conservation and just electively did this. And as a management of fishery, and when you're talking about regulation, to take away our revenue stream and our access to any fishing grounds just on the sake of, you know, somebody's theory that we're going to possibly improve the habitat of a spawning bird, seemed a little far-fetched for most of us. So obviously we were skeptical about this and pretty critical through the process, but I felt like we did have an open dialogue. And at the end, we did come to the fact that, as I think Richie pointed out earlier, and maybe I'll just reiterate it, that the Scripps Merlet was specifically targeted as a concern during the MLPA closures process, whichever, I can't remember the year that was, and that was taken into account. We lost the whole front side of Anacapa specifically for that bird and for conservation of that bird. And so the idea that conservation measures haven't already been taken to address the issues, it's not accurate. We've already suffered a loss. The front side of Anacapa Island, just so that you guys understand, was a wildly productive squid fishing ground for the fleet. That was a devastating blow for us to lose that resource. Squid spawn there annually. We still see them spawn there when we transit through the area. And it's an unfortunate loss that we had to suffer, but understandably, that ship has sailed. That conservation block is already put in place, but that was for that Scripps Merlet, and those were addressing those issues, as well as some of the MLPA closures on the other islands. And every island that they're suggesting a closure for half of the year already has ML protected areas on it. I feel like the current regulation that is in place is sufficient. I think that's what we unanimously came to on the SFAC process. to go a little further, we talked about lighting again in response to this Merlet, the lighting practices, the current regulations, and as well, again, as I think Porter stated, and I'll reiterate that point as well, the current regulations in place, if properly enforced, do shield the lights properly. The glass on the bottom of a bulb does not reflect the light element. That's just not the way bulbs work. And so the idea that extending all of our shades down 3 more inches really wasn't going to achieve anything. And from a common sense perspective, it didn't make any sense. And we discussed that at length. So we derived out of that through enforcement, they can just go ahead and enforce the current regulations in place through the fleet, and it would still cover broadcasting of light onto those islands. So anyways, that was kind of my takeaway from that. Again, the process has been truly a neat thing to be involved with, and I felt like we got some really positive outputs out of it. Something that even, everybody in the process felt good about. I will want to just a little address the seal controls. I know that we didn't discuss that much through the SFAC process. Excuse me. But those are devices and tools that we as fishermen use to try to limit our interactions with those marine mammals. We're not doing it in a irresponsible manner, and we're not doing it in a destructive way to try and disrupt sea life in any other fashion. We're trying to limit our interaction with mammals, and taking those away is just going to increase the amount of interaction that we're going to have with all of those marine mammals. So I don't know if we're going to restrict the very few tools we have to try and deter those animals from interfering with our fishing operations. I don't understand what the output you guys think you're going to achieve out of that. There's just going to be more marine mammal interactions. There's no solution to that. It's a very small percussion. It's very isolated. It's only really done during the squid, when you're going to make a set, and it's a tool that we would like to see maintained. And, the guys that are using them have to go through an extremely challenging vetting process through alcohol, tobacco, and firearms process just to use these things. And everybody's doing it in a very responsible manner. So nobody's using them irresponsibly out there. And I think it's a necessary tool for the fishery to have and to be able to use. So I'd like to see that we are able to maintain those as a option for us. But again, thank you for your opportunity to speak today and my opportunity to serve on the board. So thank you.
Thanks, Corbin. We have John followed by Pence.
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Good afternoon. My name is John Berry. I own a purse seiner and a lifeboat, and I was a member of the SFAC process. Most of the points I would have brought up have already been brought up. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Scott and his team in the department did a great job in that process, and I feel like their recommendations that came out of it, nobody got exactly what they wanted. The whole thing was a compromise. Some of these changes at the beginning of the process as a fisherman, we would have been like, oh, that doesn't make any sense. And through the process, I feel like the compromise was reached. So I would just implore the commission to adopt the recommendations from the department, because I feel like all these other issues have been fully vetted through that process. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Thanks for keeping it concise as well. Yeah, if people just love the process, think it was the best there ever was, and support the recommendations and everything that's been said, we love to hear that. If there's something else, we want to hear that too.
Awesome. Pence?
Hello?
Hello.
Okay, you can hear me. Good. I had some trouble with this thing earlier. I somehow have a different app than everyone else. Yeah, my name's Pence McKimmey. I own a couple light boats and literally just bought a purse seiner. It hasn't even transferred into my name yet. there is $12,000 worth of cable replacement laying on the back deck that tomorrow or the next day will be going on the winch. So I've already moved forward in adapting some of this policy and getting rid of cable. Want to thank everyone, just like everyone else did, but I'll do a little more brief, and kind of not hit some of the same points. In my mind, the limited entry permit program protects both the fishermen and the fish. It's not just to protect the fish and manage a resource. It's to protect us that have made a sizable investment, as I just did again. And there's a lot of people asking for access to this fishery for nothing. And I've spent many millions of dollars to get into it. And if someone gets access for quote free, that would be highly offensive to me. And if the access is too severe, more than what an EFP or something, I don't want to take action, but I have talked to an attorney about that because it would devalue things that I have purchased. And I don't want that. The Scripps Merlet population has gone up consistently. Everyone hit on that. And as far as being a well-managed fishery, it seems to be extremely well-managed, in my opinion. I wouldn't have rolled the dice and spent every dollar that I've made in the past 20 years in the past month if I didn't think it was well managed and had a bright future. I spend a lot of time on the water, and I see the ocean conditions are looking just fantastic. I think we're going to have a wonderful couple of years coming up here, which is why I did this. There's between 500 and 1,500 tons of fish hitting the dock every day right now. I think, and it's just going to get better over the next 2 months. I think we're going to see some really incredible things this fall and next year, which just speaks volumes that EDM can't really be used and can't predict what is happening and what is coming. The way that us fishermen that are out there every day looking at the ocean, looking at the krill, it's been proved over and over again. It's just ocean conditions. When there's a lot of krill, there's a lot of squid. When there's no krill, there's no squid. And it's just so hard to predict a species such as squid that lives less than a year. And then, the older you know, the less you know. The older you get, the less you know. You kind of learn that, oh, wow, I thought something, and then squid will throw you a curveball. I've missed some of my points, but I'll try and keep it short and just thank everyone again. Scott and John, Ugritz, and everyone on the SFAC. I tried to make it to as many meetings as I could. I'm the youngest one in the fleet, so I have to deal with this for another 40 years. And some people are towards the end of their career, and it doesn't affect them as much. But I have many years to come, and then there's some people that just want to see us off the water completely, and that's an unfair judgment against what is obviously a very healthy fishery. Thank you very much.
It looks like that concludes our online speakers on this agenda item. So if we have folks in person, please come on up and sit next to Dan. Again, total love fest. Sounds like it was a wonderful process. And so if you just want to echo that, we'd love to hear that. If there's something different that hasn't been said, we should focus on that. Take it away, Dan.
At the last meeting, Eric asked me to revise the proposal and work it out with Oceana and come up with a proposal that satisfied them too. That was my understanding. Is that your understanding?
Like an alternate proposal to the staff recommendation?
To my proposal. Not really.
Are you talking about North Coast?
Yeah, well, open access, yes. Okay, I'm speaking to small scale open access, okay? I'll leave the rest of it alone. So what you hear from me is about that.
Let's hear it.
So I came up with an alternate proposal of what I had proposed before. Eric left the room, so.
He won't be back
Yeah, so yeah, I get that.
today.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he conveniently left right now. And so, did he leave any of his, feelings toward, or moving on with
He
what
didn't
he
leave me
asked
with any
for?
feelings, no,
Okay,
we wouldn't be able to talk about that kind of thing outside of the public eye anyway, so he didn't communicate anything to me on this. I don't know if he has to Craig or Susan.
Okay, well, he did before. So at the last meeting, then he was suggesting that, me and Oceana, Jeff Schesser's there, came up with a model that was a proposal that was was avoiding experiment instead of doing experiment. And so I did that, not that I'm totally against experimental. But, so I could read that out, or is it just even worth reading that out? Is it just, you're dead set on experimental and there's no reason to even waste your time on it?
So I would look to department and commission staff to better understand how this slice of what's being proposed would fit or wouldn't fit in with the staff recommendations that we have before us right now.
So not knowing what's on the paper.
Yeah, oh, I thought I gave you the paper. You didn't hand the paper out?
I didn't, it was after the deadline, so I knew you were needing to come here and speak to it.
Okay, I'll get on with it. Well, I just kept it short. It would have to have things added to it that satisfied other people. Enforcement, maybe, whatever. Okay, 1. There's 5 tons per day per vessel landed in a 24-hour period starting at midnight. And there's reasons for these factors, okay? Starting at midnight, any open access vessel not to possess more than 6 tons aboard a vessel. I'll give you a reason later for that. 3,000 tons overall per year, beginning April 1st, for small-scale open access market squid fishery to come out of original 118,000 tons overall quoted. Of course, that pointing in the north, right? I mean, that's understood. So 3 would be power braille, as Eric had suggested. Hand dip and jigging would be harvesting methods allowed. Number 4, 5,000 watts of light attraction value shielded. Number 5, abide by most all limited entry regs, start stop times, landing, fires permit, area closures, e-logs, etc. 6.
Yeah, so I want to save you I'm not sure, like, we haven't seen this before. I haven't seen what you're reading. And so haven't seen it in advance. And so I'm not sure that.
So our recommendation is to pursue the small scale approach through an experimental fishing permit and sort out some of those details to see what could be figured out. Right? We heard from the previous speaker that they had just purchased a vessel, and we don't I'll stop there.
Yeah. And so what, Dan, you're proposing is something outside of an EFP process.
Well, an EFP could incorporate this, or is that, I'm here to get an understanding of it.
So maybe the kinds of things he's proposing, those specifics could be sorted at a future.
Discussed as part of the EFP.
Exactly.
Yeah. Right.
But in terms of today's recommendation that we make, this level of details, we wouldn't be in a position to recommend this level of detail today, but to be sorted out and discussed potentially as part of an EFP would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, thank you for that. So there were a lot of discussions that were held, especially for the last couple of meetings of the SBAC. And there were 2 options on the table originally. One was open access, small scale, and one was an experimental fishing permit. There were different perspectives on what constitutes small scale, and so ultimately the committee and the department recommended to go forward with an EFP approach to be able to leverage that program as a pathway. I know that Commissioner Sklar at the last meeting asked to think about whether it was reasonable to support a little bit larger allowance for take on the North Coast, specifically with the Point Arena, in light of some of the area specific fishing challenges for handrail that were discussed at that meeting. In addition, I believe part of the discussion was around concern about seal bombs and lighting on the North Coast. And so what Dan has brought forward is very similar to previous proposals, his last proposal during the SBAC process, except that it is committed to avoiding any kind of marine mammal deterrent devices and lower wattage for lighting. And so those are the pieces that I think he had discussions with Mr. Chester over. And so you've heard that there's still a request to allow for open access and without an EFP. And so I think that's what Dan has really earnestly been trying to come up with, something that he thinks works for his area, but still trying to seek to that potential for open access, I think is what you're trying to say.
Well, but you did just say within the context of an EFP would be okay instead.
Yes. I mean, but at the last meeting, it would seem like it was going a different direction, so.
Yeah, I think it's true that Commissioner Sklar has said, look, and he reiterated this to me recently, that for a long time, this has been a long time discussion about North Coast squid access, very long time thing. And he suggested that information needs to be gathered sooner than later to help make a decision one way or the other. And maybe an EFP is a good route to do that.
Jeff, you're implicated in this conversation. I don't know if there's anything you'd like to add.
Yeah, just briefly on this particular topic. Oceana, an organization, in terms of the overall goal, it does support the idea of having, sustainable fishing communities consistent with the, fishing communities policy that the commission developed recently, in light of all the challenges with, fishing on the North Coast and, seeing opportunities close, to find ways to introduce additional fishing opportunities. So we did volunteer at the last MRC meeting to sit down with Dan and anyone else who wanted to chat about this. And so we did, and we actually spent many hours together since the last meeting, which I thought was some really helpful dialogue. Where I think we got to was, that basically in his proposal, I think there was, we did raise a few conservation concerns, and then Dan kind of came back and was responsive to those. And those include like putting in a sunset period where there would be review, because this would be kind of a different thing. Not using seal bombs, reducing the wattage of the lights, and it wouldn't include any request for an increase in the statewide quota. So this is still within the bounds. It's not requesting an overall increase. So those all, I think, satisfy the major concerns that we raised. But I guess, in speaking with some department staff and others about this, the broader issue is, what would this mean in terms of the restricted access policy, and the fact that there are limited entry permits? What does that mean to have open access? My organization did not want to get into that issue at all. So from the perspective of conservation concerns, I think we wanted to really appreciate Dan's efforts and his responsiveness to those that we raised, and that healthy dialogue that I think we did have. But in terms of the process, EFPs, open access, all of that, that's sort of, something that we we seek direction from you all on, but we would be happy to continue working with Dan and others interested in this to figure out whatever path forward makes the most sense. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, because we did hear the previous speaker raise this sort of issue, you know, it is a little bit of like a coastal fishing communities issue, right? And like, something about folks being on equal footing and, you know, why should somebody have to invest millions of dollars and somebody else is fishing open access? You know, these are the kinds of things that we're hearing. So this is something I would say, cannot tackle in terms of our recommendations today. If an EFP is agreeable for you, Dan, that seems like the best path forward to me. And I think, you know, that's probably the venue for having that discussion. I don't think we could do something more than that. I mean, we can't. We haven't seen the agreed upon recommendations. They haven't been vetted. Eric's not here. And so I think there are a lot of reasons we wouldn't be able to do more than that today, because there are some really big issues related to like equity within the fleet. I think that sort of come up when I think about this issue. I'm curious what you think about this, Craig?
Yeah, so I think as we've said that, you know, we have a current restricted access program. The commission has a restricted access policy. We would recommend not undoing that lightly without a lot of thought and thinking about how that could reverberate through all of the other restricted access fisheries that the commission department co-manage. I think we've provided a pathway, you know, through the EFP program to see, does this even work, right? What is the volume, the time period, the location? I think that is a potentially, you know, an option that we have offered to explore with interested parties. I think at a parallel path that the commission wants to explore its restricted access policy and what does open access look like when you've got a limited entry fishery with a quota on it, right? Like those are two pretty big pieces to think about. You know, all those shares of the pie in a big year are spoken for with permit holders. So how do you either create a bigger pie or slice up the pie? That's different discussion. At the same time, we can do the EFP and decide, is this even viable as proposed?
Yep. Yeah, I think that's right.
Well, this proposal here, but I didn't get to finish it, has a lot of that built into it. No.
So we have a separate process to pursue EFPs outside of the MRC.
So EFP, so even filing an EFP, is it then out of this decision, is it that, okay, some sort of EFP will be accepted, or is it still on a floater? I mean, I won't go any further on it myself in particular, because this isn't really about me. This is about the North Coast, not just about me. Just I'm able to navigate your system better than anybody else.
So I can't,
And
you know, I can't commit to that an EFP will be issued without getting into the details of what's being proposed. So we have a consultation process. So I would recommend that those that are interested in pursuing the EFP go through the pre-consultation process that we've set up. And so you can talk to our EFP folks, our squid folks, decide that, you know, what are the potential boundaries, call them conditions of the EFP. If those all seem reasonable, that's when the application process starts. There's a fee associated with that. And then we've got a public notice requirement, commission decision.
But importantly, there's no fee for that pre-application
For
consultation.
pre-consultation, there's no fee.
And so that would give you an opportunity then to explore these ideas and what the bounds might look like that the department would recommend to the commission in considering that EFP.
And I think that's the avenue.
okay, I mean, I followed through instead of just ditzing out like other people did, and push for my community on the issue. And
yeah, and
so
I
that's
know,
what I'm doing.
and
Instead
that
of
is-
just, you know,
what I'm hearing is that's
as a
time,
representative, I followed it through.
I'm hearing that that's time well spent. You know, it sounds like you and Oceana sat down for several hours and came up with something that, at least from the conservation side of things, is mutually agreeable. And that's a super important first step. And to me, that would really set you up for success in a pre-application, pre-consultation next step. I think that's really wise that you spent that time doing that.
And several things that I just about got to the number 10, but several things that are there, like no use of seal bombs were, and then as you go in and have a statement of reasons, and then there's the reasons for those.
Right.
And I wasn't, and then in that, I say, by no means am I suggesting that the limited entry fleet doesn't use seal bombs. It's a tool of theirs, you know, just the open access.
Right,
you
and
know,
we're just not in a
particular.
position
And
today.
lighting, there was, you know.
Dan, we're
yeah,
just
I
not in a
got it.
position to make a
I
decision
got
about
it, but I'm
adding
just
open
saying,
access
I'm
to.
just telling you that the thing has been built and thought over. As it,
Thank you for doing that.
with, you know, taking everything into consideration with the limited entry committees and whatever. The amount, everything.
Yeah, we really appreciate that. Thank you for that. And so taking that to the next step, which it sounds like might be pre-consultation application, would be a really smart next step to continue to be an advocate for the North Coast and your community. And yeah, Susan.
This is a bigger, the coastal fishing community's challenges is bigger than the squid fishery. It is one of the biggest, it is an example that illustrates how climate-driven changes and community needs have shifted over time, and that the continued year after year, we hear about the need for adaptable fishing permit structures in a manner that doesn't undermine the existing limited entry fisheries. So it doesn't have to necessarily be open access per se. There are different ways that to be able to explore flexibility that I think need more time than this group is ready for at this stage.
It certainly can't happen today, and I would hate for us to get too bogged down in this so that we cannot endorse the recommendations that people seem really jazzed about. So
I have forwarded the information though that you sent to the department now, so they have that detailed information.
I think the next steps, it sounds like, is identifying who some of the, either yourself or some of those other fishermen that might be interested in this EFP, sit down and have that pre-consultation. I'm assuming you can do it via Teams or Zoom.
Yeah, so on our website, it's all laid out, the application, the consultation process, the steps of the EFP, how to contact the EFP coordinator. There's a form there to fill out. And then that gets the process started.
Yeah, I can go with before.
Okay.
I think that timeline is gonna be better for you and your community than waiting for a global resolution to these sort of like existential conversations and recommendations on restricted access, open access, things like limited entry, things like that. So I think this is
Yeah, again,
a good path
it
forward.
wasn't really totally about me in particular.
I understand that, yeah, for this.
It was about Fort Bragg community, you'd have to understand, which a lot of people don't, I can tell.
100%,
And
yeah.
or Northern California, not much of it, it's just a different island.
Perfect, okay. Who's next?
I'll go. Greg Helmsper, Ocean Conservancy SFAC member. It was cool. The distinctiveness of the SFAC was we were advising the department, right? And so the outcome is a handful of recommendations from the departments. I'm gonna tell you what I think about 4 of them. From those, you can deduce what I think are the most important things. Number 1, the weekend closures. Yes, you should extend the weekend closures at least that much. We learned during the SFAC that weekend closures are how this fishery is managed in terms of how much harvest we do, right? The idea of trying to get a sustainable yield. That's the only thing that you're managing with that's applicable to the fishery. There's other stuff, but it's not applicable. Harvest caps means nothing. So for sure, you should extend the weekend closures as your only operational measure, but you should not be satisfied that that's a good way to run a super large, complicated fishery. It gets back to this thing about real-time management and management advice that's workable, the ability to forecast and crunch info that was championed by Wayne earlier. That's what you need. We didn't get there, But I'm here to put a marker in the ground to say we desperately need that. You can do the EDM thing, which is mathematical. You can do the cutting open squid and looking at their gonads, which we do now. It's called egg escapement, but you can do that in an affirmative way to, and the reason you would do that is because it's a highly dynamic variable fishery that is being affected and will be more affected by climate change. One of the reasons we gathered was to get there, and we didn't, but we should prioritize that. And next year or the year after, when EDM or whatever becomes available, there'll be other priorities. So I want to put a flag in the ground. I want a MRC member or two to say, yeah, let's not lose sight of that. Okay, that's weekend closure and real-time management. 2 of 4. Number 3, the rib line. We discovered what wouldn't have been a revelation, that there's some contact, bottom contact in the fishery with the big nets. The problem with that is, of course, bottom habitat and that you should be worried about that, but also a potential, a contact with next year's harvest, right? Because it's eggs, and you don't want that. Rib line is a good way to minimize that when it happens. I strongly support it. I was an early adopter, I guess you'd say. The debate will be around how soon, how fast. Sooner the better, seriously. Fixing your nets, maintaining your nets is a part of fishing. Put in a rib line, getting grants and things is good. Lastly, lights and birds. Fundamentally, we fish with lights in this fishery, not at the Farallons, where they were concerned about birds and applied a night fishing closure immediately under the Chrisman department. And it seems appropriate to do that in the Channel Islands as well. It's so complicated, you don't want to hear it seriously about the bulb and the filament and so on. But I think that the bird conservation experts made a proposal, revised it down to be minimal, only affects night fishing, only affects certain months, only affects, this morning we heard, down to 1 island. Very appropriate to do that. I'm realistic, but strong that, for these birds, the pattern of night and day is their habitat. We've done it before, we should do it again. So that's how I react to those 4 issues. There you go.
Thanks, Greg. Mark.
Yeah, a couple of things. I guess I want to respond on EDM. There's only one fishery where I've heard people say that EDM is used for management, and that's the shrimp fishery in the Gulf of Mexico. NIMS put out a report a week ago, or a few weeks ago, where they talked about the sustainability of that fishery, and they pointed to standard stock assessments as the measure, not EDM. And I'm not in opposition to continuing to pursue EDM to study this fishery, but I think we're pretending that it's ready for prime time. With any idea that you're going to use this for real-time management is a fiction at this stage, given our understanding. We are actually, CWPA is working with the agency. We do parallel larval surveys that they use in part to support the EDM development and to show, what we can and can't learn from it, to get a better sense of what we can and can't learn from it. I support going ahead with it. Don't take this the wrong way, but let's not pretend it's something that it is not. As far as its use for the closures, I think it was a mathematical technique that validated what people intuitively thought. Part of the reason those catches go down at the end of the week is because not as many boats are fishing as hard, and the areas have been fished previously, and you're going back to the same spots during the week. So it's intuitively logical that those areas get some rest over the weekend and rebuild. We support that, but I think we need to be careful where we go. I think we also used several other measures for managing these fisheries that we shouldn't forget, other than the time closures. We have area closures as well, and there are a lot of areas that aren't fished. We have a limited number of boats, so there's a limited extent of grounds that we can cover. There's a limited distance you can fish because you need to get your squid back and processed. So there's a lot of space that cannot be covered by this fleet for one reason or another. and that gives the grounds rest and gives an opportunity for spawning. So I think we're overstating, it's been overstated the extent to which you have pressure on the population of squid and the extent to which you have more measures than you think you have here. Last thing I'll say is that, again, everybody I think in the room felt like that process went well. I thought John Barry characterized it best. There were compromises. And, you know, there are people in the room who didn't want to give up stuff that we gave up and that were given up in the recommendations. But when we look at the package as a whole, it works. Last thing is we're going to continue to work with the department, and as much as people are saying, well, this SFAC process is over, I feel like the whole process is continuing on. We're talking about what's going to happen with Dan's suggestion on doing the EFPs. We're working with the state right now to try to get money to fund the logbooks. We've already made a pledge to put some money into the e-logs. We're going to continue the fleet's going to continue to work in how that gets implemented. I feel like it's a good collaborative process right now that we see having to go forward with. And in the end, hopefully it'll work out for all of us. But so I think it's been an ongoing process and it's continuing. So I think that's all I wanted to say.
Thanks a lot.
Okay. Looks like that may be the last one. So, and first, as the introduction, my name is Anthony Buoso. I'm president of Calmarine Fish Company. We're located in San Pedro, California, and we also have a plant in the Port of in Fish Harbor in the Port of Los Angeles and in Salinas. I really was a member of the SFAC. Maybe I better let me read this and then I'll because otherwise I don't want to get lost. But I really wanted to join the the group hug for the SFAC process because I really think it was good. Okay, so I'll try and skip a little bit, but there are a few points that I would like to make because bringing it from maybe a 50,000-foot view that the business side of this, we're managing the fishery, but there is a business that we're run that supports this fishery, and I think we need to bring that to light. Again, so the people that we have, we operate unloading stations from squid from San Diego, San Pedro, Port Hueneme, Monterey, Moss Landing. We have employed maybe over 200 people in the 2 processing plants when we're in full production. We also have owned 3 through affiliated companies. We own 3 purse-seine vessels, and we contract to purchase to catch from another 5 vessels. Plus, we have spot market offerings from independents. Again, the SFAC was overall, it was a great process. There was a lot of exchange and valuable exchange where people the concerns of fisheries managers and the industry, processors and the fishers and other stakeholders could exchange their ideas. I think the industry demonstrated a lot of openness to the process and the willingness to develop and implement best practices guidelines for continued improvements to be made. My overall takeaway is that that this fishery is healthy, is sustainable, and is well managed. And I believe the industry is supportive of the department's recommendations in general. What we're coming away from is everyone agreed collectively at the end, and I think it's a good way forward. Going into the process, one of my original concerns and something I brought up in other meetings was that I was I was interested in participating, a little bit wary from the business side of the unintended consequences that may come out in the process. And there's 2 concerns, but I would really like to comment for the potential impact of the future of the viability. And one is maintaining the limited capacity. And 2 are any other proposals that would further reduce the existing fishing opportunities without cost. So in looking at it from the business aspect, with the normal vagaries of all the global squid market, influence relative squid abundance, fluctuations from a number of substitute fisheries, competition from around the world, and fluid international economics, today we find ourselves at delicate equilibrium. We're compelled to protect ourselves from risk, perhaps some unintended consequences that could destroy the fishery. And we know that the squid fishery is valuable very valuable, but it's also a very competitive fishery. The original squid fishery management plan created back in the early 2000s provided an important framework that created tremendous value to the fishery for both vessel owners and processors by creating a limited entry program, establishing sustainable catch limits, which also created market stability. All successful participants in this fishery have invested heavily in plants, equipment, vessels, permits necessary to operate. And overall, the intent at that time was to reduce the effort over time. So, plants invested tens of millions of dollars. And I know that a recent vessel, Persane vessel, sold, put the value of the permit for access to be fishing over $1.5 million. So it's no small, small amount. So it is concerning to see that of open access as part of the discussion today. And I appreciate the desire of local fishing opportunities, support communities, but you can't ignore some of the aspirations that were expressed, set aside, maybe a separate quota or take away from the existing quota. And it was, we talked about numbers during the SFAC for maybe 10,000 tons a year. Now we're hearing maybe 3,000 tons a year. But in years of low squid abundance, and it's not always, good times, such a quota like that would represent the #1 squid market for that year in a low squid year. So it's not a small ask. So my concern is that to allow something like that would take away the value of the investments made by those who invested under the conditions established by the original plan. Secondly, and I don't want to beat a dead horse, I think some of the fishermen touched on it really well. It's not only for the north fishing communities, but we heard from other communities from San Diego north, and those are places that we operate, we offload, we sell our fish today through the original plan. And then, the other time and area closures, touched on for the seabird concerns, those are productive fishing grounds, and without a specific and demonstrated cause, losing those kind of opportunities could be like that tipping point you mentioned about this equilibrium. We're in a competitive environment. And so right now with the competitors that we have domestically and globally and dealing with the resource itself in a rising cost environment, losing those things, even if it may seem inconsequential at the moment, but that can be a tipping point that could destroy this fishery. So.
Thanks very much, Anthony.
Thank you.
Jeff, and if anyone else wants to talk on this agenda item, please come on up. Sure, one of these gentlemen would be happy to give you their seat. Oh, okay. Yes, please, Jeff.
Yeah, thank you. Again, Jeff Shester representing Oceana. My organization did support the SFAC and the funding for that at the Ocean Protection Council, and are glad to see that it seems to have been a successful process that can kind of serve as a model for the future. So kudos to the department and the folks that participated in that. Market squid, as you know, is an important forage species off of California. It is important that we manage this species consistent with the Commission's precautionary forage policy, which was actually put in place after the original FMP. And that policy emphasizes being precautionary and emphasizes the impacts that these fisheries may have to wildlife. With that in mind, we wanted to support the proposed extension of the weekend closures to support the uninterrupted spawning. We also wanted to support the proposed gear changes, particularly the rib line, to reduce impacts on essential fish habitat on the seafloor. But we did want to point out that that is kind of more of a assumed or likely potential outcome, and having some sort of data to demonstrate that that actually does result in benefits to seafloor habitats and reduced impact, to verify that would be really helpful. With respect to the seabird closures, I wanted to echo Russ on that. It is important to consider the proposed nighttime closures in the Channel Islands, particularly in these special areas, to prevent seabird disturbance. We do think that the MRC should continue to include these in its recommendation. It's a reasonable proposal. Best practices are good, but alone, we don't believe those are sufficient. And I think the important point on this is that you don't actually need to demonstrate a population decline of, a very vulnerable seabird in order to justify these management measures. These are reasonable measures to minimize impacts to wildlife in a national park, and reducing impacts to wildlife in and of itself is a sufficient justification. And then lastly, on the issue of the seal bombs, or AKA pinniped deterrence, there are serious concerns that have been raised among marine mammal biologists. And I wanted to point out that a lot of the major concerns that we have are, in addition to potential impacts on the pinnipeds themselves that are trying to be deterred, the bigger impact that we're concerned about is the unintended impact to cetaceans, particularly very noise sensitive ones like the harbor porpoise and endangered humpback whales that are feeding in close vicinity to the squid fishery a lot of times. Moving, basically, in addition to potential direct physical harm, these noises are loud enough that they cause the animals to have to move. And a lot of times, particularly with harbor porpoise and others, that means they're moving to places that may not have the food resources that they do in the feeding grounds. And so this is a serious concern. And I think we put 2 reports in the briefing materials to provide background and show kind of basically the idea is not necessarily here's the answer to this problem, but to demonstrate that there are really significant management gaps in the management of this issue right now. And, while I think the department is recommending, hey, this is a NIMS issue, let's just leave it to NIMS. Clearly, the Fish and Game Commission has, under Fish and Game Code 5500, the authority to set terms and conditions on the use of these explosives. So this is within the commission authority. This is not just NIMS authority, even though they're the ones dealing with marine mammals. And I think given the fact that they have a proposed rule that's essentially been delayed indefinitely, and with this new change in federal administration, we should not be thinking or hoping that somehow NIMS is going to come in and solve this problem anytime soon. We did not see a whole lot of discussion, from on the SFAC on this issue in terms of potential options. There certainly are options that could be considered. Limiting the quantity of seal bombs that can be used annually per permittee, that's an option. Time and area closures on the use of seal bombs in some of these sensitive areas. At-sea monitoring of seal bomb use, even a potentially, a full ban on seal bombs. There's a lot of options that really have not been explored adequately and in this management review. And I think we wanted to bring that to your attention, and in hopes that we can actually kind of move forward and think about some reasonable options to minimize the use. I mean, I think as we pointed out before, some of the data we showed hydrophones documenting 30,000 seal bomb detonations in a single month off of Catalina. And so I think we're not necessarily opposed to any use, but excessive use maybe is something that the commission can consider. So just wanted to leave you with that, and thank you guys for the management review and the time on this issue. Thanks.
Thanks, Jeff. Hello.
Good afternoon, Kevin Berry, I'm the General Manager of Silver Bay Seafoods, California operations. We've got 2 processing facilities, one in Wilmington and one in Moss Landing, offloads in San Pedro, Ventura Harbor, and Monterey. We've got a fleet currently of 9 boats. We've had up to 15 independent seiners fishing for us, and just want to say thank you to the SFAC and their recommendations, and we fully support their recommendations to the department and the board.
That's great. Thanks a lot for being here. Do I understand that John Ugoretz is on the line and would like to say something? I got that impression. John, if you're there.
Thanks, I'm here.
Online. The question is, does he want to say anything?
And can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yep.
No, I'm mostly here to respond if you have questions that are beyond Trung's knowledge base. I can respond to a couple things that we heard recently. I think importantly, there was a comment from Mr. Helms about the weekend closure being the only way that this fishery is managed, and that's simply incorrect. Beyond the total allowable catch, which admittedly is really only effective in years where the catches are extremely high, the fishery is managed with weekend closures, a restricted access program, and closed areas. And all three of those things go towards ensuring its sustainability. And the other point with regard to sort of in-season management and whether or not we can do something that is more like certain other fisheries. First and foremost, we do like to say that squid aren't fish. But more importantly, that this species is extremely different than any other species we manage. It lives less than a year. It dies immediately after spawning. So there is no such thing as a standing stock biomass as you get in other fisheries. And so you can't bank on what you're leaving in the water each year to sustain the next year. That's just not reality for squid. I think most importantly, and then I'll certainly wait and see if you have questions, is that this fishery is by all metrics sustainable. And it was just certified as such by the Marine Stewardship Council last year. That's an external process with external reviewers. And importantly, what the SFAC is looking at doing is ensuring that this fishery remains sustainable in the face of climate change and some unknown possible future changes that we haven't experienced yet. And so making these changes now is forward thinking. It's a positive move by the fishery and by the department. And I think it really demonstrates that we are actively considering what might happen in the future.
Great. Thanks, John. Yeah, I mean, my only outstanding question is, I feel compelled because it's come up so many times to ask about seal bombs. And if it was, I get the sense that like the seabird issues that we are hearing about now, my sense is that those were well discussed and covered in the SFAC, and there was considerable time spent in that venue talking about some of the seabird light issues. Seal bombs, I wasn't in these meetings. Did that also get a lot of airtime? Was that vetted? Do we think that that's something that we should talk about at a future time? What about this issue of our purview versus federal? I would just love to get thoughts from Trung, John, or Craig on that. John, you look poised.
I think I'll jump in for Trung and Craig. No, I don't think seal bombs got the same level of discussion that some of these other issues did for a variety of reasons. They were certainly discussed and certainly brought up as a topic of consideration. I think similar to open access, this is a topic that doesn't affect just the squid fishery, and it's not a topic that's really necessarily appropriate for a squid fishery management review. It is a tool that is used by the fishery and is approved by National Marine Fisheries Service for its use in order to deter marine mammals. And so by saying that marine mammals might move away from these devices is essentially saying that they're doing what they're intended to do. So I think if the commission is interested in discussing some possible controls on seal bombs, that the commission certainly has some authority to manage. We need to consider the other fisheries that use the devices, including the commercial passenger fishing vessel fleet. So it becomes a recreational fishing issue, as well as some other key fisheries where seal fishery interactions occur. So I think perhaps there is more discussion that could be held there. I don't think it's one that's necessarily tied directly to squid fishing in particular.
Okay, yeah, very helpful. So more global discussion that we may or may not choose to take up in the future. Not today, because of the wide-ranging implications. I mean, what I heard today is that folks are very generally supportive of the SFAC process and the recommendations that came out. By all accounts, it was open and fair and inclusive, and the right people were in the room. I heard some people say it was the best process they've ever been a part of. I also hear that not everybody is happy with every element. That's a hallmark of a compromise, and often a good compromise. Hearing a lot about models today. A few times, Wayne, you were out of the room when we heard some of the fishermen talking about models and EDM in particular. I think what we've heard today on models is what I hear in most conversations, fairly representative. Some people think that they're excited, let's get them up and running, trust them. We heard that from a couple people. And then you have other people who say, you know, I feel a little nervous about this. Is this a black box? You know, getting a little bit nervous. And so that's for me, as I had said before, you know, whatever agenda item we're talking about, I see models and outputs from models as being one piece of the puzzle, one data source, one input into decision-making processes. So I see we have some hands raising. I do want to thank Trung and Craig and John and everyone at the department and the commission staff. I really want to thank Scott McCrary as well, and all the stakeholders who participated in the SVAC process. This is our first ever commission FMP amendment. I think we should do it again just like this, where everybody is mostly pretty happy. That seems like a good template, a good model to use in the future. It seems to me we have a delicate compromise. I'm not inclined to upset that given everything we've heard and seen. I do see hands being raised. It's 2 o'clock and I know folks haven't eaten lunch. So I do want to give a voice to these folks online, but I would ask you to please keep it as concise and succinct as possible. We don't have Eric here. I've already signaled that I'm inclined to go with the staff recommendation as offered. That is what my recommendation is. So if there's something else you feel like you just must say, Pence, Chris, Russell, want to hear it, but please keep it concise.
Pence, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, mostly I can't figure out how to put my hand back down. Thanks everyone, especially John. It won't let me put my hand down, so thank you. That's it.
Well done.
Yeah, this is Chris Voss, and all I want to say is that I think the EFP approach to small-scale opportunity is a good idea, and that when I advocated for small-scale opportunity in the squid fishery, there was no suggestion that it would be open access, and there would be no, I would never propose something that would put the financial viability of the seine fishery at risk in any way. So in the past, when I've said, hey, make some small scale squid opportunity available, I really meant it as small scale and restricted.
Perfect. Thanks for that clarification, Chris. Russ.
2 quick things. I like where the BMP is going. I would urge the department to develop that with the seabird community to make sure that the wording is as tight as possible, especially in a conservation area. And the last thing when it comes to seal bombs is I would encourage the MRC to look at the proposed reg that was done by NOAA, because it's more than whether you use them or not. It's the best way to use them in given conditions with site distancing and types of seals versus sea lions and cetaceans. There's a lot of great science in there. It really could inform the commission on how best to employ that deterrent.
Perfect. Thanks a lot for that, Russ. With that, do I need to read the whole recommendation? I recommend that that the commission, I recommend
What's in the staff summary?
What's in the staff summary, just like that, exactly like that. All right, so with that, we are going to take a break for lunch. Is it 45? Is it 30?
It's 2 o'clock, so.
What's the shortest amount we can?
35 minutes.
35 minutes, okay, so we'll see folks back here at 2:30. So with that, we are going to reconvene and jump in with agenda item number 6, which is recreational crab trap gear options and trap validation for commercial passenger fishing vessels. I'm going to start by handing it over to Susan, and then we will pass it off for a department presentation.
Great. So this item today is to discuss the department's proposed regulation changes related to gear and marine life entanglement concerns and proposed trap validation for commercial passenger fishing vessels, and to develop a potential committee recommendation. So the department, just by way of background, this in part started back in June of 2023 when the commission granted in part a regulatory change petition concerning crab validation stamps for commercial passenger fishing vessels. And the department committed to coming back to the MRC when it also and articulated that it also had other topics that excuse me, other potential regulation changes that it wished to pursue for whale entanglement risks. And so the first core discussion was held in July when the MRC received and discussed a department overview, proposed recommendations for changes to the recreational crab regulations. Following additional department follow-up and review today. Today is the opportunity to receive the update from the department and any updates related to the proposed changes to the recreational crab trap gear options and trap validation. And Christy Uhas, I'm very happy to say that if, she's here in person with us, which is a nice treat, an environmental scientist and long-term crab specialist with the department. So welcome.
Wait for those slides to show up. Yes, so, yes, I'm here representing the invertebrate management program. I'll be talking today about the proposed changes to recreational crab gear. So we can go to the next slide. This is what we'll be covering in today's presentation. We'll go briefly over the purpose of the proposed changes, talk about go through the summary of the changes. I will highlight what has been modified since our last presentation at the July MRC meeting, talk about our outreach efforts, go over the proposed regulatory timeline, and conclude with next steps. Next slide, please. So the proposed regulations are intended to address the following items. As Susan mentioned, yes, I think the petition was received in 2022 and the department responded about this petition request. We're also going to looking at updating hoopnet operations based on their increased usage, especially during the Dungeness crab season. We want to increase the available tools to address entanglement risks of recreational crab gear, and then finally prevent the use of unique line marking that will be required in other fisheries for entanglement identification from being used in recreational gear. Next slide. So this is the first of the three items summarized in this table. None of these have changed since our last presentation. So we are still looking to create a CPFV or a commercial passenger fishing vessel specific validation. This would eliminate the need for customers on board these chartered vessels from having to purchase the individual validation. That would still be required when fishing for crab traps from other modes like a private vessel or kayak. We are also, in addition, going to be requiring new data fields to be included in the CPFV fishing logs. That way we can directly collect fishing effort information to inform fishing management. The next item will expand the current tampering prohibition to include hoop nets. This will support enforcement concerns around their increased use. And then just to state the first two items here, we received overall support from public input. The last item is looking at clarifying surface gear of hoop nets used north of Point Arguello, Santa Barbara County. That's northern hoop nets for simplicity. We want to specify only one main buoy may be used. And on this particular item, public input we received was they had shared concerns that they would like, they have a preference for at least two buoys. However, we are sticking with the one main buoy. One of the reasons we wanted to clarify this was there was some confusion between using crab trap buoys on hoop net gear, and we really want to keep those two gear types distinct. And we also want to limit surface gear as it poses an entanglement risk. So let's go to the next slide. The next set of changes is under the entanglement evaluation process. Just as a reminder, this recreational entanglement evaluation occurs alongside the risk assessment mitigation program for the commercial fishery. Working group members that help advise that process raised concerns last season that the two programs are not aligned in how they approach, well, specifically with the management triggers and management actions, they're not aligned in how they approach entanglement risk. And so the purpose of these changes is to better align those two fishery processes. So we are still looking at adding an additional management trigger of including entanglement numbers alongside the marine life concentrations already used in the program. And then in addition, we are still proposing a depth restriction for the management action. In our initial proposal, we had included a gear reduction. However, we heard feedback that a lot of trap gear is shared among fishery participants, so a gear reduction would not achieve the overall goal of reducing gear. So we have thus removed it from the proposal. We also, in the initial proposal, included northern hoop net gear. We did receive a lot of comments that northern hoop net gear has a shortened service interval that already minimizes entanglement risk. We also have removed that from the proposal as well. We can move on to the next slide. The final item on the list is the line marking prohibition. And just for clarification, we are not proposing line marking at this time for the recreational crab gear. We're simply trying to eliminate or avoid the use of these unique line marks that are, or unique manufactured lines that are either on the market now or will be on the market soon, as they will be required in other fisheries for entanglement identification purposes, as a requirement for their incidental take permit interactions with protected species. So next slide. So the outreach we have conducted thus far, as I mentioned, we did receive public feedback that primarily happened in a virtual webinar held in September. We invited our crab validation purchasers to that meeting. We also sent out a blog post in our social media accounts to invite members of the public to attend. And we also sent out a separate email invitation to our to tribal contacts as well. We have also presented this proposal to industry members at both our annual Dungeness Crab Fishing Gear Working Group and our Dungeness Crab Task Force, which is the legislatively mandated advisory group to the fishery. We also intend to send out a tribal notification letter at the end of this month, before the December Fish and Game Commission meeting, as well as providing a written update at the next tribal committee. Move on to the next slide. So we are here today seeking a final recommendation on the proposal. Pending that recommendation, we could go to notice at the April 2025 Fish and Game Commission meeting, followed by a discussion hearing in June and an adoption hearing meeting in August. We could see an early effective date for the proposal in time for the 25-26 recreational Dungeness crab season. Next slide. So yes, for this meeting, we are here today to hear feedback from the MRC on the proposal. We, I guess, want to know whether you concur with our revised scope of recommendations, or if you want us to consider any additional changes, or go back to receive more public input on the proposal. And depending on whether or not you approve, we'll initiate that rulemaking in 2025. You can end on the last slide. Next slide. Thank you. I'll be happy to answer any questions, and questions can also be directed to whalesafefisheries@wildlife.ca.gov.
Thank you, Christy. Very helpful. I don't know that we formally told folks to raise their hands on Zoom to talk about this agenda item, which is number 6. But if you would like to speak on this agenda item, please do raise your hand. And if you're in the room and you want to talk about this, please come on up. We want to hear what you have to say. Don't be shy. Take a seat. We're a small, intimate group now, so
Very small.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Anybody online or?
We'll start with you.
Okay, great, fabulous. So I just have a couple brief remarks here, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. So my name's Andy Giuliano. I'm the owner of Fish Emeryville. We're a landing, sport fishing landing in Emeryville in the Bay Area. We represent 12 charter boats. I'm on the board of directors of the Golden Gate Fishermen's Association, also a member of the whale working group the department's involved in, and an alternate on the Dungeness Crab Task Force. I'm the author of the petition that trustees done a great job of explaining to exempt our passengers from holding a trap validation. The validation's intent was to collect effort and fishing data for the crab trap fishery. As you might imagine, charter boat customers are unlikely to provide reliable, accurate data on location, effort, and harvest level. Included in the petition are recommended modifications to our logbooks, as Christy identified, providing the department with real-time accurate data, which they can use to better manage the trap fishery. Golden Gate Fishermen's Association has major concerns with the recommendation to move to a single hoop buoy requirement, as well as recreational entanglement evaluation triggers and management actions. The question I must ask is, what problem are we attempting to solve? Since the recreational trap prohibition came into effect in 2022, the charter boat industry has reduced their vertical line time by over 92%. When whales are present, we now regularly deploy hoops, which have a 2-hour interval for servicing and return to the port daily. Along with dramatic reductions in vertical lines, we've also virtually eliminated all lost gear, which is an important part, leaving the ocean clean every day we fish. Our reluctance to support a single main buoy is twofold. One, the recreational hoop fishery has no entanglement issues. Not a single recreational hoop has been confirmed in an entanglement. Additionally, in discussions with the National Marine Fisheries and the Nature Conservancy, along with my time on the whale working group, has shown that there's no correlation between surface gear and entanglements. Rather, lost gear and derelict gear, traps or gear, are regularly the culprit. The number one agenda item at any whale meeting is lost or derelict gear. Lost trap gear is the number one cause of whale entanglements. In increased inclement weather and high current situations, a single buoy can be submerged, limiting a successful recovery and return. In my 15 years as a commercial Dungeness boat owner and decades of recreational crabbing tells me a single buoy will lead to more hoop loss and inevitably an entanglement. Although counterintuitive, an appropriately designed two-buoy arrangement will always minimize lost gear. The department's current regulations support a clean fishery that the public can participate in. Charter boats are the public's access to California resources. In the Bay Area, salmon no longer bring out anglers, it's Dungeness crab. Do not overregulate a valuable fishery away from the anglers of California.
Thank you
Thank
for that. Actually, and before we hear from the next speaker, I'd love to get a lot of content in there that I think is interesting to think about. Yeah, well, so this idea of single hoop buoy. What about that? You know, this idea that a single buoy will be more hoop loss and more entangled gear versus two. Did this come up in your conversations, and how did those go, and how did you land on this recommendation?
So right now, the regulation, just going back, is not clear is what you can put on, what you can rig. And so when there was the crab trap restrictions and hoop nets started to become more popular, people started to put their crab trap buoys, you know, it's a main buoy with a little red marker buoy on their hoop net. And it's that buoy system is intended to mark the recreational crab traps. Really don't want them to be used on hoop net gear. I suppose there is a way to craft the regulation to eliminate that system, that arrangement from being used on the hoop nets, but we really want to keep those two gear types distinct. And I think, you know, just for simplicity, it's easy just to say one main buoy. But I know there's been we've received a lot of feedback that people want to have the additional trailer buoy on the crab traps as well, so.
So I think this is something we can continue to explore with the fleet. I think they bring up a really good point. I think there's a way we can try to find some middle ground where you get the second buoy, so you're able to pick it up or not losing gear when the currents run in. It's separate from the little red buoy that's on trap, so if gear is lost or gear is picked up on a well, we can tell it's a hoop. So I think it wouldn't be too hard to figure that
Okay.
out and then come back at
So
December.
that would be our suggestion too, because I don't think we want it to be confused with a trap. So we'd want it to be differentiated.
Different color.
From that, yeah,
Yep.
whether it's color or design or unique marking, then it would, so we're in agreement on that. Yeah.
Let us take it offline and see if we can figure that out.
Was that your main concern? I don't have a letter to look at from you, so I was just sort of
It's-
furiously jotting
I
down
would
notes.
say on the entanglement issue, the one concern we have, both Dave and I are on the oil working group. 12 commercial fishermen, 2 recreational fishermen. The only thing I would be, not the only thing, but my primary concern is that if that group's gonna decide whether the recreational guys go fish, it shouldn't be dominated 12-2 by commercial fishermen. So I did talk to Joanna Grable about that and balancing it, but I don't think it would ever be equal. So I think we don't decide whether the commercial, we offer input, but we don't make the ultimate decision whether the commercial guys go or not. Where that would not be reciprocated, I don't believe.
So,
Yeah, correct.
and I can address that one as well. So, ultimately the director makes the
Yeah.
decision. And so when Marine Region makes a recommendation to the director, we take into account what the interests are. We've been doing this long enough. We know kind of what's going on and what's happening behind the scenes. And I think having these additional tools in the toolbox, so we're not just working on the concentration numbers. We've got some additional tools I think will just help us overall to be more consistent. But we certainly understand the numbers game and the dynamics on the working group.
Yeah, that was our concern. There's a heavy bias for the commercial.
Yeah, and I can say, having just sat in a meeting, whatever it was, a week and a half, 2 weeks ago with our executive director and Craig and Director Bonham to talk about, how to handle the issues that we're seeing with whale concentrations and hot crabs, domoic acid, things like that. Like, it very much was a holistic discussion, considering, that we're talking about 2 different sectors here and different kinds of levels of scale and impacts and just different fisheries, right? So I can say from firsthand experience that those kind of considerations are being discussed. I really love that you mentioned too, that since 2022, when the new regs went in, we've reduced vertical line time by like 90% or something. I hadn't heard that statistic, or not in that way. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, that seems really good for whales, and I'm really proud of that,
We've
Yeah.
made even though the recreational fishery is really on the periphery of that whole discussion, we've really made far more changes to our gear,
Yeah.
and how we fish than the commercial fishery has. So, I appreciate the feedback on that, because our guys feel like they have made a great.
It's huge.
step, yeah.
That's a huge stride. Yeah, that's really neat to hear. So thanks for sharing that. All right.
Cool.
Hello, welcome.
Hi, my name is Dave Kashida, and thank you for having me. I represent Coastside Fishing Club, which is based at Half Moon Bay. We have 2,500 active members right now, with probably 10,000 other ones that kind of lurk. So, we have a lot of input from everybody. And I'm also on the Dungeness Crabbear Working Group, and I'm an alternate on the task force too, so we're having to do that. I do some groundfish stuff also.
And Dave, if you could make sure to speak up into this is our microphone.
Oh,
right
okay.
here, so folks online can hear you.
Okay, anyway, so for these 5 recommendations, and the first one is the CPFE validation stamp. We support it. It makes sense, because, and I brought up not an argument, just the point that, like, children, they don't have fishing licenses, they still have to get the validation stamp. Well, a 5-year-old's not going to give you any pertinent information about where they fished, what kind of gear they did, what happened. They just, and same with the teenager. A 14-year-old probably isn't going to be a wealth of information that we can use. So that's just our input on that. And the tampering thing, that makes perfect sense, because the way the regulation is right now, if I drop my hoop net in and I leave it for over 2 hours, you can pick it up and take it. That's how it is. So to make it, in line with the recreational trap year prohibition makes perfect sense, you know, we're good with that. The hoop net surface gear, that's, like Andy said, we're talking about the buoys, you know, it's mainly a buoyancy issue that, you know, there was one time last year, someone set out a string of 10 hoop nets, came back within 2 hours, they were underwater because the current picked up. They couldn't get it. It got late in the day. They had to leave. So that put them in violation of the 2-hour rule, which they didn't want to do. You know, they wanted to get their gear. So they had to go back the next day and retrieve all that gear. Unfortunately, nothing happened. And they were able to get it all out of the water. But that's just an example of, you know, if there's not enough things. But I'm glad the department is willing to look at that and work with us. That makes perfect sense. The triggers, I really right now don't quite understand what the triggers, how they're gonna work. And so we're working on that. But, you know, Christy said it's not gonna include hoop nets. So that was our concern, that if all of a sudden we hit a trigger that's there, they're gonna restrict the usage of hoop nets. And so we don't want that, you know. But actually, the recreational guys, we're pretty okay with using hoop nets right now. It's been 3 years and we know how to use them. They seem to work good. And it's basically a win-win. They're in the water, they're out of the water. And, you know, they're closely tended, so, you know, we haven't had any issues. And like Craig was saying earlier, that if you see a whale, you just don't set your gear there. You know, you go someplace else. That's the 99% of anglers, you know, there's 1% that's always going to break the law. So can't do anything about that. And prohibition of line that's required for other fisheries, we're okay with that too. That makes perfect sense. And I was talking with Ryan Bartley a little while ago. And I would say within a few years that every vertical line fisher is probably going to have a designated line color. That's the future. I see that. And so we don't have an issue with that. And appreciate all the work you've done on this. Yes, it's, yeah. But I've got some colorful remarks from a lot of fishermen that don't want us to be involved anyway whatsoever with the commercial trap fishery. Yeah. So, which, because they're like, well, we were part of that lawsuit. We shouldn't be involved at all. And you know, this is the future. This is what we're looking at. So, you know, that's why I'm here instead of some other guys.
We're glad you are.
Yeah, and it's nice to finally meet you guys in person. Yeah, and that's it for me. Oh, yeah. Back to the surface gear, the buoys, and the commercial regulations, those aren't changing at all. You know, if there's such concern about the surface gear, and I know it's the whole process they're going through, but I kind of think to just throw it on. Okay, the recreationalists, we have what 1% of the gear that's out there when the season's going. You know, we don't have a whole lot of gear, and most recreation guys, once commercial starts, they're not fishing. They just grab their stuff and get out of the way because it's a nightmare. So. Anyway, that's it. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thanks a lot, Dave. Appreciate it.
Jeff Chester from Oceana for the record. I think thankfully, based on the forward-thinking efforts of the recreational fishing community and the representatives here in the department, my comments are largely going to be a kumbaya here on these regulations. So we're supporting this package. Certainly adding the entanglement trigger for the recreational traps, not hoop nets, is a critical piece, and that's been the working groups talked about for quite a while to have the tools available and consistency. I think we do believe that hoop nets should be marked differently and distinguishable from traps, but we I think support the discussion that was just had about that. There's other ways to do that than requiring a single buoy, so would support the offline discussions happening. So at least, but provided that there's still a way to differentiate them, that's key. The line marking piece, I think, as Dave just mentioned, like I think the department and the commission should articulate a vision that Dave just said of all vertical line fisheries in the future should ideally be, not just differentiating from something else, but have its own specific line marking, and that should be coordinated. So I guess there's a question of knowing, like with the commercial folks, they're phasing that in over like 4 years, I think. Why not kind of give the recreational fishermen sort of a same phase-in approach, given that that should be the direction we're going in. So is there a missed opportunity there? Is there a way to include that or not? I guess, and the other, this is more of a question, but there has been, I guess, a lot of, success with the commercial exploration of alternative gears and pop-up gear. And, we're potentially, we're hopeful that there will be some alternative gear authorized for commercial. In the event that the, director approves, an alternative gear under the ramp for commercial, is there a reason that recreational fishermen shouldn't be able to also take advantage of that opportunity? That would require a regulation change as well. Because right now that's only available to commercial. So those are just a couple of questions of like, if we're doing a big, regulatory package now, are we missing an opportunity to do some things that we probably know we should be doing? But again, in terms of the package as it is, kumbaya, good job.
Could I have one comment?
Yeah, please.
She was talking about the alternate gear. A couple years ago, he asked me if rec guys would be interested in testing it. And the answer was no, because by regulation, we can't use it anyway. So no, I couldn't get anybody that wanted to get involved with that if we can't use it. It's like, why should we test it? So that, he said, I don't know, maybe that's something.
Well,
I know you have to-
I'll just offer that, kudos to the recreational fleet that you embrace tube bounce.
Right.
Right, so that you're doing all, you pivoted
an
quickly, you
innovation.
made the investment, and you've proven that you can be successful with it, and it's now been a good part of your portfolio. So much so that the commercial fleet is mad at us that we let you guys fish loose. So
But they won't switch, right? We
That's
brought
up to
this
them,
up
right?
At the
That's
last meeting
their-
that we've effectively created like a de facto EFP, but they've refused to use them, so.
But there are charter boats though that still want to leave recreational traps out for folks. And so, I mean,
when the season's open.
when the
yeah.
season's open. So I guess that's the idea in the springtime. If it's authorized for commercial, could the CPFE folks that want to fish traps have that opportunity? It's not requiring them to do anything. It's just opening that door. So that's sort of a question that we're raising now. Thanks.
Yeah, this is a really positive story and really grateful to you, Christy, and all the stakeholders and everyone who's participated in this process. And the innovation really has not gone unnoticed. So thanks for being proactive in that. Yeah, I appreciate it a lot. I don't see any hands raised online. So I recommend the commission advance to rulemaking the proposed changes to the rec crab fishery related to gear and marine life entanglement concerns and trap validation for commercial passenger fishing vessels as recommended by the department and scheduled public notice for April 2025 with the friendly amendment that there is continued exploration of the marker buoy discussion for hoop nets between the department and the fleet.
And did you want to do that for, I was trying, just to clarify, I remember Craig, you said that you might be able to explore that and bring an update to December. Were you thinking of like envisioning potentially integrating it into this rulemaking? Or?
Well, yeah, ideally we'd want to integrate it into this rulemaking.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we'll be able to get something to share by December, given it's a month away with the holidays. So, but maybe it's wrapped into the commission direction
Yes,
that's provided in December before
Yeah.
we go to notice in April.
because we're not going to notice
It's
till
not-
April.
yeah.
Perfect. So
Yeah, it's
Thank
it's
you
not
for
it's not rocket
clarifying.
science. We should be able to
thanks for asking.
figure it out.
Yeah,
Famous last words.
So that's good, yeah.
sounds easy. No problem.
Joanna's blowing me up on
It's
me.
okay, right?
Okay, not the hardest thing we're gonna do. All right, thank you so much.
Okay.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
All right, and that brings us to agenda item number 7, commercial harvest of marine algae sea palm. Susan, take it away.
Great. So this agenda item is to receive and discuss specific department recommendations for regulations governing commercial harvest of sea palm and potential committee recommendation. By way of background, this is one of many steps that the department has been pursuing in the pursuit of revising and reviewing management of commercial kelp and algae harvest. And that started all the way back in 2015. The department has undergone several initial steps. including rulemaking to clean up regulations. It also proceeded with formation of a stakeholder working group for bulk health, and which was completed in 2020. And that effort, oh no, I guess it was in 2021. And the committee recommended following the bulk health effort with a review of edible seaweeds. In June of 2021, the commission heard public comment expressing concern over the status of sea palm based on survey data that had come out of the Santa Cruz area. And so the commission referred a review of sea palm to the committee for discussion. That led to a recommendation by the Marine Resources Committee in March of 2022 that to prioritize review of sea palm above the other edible seaweed species. And the commission also referred this to the tribal committee. So there were updates to the tribal committee in 2022 and 2023. I do want to note that at that time, part of in addition to the research that had come out of the Santa Cruz area, there was a letter that came from the Intertribal Sinkyone Wilderness Council in late 2021, proposing a 10-year moratorium on the harvest of sea palm. The department has followed up on that. They also had followed up on the research that had come out of Santa Cruz, and that and have worked with growers, or excuse me, not growers, harvesters of sea palm. That ultimately led to the department coming forward with an update on the discussions and proposals at your July MRC meeting, and also the August Tribal Committee meeting. So today, the department will give a more thorough overview of the proposed changes, as well as the updates, its efforts with tribes, and with the research information that had come out of Santa Cruz. So for this presentation today, Rebecca Flores Miller, environmental scientist and long-term expert on harvest of marine algae and seaweed in California, is joining us by Zoom for the presentation.
Okay, thanks, Susan. Can everyone hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Perfect, thank you. So my name is Rebecca Flores Miller. I am an environmental scientist with the Marine Regions Nearshore and Bay Management Project. And the purpose of the presentation, as Susan mentioned, is to discuss the department's recommendations regarding amendments to the commercial sea palm harvest regulations. Next slide, please. So during today's presentation, I will provide information on the species and harvest regulations that pertain to sea palm, recent stakeholder outreach, commercial harvest data, sea palm marine monitoring information, concerns for the species, an overview of proposed amendments, and the proposed timeline. Next slide, please. Thank you. So sea palm is an annual species living in the upper intertidal. The blades on the top of the individuals contain reproductive material. The species releases its spores during low tide and has a limited dispersal. And although recreational take is prohibited, sea palm can be harvested commercially and falls under the edible seaweed regulations, take for human consumption only. There are no limits to the number of licenses that can be sold and no harvest limits or seasonal closures. Allowable harvest methods are not specific to the species. Allowing cutting, picking, and drift or loose individuals may be taken. The alga may be susceptible to overharvest due to its morphology, its spatially limited spore dispersal, and annual life cycle. However, research suggests that specific harvest methods may allow for blade regrowth and may help mitigate potential overharvest concerns. So additionally, there are some concerns for the species due to potential southern range contraction. Next slide, please. So due to these population and life history concerns, The department has been gathering information on harvest considerations and compiling monitoring data, including conducting outreach to observe and learn from the industry members and researchers. For example, in 2022, department staff joined 3 different commercial harvesters in the intertidal on separate occasions to observe and learn about their sea palm harvest methods. Additionally, last month, the department held a focused meeting in which we invited those that have reported sea palm harvest in the last 5 years to discuss the data, the anticipated recommendations, and hear their feedback and recommendations. We largely received support for the proposed regulatory changes from the commercial harvester industry that I will present in a few moments. And we have not received any feedback from the tribes or other stakeholders at this time. So we have also had discussions with the lead researcher of the multi-agency Rocky Intertidal network, also known as Marine, to learn more about their monitoring data, concerns for the species, and research needs. So the department has provided updates during multiple Fish and Game Commission, Marine Resource Committee, and Tribal Committee meetings, and submitted a letter in October of this year to the tribes, notifying them of consideration to recommend amendments to the commercial harvest of marine algae. Next slide, please. This graph depicts the annual statewide reported commercial sea palm harvest over the last 20 years from 2004 to 2023. The axis on the left is harvest pounds wet weight as indicated by the bars, and the right axis depicts the number of harvesters who reported sea palm harvest during the year as visualized in the line. So the majority of sea palm harvested on an annual basis is north of San Francisco. The average annual harvest is 13,577 pounds wet weight, and the annual reported harvest ranges from 4,563 pounds in 2023 to 20,873 pounds in 2004. The number of commercial kelp harvester license holders that reported sea palm take ranges from 4 in 2023 to 14 in 2011. And as you can see, since 2020, there is a declining trend in commercial sea palm harvest across the state. Additionally, the number of commercial harvesters who have reported sea palm take has declined since 2021. So harvest in the southern range of the population has only occurred once in 2022 by a single harvester who reported harvest of half a pound in the combined area from Pigeon Point, San Mateo County, through Santa Cruz, Monterey, and San Luis Obispo counties between the years 2004 and 2023. So before we leave this slide, I want to point out some context or provide some context for the years 2013 and 2023, which stand out as lower reported harvest years for sea palm. The department does suspect that we may not have received all the harvest reports for these years in particular. Next slide, please. So this graph depicts the annual commercial sea palm harvest from 2004 to 2023 for just Mendocino County. The bars again indicate wet weight pounds of harvest per year, and the line is the number of harvesters who reported sea palm harvest during the year. And as you can see, this graph is very similar to the statewide graph we just looked at, and it highlights that the majority of harvest is in Mendocino County. So the average annual harvest is 13,212 pounds wet weight, and annual reported harvest ranges from 4,514 pounds in 2023 to 20,873 pounds in 2004. So the number of commercial kelp harvest license holders that reported sea palm harvest in Mendocino County ranges from 3 in 2013 and 2023 to 11 in 2011. Next slide, please. So that is what the harvest data looks like now, and we're going to move on to fishery independent data that's available from the multi-agency Rocky Intertidal Network, also known as Marine. So Marine is a partnership of universities, agencies, and private groups who conduct long-term monitoring of rocky intertidal ecosystems on the U.S. West Coast, and one of the species they monitor is sea palm. So although not all sea palm populations statewide are monitored and not all marine sea palm monitoring sites are monitored each year, the marine data set is a robust tool to detect changes over time for the species monitored and is the best available fishery independent data source for sea palm in California the department is aware of. The sea palm long-term monitoring sites are permanent sites that were selected because they supported high densities of sea palm. The 8 locations in the graphs were selected because they have data before and after the Northeast Pacific marine heat wave that began in mid-2014 and went through 2016. So the figures, and I apologize, I know the figures are kind of small, but they're depicting monitoring at a specific site. So during that 18-year period from 2006 to 2023. So the graphs are, again, by site. They're in descending order from north to south. And the top 4 graphs representing the sites in the north are depicted in red. And the lower 4 graphs are sites in the south depicted in blue. So the left axis is the mean percent of the maximum density at the site as represented by bars each year, with the corresponding percentage above each bar. And the years without an associated number indicate that a site was not monitored for a particular year. And if there is a 0, that indicates that that site was monitored, but no sea palm were observed at that monitoring site for that year. So the right axis indicates a monitoring site by county. So starting from the top, there's a site in Humboldt County. The second graph is a site in Mendocino County. And the third and fourth graphs represent 2 sites in Sonoma County. And for the blue graphs, the first 2 are sites in Santa Cruz County, followed by 2 sites in San Luis Obispo County. So marine monitoring data depict a drop in sea palm density after 2014 at their annually monitored sites, with the most loss in its southern range, which coincides with the Northeast Pacific marine heat wave that began in mid-2014. Additionally, marine monitoring shows slow recovery at most sites, especially in the southern range, and a lack of recovery at some sites. So researchers have depicted or have determined that sea palm loss is primarily due to the marine heat wave, similar to declines that have been documented for bull kelp in the North Coast. Additionally, researchers at Marine suspect that sea palm slow recovery at some sites may be partially due to an abundance of California mussels that outcompete for space. So at this point, I want to relay that sea palm's historic range is from Hope Island at the northern end of Vancouver Island, British Columbia, south to Morro Bay area in Central California, San Luis Obispo County. However, sea palm's southern range has shifted north since 1984, with the most recent shift north during the 2014-16 marine heat wave to southern Big Sur, and this is based on marine long-term monitoring sites and personal communication with Marine's lead, monitoring lead, Dr. Pete Ramundi. Next slide, please. So based on the harvest data, marine monitoring data, and stakeholder conversations, the department is recommending management changes to the commercial harvest of sea palm to improve current and future management of this marine algae. So as I mentioned earlier, the harvest methods are not specific to the species and allow for any type of cutting, picking, and drift or loose individuals may be taken. Based on site visits by department staff and some limited scientific research, the department is proposing to define specific harvest methods for sea palm that allow for consistency of methods across all harvesters and potentially allows for sea palm blades to regrow and reproduce. This would include a partial blade cut approach using a sharp cutting tool to cut the blades a minimum of 1.5 inches above the meristem. The proposed harvest method would be memorializing the current harvest methods conducted by the commercial sea palm harvesters and has received consensus support from the industry. So to better manage the sea palm population, specific harvest location data is needed, and the department is proposing to improve the self-reported harvest log data through the requirement of central and latitude coordinates of harvest. And finally, the department is recommending to prohibit harvest in the southern portion of its range due to concerns around loss and lack of recovery of sea palm. The 37.11 latitude line at Pigeon Point in San Mateo County is recommended by marine law enforcement to aid in enforcement of the regulations. And we have confirmed, based on the most recent harvest data, that there are no commercial harvesters who would be impacted by the closure. Next slide, please. So in addition to sea palm, there are several other species of algae that are commercially harvested, and the department is proposing amendments to the self-reported harvest to improve knowledge of harvest methods and harvest efforts for all marine algae. Specifically, the department is proposing to require additional harvest reporting to include the day of the harvest on the edible seaweed reports for all harvested algae. This requirement already exists in the kelp harvest reports. And to specify if the take was drift, so floating in the water, or beached on the sand on both the edible and the kelp reports. And require additional information of harvest effort by specifying the number of individuals harvesting each day and estimated harvest time in minutes. The existing requirement of the number of individuals harvesting for all reported harvest during the month's report would be. Next slide. Thank you. So also the department has identified some areas of current regulatory language which requires further clarification and reference updating. The proposed amendments clarify regulation language by directing those interested in broodstock collecting permits to the appropriate regulations, replace outdated contact references to purchase a commercial kelp harvesting license, and update the location of informational maps depicting administered kelp beds and fishing blocks and location of monthly harvest reports. Next slide, please. So here the department has proposed a timeline for the anticipated regulatory amendments with a notice hearing in February of next year, a discussion and adoption in April of next year, and regulations to become effective January 2026. And the department awaits your consideration of the information provided today. Next slide. So thank you. This concludes the department's presentation on sea palm, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thanks so much, Rebecca. Really valuable presentation. Actually, I do have a couple questions. My first question is, I almost stopped you while you were giving your presentation, but if you wouldn't mind going back to the sea palm density monitoring slide, if that's possible. Yes, this one. Hey, do we know anything about why we see this bit of a bounce back in recent years in Mendocino County? I mean, what we're seeing mostly is, at least in the northern half of the state, is consistent with, it kind of mirrors what we see in bull kelp in following the warm water blob in Humboldt, Mendocino, and Sonoma. But the Mendocino part is a little bit surprising in recent years. And I wondered if there's anything you could tell us about that and why that might be.
Yeah, what I could say now is that you may notice that, so that marine heat wave started mid-2014. And before that, there's really only 2 years of monitoring data for that particular site. So, yeah, so, I mean, that's all I could offer now. I can, talk to the researchers a little more about that particular site, but I did notice that, and I did notice that there are really only 2 years prior to that marine heat wave.
So maybe it's a bit of like an illusion because we don't have as long a time series or robust a data set as.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that could be. Yeah, we don't know what it looked like prior other than those 2 years. And the rest of the years that we're showing have mostly all from 2005 to 2013 have data depicted, except for the second Santa Cruz County site, and then Unfortunately, that last southernmost San Luis Obispo County site only had 3 years of monitoring prior to that marine heat wave.
Okay. Yeah, and then my other question is, given what Humboldt and Sonoma look like, I was curious, and sorry if I missed this, why the recommendation is to prohibit harvest in the southern portion of the range, but not the northern portion of the range?
Yeah. Well, that's a good question. You know, we were, in addition to looking at, you know, the actual data, we do recognize that some of the harvesters, you know, their sites may not look like these particular graphs, their actual harvest sites, and we do recognize that. And the southernmost sites, those Santa Cruz County to San Luis Obispo sites, just really are not showing any kind of bounce back. Yeah, for those particular sites. And actually, some of those sites in San Luis Obispo County are just not showing any data. So there's concern for those populations to be gone.
To me, Sonoma looks
Sonoma's right. Yeah.
as bad or worse.
Yeah, Sonoma is not looking well. Yes, that particular Sonoma County site is not looking well. Then we have the other Sonoma County site that's actually a little bit south to that Sonoma County too. That's not looking great, but there is some increase from 2015 where there was 3%.
Okay, so do we have folks in the room or online? I see Larry Knowles there. I know he wants to talk about this. If anyone is in the room and wants to speak about this, please feel free to come on up to the table. Otherwise, Larry, take it away.
All right, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. Yeah, so first of all, I want to compliment the whole process that I was involved with when we did the harvester stakeholder meetings. I thought Rebecca and staff did a great job presenting all the information and coming up with recommendations that we came into that whole meeting with. And I really also want to give my thanks to the site visits. I think the site visits were a really valuable tool for the department to see what goes on in the field and what we harvesters are up to. And by the way, I'm Larry Knowles. I am owner of Rising Tide Sea Vegetables. And just so you know, we actually stopped harvesting seaweed in 2023. I decided to retire from the seaweed business, but I'm still interested in policy. So that's why I'm here. But anyway, there was a really great consensus among the harvesters, as I think Rebecca indicated. And the data looks really good. I've got to say the trend in the southern region is really alarming. I'm baffled by the Humboldt County areas of the graph because, you know, in Mendocino County, you can see in 2020, let's say after the blob, let's say 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, the numbers were rebounding and those look really accurate, but I have no experience in Humboldt, and sometimes patches will shift. And what I've noticed, which is I'm saying is probably due to climate change, but not to heat, is because of increased swell force, I'm seeing patches shift back. So that's one thing that we have patches that were down on a slope here that all of a sudden there's not much here, but there's some over here because the predominant swell is so much higher that patch has actually shifted and adapted to that increased wave activity. It's just too intense a wave down here. So it's gone up a little. And the other, the only thing that I would like to add that I think should be altered a little bit is Rebecca mentioned 1.5 inches beyond the meristem. And what I would suggest is to modify it to 1.5 inches beyond the start of the ribbed area of the fronds. And that ribbed area of the fronds is actually where the reproductive spores travel out, and that's the area that you want to make sure to leave biomass on after cutting. So that's the only alteration in any of the language that I see. And I think that's it. Yeah, thank you.
And so, and just to clarify, so you're suggesting cutting less of the
More.
sea palm?
More. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm suggesting
more.
cutting less of the frond. In other words, leaving the fronds longer, or in other words.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I know. More is less, or less is more. Okay, got it.
Okay, I understand now. Yeah. Okay, Rebecca, curious what how your reaction to that friendly amendment to where the cutting would be.
Yeah, originally we were going, I didn't, discuss this today, but originally we were going to, based off of specific research, we were looking at recommending identifying that area to cut is like where the blade itself widens, and then cutting 1.5 inches away from that to avoid the meristem. And as Larry mentioned during our sea palm harvest focus meeting, the harvesters had mentioned that they would be in support of, I think that, but also, like Larry said, in support of the blade has this smooth area and then it has this ribbed area. And so they're in support of identifying where that ribbed area begins, and then 1.5 inches away from that. And I believe the department is supportive of that as well. I'm talking with the researcher who
one of the problems
that survey.
Oh, excuse me. If I could just add, one of the problems with starting it at the meristem is that the non-rib section beyond the meristem can vary wildly depending on the particular plant. So that's why I'm suggesting at least 1.5 inches on the ribbed section where the fronds travel out, where the fronds are produced. I mean, where the spores are produced, I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah. I think this is for maybe the department to sort out, but what you're saying makes sense to me, Larry.
Thank you.
I did have one other question, Rebecca, and then we have Keith here in the room who wants to speak, but I'm looking again at the slides about sea palm harvest. We have the statewide graph that shows, the sum of the total and then the number of licenses statewide, and then we have the Mendocino. We don't have it for Humboldt or Sonoma. And so, when I see these numbers in Humboldt and Sonoma, it does give me a little bit of pause and make me wonder, should we be doing something for at least something that includes not just the southern half of the range, but also Humboldt and Sonoma. But then I also feel like I don't have a calibration on like what level of effort and license holders we have in those two counties. And I wondered if you could help me understand that.
Mm-hmm. I don't have that in front of me, but I will say that off the top of my head, there is actually, I don't believe that there is any harvest reported in Sonoma County. And so I apologize. I am
that's okay.
It is actually, there is some harvest reported in Sonoma County. It's not to the level of Mendocino County. Mendocino County is where the majority of the harvest is occurring. And there is some harvest in Humboldt County, although very little harvest. And I think Humboldt County has like the last reported harvest was in 2021 for Humboldt.
Okay. Yeah, and I think about it in particular, not just because of the numbers, but also in thinking about, I know we no longer have this request for a moratorium from the Intertribal Sinkyone Wilderness Council, but that is in Sonoma County, that group of tribes, and that just, I think about that request coming from local indigenous folks there, and that really was sort of the heart of where the request came from. And so I don't know, I remain curious about, at least Humboldt and Sonoma counties and whether we might want to preserve the opportunity to do something related to harvest there too. I know we're not trying to go to notice until February, so I'm inclined to want to at least leave that open as a possibility, as well.
I did want to mention that, marine monitoring data, which is, what we're using as our data set, fishery independent data set. The sites that we particularly like are chosen that you see there are because they have monitoring data before and after the heat wave. So that's why we did not show other sites. And I know that in Humboldt County, they just have one specific site that they monitor. I think they have a few in Sonoma, but again, those sites that we didn't depict, is because we didn't have monitoring data before and after the heat wave. But we can definitely look into that further for you.
Can you say anything, Rebecca, about the harvest method? Is the harvest, I remember a lot during the MLPA process talking about Larry and Larry's friends and peers talking about, well, when we're taking sea palm, we're really just giving it a haircut, and it's not having an impact on growth. And so I guess I just would love to learn a little bit more about the harvest methods, if there's variability, and if that, remains the conventional wisdom that, the harvesting isn't actually, you're not necessarily having a negative impact. Though if that's the case, then, I don't know why we would be proposing a closure for the southern half of the range. So maybe there's something to be said about different harvest methods in those different parts of the state.
So when we, so there isn't any report, the only reported sea palm harvest we had in the 20-year period, from Pigeon Point to, the entire southern range of the species was 1/2 pound in 2022. So it's just not occurring there. There's just not as much sea palm there as well. But historically, harvest has not happened there. And as far as harvest methods that we know from the harvesters is that the department did a survey of the harvesters quite a few years ago. And it was on a lot of different species at the time. It's a pretty robust survey. And one of the questions was harvest methods of sea palm. And from what we got from that survey of the people that responded, the folks that responded to the survey were using a blade cut approach to harvest. And then when we went out to observe this 3 sea palm harvesters out in the field, they were all doing some sort of blade cut approach. And also I've had some discussions with some of the other harvesters that we did not go out and observe, but they also use some sort of blade cut approach. So our understanding is that the current industry uses some sort of blade cut approach. Some of them do it a little differently. Some of them may, take all the blades. And when I say all, I'm just saying they're cutting an inch or 1.5 inches, 2 inches, maybe a little bit more from that area that we're recommending to cut. So taking part of the blades, but maybe cutting all the blades. And then there's some of them that will cut a few of the blades as opposed to all the blades, but all of them are doing a partial blade cut approach to the ones that we observed.
Okay. Larry, just to continue this thread, I would like to just see if you have anything else you wanted to add, since I know you do have a lot of expertise in this area too, and then we will go over to Keith.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I would say with the survey data, because to me, the Humboldt and the Sonoma County #1 are odd, to actually, maybe if Rebecca could reach out to the people who are doing the surveys and get their anecdotal take on what's going on there. Yeah, that's all. And thank you for your time, and really appreciate the process and how responsive everybody's been. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Keith.
Keith Rootsard,
giant kelp restoration project, and I just have anecdotal information too, is that I've been doing reef check surveys since 2009, and quite a bit, and I have never seen this sea palm in Monterey or anywhere south of Sonoma County. That's the only place I saw it was at Ocean Cove, and it was like, hey, that's sea palm, you know, it's kind of amazing. And it's in the intertidal, is where it's formed. I guess that's why we don't see it when we're doing reef check surveys, because we're subtidal. So just kind of saw it there, and I was in listening to this conversation, I can't imagine how you would harvest that without like walking all over the rocks in the subtitle to try and harvest that while the waves break on you. So
Yeah, it's a thing.
it's a thing.
It's an adventure.
Thanks.
It's a thing. Thanks, Keith.
Larry says this is why I retired.
Yeah.
Too much of a thing.
Hi, Jeff.
Thanks. Just real quick, wanted to appreciate and commend Rebecca Flores-Miller and the team for coming up with, I think, what makes sense as a precautionary step in terms of this species. Oceana's Chile office actually put together a workshop about kelp harvest in Chile with where they have hundreds of thousands of pounds of harvest in a gigantic fishery down there. And they were kind of sharing experiences with it with some of our CDFW staff. Sashcraft was there as well. And I think just seeing the department's approach on this was, gives me a lot of hope, and just wanted to commend the precautionary approach to taking some reasonable steps, and also the kind of leaving the door open for thinking about the North Coast as well and possible protections there. So thank you.
Thanks. All right, well, with that, I'm happy to recommend that the commission advance to rulemaking the proposed regulation changes as recommended by the department, and schedule the rulemaking to commence with authorizing public notice in February 2025. If I could, I'd also like to say, per Larry's idea, could we go try to learn a little bit more about Humboldt and Sonoma, even if it's just reaching out and trying to get a little bit more anecdotal information? I think that would just be really helpful to have, whether it is a part of this rulemaking or not, just in the spirit of gathering more data. Okay. Sorry, what was that, Rebecca?
Oh.
That was a yes.
That was the
Oh.
yes.
Perfect. Yeah, you were breaking up a little and just at a very inopportune time when maybe you were just saying a word or two. Okay, thanks, Rebecca. All right, with that, we will move on to agenda item number 8, which is the experimental fishing permit program. Going to receive and discuss department updates. Susan.
All right, so this item is, yes, this is receiving department updates on the box crab experimental fishing permit, research project, and the broader experimental fishing permit program, including the other EFPs that have been testing pop-up gear of different types. So just as a recap, the experimental testing of box crab has been the longest standing and longest ongoing experimental fishery effort. It commenced with under the prior program, which was experimental gear permits, with department approval of experimental gear permits in December of 2018, the last before the new EFP legislation went into effect in January of the following year. And it was serving as a cooperative research project for exploratory fishing while collecting essential fishery information. Now that law, of course, was repealed and replaced, and under the authority of the replacement statute, the commission recognized that it would take time to develop a program and for the EFP program through regulations, and so it did a first phase of adopting EFP regulations to allow for issuing EFPs to fishermen who had previously been issued experimental gear permits. That process continued for 4 years and concluded that so in I believe that the commission received an update at the MRC had received an update in early 2022 with the outcomes or to date for that experiment, and exploring if the committee was supportive of continuing additional research on exploratory box crab fishing with a new research goals, in particular to test pop-up gear as an opportunity to test that in a deep water fishery, which has relevance to other state managed commercial fisheries. So the MRC and the commission were supportive of that, and subsequent to that, an EFP was issued. So at any rate, the committee I know has been looking forward to at some point getting an update on the status of this EFP and the research project effort. What are the next steps for box crab? And then more broadly, with 2.5 years into the new EFP program, an overview of how the program is going. And a number of those are focused on pop-up gear testing of various types. So seeking information on how that testing is going and when outcomes might be applicable. And so there's 2 presentations, one for part A and one for part B, and we suggest they go in succession and then have a discussion. So for part A, box crab, Lindsay Orsini, environmental scientist with the Marine Region, is here remotely or to participate through Zoom. And then the broader EFP program, including pop-up testing gear, it is Morgan Ivans-Duran, who's the new senior environmental scientist supervisor overseeing the EFP program. Okay, take it away.
Thank you. Am I coming through all right?
We can hear you. Yep.
Great. Thank you for that introduction, Susan. Lindsay Orsini. I'm with the Invertebrate Management Program with the Marine Region. As you mentioned, the last time we provided an update to you all on the box crab experimental fishery was in early 2022. And today I'm going to revisit some of what we shared then and bring you up to speed on where we are now. Next slide, please. I'll start with a brief background on the first box crab experimental fishing permit, or EFP, and the current EFP held by Sustainable Seas Technology. Then I'll share some preliminary results and highlight next steps. Next slide, please. So the first EFP came about after an increase in fishing pressure on box crab was observed in the mid-2010s, and the department received requests for experimental permits to target this species. This prompted the state to create first an experimental gear permit, which transitioned into experimental fishing permit for box crab. And this permit authorized the take of brown box crab as well as California king crab, which was caught incidentally using traditional trap gear. Permits were active from April 2019 to March 2023, and up to 8 permits could be issued at a time. They were spread across California, with 3 allocated to the region north of Point Conception and 5 to the south. But participant turnover was high, so not all of them were active at once, and they were really only fished in Southern California. The primary objectives were to gather essential fishery information, primarily for brown box crab, but also king crab, and evaluate the potential for a commercial fishery for box crab and its design elements. Next slide, please. And as that first EFP was coming to a close, it became clear that there were some information gaps and whale entanglement risk that still needed to be addressed. And the department worked with some of the participants of the first EFP, as well as Kim Sawicki, founder of Sustainable Seas Technology, on a new EFP application. It proposed building on the prior EFP to address information gaps while testing the feasibility of using on-demand or pop-up fishing systems to address whale entanglement risk. And for anyone not familiar with these, they are fishing systems that store vertical fishing lines, which typically extend from traps up to a surface buoy down near the seafloor. and they're released on demand with an acoustic signal. And the permit was approved in June 2023. It authorizes up to 5 vessels and 10 agents to fish in Southern California. And participants are continuing to collect biological and fishery data required by the department, as well as provide samples and support an ongoing tag recapture study. And they're documenting their use of on-demand fishing systems in this deep water experimental fishery using gear marking applications. Next slide, please. The department facilitated and exploratory fishing aspects of this P are what elevate it to a Tier 4 permit, meaning the department supports the collection of data needed to evaluate a potential new fishery. So the department provides electronic monitoring equipment and trap tags, sampling equipment and forms for the participants to use to document the contents of a subset of traps fished, logbook information for each day of fishing, and information on recaptured tagged box crab. And we also provide instructions and offer one-on-one training in this data collection and use of the equipment. Participants are expected to use the EM systems, follow sampling protocols, and complete data forms, and the department is responsible for managing and analyzing those data. Meanwhile, the EFP holder is responsible for collecting and analyzing data on the on-demand fishing systems and will provide that information to us in an annual report. Next slide, please. The EFP is laid out in 3 different phases. So during phase 1 and 2, the authorized agents are trained in the use of on-demand gear. Then the systems they select are configured with their own fishing gear and trialed at sea to ensure proper functionality at depth before exploratory fishing begins in phase 3. And fishing is authorized from point conception to the US-Mexico border in depths of 60 to 200 fathoms. Traps are configured in strings of 2 to 7 traps per string, and 100% of the gear is marked using on-demand pop-up fishing systems. Next slide, please. These were the 4 systems proposed for testing in this EFP, including a lift bag from Ropeless Systems, 2 buoy release systems from Subsea Sonics and Desert Star, and a spool system from Fio Marine, although to date, only the first 2 have been used for exploratory fishing in this EFP. Next slide, please. And although it was approved by the commission last summer, it was not actually issued until January this year. As is typical in the early stages of EFPs, there's been high turnover. Pending the most recent request in progress, we will have 8 agents and 5 vessels removed and up to 12 agents and 8 vessels added to fill spaces available in this first year. But despite this administrative activity on the permit, participation has been fairly limited, with only 2 agents conducting exploratory fishing so far, and both pulled their gear out of the water to focus on other fisheries in late summer, early fall. Transitioning now to preliminary results. Next slide, please. And one more. So we've gathered data from various sources in both EFPs highlighted here, including catch sampling, electronic monitoring, fisherman logbooks and landing records, and a tag recapture study. I'm going to share some of these results for box crab as they pertain to aspects of a potential fishery. And we still have pretty limited information about the functionality of the on-demand fishing systems at this time because we've not yet received that first annual report. But I can highlight some high-level information about effort and gear loss reported by the fishermen to date. Next slide, please. So beginning with the fishery-related results, we've seen that males attain a larger size than females. This is essentially a male-only fishery where very few females reach the legal size of 5 3/4 inch carapace width, which was a market-driven minimum size chosen for this EFP. We also now have size and maturity information for females and fecundity information from research by Carolyn Culver of California Sea Grant and a UCSB graduate student, Ashley Stroud, using samples that the EFP fishermen provided, and that was published earlier this year. Next slide, please. We have learned valuable information about the reproductive cycle, again from the Sea Grant study. We've also documented the seasonality of molting and mating to be in late summer and fall, and a concurrent decrease in catch per unit effort during that time. This information will be helpful in identifying seasonal closures during biologically sensitive periods to protect populations while maximizing fishing opportunity. Next slide, please. We're getting really good fine scale information on fishing effort, where and when crab are being caught. And we're exploring using this information along with habitat maps containing spatial data on depth, slope, and bottom type to characterize habitat suitability and estimate populations. And this could inform things like sustainable take and the potential number of fishery participants. Areas explored in Southern California so far are primarily offshore islands and banks from about 325 to 900 feet in depth. Next slide, please. We've seen that bycatch in traps is not particularly concerning. The vast majority of catch is box and king crab with minimal amounts of finfish, less than 1% numerically. These are mostly lingcod, no sensitive groundfish species were recorded. Unfortunately, though, I'll point out a humpback whale was caught in box crab gear in the first EFP, hence the focus on pop-up gear this time around to address the issue of whale entanglement risk. Next slide, please. To date, nearly 270,000 pounds of box and king crab have been landed under these two EFPs with a combined ex-vessel value of over $1 million. And please excuse a typo on the slide, the king crab value is actually $206,305. Since the current EFP is just getting off the ground, though, most of these values do come from the first one. But it really shows that there appears to be a strong market demand for both box and king crab. It's sold live with an average price of nearly $5 a pound for box crab and $6 a pound for king crab, and it's reached prices as high as $14 and $20 a pound, respectively, in dockside markets. The transition from using traditional fishing gear to on-demand fishing systems has not been reported to have an effect on marketability. Next slide, please. So transitioning now to early results of the on-demand gear testing aspect of the current EFP. One agent is using the ropeless system's riser MTA. And the way it works is that once a vessel is on site, the fisher selects the string he or she wants to service, and an acoustic signal specific to the device on that string is sent. That signal triggers a tank of compressed gas stored inside a sled to fill a lift bag with air, which causes the sled to float to the surface along with 1,000 feet of line connected to the first trap on the string. And once the sled surfaces, the string of traps can then be hauled up. 33 fishing trips have been completed with gear set at depths of about 600 feet using the system, and strings were pulled successfully 227 times, but 2 strings unfortunately were not recovered. In one of these cases, the sled and bag were retrieved, but the line had snapped, leaving behind the string of traps. And in the other, the device appeared to have released successfully, but it did not surface. Next slide, please. The other agent is using a subsea sonics acoustic release system. This buoy is attached to, in the system, a buoy is attached to a line contained in a net on top of a sled, and when signaled, the mechanism frees the buoy, which unravels the line as it surfaces. And the string of traps is then hauled on board. And the authorized agent who was using this system had completed 9 fishing trips, setting gear at depths of up to 280 feet. And strings of traps were successfully pulled 133 times with 100% gear recovery. However, in the last month, the EFP holder also launched 7 strings of traps using the subsea sonic system, but experienced some gear failures. 5 strings had units that did not release. She was able to recover 2 of these by grappling, but unfortunately the other 3 are still missing. Next slide, please. So now I'll highlight a few remaining information gaps. So we are continuing to look at abundance growth and mortality through the tag recapture study and habitat suitability modeling. I'll say though that data collection and analyses for those projects are still ongoing, and we're likely still several years out from completing this work. There are still more areas to be explored to better quantify suitable habitat, and addressing whale entanglement risk is a major focus of the current EFP. Next slide, please. In closing with next steps, so generation of more essential fishery information through continued biological and fishery-focused data collection to inform the potential for and design of a commercial fishery. Participants, as I said, they had pulled their gear out to focus on other priorities, but they are both planning on relaunching their EFP gear soon, and we expect to receive the first annual report by March 2025. So we will have a better idea of how things are going both in the on-demand gear testing space and gear marking application space after that. And I'll also note that to date, all data comes from Southern California. If a statewide fishery were to be considered, data would also need to be collected in Central and Northern California. And we know that there is interest in the north, but additional permits or expansion of the existing permit needs to follow proof of concept for the on-demand fishing systems and gear marking apps in the existing EFP. And we just simply haven't received enough information yet. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. And next, Morgan will speak more broadly about the EFP program.
Thanks so much, Lindsay. I actually do have just one question, which is, I love seeing, I mean, the whole presentation was really excellent, super helpful. The essential fishery information, how much of that did we learn from, how much of that was new to us? Especially some of like the life history stuff and, location of activity and, how much of that did we glean from this EFP versus we kind of knew already?
Do you mean the most recent EFP or the whole, both of them together?
The whole program, the whole program.
Yeah, I think we've learned a lot.
Program,
Yeah. I think we've learned a lot from the whole program. Yeah, I'm kind of going back through my slides and looking at what we shared here.
Like,
yeah, the
sea was going to be essentially a male-only fishery because of size, stuff like that.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
I was curious, for example, to know, did we know that it was essentially going to be a male-only fishery because females don't reach the legal size? Some of that information about life history and distribution and stuff, I found to be very interesting. And I wondered how much of that we learned from this box crab EFP program.
Yeah, I think, the vast majority of it, absolutely. The fishermen have been providing invaluable data with the subsampling they've been doing of their catch so that we can develop, an idea of sizes of males and females. And we've learned what the kind of maximum size of females are, that the vast majority of them aren't of a size to be caught in the types of traps that they use. We've learned a lot about their reproductive cycle by the fishermen, again, recording their shell conditions, their egg statuses. So that's been incredibly helpful.
Yes. It's my understanding that we had some anecdotal information from previous catch-up of species, but until the first EFP, we didn't really have any systematic information about all of the life history characteristics that Lindsay presented.
That's terrific. I mean, that is certainly one of the goals of these programs. So I'm really pleased and delighted to hear that we've learned so much as a result of this. Certainly not the only goal, but one of the goals. So thanks a lot. And Susan, it sounds like we're going to go on to the next presentation and then have a discussion and take public comment.
Yeah, there she is. There's Morgan.
Welcome, Morgan. Take it away. We're having a bit of a hard time hearing you. You sound a bit muffled.
Okay. Is that better?
It's not better, no.
Okay. That's very exciting for all of us. Give me just one moment, please. Sorry.
Is her laptop closed?
Great.
It sounds like,
It needs to
that's
do
what it
that.
sounds like, is that it's almost like the laptop is
Give her a
closed.
moment. So,
No, we really can't hear you.
Okay.
You want to join by phone?
Try by
Yeah.
phone.
Try
Yeah.
joining by phone, Morgan.
Okay.
Yeah, you can have Zoom call you actually.
I'll filibuster a little bit.
Please, please.
So as a reminder, this these updates were requested by the commission a couple meetings back. So there was a request from to expand the box crab EFP to Northern California.
Mhm.
And the department recommended the commission deny it at that time, so we could finish collecting data
Yeah.
on this EFP, get better information about box crab, also get better information about the pop-up systems. We still have a long way to go. We've gotten a lot of EFI on box crab, but we have a long way to go before we consider an actual fishery. You know, we don't have stock assessment information, you know, abundance, you know, so there's a lot of information we would need to get. We're also learning, and this is what Morgan will touch on, is the EFPs are a lot of work, and Eric and his team can attest to it. There's a lot of churn that we didn't anticipate, and when every time you have to do an amendment to add people, subtract people, to change things, it's a lot of administrative paperwork. And so when you do the work, and then for whatever reason people don't go, it's
Right.
so we're trying to strike that balance. All right, Morgan, let's try your audio now.
All right, that better, everyone?
So much better.
Oh,
Yes,
yes.
wonderful. Great work.
I am so sorry for those difficulties, but glad we got that sorted. So thank you to Lindsay for that first presentation, Co-Chair Murray, and everyone for your patience with my technology problems today. As Susan mentioned in her introduction to this item, my name is Morgan Ivins-Duran, and I'm a senior supervisor with the Marine Region. And this presentation is going to take a step back from the focus on box crab to consider the EFP program as a whole. Next slide, please. As a reminder, the current EFP program was established via a two-phase rulemaking to implement Assembly Bill 1573. And as Susan mentioned in her introduction, that bill repeals the Commission's long-standing authority to issue experimental gear permits, EGPs, and added Fish and Game Code Section 1022, requiring establishment of a state EFP program. The purpose of the state EFP program is to foster innovation and experimentation in California fisheries. And the pathway for implementation is to offer limited short-term exemptions from state law in California Fish and Game Code and state regulations in Title 14. Implementation of the EFP program requires close coordination between CDFW and the Commission. In August of this year, CDFW established a new marine permitting project. That project includes 2 dedicated EFP staff and a redirected supervisory position, which I have filled. It's housed within the Marine Region's Habitat Conservation Program, and our role is to serve as a nexus for planning and coordination of EFPs. We facilitate collaborative department review of EFP applications and amendments, prepare recommendations for consideration by the Commission, oversee EFP activities, and to serve as a single point of contact for applicants and EFP holders. We work closely with several other department functions, particularly Marine Region programs and MED, as well as prospective applicants and EFP holders. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, implementation of the EFP program regulations did occur in 2 phases. The phase 1 regulations focused narrowly on providing continued authorization for the experimental box crab fishery. The EFP program was fully implemented via the phase 2 regulation package, which was effective as of April 1st, 2022, and that is the focus of today's presentation. The table on the slide here summarizes some key metrics regarding the EFP program over the past 2.5 years. As of late September, the department had received 23 requests for pre-application consultation. Those have resulted in 10 complete applications with fees paid and 9 applications for technical review. And I do want to note there's a small discrepancy on this slide. That second bullet should read 10 submitted applications rather than 9. We haven't received any new applications so far for 2024. Of the 9 applications accepted for technical review, 7 have been approved by the Commission and 5 have been issued. The other 2 are pending payment of the required permit fees. Lastly, I'll note that there have been a total of 11 minor and 6 major amendment requests from EFP holders during this time. Next slide, please. All 7 of the approved EFPs are related to commercial fishing, although EFPs can be issued for either commercial or recreational purposes. Of the 7 EFPs approved to date, 4 have involved testing in the commercial Dungeness crab fishery. And the 2 approved but unissued EFPs are indicated on this slide with italics. There have been 4 EFPs approved so far, which involve testing of pop-up gear, although only 3 of those have been issued so far. And I'll be sharing more details regarding pop-up gear EFPs on the next few slides. Most of the EFPs to date have involved testing in invertebrate fisheries, primarily the Dungeness crab fishery. And there's a fairly even split between exploratory fishing EFPs, those are tiers 3 and 4, and other types of EFP activities, which are tiers 1 and 2. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the different types of pop-up units being tested under the 3 pop-up gear EFPs. There are a total of 9 different types of pop-up releases being tested from 7 different manufacturers. The majority of these are acoustic releases, what we would also call an on-demand release. The other 2 are timed releases, one of which is electronic and preset to release on a specific date and time. And one of them is what we call a galvanic timed release. It relies on the known rate of a chemical reaction to degrade a component and release the gear. And about half of these pop-up releases are being tested under multiple EFPs. Next slide, please. Of the 5 active EFPs, 2 are conducting testing in Southern California, south of Point Conception, and 3 of them are testing in Central and Northern California. This map provides very coarse scale information about where testing has been authorized. I will note that that's not necessarily the same as where it has occurred to date. For the 3 Dungeness crab EFPs in Central and Northern California, 2 of them involve testing pop-up gear that's happening within 100 fathoms of shore, and 1 of them is with hoop net gear, and that's happening in shallower waters within 30 fathoms. The specific areas being tested under the 3 Dungeness crab EFPs do differ, but I'll note all of them include testing between the Sonoma-Mendocino County line and Lopez Point. For the box and king crab EFP, as Lindsay mentioned, that's happening in deeper waters south of Point Conception. And for the deep set buoy gear EFP targeting highly migratory species, that testing is happening within state waters surrounding the islands, as well as a few specific mainland areas within the general bounding box shown on the slide here. Next slide, please. So during my presentation today, I wanted to highlight some fiscal aspects of the EFP program. So this slide shows the current EFP fee amounts. CDFW fees are set by item year, which begins April 1st and runs until March 31st of the following year. So these current fees are valid until March 31st of 2025. Several of the EFP fees do have the option for a 50% fee reduction. Applicants can request a fee reduction when they submit their initial application to the Commission, and almost all of the EFPs approved so far have included this. However, there is no option for fee reductions for the application or the amendment fees. I'll also note that the amounts shown here are higher than what you would see if you looked at Section 704 of Title 14. So that section specifies that these fees adjust annually. So the values in Section 704 are from the time the regulations were adopted, and they have increased slightly each year since. Current EFP fees can always be found on the License and Revenue Branch webpage. As of mid-October, the department has collected around $30,000 in revenue from these fees. And that's compared to approximately $2 million in ex-vessel value that's been generated during that same period. And the vast majority of that ex-vessel value has come from the 3 Dungeness crab EFPs. If we add in the phase 1 box crab EFP, there's about an additional 1.2 million in ex-vessel value that's been generated. So there's clearly a substantial difference between the revenues CFW is collecting from the EFP fee shown here and the value that's being generated by industry activities under the EFPs. Next slide, please. I will close my presentation today with a few thoughts on how things have been going for the EFP program and where we're heading in the coming months and years. Our enabling statute identifies 3 mandates for the EFP program. We're generally meeting those with respect to bycatch reduction and sustainability. The main focus of most approved EFPs is selectively harvesting target species and avoiding protected species. We do see room for growth regarding the mandate to improve fishing effort efficiency, although that is being addressed to some degree with the deep subbuoy gear EFP, which is comparing single versus linked configurations, and pop-up EFPs that are testing multi-track trawls as compared to single pots. Some of the challenges encountered thus far are around the number and frequency of amendments. As one specific example, for the subsea sonics EFP, there have been 5 minor amendments and 2 major amendments in the 20 months since that permit was issued. Each of these amendment requests represents a workload for the department, and for major amendments also for the commission. And since amendments can be requested at any time during the permit term, it is challenging to anticipate the associated workload. Secondly, when the regulations were initially crafted, we anticipated receiving complete lists of authorized agents and vessels for review at the time the application or the major amendment request was submitted. In practice, to date, the applicant typically identifies a requested number of slots and provides a few names for consideration by the department. Other names are provided later and need to be addressed through a separate minor amendment after the commission takes action on either the application or the major amendment that approved those slots. This compounds the workload issue, but more importantly, it undermines the department's ability to adhere to the intent of the initial completeness phase of application review, which is to review key participants who are listed and identify any potential concerns at an early stage. Lastly, with regards to enforcement of permit conditions, the department's perspective is that EFPs allow select individuals privileged access to public trust resources. By issuing an EFP, we are letting those individuals do things that would otherwise be illegal. That means that the bar for participation is high. We want to have good actors out there on the water prosecuting these EFPs. The department carefully crafts the proposed conditions to provide us the information that we need to adequately monitor EFP activities, including information on where gear has been set. We do acknowledge that that can result in conditions that can feel burdensome to EFP participants. We are doing what we can to ameliorate that, and we look forward to continuing to work with EFP holders to address department concerns and allow enforcement to enforce both the EFP conditions themselves, as well as the other statutes and regulations which govern fishing activity. And Eric Cord, Assistant Chief, is available to elaborate on those concerns or to address any enforcement-specific questions. Looking ahead to what's next, our first 5-year report is due to the legislature by January 1st of 2025, and we anticipate providing a copy to the Commission for your February binder. We are also working on an array of programmatic improvements to standardize process, increase efficiency, enhance consistency, and more closely monitor EFP activities. Lastly, I hope this presentation today, as well as the lead report that's forthcoming next year, can support an initial discussion regarding future priorities for the EFP program. At the department, there's a fairly small team handling these EFPs, and additionally, both new applications and major amendments need to come to the Commission for approval. Given some of these capacity constraints, we think it's time to start discussing what should be prioritized moving forward with this program. This includes whether we want to focus on continuing to advance and support the current portfolio of EFPs or accept new EFPs, for example, small-scale squid fishery, as was discussed earlier today under item 4. And when it comes to new applications, does the MRC and the broader Commission want to see more EFPs focused in the Dungeness crab fishery and focused on testing pop-up gear, or is there interest in pivoting to focus on other types of questions? I want to reinforce we're not looking for any specific recommendations on these items today, but we do look forward to further discussion and seeing that scheduled, at least in the draft work plan for the March 2025 MRC meeting. Next slide, please. Thank you for your time, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much, Morgan. Very comprehensive overview. If we have folks in the room who'd like to speak on this agenda item on either 8A or B, please come on up to the table. Some of you must want to, or you wouldn't still be in the room, I'm guessing.
I would actually suggest maybe
we
some
can
of the online folks maybe first.
We can do that, and you
yeah.
can also come up.
Yeah, we'll
too.
come up.
Yep, so that you're ready.
Let's let them.
All right, yep. Welcome, Bart.
I'm coming. Hi, everybody. Sorry. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, yep.
Excellent. Okay. Well, thanks so much. And thanks, Morgan. I just wanted to touch on a couple things. I'm Bart Chadwick. I'm owner of Subsea Sonics and the permit holder for EFP T2001 for the pop-up gear for Dungeness crab. First, I just want to say, I know you guys didn't, like Morgan didn't have time to get into the details, but we had a hugely successful spring with 19 fishermen fully participating in the fishery. I'll just give you a quick few numbers. There was over 23,000 traps set. So just thinking about that, 23,000 traps set with essentially no vertical line exposure. So it's a huge step, and we had really high reliability, around 98% reliability overall. A little bit of grappling that had to happen and a little bit of lost gear, but overall just we felt like it was super successful. Around 292,000 pounds of Dungeness crab landed at a value of about $1.5 million. So we presented all this just recently at the Ropeless Consortium. Is just viewed as like a really unprecedented scale and real fishing conditions with the gear. So I just wanted to really congratulate everybody who was involved, staff and enforcement and my team, and just particularly the fishermen, because I think everybody can recognize just what a huge step this was for pop-up gear in a fishery where it's been, just very difficult to get even a couple people to participate. So anyway, just wanted to highlight that. And then I had one other thing I wanted to discuss, which is we just recently received the new draft terms and conditions for our major amendment. I know, sorry, we have so many amendments. But we've been doing this for a while and we're pushing forward as hard as we can. And so that incorporates an expansion, a further expansion of our participants. And I think the department has really showed confidence in us by allowing for that expansion, and we really appreciate that. There's a few concerns we had in that, but really there's just one that we feel is super critical, and that is that the amendment removes the weather exemption for our fishermen. And I know this has been discussed in other EFPs, and I don't want to make it a big discussion thing, but I just want to highlight that we didn't really have any opportunity for consultation on this. The fishermen didn't get to participate in that decision. The weather exemption is really a primary mechanism for them to fish safely. So what happens when the weather exemption is taken away, our fishermen, they've all come to me and said, we're not going to participate. They're too worried about getting a citation to risk participating in an EFP where they could they could be cited, they could be fined, they could lose their license to fish during the regular part of the year in that kind of a scenario. So the other part of that is just that we've looked at the data. For instance, in the spring, bodega buoy shows about 10% of the time we would have 7 days in a row exceeding small craft advisories, which is a key metric for kind of how fishermen decide about whether they can go out. During the spring, we also have fishermen needing to have longer soak times because the yield rates are lower. So there's real, there's technical reasons why we should be thinking about this more carefully. So really what I just wanted to say, kind of bottom line, is that we need to have more discussion around that before we make a decision and take away that weather exemption from the fishermen, and just maybe defer that out to further examination, really look at the data, really talk to the stakeholders and have more discussion around that. And thanks for taking the time to listen.
Thanks for that, Bart. Thanks for sharing those numbers too. The 292,000 pounds landed, I think you said $1 million or so. Those are really impressive numbers. Nice to hear that kind of scale for this EFP. On the weather exemption LED issue, we've got Assistant Chief Cord, who is poised to say something.
Yeah, I know Brand's probably going to say something about it too, but and I had a chance to talk with Jeff about it before or earlier this morning, and I've been working with Morgan on it, and Lieutenant Joe Johnson and Danny Lingling. We've been working on some ideas on how to address some unsafe weather conditions under some terms and conditions. I think we have some reasonable ideas on how to go forward, and I think we'll address the need for the department to receive a written authorization to go past whatever service interval we have. And there's some solutions. I would just say to Bart and Brand and Jeff, please be patient. We're working on it, and I think we can come up with something going forward.
Yeah, I mean, I can only assume that we don't want people out in unsafe weather. We don't want to force that, put people at risk. We also don't want people to not be participating in this EFP because they're worried about, getting pinched and then, losing their permit or not being able to fish outside of the EFP too. So it makes sense to me that you would want to find a solution, and I assume everybody does. Craig, did you have something to add before we go to Brian?
Yeah, well, I think, we have proof of concept in Southern California with lobster, right? So during the lobster FMP process, when that soak time was extended from 96 hours to 7 days, 7 days, that weather exemption was removed, and it's my understanding you haven't had any issues with that. So
it's very few.
Is that a nearshore fishery?
No, they go offshore. They go out to the islands, and
they do.
Yeah. So
And some,
it's not apples to apples, but certainly something to think about. And then when we're really looking towards authorization, right? What is the next step? So let's make sure we're setting ourselves up for success when we get to authorization, and not doing something in the experimental stage that might be problematic when we go to authorize the entire fishery to do it.
Absolutely. Brand, welcome.
Thank you. Ooh, it's been a long day. I've been on this since early this morning. All right, just a couple things real quick. I don't want to climb too far into the weeds with the whole 96-hour thing. I mean, I will tell you, you've heard what you've heard. I know Eric has heard from people that the fleet is scared, right? We've heard that scared, and enforcement doesn't want the fleet scared, and the fleet shouldn't be scared. I will just point out the fact that nobody's scared about the MPAs. Nobody's scared about a short fish. Nobody's scared that they're going to fish. They can't, only fish their allotment of gear and might not accidentally fish more. I think you really need to listen to your fleet when they say we're scared because we can't comply. When it's one issue that they're scared about because they want to comply, everything that they can comply with. But when they say, I cannot comply, and just by the nature of this business, I'm risking breaking a rule that the department is citing for, has a lot of really honest fishermen, myself included, scared. And I'm going to leave it at that. I know this is an ongoing topic, and I don't want to get into the weeds of it. I just, it's important that the MRC and everybody understand that, this is an issue that is going through the fleet right now. On another subject, I wanted to talk about the northern box crab EFP that was touched on here briefly. I authored an EFP that the department recommended not be approved at this time. The commission seemed really excited about it, but ultimately went with the recommendation of the department asking me to reapply, which I intend to do this month. And I heard some stuff in the meeting or in the comments earlier about, you know, maybe we're not there yet. We've had some gear failures that aren't perfect. I heard a lot of people were bouncing around, people adding, people removing, not getting a lot of participation in that Southern EFP. I just want to remind the people in this room that we have the A team up here in Central California when it comes to on-demand pop-up gear fishing. We've had people that, I don't want to use the term perfected it, but they're probably some of the most knowledgeable people on the West Coast in using it. They're effective. They ran multiple cycles on the stuff, and they're asking for a chance to go test this stuff deeper. So I just want that to be considered when we reapply. You know, we've had some failures down south. I'm not saying that they don't know what they're doing. I'm just saying you have people with a lot of repetition up here using this on-demand gear, and you have a lot of participants here willing to go do it, that this might be a good place to further test the grounds on this pop-up gear. And we got to collect data anyway to be analyzed. As mentioned, you know, the biological data up here needs to be looked at independently from the Southern biological data. So, you know, again, I want to put that out there and let you guys know that I intend on resubmitting it, and hopefully we can move forward and get some repetitions in on these box crab up here. And that's all I have for that. Thank you.
Thanks, Brand. Who would like to go first here?
Sure, I'll kick it off. Thanks again, Jeff Chester from Oceana, for those listening in. I think, as you heard, there's been huge progress since people started first using pop-up gear and through the whole EFP program. I think I remember Commissioner Murray going out there in 2019 in Monterey when we were kind of at early stages where people were just seeing this gear for the first time and getting their hands on it and curious and tinkering with it. And we've gone from that sort of tinkering, try it out, see if it has potential, stage, to now we're at commercial scale. You know, this looks like a profitable endeavor for folks to stay fishing on the water, particularly in the springtime when the fisheries closed. So we're working and urging the department as they're developing and finishing their ramp 2.0 to try to move forward. And I think, as Dr. Schumann said, to lay the groundwork for authorization as soon as possible, so that it's not just the EFP participants, but all the permit holders that have access to this opportunity. And it's an authorized gear under the ramp. So I would say, especially for all the folks in CDFW, Morgan, and the EFP program, we know there's a lot of workload in these, but this has really paid off, and we appreciate that. And I think there's, this is opening up new opportunities to continue fishing. And thank you to the Department's Marine Region and to enforcement, who's really, I mean, the whole idea is not just a fishing challenge for fishermen. This is enforcement having to figure out an entirely new way to figure out where gear is without having a buoy or a way to easily pull the gear up. And they've really stepped up to the plate to actually figure this out. And the Ocean Protection Council also has funded what they call a ropeless enforcement portal, which is going to be taking the data from the various smartphone apps it's collecting where this is, so that enforcement can see it all in real time and develop a whole kind of new 21st century management regime. So I think this is a success story that a lot of folks have worked together on. And I think, as you heard from Brand and Bart, there's a huge burden of this on fishermen, right? They're taking a big risk. There's, testing new gears is not often a popular thing within the existing fishing communities, and there's a lot of pressure, and these folks have taken risk upon themselves to do that, as well as financial risk of participating. They're being asked to purchase this gear. The Ocean Protection Council wanted to recognize they put in some funding that essentially didn't buy the gear for fishermen, but essentially offered a buyback option. So if fishermen bought gear and decided at the end of the EFP didn't want to keep it, the OPC would buy that and put it into a gear library. I think a few people took that, but most of the fishermen decided that it was actually worthwhile to keep the gear. But having that buyback insurance policy, I think, really made it, reduce the risk for folks that are like, well, what if I buy this and I really don't want it? right? So that's, a huge risk reduction that enabled, I think, more participation, and we hope to see that continue in the next year. So especially as there's more EFP participants. And I guess in light of the situation that we're hearing about with the service interval, I think we need to do everything right now that we can to help folks be comfortable and reduce the risk to the fishermen, and even if it's just a perceived risk. And I think just to put ideas on the table, I think that I really appreciate what Chief Cord has come up with in terms of some different options to kind of make this easier. But I would suggest maybe we think about, for the purposes of EFPs only, maybe for ropeless gear, maybe let's think about not having a required service interval and just collecting good data on that to see how that goes, to take the burden off enforcement of feeling like they've got to enforce this thing, and the fishermen to help reduce that. So at least in terms of options, I think we are kind of in a crisis scenario of trying to, deal with this continued entanglement problem. And if there's anything that we can do to, be partners and work with these fishermen rather than having them scared, maybe it's just worth considering in terms of just the discussion. So again, thank you to everyone who's worked on this, and I'll pass it off to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm glad in this moment I allowed Jeff to go first, because I couldn't have put it better myself. I want to echo a lot of the comments that Jeff made. I also just want to sort of generally express an appreciation for the Fish and Game Commission requesting that this is an item that was discussed in an MRC format. I feel so often we see the approval of EFPs and we sort of sporadically hear details, and I think just sort of having a space to actually have a conversation about what information is coming out of these EFPs, what's being gained in the bobcat fishery, what's being gained from the enforcement standpoint, and really just sort of being able to put all the information on the table and assess, here's where we are, here's the next step to actually reach some of these desired outcomes. And for some of these projects, it's authorization. So being able to hear from enforcement, any challenges, any of the next steps that need to be hit, but also just from the participants' perspective, hearing some of the barriers that they're encountering, hearing some of the successes, hearing what they like, hearing what they don't like. I think having all of that information available in a very public, very open format helps, I guess, suppress or eliminate some of those rumblings and misinformation and fears, because I feel that this process has been difficult, both from the department and agency standpoint, from an environmental group standpoint, from an industry standpoint. I think there's just a lot of fear of being able of doing the wrong thing or saying the wrong thing at the wrong time. So just an appreciation for facilitating this space, and to the gear manufacturers and Oceana for working on that report that came out, for the participants putting in the time and actually working to move the gear forward. Just continuing to ask that these open dialogue formats are available. So I feel sometimes there's a lot of guessing that's done and sort of trying to predict what the next step is, trying to predict what the next need is, which might explain sort of the minor and major amendment requests, and sort of having to figure out some of those pieces as information is gained. And I completely understand the paperwork being a frustrating component, but I guess it's also a little comforting, a little encouraging to hear that there is a willingness to invest this time into to really get it right. So again, just thanks to the department for that effort, and encouraging the commission and the department to continue to facilitate these spaces.
Thanks for those comments. Do you want to just remind us who you are and who you represent?
Sorry, yeah, Ben Grundy with Senator Ballard University.
Thanks a lot for those comments. And did you have something that you wanted to add?
Yeah, just wanted to, Katie Siri, Ocean Protection Council, just wanted to make a slight clarification to Jeff's comments. So we have provided funding for a ropeless gear library for fishermen who are interested in testing experimental gear at no additional cost to the fishermen. So I'd just say that's available through the National Marine Sanctuary Foundation. You can find them online and contact them to test out gear, either under their EFP or another existing EFP. But just want to clarify that it's not a gear buyback program. It's a ropeless gear library. Thanks.
Perfect. All right, well, seeing no other hands raised and nobody else approaching the table, I'll hand it over to Dr. Schumann.
Well, just one follow-up comment.
Yeah.
Well done. Thank you to Morgan and her team, Lindsay, for all the work, the fishermen, Bart, Jeff, Ben, this has been a team effort. Enforcement's put a lot of work into this as well. Just thinking about workload and capacity. These are a lot of work, and we want to be successful. And just hearing Brand saying he's about to resubmit the petition we just recommended denial is like already got us kind of freaking out of like we don't want to be in this do loop. So Brand, I just asked that let's talk. Before you do that, we want to make sure we're setting all of ourselves up for success. As the director mentioned yesterday, we are in a really tough spot right now within the department with our budget and staffing, and that's likely could potentially significantly constrain the amount of work we're going to be able to do in the coming months to years.
Yeah, and thanks for that, Craig. And on the, what about amendments? We're hearing that the amendments we heard in the presentation that the workload associated with handling and managing lots of amendments is significant. On the other hand, it's part of the process, and we're hearing gratitude for processing amendments. Are we striking the right balance on those? Is there anything we could be doing differently?
So like any new project, we're learning as we go. We've
Yeah.
learned a lot. I think Morgan and her team are starting to identify some regulatory amendments. So when we built this process based on the statutory requirements, we kind of followed all these steps. And so we're looking at which of those, what changes can we make to the regulatory requirements that doesn't require formal amendments to the permit, whether it's a formal minor amendment or a major amendment that we have to come back. What can we do administratively at the department? We're talking about some of the things with crew members right now. Can we build that into terms and conditions? So it's not a minor amendment every time you want to add a crew member, but LED can still vet the history of those individuals, because as Morgan said, we want to make sure we've got the best of the best out here testing this stuff, because we want to succeed. And we're relying on those that are out in the field to collect very valuable information, and we want to make sure we got the right folks out there doing it.
Terrific.
So it might be another regulatory package. That's
I heard that part.
It will be another regulatory package.
It has to be.
Yes, if it's a regulatory amendment, it most certainly will be. All right, well, that brings us to our next agenda item, and I've got good news. Agenda item number 9, we've continued to a future meeting. And so that brings us to agenda item 10, then we'll take 11, 12. If you're waiting around for 12, I've got bad news. We already took agenda item 12 at the top of the day at 8:30 this morning. So agenda item 10, staff and agency updates. I will hand it over first, I think, to Ocean Protection Council, Katie Seary.
Hi, thank you, Katie Seary, Sustainable Fisheries and Aquaculture Program Manager for OPC. Just giving them some updates today. So first, I want to give you an update on our efforts to conserve 30% of coastal waters by 2030. So we just closed our 120-day public comment period and completed tribal consultation on our draft decision-making framework for 30 by 30. We had over 200 participants who attended across 3 in-person and 4 virtual workshops and 4 tribal roundtables. Overall, over 1,000 people contributed to over 300 comments during the public comment period. So I wanted to highlight some of the themes we heard during public comment and tribal consultation. We heard the need to understand the unique dynamics of land-sea connections through estuaries and full watershed management. We heard about the value of access to coastal resources for the public and tribal members. We also heard about the importance of including traditional ecological and place-based knowledges in evaluations. And above all, we heard that biodiversity outcomes are the key priority for 30 by 30 in coastal waters. So in terms of next steps, OPC is actively working through comments, and we will provide an informational update on our 30 by 30 decision-making framework at our council meeting on December 9th. And we anticipate bringing the final framework to the March 2025 council meeting for adoption. OPC also anticipates releasing an RFP to fill science needs and support on-the-ground restoration and tribal stewardship projects related to 30 by 30 in early 2025. And staff will present a recommendation on this RFP at our December council meeting. Also, as you heard from Stacy Lewis yesterday, OPC is working closely with CDFW and Fish and Game Commission staff to develop a transparent and science-based approach to evaluate MPA petitions. And I just want to re-emphasize that while adaptive management of the MPA network is part of OPC's approach to advancing 30 by 30, 30 by 30 is not driving the evaluation process of MPA petitions. So I want to transition to offshore wind. As a reminder, OPC has funded the California Marine Sanctuary Foundation to lead the development of a comprehensive offshore wind environmental monitoring guidance. That project did launch in March 2024. OPC and CDFW staff are working closely with CMSF on the project, and they've convened 5 scientific working groups to that effect. So we expect interim findings in May 2025 and the full guidance in early 2026. We are also currently hiring for 3 positions to advance strategic priorities related to offshore wind development: a senior offshore wind program manager, an offshore wind tribal affairs and community engagement specialist, and a coastal resilience program manager who will work both on coastal resilience and offshore wind efforts. We're also providing support for the development of a methodology for the socioeconomic analysis of direct and indirect impacts of offshore wind to fishing through the California Offshore Wind and Fisheries Working Group. So the working group, also known as the 7C Working Group, is convened by the Coastal Commission and has begun to create a statewide strategy that will prioritize fisheries productivity, viability, and long-term resilience. The strategy aims to fairly and reasonably compensate commercial, recreational, and tribal fisheries for economic impacts resulting from offshore wind projects. And finally, I just want to touch on the development of our new strategic plan. So OPC has started its public planning process to inform our next strategic plan, which will cover the period from 2026 to 2030, and will guide our activities and investments through that period. We are hosting a public virtual listening session on Wednesday, November 20th. Registration details are available on our website, opc.ca.gov, and we will be hosting in-person regional listening sessions across the state throughout early 2025, and with those dates and locations still to be announced. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much. All right, so our next update is agenda item 10B from the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And first we have a Law Enforcement Division update from Assistant Chief Cord. Hey, Eric.
So you want to hear about some lobster stats? Or?
Sure.
Some of our patrol efforts. So for those of you that don't know me, Eric Cord, Assistant Chief for Marine Enforcement District. In MED, we have about 50 officers and 7 patrol boats and 8 squads. And some lieutenant specialists. And for the lobster opener that opened up at the end of September, we had all 3 of our patrol boats out south of Point Conception. Those are the ones that Danny supervises. That's the swordfish, the coho, and the thresher. And pretty successful. So 123 recreational vessels boarded that weekend, including 4 CPFVs, 691 total contacts, and 38 citations. The citations were over limits of lobster, undersized lobster, unlawful take of lobster in MPAs, unmarked hoop net buoys, no report card in possession, failure to fill out report cards, unlawful possession of tailed lobster, and then some groundfish stuff, but people like to go also fish groundfish, while they're out there taking lobster, unlawfully fishing seaward of the 50 fathom line for groundfish, over limits of scallops, some undersized rock crab, and unlawful method of take for groundfish, and then unlawful possession of rockfish fillets without the skin. One significant case that weekend, we had the patrol boat coho crew. They boarded a vessel at Catalina with 2 subjects hoot netting and in gross possession of over limits, undersized lobsters as well. In total, and this was on opening night, those 2 subjects had 48 total lobster, of which 22 were undersized. Both subjects received citations, including the commercialization enhancement under Fish and Game Code 12013, which for having more than 3 times the daily bag limit of lobsters in possession. And that is a section we can charge folks with when they have like a gross over limit, where we are basically saying that, there's intent for those individuals to commercially sell what they have in possession. 2 other cases that we've made since the start of lobster season. A couple weeks ago, we had our officers, again on the patrol boat coho, come across a person in a sailboat that was anchored in the arrow point to Lionhead SMCA, who they were hoop netting for lobster in the MPA, which you can't do there. And upon inspection, the subject was found to be in possession of tailed lobsters, which is also a violation. Now, the person in violation was insisting that the lobsters were of legal size and that it really wasn't that big of a deal, that he just had the tails. as you know, when you just have the tails, we can't measure the carapace. And to determine legal size, and that's why it's a violation. So you have to keep the carapaces attached until the tail is prepared for immediate consumption. And these were just in a cooler on the boat. There was no pot of boiling water or anything. So just a message for folks out there that you have to keep them whole until you're ready to eat them. But so our officers were interested in where the carapaces were to give the fisher the benefit of the doubt. And the fisher said he threw him overboard. So one of the co-officers donned some trunks and mask and snorkel and dove 20 feet down underneath the boat. And lo and behold, he found 2 carapaces, and they were both measured undersized anyway. So we tried. So quite a few violations there: undersized lobsters, hoop netting and MPA, and possession of tailed lobsters. Oh yeah, so and just to remind folks, keep those lobsters whole. And then the second case I'd like to share is where we found an individual on social media who was offering lobsters for sale. Looking further and finding the identity of the person, it was determined that the suspect had no fish receiver's license or commercial fishing license to conduct any of the commercial activity he was advertising. So he just had a sport fishing license and an officer report card. So after follow-up detailed investigation, we found the suspect selling lobsters illegally, made contact, seized the lobsters, issued a citation, and the message we want to get out here is that the selling of sport caught lobster or any sport caught fish is highly illegal. People should not attempt to do this on a side job or in any way to get extra money in their pockets. Selling fish commercially is a highly regulated activity, and to shortcut the process just by going sport fishing and selling on the side will be heavily enforced by LED when we find evidence of it occurring. So that's it for my short update.
Thanks for that, Eric.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Please, Craig.
All right, a few updates, and I'm going to truncate them, given the late hour. First is kelp restoration and management plan. So the department, in close collaboration and support from the Ocean Protection Council, tribes and partners, continues to develop the statewide adaptive ecosystem-based kelp restoration and management plan, KRMP, to guide states' efforts to manage, protect, and restore kelp forests in California waters. We've got a community working group that has met 4 times, most recently in August of 2024. We've got a science advisory committee that has met 5 times, most recently in October. We are working with tribes to make sure we've got sufficient tribal engagement, and we're looking forward to begin drafting that in 2025, and we'll keep the commission informed as we continue through that process. Couple new items that I just want to bring to your attention. One is the coonstripe fishery. So we have hosted a meeting 2 days ago in San Francisco and have another meeting next week in Crescent City to discuss possible changes to the coonstripe fishery. We've had a couple of entanglements this year in that fishery. It's largely unregulated, largely open access, not a lot of no limits of gear. The season takes place when we have whales around, so we want to try to get out ahead of it. Traditionally hasn't been a lot of effort in that fishery, but we're starting to see more as other fisheries become constrained. So we're likely to come to the commission with an emergency regulation in the near term, just to try to put the brakes on that, get our arms around it, then come back with traditional rulemaking to lock that in and just try to get our arms around that. We're also starting to look at some of the other fixed gear fisheries. This was brought up either today or yesterday, I don't even remember now. So we're looking at northern rock crab as well, that's kind of in the same situation. And then finally, the recreational red abalone fishery. As we know, this fishery was closed back in 2017. And Commissioner Sklar references one of the hardest things he had to do, and it's one of my darkest memories of my time in this position. It's continued to, the closure has been extended a few times by the commission. It is currently scheduled to reopen on April 1st, 2026. That sunset is expiring. Data continue to show a very slow recovery, if any. We still have challenges. We are not ready to reopen that fishery. So we plan to come back to the MRC in March with additional information and discuss going to notice for rulemaking likely in June in 2026 to extend that closure. I'm sorry,
2025.
2025, yes, to extend that closure before it sunsets in April of 2026.
Uh-huh.
And I will stop there.
Okay.
And I see Melissa just getting more nervous. Every time I open my mouth, I've got more regulations coming out.
We'll just have to talk about timing.
All right, thanks for that, Craig, appreciate it. All right, and next we have a commission staff update, which we're going to get an update from Devin. Welcome, Devin.
Thanks. So hi, everyone. For those that are left in the room, my name is Devin Rossi. I'm the Sea Grant Fellow this year at the Fish and Game Commission, and I'm here to provide an update on the Coastal Fishing Communities Policy, initial steps for implementation. So today I'll just discuss briefly, since we're coming up on 5, my efforts to date, including the development of an education and engagement tool through an ArcGIS story map and direct outreach efforts. So at the July MRC, Co-Chair Sklar suggested to engage with harbor masters as their core representatives within their respective fishing communities. So in early August, we reached out by email to harbor masters and other coastal fishing community members, fishery stakeholders and partners, which you can see in Exhibit 1 for reference, to highlight the adoption of the policy and invite them to explore implementation with us. And while we did not receive any specific responses, we realized that maybe a more personalized outreach and approach to relationship building with coastal fishing community members would be more constructive and helpful in our efforts. So at the August Commission meeting in Fortuna, our last in-person meeting of this year, provided a unique opportunity for us to engage locally. So I reached out to harbor masters in Eureka and Shelter Cove and other fishing community contacts. We also had a chance to meet with a commercial fisherman who is, or fisherwoman, I should say, who's a local champion for Eureka and their coastal fishing community and manages their local dockside market, as well as a researcher who studies the intersection of the marine environment and community needs and led the effort to develop Eureka's fishing community sustainability plan. They both provided valuable insights to help refine our outreach efforts moving forward, such as inviting California dockside market managers to participate in discussions, as these individuals possess firsthand knowledge and experiences and really know the ins and outs of the needs of their individual fishing communities. So moving forward, our outreach goal is to connect with local dockside market managers to introduce new voices and perspectives, and we welcome the opportunity to collaborate with you and shape the Commission's next steps for policy implementation. We also have been working to build on previous discussions with California Ocean Protection Council and other thought partners on how we can leverage each other's work in this space. And finally, I'd like to draw your attention to the upcoming National Working Waterfront Network Conference that will be held in February in San Diego. This conference brings together stakeholders from across the U.S. to showcase innovative solutions for working waterfront and waterway issues. It provides a platform for networking with professionals in similar fields, developing strategies, timelines, funding sources, and regional alliances to address them. And I'm grateful to one of our partners who is considering sponsoring my attendance at the conference, so fingers crossed that'll all work out in February. And that will be a great opportunity to showcase the Commission's policy, present a story map that I'm working on to better illustrate the evolution of the policy, next steps, and garner attention for future collaboration efforts and implementation steps. And on a different note, we also would like to announce the new 2025 California Sea Grant State Fellow that will be joining us next year. Her name is Caroline Newell. She received her Master of Science degree in ecology at University of California, Davis, and is a hunter and angler herself. And the Commission is looking forward to introducing her at the March 2025 MRC meeting.
Awesome. Thanks, Devin. Yeah, appreciate all the work being done on implementation and outreach to stakeholders, and look forward to seeing the story map. Absolutely. All right. If there's anyone who would like to speak on agenda item 10, please come on up. Greg maybe is just leaving, not approaching the table, wrapping up, making his way to the airport. I don't see any hands raised online on this agenda item.
No, but if there is anyone online who wants to speak to this agenda item, now is the time.
All right, well, seeing none, we don't have any recommendations on this agenda item, and that brings us to our final agenda item of the day, which is agenda item 11.
Great. Yes. So an updated work plan is in your meeting materials as Exhibit 1, and it highlights potential changes to agenda topics, priorities, and timeline. Specifically, there are 6 topics currently identified for potential discussion in March. That's 5 current work plan topics. And then should you wish to talk about should the timing be right for red abalone recovery plan risk tolerance, then that would be an additional one. And so staff welcomes guidance from the MRC regarding scheduling. We recognize that at the February Commission meeting, we'll have a better sense of the timing and readiness of these projects, and so may come forward with suggestions. In addition, based on the effectiveness of this meeting's format, the MRC may want to consider requesting similar 2-day format or alternatives. And I recognize there was a discussion about that with the commission yesterday, and so that is a TBD. I recognize that. The only item I would flag is that based on the EFP program review discussion today, commission and department staff want to offer up the possibility of scheduling a future referring a topic for a future discussion that includes both the department and commission. And staff. We have been talking over time about as we've been sharing information on our program review, prioritization, etc., when a time would be ripe for that discussion. So it would be recommendation to add that to the work.
For what topic?
EFP program review.
I see that on the work plan, and I was a bit confused as to how that is different from what we did today.
I think it's more of an update on any potential changes to regulations that we think may be necessary. And if that's too premature.
Yeah, I don't know if it'll be right. I mean, it does feel like we had a nice comprehensive sort of overview conversation about EFP program in general since 2018 today. I wonder if we'll be ripe to have the discussion about potential regulatory amendment by March. Maybe that's too soon.
I don't know.
It was originally something, it looks like the
recommend it
topic
now.
is evolving, and so I know that when we went to draft this, we had been talking with the department project staff about this might be setting up an opportunity for additional.
Yeah, what I don't want to do is duplicate effort. I mean, we really did, 8B was EFP program overview, including pop-up gear testing, but it was inclusive of a whole program overview. So I was wondering about that when I saw that was on our March work plan. It feels like we've had a nice conversation today, to me.
How about we'll go back and do some digging, look at the timeline
Yeah.
of the regulatory changes, and then I can follow up with staff.
Terrific.
Right, because you don't have to approve the March agenda until February.
Yep.
And so if between now and then it's not ready, fine, but if it is, then we can add it to the.
Yeah.
And I don't think we'll be ready by March, just getting
Yeah.
updates as we go.
Terrific. Was there a conversation yesterday about adding a second day to the March MRC? I wasn't here, so I missed it.
What do you mean?
Oh. Thanks,
The discussion, there was a discussion about, that followed up on the conversation the commission had about pondering. Would the full commission like to have an added day for their discussion? Would they like to avoid having this full discussion here and repeating it there? There was input from some members of the public that were here that said that they really value this informal forum here, and they're worried about losing that opportunity with the full commission. So there was a discussion around that as well.
I agree with that. And I also wouldn't, we've talked about this a little bit, but for me, I don't think it's fair to staff or stakeholders to ask them to, do everything times two, right? That's what I do want to avoid. I really do want to avoid that.
And
So,
Eric said the same thing.
okay.
And we won't know until, assuming the commission follows the MRC recommendations to have amendments in by Jan 10, I believe it
Yes.
was.
Yes.
Until we get those amendments, we won't know how far we're gonna be able to get in the
Yep.
story. So we might not have anything new to bring in March.
Okay, so maybe we hold off too on deciding whether we add another day.
Yes.
At least, I guess we won't know at the
Can you
December
at least
meeting.
put a hold on your calendar for the day before?
Yes, but I also want to make sure we do some due diligence, make sure there aren't any elections the day before. Our vision of the day.
I'm hoping we're not in elections for a while.
Right.
Yeah, and there was, Eric also highlighted that there was an opportunity, there were maybe some lessons learned from the experience so far. He was really pleased with yesterday and thought that it highlighted some interesting lessons learned. I think we have some reflections on, the timing of being able to have a robust discussion and seriously consider everyone's items with it back to back, piggybacking on other meetings. As far as whether that's the best use of
Right.
staff
Versus a
public time.
standalone day.
Yeah.
On its own. Yeah, it's
So
a good question. So I will certainly put a hold on the day before, and we have some time to continue to think about it.
brilliant.
Perfect.
Great, so I would
Wonderful.
propose then that I modify this before it goes to the
Please.
commission based on the discussion now. And we'll bring that forward.
Would anybody in the room like to approach the table and give any input on this topic? Or if you're on Zoom, please raise your hand to discuss agenda item 11, which is our work plan. All right, seeing none, then that concludes our agenda for the November 6th to 7th, 2024 Fish and Game Commission MRC meeting. And just I want to appreciate everyone for being here, those of you who stuck it out, those of you who came and went, everyone for their input and their effort. And we are adjourned.